Chapter 671. The mission was sent out only a short while ago, and many adventurers took it. The mission was relatively simple, and most importantly, the reward was relatively high. A day later, there were several more adventure groups outside the Albise Mountains. These adventure groups actually didn't know why they came, but just accepted the employment of others and wandered around in the wilderness. What is there to wander around in this wilderness? In fact, they couldn't figure it out, but they did it because the employer asked them to do so. Anyway, the money is enough. Because Duching is far away from Watzenberg, the defense force is weak. In addition, there are fewer city troops and mercenaries. Basically, no one comes out to open up the wilderness outside. More than 100 kilometers around the city is a deserted wilderness. In the wilderness, there are many creatures such as wolves, foxes, tigers, and snakes. Many of them have evolved into monsters and dominate the area. Ordinary people basically dare not come here. Only adventurers dare to come here to collect medicinal herbs and kill monsters to obtain materials. The monsters in the wasteland are not very powerful, and most only level 1 or 2, and those above level 3 basically go to the Albise Mountains and the distant Bayuan Mountains. In fact, this place is not that rich. These adventure groups also come here for the sake of money. With their strength, they don't need to hang around here at all. The Albise Mountains in the distance are where they should go. The Albise Mountains are very large, and the surrounding wasteland is also very large. It is not an easy task to travel around this area. In the wilderness, a standard adventure group is walking inside. They have been walking for a day. Suddenly, one of them said impatiently, "Brother, what are we looking for here? We must have a goal." The eldest brother was walking in front with a sword on his back, cutting off the bushes that blocked the road. When he heard this, he looked back and said, "How would I know? The employer wants us to see if there is anything different from usual. As long as we can find it, we can report it back. When will it be found? You don't care when, as long as the money is enough." Some people don't care about this matter. At this moment, he saw a herb and hurried over to pick it. At this moment, the archer behind shouted, "Be careful," and then he raised his bow and arrow, and a sharp light shot out from his hand and shot in front of the man. A black shadow jumped out of the bushes and pounced on the man's face at a very fast speed. At this time, a light flashed in the air, and the sharp arrow shot down the black shadow. The black shadow was shot to the side, but once it landed in the bushes, it quickly disappeared. The arrow fell to the ground at this time, and the arrowhead reflected the light of metal, and there was no blood stain on it. When everyone saw this, their faces changed. "What kind of snake is that? Its skin is so hard." The leader shouted coldly, "Be careful, this is already very deep. There are level 2 monsters around, and the little snake just now should be level 2. The people around were no longer bored, and they slowed down their pace, focused their minds, and looked at the bushes vigilantly. Facing life and death, no one would be careless. Damn, if there was a wizard, it would be better, so there wouldn't be so much trouble. Wizards are not so easy to recruit, especially for such a boring job. If they have time, wouldn't it be better for them to make alchemy and medicine in the city? There are also people who can't do anything, you see. The Erkshu Adventure Group has them. Chi, the Erkshu Adventure Group has 2 beauties. Do we have them?" The adventurers were walking in the woods, and they didn't even notice that they had changed direction and were heading to another place. There were small white dots on each of the surrounding trees, watching these people. Wherever these people went, these white dots would go. Ash stood above the valley and looked around. A few days ago, a large number of adventure groups came out of Duching and nearby small counties, and went deep into the surrounding wasteland. On the surface, they seemed to be looking for something, but in fact, they were hired by some people to find them. Ash had discovered this a long time ago, using the Skyfrost worm. So when Duolai was fully refining the wizard tower, he was in charge of the wizard formation these days. As long as those people approached, he would use his spirit to mislead them, and make them deviate from this area. At this time, Duolai had already refined 5 wizard towers, leaving only the simplest 3 wind, thunder and fire towers. Duolai is cultivating wind, and his experience with wind is much higher than that of Aishi. It is easy to refine the wind wizard tower, so it is placed at the end, and the same is true for Lei. As for the fire, he is refining now. However, Aishi knows that sooner or later these adventure groups will find out that he is wrong, and then inform the people behind him. He just hopes that it will be known a little later. Soon, another 3 days passed Duching. As the data came back one by one, the man in black kept analyzing the intelligence and the data brought back by the adventurers, analyzing them over and over again. When he combined all the information, his eyes suddenly lit up, as if he had discovered something. Ash manipulated the magic circle and scanned the surroundings. He suddenly found a team with slightly stronger strength, heading straight for them. There were warriors, and even powerful wizards in the team. They did not come directly, but after approaching, they took things and compared them carefully. They found themselves. Ash reported the matter to Dole as soon as possible. The Wizard Tower of Fire has been completed, a level 6 wizard tower. Dole closed his eyes, and opened them at this time. His eyes penetrated the wizard formation, and looked at the vast wasteland. He saw the team, which was about 20 kilometers away from him at this time. He saw that the other party was holding a map in his hand, and seemed to be comparing the terrain here. Because he wanted to hide, this was originally a huge gully, which was made by him on the spot and became the surrounding sorghum, but now it was still discovered. This unknown force really cares about his affairs. This only means one thing: the other party is about to come out, and wants to use him to establish his prestige, and prepare for the coming out. However, now that the intelligence organizations of the Empire and the Northwest have taken action, this organization should be in a state of panic. Isn't it giving the intelligence organizations a handle to make trouble for him so hard? He couldn't figure it out. The other party's roots are not in the Northwest, or even in the Glory Empire. What is the purpose of targeting him so actively? In fact, what Dual-Eye didn't know was that he was just a stumbling block in the eyes of the big man. The other party just wanted to remove it, and ordered his men to do this, that's all. When he thought of this, the fire attribute wizard tower that had just been refined suddenly flew into the air and flew away. At the same time, the materials on the ground quickly took shape, and the wind attribute and thunder attribute took shape quickly together. Since he had been discovered, he didn't need to hide anymore. The wizard tower quickly flew out of the range of the magic circle, and the powerful magic fluctuations immediately attracted the attention of the adventure team. The man in black was also in the group of adventurers, but he was not with them, but observing from a distance. This was a branch of the Sand Scorpion Adventure Group. It was called another name externally, but it was the main group of the Sand Scorpion Adventure Group in the true sense. He looked at the ridge in front of him, feeling a little excited. There was originally a ravine here, but now the ravine disappeared and a ridge appeared. That was definitely the effect of the wizard's formation. That guy was really here. If I guess correctly, then Dole should prepare something here. Of course, we also have to be on guard against whether there are other wizards stationed here. After all, there are actually quite a few black wizards in the wilderness. If we encounter an unreasonable one, we will be finished. Chapter 672. When he was thinking this, he suddenly opened his mouth wide, because in that seemingly empty place, a hexagonal wizard tower suddenly flew out. When he saw this wizard tower, his heart sank, and he thought to himself that he was in trouble. At this time, his mind reacted very quickly, and he only did two things. The first thing was to burn a magic scroll. Then he took out the second magic scroll and covered himself. The wizard tower was very fast, and it came to the top of the adventure group in almost the blink of an eye. No one shouted, no one communicated. As soon as the wizard tower fell, it emitted hundreds of red lights and shot to the ground. The red light, each of which had an aura comparable to the 6th level witchcraft, was extremely powerful. When the man in black saw these red lights, his heart sank to the bottom of the valley. The Sand Scorpion division was over. At this time, a ball of yellow light was emitting from his body, and he quickly sank into the ground and fled to the distance. Facing a 6th level wizard tower, he had almost no confidence in escaping, and he just hoped that the other party did not notice him. A wizard with a wizard tower is really terrifying. At the same time, outside of Watson Castle, two wizards wearing skeleton magic robes opened their eyes together and looked to the east. One said, "Found it, in the Albiz Mountains." The other said, "The other party has a level 6 wizard tower. Let's report it to the adults. That person must kill Nadola. I guess he will notify the master and send out the Silver Corpse group." Okay. Both of them are level 6, with terrifying death aura on their bodies, thick and entangled, like a death monarch. But we have to be careful. A lot of our arrangements in Watson Castle have been destroyed. Maybe they are waiting for us there. If the Nightmare Empire wants to reappear, we must clear all obstacles. This Dole is the most important person who destroyed our plan. The entire Dark World has been laughing at us for a long time. However, it is not only us who lost face in this matter, but also the Dark Union. Notify them. The Dark Union is also qualified to know. I wonder if they will send out the gold medal killer. I am looking forward to it. The two wizards' auras were obscure, and soon disappeared in the wilderness. Wassenberg. Alan opened his eyes, and a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. At the door, a tall and thin wizard in black clothes, with only a pair of eyes exposed, stood at the door. At this time, the door slowly opened. The thin and tall wizard's hoarse voice sounded at this time. "Sir, Duching has made preparations, and the fish has been hooked." Alan nodded and said, "Notify everyone on duty to prepare." The thin and tall wizard breathed faster and said with a little excitement, "Yes, sir, the guard, always guard." He shouted a slogan, and then his figure disappeared at the door like a bubble. Seeing the man leave, Alan's eyes flashed. Dole doesn't know yet that the Honor Wizard Alliance has actually grasped most of the situation. Together with the Nightingale in the northwest, and the Yellow Oriole in the Imperial capital, intelligence information is exchanged, and they have a certain understanding of this organization. However, as long as the Nightingale infiltrates and attempts to find their nest, only the Yellow Oriole is monitoring the surroundings. Just now, the magic circle of What's a Bird detected two strong wizard fluctuations heading northeast, and it is estimated that they are about to take action. Alan's heart trembled, and then notified. This time, the Honor Wizard Alliance must show its claws, otherwise, the Nightmare Empire will think that they are all dead. Now is not the time to use all the strength. Just to protect Dole, a few level 6 and himself are enough. Thinking of this, Alan thought, "Dole, for your favor, I have worked hard." At the same time, the City Lord's mansion also took action, and several people disappeared secretly. Tower of Babel. Dole stood at the door, and carefully analyzed the information around him. Alan didn't tell him anything, but it didn't prevent him from collecting some information from the outside. The number of Xianxia worms that he has cultivated now exceeds 3 million, all of which are level 6. In addition to the clone, he has left a lot of them on his side. These Xianxia worms are distributed outside, and no one can sense them except Alan and some people with high-level wizard towers. He doesn't go to places with many magic circles, but he can analyze the movements of suspicious people. The wizards of the Glory Wizard Alliance fluctuate very frequently. Some wizards fluctuate internally, and some wizards fluctuate externally. With Dole's mental sensitivity, it is easy to track them. However, the speed of the Xian Corpse worm is not enough. High-level wizards come and go freely, and it is easy to fail to track them. However, he also discovered that the Glory Wizard Alliance has mobilized the secret department, which seems to be investigating some information. Wizards are difficult to track, but the warrior side is easy to track. Watzenberg has dispatched the Nightingale department, which is also within Dole's control, not to mention that there is Ash as a spy. At this time, she also woke up from her practice and stood beside Dole. Dole, the other party seems to have discovered it. Dole did not look back, but continued to look outside, nodding his head at this time, yes, but they probably don't know who it is yet. I guess there will be wizards coming to confirm, and then it will be impossible to hide it. There are still 2 wizard towers, and you still have a few days to complete them. Ash knew that the wizard tower formation was not yet fully completed. Even if it was fully completed, it would take a few days to adjust. It was not so easy to expect to form a formation all at once. Dole's expression showed a trace of fatigue at this time, and he said, "It will take at least 3 days. They need to confirm, and I need time. So, these few days will not be easy. We have to go there at least tomorrow." Ash looked at Dole with some concern and said, "Hey, I can't help again." Dole turned his head and looked at Ash, with a tired smile on his face. "What nonsense are you talking about? This is my business. You don't have to worry about it. Practice seriously. Don't worry. Even if it doesn't work this time, at most you will owe Morris and others some debts. As long as people are still there, it's fine." Ash was a little speechless. Some debts? These are 8 wizard towers. Are these some debts? Even if the Rhine family sold all of them, it would only be enough. Dole played too big this time, and didn't expect the other party to be so determined and mobilize such a huge force. Even she was shocked when she saw it. The game between high-level wizards is actually a game of money. Whoever has more money can leverage more resources, and fight a more prepared battle. It was the first time that Ash saw that the total amount of money for planning something exceeded tens of millions. Even the City Lord would probably be so exaggerated every time he mobilized the Legion to start the layout, and Dole has already spent so much. Although it was not his money alone. At this time, Dole lowered his head because Alan sent him a message. Dole's face changed and said, "Ash, I'm going to take Babel Tower now. Do you go now or later?" Seeing Dole's expression, Ash knew that the matter was not small, and said, "Let's go together." Dole nodded. With a move of mental power, the magic circles above and below the Babel Tower all lit up, and then the whole tower rose from the ground, left the Wizard Tower group, flew over the sky of Watzenberg, and suddenly flew to the southwest. Chapter 673. After flying out of the Watzenberg, the wizard tower gradually became smaller, and finally disappeared. It turned a corner in the sky, then quickly headed north, and soon left the area covered by the human race. In the wilderness, everything was silent, and occasionally a few terrifying sounds were heard, resounding throughout the wilderness. That was the sound of high-level monsters hunting. At the edge of a forest, a canine monster had been lying in ambush for a long time. Seeing the prey slowly passing by, it suddenly pounced quickly and bit a wild badger that looked like it had fangs. Both sides rolled on the ground, rolling back and forth. The canine monster bit the other's neck, and soon, the badger lay on the ground motionless. At this moment, a transparent figure passed by it. The canine monster could not see the figure at all, and was about to feast on it. Suddenly, its neck cracked, and without even making a sound, its body suddenly twitched. The transparent figure didn't care at all and left. He quickly stood at the foot of a high slope, looking at the gentle slope in front. According to the blueprint, there should have been a large ditch here before, but now the ditch is gone. With the information from his subordinates, it is easy to tell that there are people living here. Who is it? Is it that Dole? However, if he killed his subordinates, whether it was Dole or not, this person would be dead. The strength of the magic circle is not very strong. After just a little testing, he found several loopholes. The transparent figure raised his mouth slightly, ready to enter the world covered by the magic circle. At this moment, a voice sounded in his ears. "What are you doing here, friend?" The transparent figure's face suddenly changed. The voice of the person coming was very old and deep, not like the voice of a young man, but it might be a disguise, and he was unlikely to believe the other party's voice. This is just the outer warning area of the magic circle, at least 5 kilometers away from the main body of the magic circle, and the other party actually discovered him, which is not simple. He calmed down in his heart, and his mental power slowly surged out, and he went back to scout. It was indeed in this magic circle. He thought for a moment, then sneered, "You killed my men, and I came here to ask for clarification." The voice said, "Those rubbish are your men? Then they came here to spy on my intelligence, and you also ordered them." The transparent figure's face changed. "Rubbish? Order, what does this mean? The other party is not Duolai, and is not afraid to go to war with me." He just thought for a second, then sneered, "My men are just doing ordinary tasks here, and they don't mean to offend anyone. You killed them without knowing the truth. You have to give me an explanation." The voice laughed. "What explanation? They are just a group of mercenaries, who kill for money. Why bother?" The transparent figure heard the other party's indifference. This is not the experience that young people should have. He slowly opened his mouth and said, "Although they are mercenaries, they are also my people. Please meet me, and give me an explanation. Otherwise, your wizard formation cannot be hidden from my eyes." The voice chuckled, "I can detect you, but you don't know who I am. We are already separated. If you leave now, I can pretend that nothing happened. If you insist on telling me the truth, then I will use thundering means." The transparent figure pondered the other party's words carefully. This should not be what the young man said. The young wizard is probably not so easy to talk to. Is the other party not Dole? He was not in a hurry at all. "I suggest that we meet. My people cannot die in vain. At least, I want to know who died in their hands. In fact, if a member of an adventure group dies, it's dead. It has nothing to do with him. They are all a group of people who exist for money. As long as there is money, there are as many such people as you want outside." The voices around him stopped talking. The transparent figure was still waiting, but the other party had no reaction at all. Just when he was puzzled, a wizard tower spire suddenly slowly appeared in the hidden magic circle, and then slowly rose up. In just 3 or 2 seconds, a complete 6th level wizard tower appeared in the sky, and the rich earth elemental breath rose up all of a sudden, occupying the entire world. The transparent figure's face changed all of a sudden. The 6th level wizard tower is a big killer that can completely kill people of the same level. Damn it, it was really Dole. He had never seen this wizard tower, but Dole's intelligence showed that he had the ability to build various wizard towers. Hiding here, could it be that he was building a wizard tower to deal with the high-level monsters in Mount Albiz? At this time, several thoughts came to his mind. The first thought was, where did he get so much money? You know, a level 6 wizard tower, excluding the cost of manual refining, has a material cost of 30 to 40 million. Where did he get so much money? The second thought was that this wizard tower had obvious features, so how could he know so many manufacturing methods? At this time, he had no time to think about it. He quickly took out a formation plate from behind and sent the message. When these things were done, the wizard tower had already flown straight towards him. He was not capable of fighting a wizard tower alone. He just took a deep look, tore open a scroll, and disappeared on the spot. The transparent figure disappeared, as if it had never existed. But at this time, the light on the wizard tower flashed, covering the tower body, as if it had seen where the man was. The wizard tower went in a certain direction at a very fast speed, and then crashed into the ground. There was no sound, no trace of any collision, and the wizard tower sank directly into the ground. At a depth of unknown meters underground, the figure of the man had now fully appeared. He was a chubby wizard in black clothes. At this time, he looked up, and the sweat on his forehead slid down. The wizard tower chased after him. He hesitated for a moment, then took out another scroll with a distressed look, and tore it open without thinking. Then, his figure disappeared again. The light of the yellow wizard tower came from a distance, and hit the position where he was just now, but it hit nothing. If he was hit, the fat black wizard would definitely die without a complete body. At this time, the fat black wizard had appeared in a small house more than 50 kilometers away. This is a temporary residence, with a positioning magic circle arranged inside. If it weren't for this magic circle, he would not have gone to the wasteland to find someone. Driving a wizard tower to hit someone, this is too terrible. This damn Dole, wait until everyone is together and besiege him together. But he thought that the wizard tower should have been newly built, and the power was not strong. Obviously, the elements accumulated were not strong, otherwise the speed should not be so slow. But at this time, the fat black wizard felt a little distressed. He spent 10 million gold coins to buy the teleportation scroll just now, and it was just the scroll. The cost of the positioning wizard formation was calculated separately. The more attacks missed, he felt a spatial force erupting underground, and then the spatial force moved to a place far away. He could sense that it was about 70 kilometers away. Although he could move to this distance, the other party had already discovered him. It was just a matter of thought to pass on the message. Killing him would only delay his time. Chapter 674. Originally, they only had enough money to build these wizard towers to level 5. Now he had forced them to be level 6, which had already delayed some time. Therefore, in the next few days, Dole had to complete the last 2 towers to level 5 as much as possible. At least level 6 was required to exert most of the power of the wizard formation of the Earth Fortress and cause damage to level 7. The time was too tight. After the wizard tower was successfully built, the elements that needed to be absorbed were also quite large. In order to hide, he tried to restrain himself a little in the past few days, but now it seemed unnecessary. Thinking of this, he activated the 6 wizard towers at the same time, and then divided them into 6 directions, landing outside the wizard formation, each occupying a position, and madly absorbing elements. The 6 level 6 wizard towers really emptied his entire fortune this time, including the harvest in the ruins, as well as all the wood and precious metals in the previous alien space. This time he really became a pauper, with only a few thousand gold coins left on him, and nothing else. Once he returned to the past, what Dual-Eye lacked in his heart was gold coins, but he also had more confidence. So far, he has 7 level 6 wizard towers, plus a level 7 wizard tower. Even with strong mental power, it is still difficult to control them. But after Morris and others move in, this matter will be much better. At least, he doesn't have to worry about it so much. After the 6 wizard towers flew out, they immediately triggered a tide of elemental wolves in a radius of dozens of kilometers. The sky was colorful, and the elements formed various light clouds and mists, frantically gathering towards the wizard towers. The rapid concentration of elements caused the elements within 100 kilometers to gather in a certain direction, which could easily cause powerful creatures to gather around. But at this time, Dole was no longer afraid. Dole himself and Ash himself took the wizard tower and rushed to the wilderness regardless of consumption. At the same time, there were countless intelligence agencies operating in the entire Northwest Province. Glory Wizard Alliance. After Dole left, Alan gently stood up from his seat and looked out the door. At the gate, 2 level 6 wizards, wearing gorgeous wizard robes and holding a long and gorgeous staff in their hands, appeared at the door. One was the vice president in charge of law enforcement, Akron, and the other vice president in charge of intelligence, Odoron. Both were level 6 peak wizards. After Augustus left, the 2 of them, one bright and one dark, assisted Alan and were very strong. Now the 3 of them stood together, almost representing the main combat power of the entire Northwest. Alan packed his clothes and equipment, looked at the 2 of them, and slowly said, "This is a small-scale battle. You already know the details. It's mainly about hiding, so I took the heaven and earth plate. If it's not necessary, we won't take action, just watch the fun. Dole has been preparing for so long, and there is a level 7 monster sitting in charge, so it's estimated that nothing will happen. Our mission is to help Dole clear obstacles as much as possible after the war. Odoron, who is in charge of intelligence, nodded solemnly at this time. The Nightmare Empire has been developing here for so many years without being discovered. This is my intelligence mistake. I am sure that I will be right this time. Akron also said, well, it's best if we don't have to do anything. It's a good opportunity to see what Killer Dole has prepared. He doesn't even need our help. I'm actually looking forward to it. He smiled slightly. Odoron didn't expect much, but nodded and said, as far as I know, he should have refined a large number of wizard towers. He himself has a level 7 wizard tower. Although Krista didn't move, she should have refined a few for Morris and the others. According to his speed, he should be able to refine 5 level 5 wizard towers in a month to form a wizard tower group, plus a Babel tower. If it's not a level 7 wizard tower, he should be able to deal with it. Yes, if his own strength is only level 5, and he can't exert the full power of the wizard tower, even 3 level 7 wizard towers can be ignored. Akron sighed. Alan nodded and said in a low voice, but we can't underestimate Dole. In terms of pure mental power, he is probably infinitely close to level 6. The meditation method he practices has a very huge mental power. After the three of them commented on Dole, they each used different methods to disappear on the spot. Without bringing a wizard tower, or even notifying anyone, the three of them went straight there. The Northwest region is very large, and fortunately, the Glory Empire is controlled by the Wizard Alliance, and the information is transmitted in place, so that such a large territory can be controlled. The three of them flew together, and soon arrived near the location that Dole revealed to them. At this time, they saw that Dole seemed to have fought several battles with the surrounding creatures. What shocked them even more was that there were 6 level 6 wizard towers directly standing on the surrounding high slopes, madly absorbing the surrounding elements. As soon as these 6 wizard towers appeared, even Alan felt a faint threat. But it was only a threat. After all, they were not level 7, and did not have the ability to evolve rules. However, with the addition of Babel Tower, it was not certain. He did not see Babel Tower. Did they come slowly? Or were they ambushed somewhere? Dole had indeed arrived at the camp, and was already preparing inside. Babel Tower was hidden in the void, investigating the surrounding situation at any time. Most of the manpower of that unknown organization was near Watsonburg. There were very few here in the northeast. They found their location and must have come from the northwest, along the edge of the Bayuan Mountains. Now they just had to wait for them. He thought carefully, and confirmed his current state. In fact, he was a little worried. His current state was very bad. The clone occupied most of his energy. The original body only had a quarter of his usual mental power. With Babel Tower, he might be able to fight 2 or 3 level SIXS, but it was useless against level 7s. Now he just hoped that they did not come to level 7s. Dory actually had a clear conscience. He was a level 5 wizard, and it was good enough for him to attract several level 6 wizards. This unknown force wanted to step on him, and the highest level should not exceed level 6. If they directly set level 7, they would probably be laughed at by the world. Moreover, level 7 cannot be used easily. If it is used, it will definitely be detected by the devices distributed in various places by the Glory Wizard Alliance. At that time, it will directly collide with the Glory Wizard Alliance. Facing the behemoth, this unknown force will not be able to bear it. It is estimated that there are not many forces in the entire East Ring continent who dare to go to war with the Glory Wizard Alliance of the Glory Empire. At this time, the two of them spread the Sky Frost Bug and the mysterious Corpse Bug and waited quietly. Soon, Ash opened his eyes, looked at Dole, and said, I found something unusual. Dorlai also opened his eyes at this time and said, I also found that they are very fast and are approaching. Ash said with some concern, the other party should be 2 level 6 death mages. It is not easy for us to deal with them. Dorlai smiled, it is because the other party is of the nature of death that we can't let them get too close. If the magic circle of the camp is broken, it will be troublesome. Let's play with them first. If it doesn't work, we can use the power of the Wizard Tower. Chapter 675. A day has passed, and the Wind Tower and Thunder Tower are now half completed. As long as they persist for another 2 days, they can reach level 5, and initially condense into a group of Wizard Towers. Therefore, the next 2 days are the key. Thinking of this, Dole started the Wizard Tower, took a step, and appeared above the vast wilderness. As soon as the wizard tower came out, it emitted a strong light, shining in all directions. At the same time, a strange wave spread from the wizard tower, strongly interfering with all the magic elements around it, with a very large range. The wave was transmitted in the form of ripples, and soon covered a radius of more than 50 kilometers. More than 1,000 meters above a hillside in the distance, two figures were affected by the ripples, and walked out of the void. They were restrained and did not reveal any breath at all. At this time, they looked in the direction of the wave, full of doubts. Who is affecting the world? But when they saw each other, they were shocked and turned their heads to look at each other. The Tower of Babel. Found it. The two men's eyes lit up, and then they each took out a bag from their waists, and threw it casually. The bag was opened, and a lot of silver light flew out from it. These silver lights fell on the ground, and turned into silver corpses one by one. 6th level wizards, 6th level silver corpses, and the number of silver corpses controlled by each person was not less than 3. At the same time, in addition to the silver corpses, there were also various copper corpses, and iron corpses falling from the sky and hitting the ground. Undead wizards have always won by numbers. After the two men released their fighting power, one of them said, "You contact Mizukic, I go over and test it first." Another person said, "Okay, Babel Tower is a level 7 wizard tower. Although he is only level 5, he should not be underestimated. You go and fight him first. I will come after I contact someone." The mercenary group confirmed the suspected location of Dole, and the Mizukic specifically discovered it. In this kind of battle, he should be called over. 3 level 6 wizards against a level 5 wizard are already overestimating his combat power. These damn high-level pharmacists are too rich. I don't know what ability this Babel Tower has, so I have to be careful. From the situation of interfering with their invisibility, it seems to be related to space, and I don't know how much content there is in this regard. In the camp, a golden corpse slowly climbed up from the ground, without any dust on his body. After he climbed out, he looked to the northwest, and then his figure flashed, leaving the camp at a very fast speed and disappeared in the wilderness. At the same time, the huge energy fluctuations and the large-scale fluctuations of the wizard tower attracted the attention of all higher creatures within a radius of hundreds of kilometers. Especially the several monsters in the Albise Mountains. They noticed this place almost as soon as the Tower of Babel released its power. The giant ape, giant wolf, and lion king cast their eyes on the wasteland. The radiation range of the 7th level energy exceeded more than 100 kilometers, but the distance here was more than 200 kilometers. They only paid attention to 1 or 2, and did not come directly. The troublemakers in the wasteland were basically human beings, and they did not want to get involved because the power fluctuations were a bit violent. At this time, in the mountains, Baal also raised his head and looked at the wasteland with a fierce look. Dole's opponents are here, the undead wizards, a bunch of useless things that can be poisoned if eaten. Baal knew that Dole was in danger, but he was not afraid. With the golden corpse, he could not fail to defeat it. Now he would see if he could find an opportunity to swallow the giant lion and the giant wolf. As for the giant ape, these guys were too smart. It was estimated that if he wanted to make a move, he would just run away. In the past few days, the giant wolf has been provoking him, so he could use it. Standing on the top of the mountain, Baal looked at another mountain peak dozens of kilometers away and shouted across the air. "Hee hee, little wolf, tens of thousands of years ago, we were also a family. Otherwise, we two brothers should get close. Now it seems that there is a play outside. Why don't we go and see it together?" Baal said in a very mean tone. The giant wolf is not very intelligent, but it is huge and powerful. It has comprehended the rules related to sharpness and speed. It is extremely fast. Hearing this, he was slightly moved. However, he was more cautious about Baal. This damn creature that does not belong to this world ate the Archaeopteryx as soon as it came. It was terrible. He was not very intelligent, but that did not prevent him from understanding the provocation and teasing in Baal's words. "Hellhound, don't pay attention to me. Besides, you and I are not of the same race. You are a dog and I am a wolf." The Hellhound snorted coldly. Dogs and wolves are creatures of the same race that have developed in different directions. Dogs are more intelligent and know how to adapt, while wolves are stubborn and only know how to kill. They have no ability to adapt. Flexibility has its advantages, that is, knowing how to advance and retreat, and to give in, but wolves don't know how to do that, so canines are easily domesticated as pets. The wolf clan feels that dogs have lost their face, and have always looked down on dogs. Baal was angry. He was not domesticated, he and Dole were partners, but this was intolerable. What do you mean? Ball bared his teeth, and an unforeseen ferocity began to rise in his body. There was no excuse to kill these level 7s, and now the excuse has come. The giant wolf snorted coldly, and his tone softened a little. He had seen the fighting power of the hellhound, which was very scary. It's just the literal meaning. At this time, a cold snort came from a distance. The giant wolf means that wolves travel thousands of miles to eat meat, and dogs travel thousands of miles to eat shit, right? Haha. The one mocking the giant ape was standing up at this time, and the deep voice resounded through half of the mountain range. Ball was really angry this time. He didn't look at the giant ape, but at the giant wolf, and roared, "You are looking for death." As he said that, the power of hell on his body suddenly erupted, forming a layer of invisible flames that covered his body. At the same time, his whole body expanded to a state of 17 or 18 meters. He opened his mouth, and his fangs, which were a full meter long, stretched out. He looked at the giant wolf with a fierce look. The giant wolf didn't expect the giant ape to say such a thing at this time, and was also a little confused. Didn't this guy need to form an alliance with him? Why did he add fuel to the fire here? Wasn't he forcing himself to risk his life? At this time, Ball's figure was slightly crouched, and his fierce appearance and movements scared the giant wolf. He thought to himself, "Are you serious?" At this moment, Ball's figure suddenly jumped into the air, and he rushed directly to the giant wolf with the momentum formed by the power of hell. When the giant wolf saw this, the power in his body also erupted at the same time, and the green power emerged on his body, affecting himself and the surroundings. His figure shook and disappeared on the spot. Boom. As soon as he left, Bale's figure arrived where he was. Like a meteorite hitting the earth, the place where the mountain was located exploded, and was instantly submerged by the power of hell. A wolf and a dog, intentionally or unintentionally, they started fighting directly. Chapter 676. Ball missed his first pounce and crashed into the mountain, with rocks flying and the ground collapsing. He turned around in the flying rocks, roared, and suddenly flew out, heading for the sky. In his perception, the giant wolf was in the sky, hiding somewhere. In the sky, the giant wolf slowly emerged from its hiding place, and then quietly escaped. He was no match for Ball, so he could only keep moving. Ball chased back and forth in the sky with great momentum, as if chasing the air, but he just couldn't catch up with the giant wolf. The two monsters comprehended completely different rules, and their speeds were not at the same level, but they had completely suppressed the giant wolf in terms of momentum. The sky had become Ball's world, but it was useless if they couldn't hit anyone. The giant ape and the giant lion were standing on the top of their own mountain, looking at the battle above their heads. The giant lion's eyes were full of wisdom. He looked at the sky and constantly analyzed the opponent's combat power. The giant ape was a little confused at this time. He just said a casual human word. How could this wolf and dog fight? Wolves travel thousands of miles to eat meat. Dogs travel thousands of miles to eat shit. This sentence is right. Dogs do like to eat the feces of other creatures. This is common sense. Although the giant ape is smarter, it doesn't understand Ball's mind. At this time, Ball was already angry, and the power of hell turned into a dog-like state hundreds of meters high, running wild in the sky. He seemed to be attacking casually in the air, but he was carefully observing the rules of this giant wolf with ancient blood. At this time, the giant wolf was getting more and more frightened, because every time Ball attacked, he could get closer to him. If this continued, he might really be caught. With the strength of Ball to kill Archaeopteryx, he would most likely be killed by the opponent in a head-on confrontation. Why did this damn giant ape say that? Didn't he know that it was the reverse scale of the canine? The giant wolf turned into wind and walked in the air. Ordinary people couldn't even see any traces, but Ball could clearly see all the positions of the giant wolf. In the world of the Eye of Hell, the figure of the giant wolf was completely visible, but his speed was too fast, so it was useless to see it but not catch it. The power of hell is a very good force for attacking. It has great strength and explosive power, but it is not good at speed. The speed of the hellhound is largely due to the talent of the canine itself, which cannot be compared with the giant wolf. This is completely a racial advantage. While adapting to the opponent's speed, Ball considered his own advantages and disadvantages, and summarized the development direction of his own bloodline power. He did not fly around aimlessly. After spending a long time with Dole and Ash, he also learned to think about problems with his head instead of using brute force. The human race has many advantages that are worth learning, especially from Dole. He can learn more. This child is really excellent. At this moment, his eyes flashed, his huge body suddenly shrank, and his eyes became sharper than ever before. I caught you. He stepped into the air with a fierce foot, his figure flew out, and his claws hit a certain place in the void at a very fast speed. The air there made a loud noise, and a green shadow suddenly appeared from the air, showing a surprised expression, and then was suddenly hit. It was like Mars hitting the Earth. The huge force hit somewhere in the air. A huge monster was blasted out and flew away suddenly. The giant wolf was hit, but it was not as light as imagined. Instead, it let out an extreme scream. The green power on its body was directly beaten away, revealing its true body. A strong power of hell spread to it from the collision point. The giant wolf was terrified in an instant. This guy was definitely a level 7 high-level existence. This power was too strong. After being beaten away, he immediately used all his strength to suppress the opponent's power of hell, and then quickly adjusted his body and rushed directly to the north. Like Archaeopteryx, he was going to run away directly. Ball hit him once, and one claw extinguished the power of rules on his body. The corner of his mouth left, and his expression was sinister. I couldn't find a chance in the first place. Now I find it. Can I let you run away? So he jumped up, and the power of hell burned rapidly, chasing the opponent at a very fast speed. Just now, he couldn't hit the opponent because of his speed. Now, with the guidance of the power of hell, he can chase him directly in the direction of the power. On the other two peaks of the Albise Mountains, the giant ape and the giant lion looked at each other with worry in their eyes. The giant lion looked at the giant ape dozens of kilometers away, and suddenly spoke slowly. This hellhound must have the top power of level 7. If the wolf dies, it will be our turn next. The giant ape's eyes passed through the void and said in a muffled voice, yes, his strength is much stronger than each of us. If we want to fight him, at least the 3 of us should work together. The giant lion suddenly crouched down, and the power surged out of its body, covering the surrounding world. What are you waiting for? Let's go! Don't let Tianlang die so soon. If he dies, the 2 of us will not be far away. After saying that, it exerted force on its feet, and the entire mountaintop trembled. With a sound of so, it flew to the north. In the distance, the giant ape sighed lightly, and also shook its body and flew to the north. Albise Mountain soon entered a quiet stage. The degree of awakening wisdom of Warcraft varies. Some races can awaken wisdom at level 3 or 4, and some races can awaken wisdom at level 5 or 6. Before awakening wisdom, they all act on instinct. After awakening wisdom, they can stimulate the ancient blood hidden in their bodies, awaken blood memory, and formally embark on the path of cultivation. The giant wolf awakened the blood of the ancient wolf, which is good at speed. The giant lion awakened the blood of the mad lion, which has the talent of frenzy. The giant ape has the blood of the titan and comprehends the power. The combination of the 3 may be able to fight Baal. The 4 beasts flew to the north together with great momentum. As they passed by, all the monsters in the mountains trembled. At this time, the wolf in front also found the giant lion and the giant ape behind. While he was relieved, his face was fierce. This damn hellhound. He still felt a dull pain in his body. That was the power of hell. Until now, he has not been expelled. Now he understands that the opponent's strength is indeed above his own. The previous provocation was indeed a bit reckless. Damn it. However, with the assistance of the giant lion and the giant ape, even if it is defeated, it can at least save its life and does not have to run into the Baiyuan Mountains. Thinking of this, relying on the advantage of speed, he drew an arc in the sky and flew northeast. He wanted to make a big circle and join the 2 lion-ape enemies to fight against this alien creature together. In the wilderness, a transparent figure walked out of the small town, followed the main road, and quickly walked into the wilderness next to it. His figure gradually became transparent and finally disappeared. After becoming invisible, he increased his speed and moved in the designated direction. Not long after, he came to a barren slope in the wilderness. At this time, a small magic circle was erected on the barren slope. After sensing the magic circle, he quietly walked over and then showed up. Chapter 677. The magic circle opened at this time, revealing the tent inside. 2 wizards were sitting inside, and when they saw him coming, they immediately stood up. Mizukic, you are here. One of them said politely. Mizukic glanced at the 2 people, and his heart trembled slightly, and nodded. Meet the 2 adults, Corp 64 and Corp 65. Mizukic is from the intelligence department, not the combat department, so his ability is mostly based on lurking reconnaissance, while these 2 are from the combat department, and they are 6th level wizards of the undead lineage, ranked 4th and 5th in combat power, and are much more powerful than him. Most of the people in the Nightmare Empire have no names, only code names, such as the ranking is the low level, and the middle is the level. The top two of the 6th level came here, and Mizukic was naturally very shocked. If it weren't for the 7th level wizard tower in Adola, there would be no need to send these 6th level wizards, and the opponent also had a 7th level golden corpse. Sending these two here, one is used to contain the 7th level golden corpse, and the other is to attack head-on. The undead lineage understands the undead lineage best. Na Dole is not an orthodox undead warrior. What can a golden corpse do? They have many ways to counter it. It is a waste to control a golden corpse with the black corpse worm. Mizukic thought so in his heart, and then looked at the two people. He didn't know who the golden corpse would be assigned to in the end. But no matter who gets the golden corpse, I am afraid that their combat effectiveness will increase immediately, and their status in the Empire will rise rapidly. I am really envious. Corpse 64 and Corpse 65 were both silent at this time. After a second or two of awkwardness, Corpse 64 spoke first. We know the location now, but the other party released 6 wizard towers at once. What's going on? Shi Liu was also wondering at this time. 6 wizard towers were released at once. Even if it was a normal person, they would be afraid. Although they, the undead, were not afraid of wizard towers of this level, they were relatively afraid. The Water Shadow said humbly at this time, "My lords, I can't do anything. It was too late when I found out. He is probably here to build wizard towers. Now I don't know what's going on in the wizard formation. But from the current situation, the other party should have a few unfinished. He may want to form a wizard tower group. According to what I have seen so far, the 6 wizard towers are actually just empty shells, and only a part of the energy inside is gathered." Hearing this, Shi Liu and Shi Liu immediately couldn't sit still. Forming a wizard tower group? How is this possible? Isn't this guy a pharmacist? When did he become a great alchemist? In almost a month, he refined so many wizard towers. This is simply a myth. There are 6 level 6 wizard towers now. If 2 wizard towers are built in Dole to form a wizard tower array, even they will have a hard time breaking through. The 6th, 4th, and 6th, 5th corpses looked at each other, stood up immediately, and said with a frown, "There is no time to lose. Let's attack immediately." The two looked at each other, and their eyes were full of fire. Although they are colleagues, no one wants to give up the golden corpse that may be level 7. It is level 7. Now that the wizard tower has just been built and has no power, they should attack quickly. The two are in a cooperative relationship, but now they are also in a competitive relationship. In order to come out to deal with Dole this time, they boasted to their teacher. If they fail, when the brothers come, I am afraid that the ownership of the golden corpse will not be so easy. The 3 of them did not even dismantle the tent and magic circle, and flew out directly, heading towards the 6 towers. The 3 of them appeared together, followed by a group of silver corpses. Each of these silver corpses was gloomy, silver and swaying, with a strong corpse aura. The most important thing is that each of them is level 6, and there are as many as 11 of them. Corpse 64 has 6 silver corpses, and Corpse 65 has 5 silver corpses. At this time, as they came out, they released all the other undead. Soon, they were followed by a dense group. At a glance, the whole land was full of various undead. In addition to zombies, there are skeletons, skeleton cavalry, archers, and other types of soldiers. In the wilderness of the earth, they quickly formed a mighty army and headed towards the wizard tower. 2 undead warriors walked through the wilderness, like a huge army, and the breath of death they exuded filled the entire land within a few minutes, and the surroundings seemed to have become a world of death. Wherever the undead army passed, the earth began to wither, and all creatures began to die slowly. The corpses of various creatures fell down, and soon turned into undead and stood up, and their bodies stiffly joined the army of the undead. The breath of death spread, and soon diffused throughout the sky. The world in front of them was soon replaced by endless death. Shuaying stood behind the 2 people, looking a little frightened. The power of the undead wizards was indeed too terrible. Just 2 people were like an army. The thousands of undead on the ground were frightening. The undead wizards were also supervillains among the black wizards. The fact that they could use corpses made most creatures disgusted or even hostile. The Nightmare Empire wanted to restore its country, and it could use the undead wizards, but it was just for use. If it wanted to rely on them to establish a country, it would probably cause hostility from the entire East Ring continent. The entire system of the undead wizard is the enemy of all life in the world. Shuaying saw all this very clearly. Ash sat on the ground, with a halo of light flowing on her pupils. Those were traces of magic patterns and formations. Dole was still refining the wizard tower, and had no energy to take care of things outside. The control of the wizard tower was handed over to Ash. Ash's magic pattern ability was very poor, but she had no problem understanding basic control. She gritted her teeth and looked determined. Through this incident, Ash made up her mind to learn the way of magic patterns from Dole. If she couldn't learn magic patterns, she couldn't assist Dole well. If he was not around in the future, she couldn't do it with her current ability. At this time, when she reached level 5, her mental power was very strong, and she learned things very quickly. In just half a month, she had a general understanding of the basic situation, but after all, it was a new subject and the learning speed was very slow. Her talent is not here, but in meditation. Now, relying on the effects of the Heart of Mysterious Frost and the effects of the Sky Frost Worm, her cultivation speed is even a little faster than that of Dole. However, Dole's cultivation speed has been greatly reduced because he has practiced 2 kinds of meditation, which allowed her to catch up. In terms of the total amount and quality of mental power, Dole can almost match 5 of hers. Sometimes Ash is very jealous. In terms of the total amount of mental power, Dole's meditation method is indeed unmatched. She even wants to change her meditation method, but the essence of her physical constitution is here, and practicing Dole's meditation method may not solve the current problem. So, after thinking about it, take it slowly. At this time, the light in Ash's eyes dissipated, and she slowly stood up. Her eyes penetrated the magic circle, and looked at the wasteland in the distance. At this time, above the vast and endless wasteland, a large area of death breath was overwhelming, covering the entire sky. Within the field of vision, various levels of undead armies stepped through the jungle, swamp, and woods and came here. Skeletons, zombies, undead knights, dead witches. Along the way, the earth is gray, life is withering, there is a shocking will of death covering the earth, as if the end of the world has come. Chapter 678. This is just the ground troops, there are also air teams. In the distance, 3 level 6 wizards slowly followed the undead army, not in a hurry, as if they were sure that there was no backup here in Dole. Ash stood on the wizard tower, and the transparent wizard tower array looked outside, and her heart trembled a little, but when she thought that she was now controlling 6 level 6 wizard towers, she slowly calmed down. A complete, energetic wizard tower is even more powerful than 2 or 3 wizards of the same level, not to mention that she now has 6. Although these wizard towers have only absorbed energy for a few days, they are essentially much stronger than ordinary wizards. However, the opponent is a necromancer, and Ash is also afraid of the opponent's endless army. After all, these wizard towers are not complete yet, and the energy consumption is limited. The army came slowly, like a mountain pressing down on the top, giving Ash enough pressure. The 2 real bodies have not arrived yet. It will take at least 10 minutes to get here. If the real bodies have not arrived, it means that the Tower of Babel has not arrived, which means that a great force has been lost. Ash's clone frowned. In the magic circle, on the ground, materials rose one after another. Dual-Eye controlled the magic power to refine and fuse the materials, making them into finished products, and then slowly fell on the newly built wizard tower. Dual-Eye also felt the huge breath of death outside at this time, but he had no time to take care of it at this time. He had to get the last 2 towers of wind and thunder out as soon as possible. Why put the most familiar at the end? It is because of familiarity. Familiarity with magic patterns. Familiarity with magic circles. No matter in which world, magic patterns, as the underlying rules of the world, are basically universal. Staying at the end, what if I can surprise others? Through the refining of these 8 wizard towers, Dole felt that his strength had improved again, learning knowledge in other directions and dialectically understanding his own abilities. That's what wizards should do: learn more, learn by analogy, and improve themselves. Wizards comprehend the world, not just a certain element or a certain aspect. Really advanced wizards understand all-round development, improve self-cultivation, make up for shortcomings, and constantly surpass the limits of their own abilities. He glanced outside, and the undead army was less than 20 kilometers away, and the number seemed to be increasing along the way. There were too many beasts that died along the way, but it didn't matter. The low-level undead were just extra, and the big ones were still the few level 5 and level 6 undead. He glanced at Ash next to him and said, "They don't know our exact location yet. With the magic array covering them, they will probably use low-level undead to test us first. I will summon those wizard towers back now, and assemble a simple wizard tower group array. You deal with it first. The main body will be back in 15 minutes at most. The golden corpse cannot attack now. The opponent is an undead wizard. I guess he is waiting for the golden corpse in some way. I have to give them a surprise." Ash nodded, his eyes firm. "I know, I will try my best." In just 6 words, Ash said it decisively. Dole laughed and said, "It's okay. It's too unreasonable that our 6 wizard towers can't beat 3 level 6 wizards. Ash saw Delay laughing, and he felt a little relieved for some reason. Indeed, there was no reason for 6 level 6 wizard towers to be afraid of 3 wizards, even though the opponent was an undead wizard. Above the wasteland, wherever the army of death passed, the surrounding creatures, after being confused for 10 minutes, began to run in all directions on a large scale, trying to stay away from here. The monsters fled, and even formed a small beast tide, rushing in all directions, which looked quite spectacular. Those who could not escape were eroded by the breath of death, and soon became part of the undead, while those who escaped ran faster. In the face of life and death, the actions of all creatures were the same. All of them were running for their lives. Wherever the army of undead passed, the earth turned gray and white, without a third color. The army quickly drove to the front of the magic circle. In the sky, 2 undead wizards looked ahead. It seemed that there was nothing here, just a gentle hillside, but in fact there was a huge ravine inside, and Nidora should be inside. On the hillside, there were green trees, and full of vitality, and various creatures lived. But at this time, the small animals and monsters in the forest fled madly in all directions. At this time, the 2 looked at each other, their eyes full of a kind of emotion called desire. Not only is there an opponent inside, but there is also a golden corpse that is enough to seduce a level 7 master. How can this not make people excited? At this time, the 2 are both teammates and opponents. At this time, they saw that the 6 wizard towers around the plain hillside were thrown towards the middle wizard formation at a very fast speed. Seeing this, they released a strong light in their eyes, and then waved their hands forward. On the ground, the undead army had stopped at this time, obeying orders and marching in unison. At this time, there was still a distance of 2 kilometers from the bottom of the hillside. As the 2 waved their hands, the undead formed by ordinary creatures that had just been deprived of vitality in the undead army took the lead and rushed to the hillside. Ordinary creatures such as wolves, insects, tigers, leopards, and foxes separated from the undead army and rushed forward with all their might. The army rushed out and soon came to the bottom of the hillside. The large army in front quickly rushed in front of the magic circle. At this moment, the place that seemed to be a hillside suddenly shook, and the hillside gradually disappeared, revealing the real gully inside. On the hillsides on both sides, the energy of the earth veins quickly moved to the middle distance. The magic circle just shook lightly, and a strong energy wave was generated out of thin air, sweeping towards the vanguard of the undead army. These were just things formed by ordinary animals. The energy wave just swept lightly, and the undead fell down in groups, turning into corpses and bone foam. The continuity of the energy ripples was very strong, and it kept pushing out from the gully and rushing forward along the opposite side. Hula la! Low-level undead fell in groups. In the sky, the 2 undead wizards didn't care about these. They were pure cannon fodder, or maybe not even cannon fodder, but spoils of war that came with them. Using these spoils of war to test the opponent's magic circle is worth it. The energy fluctuations dissipated with a bang 500 meters in front of the undead army behind them, and disappeared completely. However, the opponent's magic circle attainments are really enviable. An ordinary energy wave actually advanced from the ground for a full kilometer and a half. This range is simply amazing. I just don't know how many times it can be released. Let the first and second level undead try it again. The 2 of them just discussed it briefly, and then sent out the second wave to continue the test. Ordinary zombies, ordinary skeletons, and other ordinary undead walked out of the army, and continued to rush towards the hillside. They stepped on the corpses of their own kind, and in their empty eyes, there was only the will of the undead warriors, rushing forward. 1.5 kilometers, 1 kilometer, 500 meters, and soon, the second echelon arrived in front of the magic circle again. At this time, in the magic circle, the energy in the surrounding ground veins fluctuated again, and a super strong energy wave was generated again, advancing forward along the ground. Chapter 679. The impact energy was very strong. Wherever it passed, the undead fell in groups, like dominoes, crushing everything in their path. However, the 2 people in the sky laughed at this time. They clearly saw that the energy level of the magic circle was a little lower than before, and the speed of energy generation was a little slower than before. After all, the energy of the surrounding earth could not supply the consumption of the magic circle. From the range of the 2 extractions and the magic level, they could preliminarily judge the approximate effect and range of the magic circle. The 2 smiled at the same time, and then waved their hands. The power of death was generated from their bodies, and covered the front of the battlefield through all the undead. The dead bodies that had not been completely broken yet emitted a white and miserable light again. The scattered bones around reorganized and stood up again, standing on the ground again. Hula la, almost half of the dead souls who had just died stood up. Weird and powerful, this is the undead wizard. In the valley, Ash saw this and his face turned slightly pale. These undead are all low-level undead. It is a waste of resources to use the energy of the magic circle to destroy them. However, if they are not destroyed, they will all rush in, which directly puts people in a dilemma. These undead can be resurrected again after death, which is too terrible. Can they only completely destroy their bodies? She knows her shortcomings, and what she needs to do. Now she just needs to delay time. After 2 waves of attacks just now, he has successfully delayed for 8 minutes. Seeing those undead stand up, she thought about it, and controlled the magic circle again to generate energy. Since you want to send cannon fodder to attack, then fight. No matter how many you come, I don't have much. Anyway, it's just to delay time. The 3rd time, the 4th time. The reaction of the magic circle was slower and slower, and the number of undead below was also decreasing again and again, but the ones that could be reduced were low-level undead, and the high-level undead stood in the distance motionless. Time passed slowly. The 2 families had their own plans. One wanted to consume the power of the magic circle, and the other wanted to delay time. No one knew what the other was thinking. Soon it was the 5th wave of attack. At this time, there were not many low-level undead left, and the ground was full of broken corpses. The frequency of the magic circle's attack decreased again, and the surrounding energy surged, and it had reached the point of delaying. Seeing this, the 2 undead in the sky looked at each other, their eyes full of raging war. The energy supply of the big array was insufficient, and they could attack. There were 6 wizard towers inside, and there was still a tough battle. They looked at each other, and then waved at the same time. All the undead armies pressed forward at the same time. The level 6 zombies, skeleton generals, and undead knights hidden in the undead group all lurked quietly at this time, hiding among the many undead. The undead army slowly advanced, the earth was bleak, the vegetation withered, and the target was directly pointing to the valley. Tens of kilometers away, Alan, Akron and Odoron looked at each other and became a little confused. They saw the whole process. 3 level 6, this lineup is indeed very powerful, but it is a bit exaggerated to dispatch 3 level 6 wizards to deal with a level 5 wizard. The undead army began to appear. After it was fully formed, they found that the legend of the necromancer attacking the city was not false. The combat power derived from just 2 level 6 wizards was even better than that of more than a dozen wizards of the same level working together. This fighting power is even more exaggerated. The Nightmare Empire seems to have made sufficient plans for this appearance, and is determined to appear in front of everyone. There are undead wizards of this level, but no one knows how many there are. What we see now is only part of the undead wizards controlling the undead. How strong their witchcraft ability is still unknown. In the wasteland, the dense undead are so dense that people's scalps are numb. The dead are not scary, but the dead are scary when they stand up. The 3 looked at each other, and their hearts were slightly gloomy. To deal with a level 5 wizard, although the opponent has a golden corpse and a level 7 wizard tower, this lineup is also exaggerated enough. This is completely a lineup for attacking a region. This can only show that the fighting power of both sides is a bit too exaggerated. Odoron suddenly spoke up at this time. Dole's original body hasn't come yet, right? There are only his clone and Ash's clone here? Alan looked solemnly and nodded. They should be here soon. Ash deliberately acted for the other party to see, probably to delay time. Now the play is almost over, the other party is going to attack, and they are probably coming soon. While talking, Alan suddenly stretched out his hand to pull the 2 people, lowered his head, and shrank into the ground. In the sky, a very weak energy fluctuation came from a distance at a very fast speed, and went towards the canyon. Dole and Ash's original body arrived with the Tower of Babel. At this time, the clone, the original body, the golden corpse, and the wizard tower all came to this area. Now it can be considered that the war has just begun. In the Tower of Babel, Dole rushed over anxiously. When passing through an area, he suddenly became confused. He sensed a weak energy fluctuation hidden underground. But when he really noticed it, the fluctuation disappeared again. He was worried again. Could there be someone ambushing around? However, at this time, the undead army had already started to attack. After the low-level undead in the front died, the 3rd and 4th level undead behind had already started to attack the magic circle head-on. They came to the front of the magic circle, were blocked by the barrier generated by the magic circle, and began to attack formally. The zombies were extremely powerful, and their flesh palms and legs kicked hard at the light of the magic circle, shaking the light curtain. The skeletons were also using their bodies, bone swords, bone guns, etc. to poke the barrier hard, and the spirit witches released various undead magics, which fell hard on the sky above the magic circle. Boom boom boom. The magic circle itself was very simple, but Dual Eye hit it casually, and the number of these undead below was almost nearly 10,000. The magic barrier did not even last for 3 seconds and was shattered. The undead rushed in and rushed into the valley. The valley was not big, and it was not more than 10 kilometers long from inside to outside. At this distance, facing the undead above level 3 was not a problem at all. The undead quickly rushed into the mountain and rushed to the wizard tower. At the entrance of the valley, with the entry of many undead, Ash also became nervous. At this time, Dual Eye had just entered the valley. At this time, the wind and thunder towers each had the last layer not completed. Dual Eye just took a look and continued to refine. The original body drove the Babel Tower, and slowly appeared in the valley. In the sky, the 2 undead wizards really saw the scene in the valley at this time. There were 8 wizard towers, 6 of which had been completed, and the remaining 2 were under construction. When the Babel Tower in the sky landed, the 2 people were shocked. It felt that the original body of that guy just now was not there at all. The 2 of them suddenly felt a little regretful. If they had known that he was not there, they would have attacked directly. Mizukic stood behind the 2 of them, watching the slowly descending Tower of Babel. His eyes widened. Why did he come back just now? What about just now? Chapter 680. Shirliosi and Shirliowu looked grim at this moment. If they had known that this guy had not returned, they would have launched a full-scale attack directly, and perhaps they could have gained a few wizard towers. Now they have returned with Babel Tower, a level 7 wizard tower, which is really sad. However, Shirliosi snorted coldly at this moment, saying, "It is meaningless to be sad at this moment. Babel Tower is back, so let's send out all level 6 ones. All those below level 5 are cannon fodder." Shirliowu's expression also became serious, saying, "Well, Babel Tower is a level 7 wizard tower, and I don't know how powerful it is. If the level 6 zombies can resist it, maybe we still have a chance of winning." The Mizukic shook his head. "I don't know. Since the construction of this Babel Tower in Dole, it has never fought with anyone. This is an octagonal wizard tower, and its power is estimated to be not low. If his core is about power, I am afraid it will be difficult to deal with. He is in charge of intelligence, but there is really no intelligence about Babel Tower." Babel Tower did not take action, and even saw it for the first time. The intelligence of his colleagues only had 4 words. Unfathomable. Then let's attack in full force. There is no skill. Shirliosi thought for a while, and looked at the wizard tower that had fallen in front of him with a heavy brow, full of ruthlessness. If they could get rid of Dole, these wizard towers, these things would all be theirs, and each wizard tower was priceless. At this time, he was excited in his heart. 6 level 6 wizard towers. This is simply a windfall. How powerful can a newly built wizard tower be? The undead cheered and marched towards the valley. In just half a minute, under their full urging, the undead army almost raided 5 or 6 kilometers, and was about to reach the wizard tower. The Tower of Babel was lowered, and Dole looked at the progress of the construction. It would take about half an hour to complete the construction of the last 2 towers. He took a deep breath and said to Ash beside him, "You control the 6 wizard towers, guard against the wizard behind, and try to eliminate ordinary undead as much as possible. I will go to fight the 2 level 6 undead warriors head-on." Ash was a little nervous, and just nodded heavily at this time. Dole looked at the situation around him, and after making sure there was no problem, he waved his hand, and a white light surrounded Ash's figure. He sent Ash away. On the Tower of Babel, he was the only one at this time. Dole took a deep breath, then drove the Tower of Babel, and slowly rose again, coming towards the 2 undead wizards. In the valley, the Tower of Babel just flashed, and then shot towards the undead wizards like a meteor. In the sky, the 2 people looked at each other, and looked at the water shadow at the same time. The water shadow understood, and disappeared behind them. He went in stealthily, and headed for the wizard towers. The valley entrance was left to these 2, and he had to deal with Dole's wizard towers, and assassinate the controller hidden in the wizard towers. The Babel Tower slowly stopped less than a kilometer in front of the 2, and Dole's figure appeared on the top of the wizard tower. The 3 looked at each other, and their eyes burst into light. At this time, a strong storm began to slowly appear behind Dole, and behind the 2 undead wizards, a dark phantom of the god of death appeared. The god of death in this world is a person wearing a black cloak and a skull mask like a scarecrow. His face is not clear. He holds the same sickle as the skeleton demon, but the handle of the sickle in the hand of the god of death is longer, which looks more domineering, while the sickle of the skeleton demon has a longer blade and more murderous intent. At this time, Corpse 64 and Corpse 65 slowly distance themselves from each other and release the meditation method. The biggest feature of the necromancer is that when controlling the undead, their own strength does not decrease much. Dole took the initiative to confront them. Although they were a little afraid of the power of Babel Tower, they were not afraid of the other party. How much power can a level 5 wizard exert when controlling a level 7 wizard tower? The three of them confronted each other. Dole actually couldn't use much power. Most of his power was in his clone. He worked overtime to build the wizard tower. All he could do was use the power of Babel Tower, and he couldn't use it completely. He still needed to delay time. Babel Tower was very powerful, but with his current control, he might not be able to kill these two people at once. He calmed down, and his voice expanded to the whole world. Everyone wants to kill the necromancers. I thought the tradition was about to be extinct. I didn't expect that there are still two powerful level 6 necromancers. They are really amazing. I wonder if you have the confidence to survive the level 7 Thunder Tribulation. As far as I know, the survival rate of the meditation method of the necromancers will not be higher than 1%. Hearing this, the two necromancers looked extremely gloomy. They never thought about surviving the tribulation. They just wanted to hang around at level 6 for their whole lives. For necromancers, surviving the tribulation is no less than seeking death. Dole is rubbing salt into their wounds. Moreover, the other party did not ask them which forces they belonged to. Obviously, they knew it. Corpse 64 snorted coldly at this time. His heart was full of haze, and he said in a cold tone, "The other party is stalling for time. Don't worry about it. Just fight." Corpse 65 nodded in the distance. Dole's words increased his determination to kill 1,000 times, which was like rubbing salt into the wound. The two men almost acted together, raising their hands at the same time, and the substantial virtual images formed by the magic behind them raised their hands together, pointing in the direction of Dole. A dark black light shot towards Dole, and the death power contained in it was of a very high nature. Just by looking at it, he felt his soul fall into darkness and his soul was dead. This was a standard 6th level witchcraft, a death blow, and it was very powerful. As soon as he spoke, the opponent launched an attack, and Dole knew that his plan to delay time had failed. The speed of the death light was very fast and very sharp. Dole did not dare to take it head-on and disappeared, so he hid directly in the wizard tower to control the wizard tower. At this time, an orange-red light was emitted from the wizard tower at the right time, and the breath of Lihua enveloped the wizard tower, bringing a sense of light and burning breath, expelling darkness, expelling death, and expelling everything. Boom, the flames exploded, burning fiercely, covering the entire wizard tower. The death ray just shot into the flame, making a sizzling sound, and the power exploded, impacted, and shot. The flame dropped sharply, and the death energy was constantly consumed. The power of death was obviously no match for the fire, and it could not penetrate at all. A second later, the death ray disappeared, and at the same time, the height of the flame was reduced by half. The two necromancers were shocked at the same time. Suzaku fire, damn it. However, they also saw that the number of fire was not large, even a little small, and the death blow issued by the two basically destroyed half of the opponent. Where did he get the fire from? This was just a tentative attack. After seeing the result, the two of them, one on the left and one on the right, immediately launched other attacks. The meditation method of Shirliosi glared, and the mental power slowly unfolded, covering the world, and a stream of mysterious energy was released to the surroundings, trying to penetrate into the wizard tower. At this time, Shirliowu waved his hand casually, and the magic power gathered around the virtual image. A series of extremely thick bone spears and bone swords appeared, and fiercely stabbed towards the direction of the Tower of Babel. Dole's mental power was limited. Seeing the two people attacking again, he calmly activated the defense of the Tower of Babel itself. A white light shot out from the tower, forming a white halo around it. He felt the power of the curse lingering. The white halo slowly rose, excluding the power of the curse, and at this time, the bone spears and bone swords arrived. Bang bang bang. Like a meteor hitting the earth, the power contained in each bone spear was no less than a blow from a level 6 warrior, and it hit the white halo fiercely. Chapter 681. Boom boom boom. The bone sword shattered, the bone spear broke, and there was a huge crash outside the Tower of Babel, but it did not move at all. Dole was also testing the performance of the Tower of Babel. Could this thing, which was called the Tower of Babel, completely defend against these things? When he saw the effect, he was very satisfied. The two wizards in the distance saw this, and their faces changed slightly. It was impossible to hit it at all. So the two looked at each other, and their mental power surged wildly. A large amount of death magic power surged from the two people. These death magic powers were divided into dozens of pieces, and condensed in the sky at a speed visible to the naked eye, forming various unique witchcraft. For a while, all the death spells that Dole had seen, and had not seen were called to the Tower of Babel. Death Shock Wave, Death Finger, Bone Spear, Bone Sword, Death Touch, and even the 6th level extremely high-end witchcraft Death Eye were released by the two at a great cost. One after another, witchcraft was released from their hands and rushed towards the Tower of Babel. For a moment, the sky seemed to be shrouded in death. Dole looked at these horrible witchcrafts without any fluctuation on his face. The Tower of Babel didn't even move. The 6th level witchcraft, unless it was very close to the rule level, now seemed to be resisted by the defense of the Tower of Babel itself. When these wizards approached the Tower of Babel, the white light on the Tower of Babel shook slightly, and those low-level witchcrafts that could almost destroy a town instantly turned into energy and dissipated in all directions, and disappeared in an instant. Only very high-level witchcraft could pass through that layer of fluctuations and reach the white light circle. Boom! The white light circle vibrated, but it was just a vibration. The Tower of Babel itself remained motionless. At this time, the gray light of the last Eye of Death also arrived. The Eye of Death is a very high-end wizard among the 6th level wizards, and its power is very close to the 7th level. It is two forces like shock waves, but it is gray, much more mysterious than ordinary shock waves. It is full of strange death power, aging, curse, piercing, erosion, and all kinds of power are in it. The power is very huge. The gray light shines and falls quickly, touching the white light. On the Tower of Babel, the white light vibrates violently and dims a little. The gray light is quickly offset. However, it only dims for a while, and as the magic power of the wizard tower is mobilized, it quickly returns to its original state. In the sky, the faces of the two 6th level undead wizards changed. In the Tower of Babel, the energy core released energy twice, and completely stabilized the situation. These two Eyes of Death still have a way, which contains a trace of death rules, causing the core magic pattern in the middle of the wizard tower to consume energy rapidly. But that's all. Dole sat at the core, looking at all this, and finally felt relieved. After the Tower of Babel was promoted to level 7, the level 7 status was still there. At first, I was still worried. After all, my mental power was not enough to mobilize all the magic arrays of the wizard tower, but now it seems that below level 6, it is impossible to break the defense. Thinking of this, he turned his eyes to the outside and looked at the two level 6 wizards, and he was no longer so worried. If they can't break the wizard tower, they have no way. Thinking of this, Dole suddenly laughed, and the Babel Tower suddenly rushed forward. If you can't use too many magic arrays, then don't use them. Just like last time, just hit the two people to death. The two necromancers looked terribly gloomy. They were still too naive. This Babel Tower was indeed a standard level 7 wizard tower. They were two level 6, and couldn't even break the defense. When the wizard tower moved forward, the two of them suddenly changed their faces because they felt that Dole wanted to hit them. What does it feel like for a level 7 wizard tower to change into its original form and hit them? It's definitely a feeling of the sky falling. The speed of the Babel Tower was very fast. It was in a flash and arrived in front of Shirliosi. Shirliosi was immediately shocked. My goodness, how could it be so fast? He turned around and hid to the side regardless of consumption. The wizard tower hit the empty space, with a trend that seriously violated the law of inertia. It hardly turned, and turned again and hit Shirliosi. At this time, Corpse 64 had just moved away, and Dole's wizard tower hit him hard. Boom. Corpse 65 next to him was stunned. Can the wizard tower be used like this? Hit directly. Although there are only 6 complete wizard towers in the valley, when all the wizard towers are activated and connected, a magic circle like a halo is formed. At this time, the undead wizards are frantically attacking the defense shield. The number of these undead is mostly level 3 and 4. The energy falling on the defense shield did not cause much ripples. On the contrary, the energy of the defense shield dropped rapidly when the undead above level 5 fell on it. Especially those level 6 undeads. One attack is equivalent to a full-strength attack of a level 6 warrior, and the defense of the wizard tower is consumed very quickly. At this time, Ash's counterattack arrived. She is best at the water system. At this time, the wizard tower of the water system released a blue light, which shot out of the light curtain. A level 6 zombie was happily attacking and defending, and had no time to react at this time, and was hit by this ice blue light. The light dissipated, and the level 6 zombie turned into a piece of ice, and then the whole body was covered with cracks, but the zombie did not fall down yet. The death breath on the body was running wildly, suppressing the ice on the body. At the same time, the wizard tower of the water system continuously shot out ice pillars, shooting in other directions, accurately hitting the level 5 and level 6 zombies among the zombies. The number of level 6 zombies is the rarest, but the attack power is very strong, comparable to the high-end level 6 warriors. With one blow, the ground in a small area can be collapsed. Ash has to solve this first. At the same time, she was inspired, and a wave of vibrations was transmitted from the Earth Wizard Tower to the outside. Boom! In the valley, the earth suddenly rolled, the ground rose and fell, and cracks appeared. The undead around the cracks were unable to dodge, and were swallowed into the ground. For a while, the valley was full of corpses. At this time, a powerful corpse wizard stood up from behind, and a strong black gas surged out of his body, shooting into the ground continuously. Rumble, all kinds of terrifying sounds continued to be heard under the ground. The death aura and the powerful elemental fluctuations collided crazily underground, but the movement of the ground stopped instead. The ground no longer cracked, and the earth no longer trembled. However, with just this one move, the undead army lost at least a quarter. However, on the ground, zombies crawled out from the ground and joined the army. When Ash saw this, his heart trembled, and he thought of some legends about zombies. According to legend, zombies are the sons of the earth. They can borrow the power of the earth by standing on the earth. After they become zombies, they are no longer bound by the earth. Instead, the earth is the source of power. Just now, the attack on the earth element wizard tower buried many other undead, but it was not a big problem for zombies. The water element tower and the earth element tower, as soon as these two wizard towers moved, there were fewer undead attacking the defense shield outside. Now there are still dark, light, and other wizard towers that have not moved. Ash is ready to use them as killers, especially the light wizard tower, which has not moved yet. Light is the ultimate nemesis of the undead. At this time, she looked up and saw that Dole's wizard tower was attacked in the sky, but it was not damaged at all. Chapter 682. The following events were much more dramatic. Ash struggled to maintain his position, while Dole entered an offensive posture. When he could not activate the magic rune arrays on the wizard tower, Dole directly controlled the wizard tower to hit 2 level 6 undead wizards. Ash thought to herself, this was also a good idea. She lowered her head, and when she raised her head, the Babel Tower was no longer shrinking, but returned to its original tower body, standing tall in the sky, and had already hit one of the undead wizards fiercely. As if hitting a rag doll, the undead wizard was instantly knocked back to the sky, and while flying back, he vomited blood, and it was obvious that the vomiting of blood was not light. This guy vomited not red blood, but black blood. In the distance on the hillside, Alan and the two looked at everything happening in front of them, feeling a little bored. They still underestimated the power of the Babel Tower. This octagonal wizard tower really had a level 7 status, and possessed the power of unknown rules. These two seemingly powerful undead wizards were simply vulnerable. After fighting for a long time, they couldn't even break through the outer defense, and were hit to the point of death. It was so boring. They were going to wait until Dole couldn't hold on, and then go to support him. Now it seems that it's better to pay attention to Ash. The large number of undead in the valley is what needs to be paid attention to at this time. As for Dole himself, they saw that as long as he didn't come out, the other side had no way to do anything. At this time, Dole was really rushing around. He couldn't use the magic array, but he could still move the wizard tower at will. Dole was very happy when he hit an undead wizard all of a sudden. Shirliosi was hit, as if he was hit by a mountain. Half of his bones were broken at once. He saw stars and felt dizzy. His meditation method almost scattered. He didn't dare to look back at all. He hurriedly controlled the meditation method again and moved randomly in the sky. This damn wizard tower, I hate wizard towers. He looked at Shirliowu, but saw that Shirliowu was already stunned. He immediately shouted with all his strength, "What are you looking at? Hurry up and control the zombies to attack his camp below. We have failed. Send the message back." Now it is the serious matter to stop him from refining the wizard tower. The opponent's golden corpse has not been used yet, but Shirliosi knows that the opponent is definitely not going to use it. A wizard tower alone is enough to kill them. This time it was really a mistake. I didn't expect the opponent to be so powerful. After he finished speaking, he quickly flew backwards. At the same time, the death power on his body quickly condensed and turned into a protective armor. All kinds of defensive props on his body were taken out, forming a black coffin-like thing, covering himself. At this time, Dole's wizard tower came. The speed was too fast. I don't know what kind of rules and abilities this damn wizard tower has. The speed was too fast. He had no time to dodge and was hit again. Boom. Shirliosi vomited blood sadly. The coffin defense around him was directly blasted away, and he was knocked out again. Only after close observation did he find that this wizard tower had indeed opened less than half of the wizard formation, and the power on it was greatly reduced. If it was all opened, he would be killed in an instant. When Shirliowu heard Shirliosi's words, his eyes lit up, and he sank down directly, and then rushed to the camp. There was only one wizard tower, and he didn't believe that Duolai would give up Shirliosi to deal with him. He was also a little shocked at this time. The speed of this wizard tower was indeed fast enough. Shirliosi's usual speed was not slow, but he was hit by the opponent all of a sudden and didn't even react. It was also thanks to the opponent's distraction that the ability of the wizard tower was not activated, otherwise, both of them would be dead at this time. He quickly threw himself into the ravine and issued orders at the same time. The sky became white-hot, and the ground was not much different. Ash's pressure suddenly increased greatly. While she controlled the energy of the wizard tower and replenished it into the defense shield, she checked Duolai's progress. At this time, the two wizard towers of Fonlei only had to complete the last layer. As long as it was completed and the wizard tower group was opened, the two little level 6 wizards would be instantly beaten into ashes, leaving no residue. But there was only this layer left, and time was very tight. At this moment, she felt an extremely sharp force suddenly erupting from a corner of the shield, so she moved her eyes over and saw a transparent figure gradually emerging in the corner of the shield. He held a small magic knife in his hand and poked into the shield, tearing a hole in it. Ash was shocked. With a thought in his mind, the water wizard tower mobilized all its power, and a large amount of light was released, shooting towards the gap. Frozen light. The water shadow tore the hole in the shield, and the defensibility of the entire shield dropped sharply by 30%. With the help of other level 6 undead, the shield continued to sag inside. The entire battle line seemed to be pulled in a favorable direction for the undead. At this time, he saw the light of the water element tower, and he shrank his body and went directly into the defense shield, and then disappeared. As the light fell, large pieces of ice rose from the ground, covering all the ground near the defense shield with a full meter-thick ice. Shuaying was not frozen, and he had slipped away to the distance and headed towards the wizard towers. Seeing this, Ash immediately became anxious, and he immediately sent a message to Dolai. Someone came in. The ability of the defense shield has dropped by 30%, and now only 10% of the defense power is left. It is estimated that it can last for 30 seconds. In the center of the wizard tower group, there was only a little bit of material left in front of Dolai, which was the last part of the wind and thunder twin towers. His clone did not move at all, and his mental power continued to hook various materials, temper, and imprint magic patterns, as if nothing had anything to do with him. But at this time he separated a little mental power and looked around, and the power of the skeleton demon in his eyes was slightly released. Inside the valley, a transparent figure rushed towards him at a very fast speed along the edge. At the same time, Shirliowu also came outside the shield, raised his hand, and used his specialty, the Eye of Death. The huge death power quickly gathered, turned into a breath of endless death, and quickly fell on the shield. The last 10% of the energy in the shield quickly decreased, quickly collapsed, and then the entire shield collapsed. The critical moment has come. The undead rushed into the ravine frantically at this time. Before the undead came in, a series of undead witchcrafts had already flown out from the hands of various corpse witches and hit the location of Dolai's clone. Seeing this, Ash sighed. The shield was broken after all. Now he could only start the last plan and delay time. The 6 wizard towers shook, and almost at the same time released a light curtain, covering the wizard towers. This was almost the last resort. The energy accumulated on the wizard towers was actually quite good. Each wizard tower had less than 10%. Some energy was released just now, and now there was less than 5%, which could not delay too much time. Shuaying saw this, and was not too surprised. The magic circle, outside the ravine, was a formation arranged in advance. They all saw it very clearly. The source of magic power was the veins of the earth, which was very difficult to attack. However, after the attack, the energy of these 6 wizard towers had not been accumulated enough, and their abilities should not be too strong. Chapter 683. Just as the shield was raised, the long-range attack of the corpse wizards arrived. Boom boom boom. The shield shook violently. The power of the 5th level destructive witchcraft was so great that even the defense formed by the 6 wizard towers combined could not handle it. When the water shadow saw this, a look of joy appeared on his face. At this time, the corpse 6-5 also arrived. With a hand raised, the death power around him condensed crazily. The sharpest and most powerful eye of death continued to be released. The light condensed with endless death breath shot out from his hand, and fell on the shield of the wizard tower. The defense of the shield quickly decreased, and the energy was consumed violently, but the shield was blocked. In the sky, Dual Eye gave up attacking the corpse 6-4 at this time. Although this guy only had 1 breath left, the situation in the ravine was more serious at this time. It was one thing for him to see the water shadow, and it was another thing to free up his hands to attack. The energy reserves of each wizard tower were too low, and it was not enough to release powerful offensive witchcraft. The water shadow was mainly a cloak and dagger, and his offensive ability was not strong, but that Shirliosi, with his eye of death, even touched the power of rules, and he had to be stopped. In the sky, Babel Tower gave up chasing Shirliosi, who was fleeing to the distance, and a white light flashed, and Dole used the power of space for the first time, and directly shuttled through space. At this time, the water shadow was looking for an opportunity on the ground, and when he felt the space fluctuation, he looked up in surprise. He did not see the existence of Babel Tower, and was shocked, so he immediately shouted, "Shirliowu, be careful, the tower is gone." Shirliowu was controlling the Eye of Death, and also felt the energy of space fluctuations. This kind of fluctuation was too special, because few people use space fluctuations, and it was difficult for people not to notice it. Just noticing is one thing, sensing is another. The second time the space fluctuation appeared, it was already next to Shirliowu. Shirliowu's expression changed rapidly. He only had time to say one word before his body was hit by the wizard tower shrouded in white light. All his defenses were shattered in an instant. The kinetic energy converted from the speed of the Tower of Babel that came through the space acted on him in an instant. The next moment, he was hit into a rain of flesh. Pung! Blood and flesh flew all over the sky. At the same time, Dole's clone who had been waiting on the ground had a strange energy flash in his eyes. A ray of light flashed in the flesh and blood, and he wanted to escape, but at this time, a powerful vortex force on the ground locked him firmly. Shirliowu had almost no power to resist. He only had time to scream before he was thrown into the vortex force, and completely disappeared from the world. On the earth, almost half of the undead suddenly stopped, and completely stopped moving. When the Mizukage and the lingering corpse 64 in the sky saw this, their expressions suddenly became extremely ugly. How could he die so quickly? How could this be possible? Thinking of the white light and space transmission just now, the Mizukage seemed to suddenly realize something, and his heart seemed to be bleeding. This Babel Tower is actually a wizard tower with spatial attributes. Damn it. The Mizukage had the idea of retreating, but seeing Dole in the middle of the wizard tower group, he felt a little unwilling. If only there were 10 more minutes. The corpse 65 died too quickly. He even suspected that Dole had done it on purpose, giving them hope, and then shattered it with his own hands. At this time, he saw that Dole's clone in the wizard tower group turned his head again, looking straight ahead, and in his eyes, he was looking at himself. When Shuaying saw this, he felt a chill in his heart. Although Shirliosi was hit by the wizard tower, he died in the hands of Dole's clone. His strange meditation method seemed to absorb the souls of the dead. It was too scary. Thinking of this, he retreated quickly, and then used other methods to disappear from Dole's sight. In the ravine, Ash, who was standing in the water-attributed wizard tower, breathed a sigh of relief. Dole unexpectedly killed a level 6 undead wizard, and finally he was safer. Now there were only the wizard assassin, and the undead wizard who was hit and dying. The situation couldn't be better. She didn't know that Shuaying had escaped, and was still searching everywhere. Shirliosi, who was far away, was stunned at this time, feeling cold all over, even his thoughts seemed to be frozen, standing there without any movement. Shirliowu was killed by the Babel Tower in a flash under certain defensive conditions, and even his mental power was absorbed by the strange clone. This information was simply too terrifying. Is this guy a white wizard or a black wizard? He actually absorbed another person's soul. He turned around and fled almost the next moment. Before leaving, he gave all the zombies an order to flee in all directions. He didn't even want the level 6 silver zombies. He just wanted to escape at this time. Killing one at a time, Dolei's crisis was relieved. He saw that the invisible one had escaped, and he also saw the escape of the sixth-fourth corpse. In the valley, large groups of undead exuded a huge death aura, and stood still, at a loss, while other undead began to run in all directions. Seeing this, Dolei said directly to Ash, "Use the wizard tower to shoot all the undead below level 6, and then trap the level 6 undead, and give priority to those who will escape. My clone needs these things. That wizard assassin has already escaped, no need to look for him anymore." After saying that, he drove the Babel Tower, and slowly landed on the ground. Standing on the highest floor, he looked at the undead, who escaped, opened the door of the Babel Tower, and released the golden corpse. As soon as the golden corpse came out, the undead aura it brought with it slowly released, and soon enveloped the entire valley. All the undead, who encountered this aura stopped their steps, and then slowly turned around and looked in the direction of the Babel Tower. Dolei smiled slightly. He deliberately did not release the golden corpse, not because he was afraid of being taken away, but for this moment. Although he did not plan it in advance, he was very satisfied with the result now. That corpse Liuwu was really too careless, thinking that he could not do anything to him if he was far away from the sky. It was a pity that the Babel Tower had a short-distance teleportation function. After seeing Dole's action, Ash remained silent. It was over. After a slight sigh of relief, Ash's eyes became firm and solemn. He controlled the other wizard towers to shoot out various energies, killing the undead, who had no resistance at all one by one, leaving only the 6th level. Those undead stood in place, as if they were pieces of stone, and then were shot and killed by energy. There was no pity, no cruelty. They were dead to begin with, and now they were just returning to dust and earth. Behind the ridge, Alan looked at Akron, then at Odoron, and they looked at each other in bewilderment. Was this matter solved so easily? Nearly tens of thousands of undead troops, almost useless, just died like this? Is the Tower of Babel so terrifying? They thought that when Alan was going through the tribulation, Dole drove the 6th level wizard tower and chased an underground creature. That scene was still vivid in their minds. Is this the correct way to open the Tower of Babel? Chapter 684. The wizard tower is the foundation of a wizard. Most people rarely use wizard towers to hit anyone directly. Although this is indeed the best way, close combat can easily damage the wizard tower itself. This is the foundation of a wizard's life, and must not be damaged. Dolei is different. He directly hits the wizard tower, and doesn't care about the damage to the wizard tower at all. Good guy, this is simply an alternative. The three looked at each other. In the valley, 6 hexagonal wizard towers that have been built stand tall, and there are 2 unbuilt ones. Alan feels that he has lived in vain for so many years. Akron sighed at this time. This time, he really put Dolei on the same level as himself, and he can't underestimate him at all. Last time in the city, it was the Golden Corpse who took action and killed several level 6 assassins. That was because it was the Golden Corpse who took action, which was 1 level higher than others, and the strength was overwhelming. Now, Dolei did not release the Golden Corpse, but relied on the power of the magic circle to hold back tens of thousands of undead, and killed a level 6 undead wizard. This is simply a miracle in the wizard world. Too cruel, too brutal. Dolei's clone is a black wizard, who devoured the undead wizard. At this time, the 3 people did not have any opinions. It was dead, it was no big deal. Dole's rise is unstoppable. With the wizard tower array composed of 8 level 6 wizard towers, with his ambition, it is estimated that the level 7 will not get any benefits at all. Even if the level 7 comes, with Ball and Babel Tower, it is not a problem for 3 or 4 people. No wonder he dared to occupy the Albiz Mountains alone. Alan sighed. At this time, various battle fluctuations were constantly heard on the Albiz Mountains. Obviously, a powerful battle was also taking place inside. As the head of intelligence, Odoron observed for a long time, swallowed his saliva, and his eyes were slightly dull. Yes, with his power alone, our Northwest forces are no match for him. Only the Rhine family can fight with their foundation. Others, such as Orn, are no problem. With 2 level 7 powers, and so many wizard towers, they can be killed. Akron also sighed and said, "Then should we stay here? It is estimated that it will take a long time for the Nightmare Empire to organize a decent attack next time." Alan heard this, and his eyes became firm. Wait, it will be a good show soon. The core of the Nightmare Empire is not the Necromancer, but the one who practiced the Nightmare Meditation method. As long as that person is not dead, the means planted are still there. Dolei has obtained the soul of the Necromancer. It is estimated that there will be a big battle soon. Akron was stunned and murmured in a low voice, "That's right. If Dole is in trouble later, we have to go up." While they were discussing here, Dole's clone directly suppressed the opponent with the skeleton demon meditation method. He did not devour or search the soul directly, but suppressed it first. Through the lesson learned last time, he knew that there were problems with the people in the Sand Scorpion adventure group. At least there were problems in their sea of consciousness. The strange mental power encountered last time was definitely not something these people could produce on their own. There must be a very terrifying antique behind them. Leave it alone, don't worry. At this time, in his conscious world, the skeleton demon god stood tall, holding a sickle in his hand, and fiercely suppressed a small green bubble under his feet. Although the small bubble was the essence of the 6th level, it was trembling in front of the skeleton demon god. The skeleton demon god's essence was too powerful, far exceeding the death god of this world. In addition, he lost his body and his soul was just a floating water. He was no match for Dual-Eye at all. Dual-Eye's mental power had long surpassed that of an ordinary 6th level, not to mention a person who had lost his body. At this time, Shi Liu curled up in a corner, looking at the skeleton demon god above his head, and was shocked. He thought that the nightmare meditation method was terrible enough, but he didn't expect that the so-called second meditation method practiced by Dual-Eye was also so terrible. What kind of meditation method is this? He was going to be finished, definitely finished. Now he had only one thought, that is, he hoped that the other party would die after touching the restriction set by the Nightmare Ancestor, so that he could occupy the avatar and become his own body. Otherwise, he would definitely die, and there would be no place for burial. It's better to be like this, otherwise he would be finished. Ash was shooting the undead, and Dole was refining the wizard tower with all his strength. More than 10 minutes later, with the last part placed on the top of the Thunder Wizard Tower, the last wizard tower was completed. The battle in the wasteland gradually subsided, but the battle in the mountains became more and more intense. With the addition of the giant ape and the giant lion, the giant wolf went from being suppressed by Ball to 3 beasts besieging Ball. Ball was not afraid of this. As a high-level race in the world of hell, he stood in the sky and fought 1 against 3. Although he was embarrassed occasionally, he was generally tied. The giant ape and giant lion attacked head-on, and the giant wolf kept attacking from behind. With his rich fighting power, Ball remained invincible, but it was extremely difficult to suddenly kill one of them. The 3 monsters have now united, and he can't take advantage of them at all. The giant ape has the blood of Titan, and his gestures are powerful and heavy, with a momentum that can break through the world. Although it is not as strong as it is not much inferior. The giant lion is also a power player. Although Ball can control the situation with the 2 monsters, he also has to guard against the sneak attacks of the giant wolf. Therefore, he can occasionally attack fiercely, but it is indeed impossible to control the battlefield. The 4 beasts fought in the sky above the mountain range, and many mountain bodies in the mountain were damaged. Several mountaintops that were originally incomplete last time have now completely collapsed, and the locations of several towering peaks are about to become stone flat ground. After fighting for several hours, the giant ape suddenly punched out, triggering the rules of the surrounding heaven and earth. With a loud bang, it knocked Ball back, and then suddenly shouted, "Stop! There is no point in doing this, outsider. What do you want?" Ball was shocked and retreated, thinking that the giant ape was going to use a big move, but he didn't expect it to be such a sentence. At this time, the giant wolf and the giant lion also stopped, staring at him from a distance. Ball looked up at the outside of the mountain at this time, grinning. "Nothing, I want to occupy this mountain to practice. If you withdraw, we will be at peace. If you don't withdraw, you will all be in trouble in a few days." Dole's wizard tower was completed. Although there were some twists and turns in the middle, the wizard tower group was completed. There were 8 complete level 6 wizard towers. When they were fully energetic, 1 round of attack could kill a level 7 wizard. These 3 level 7 giant apes are slightly stronger, and have reached the middle stage of level 7. The other 2 are at the primary stage of level 7. Otherwise, Ball would not have it so easy. Chapter 685. If this is the Hell World, with his advanced level 7 strength, he can kill the 3 beasts in 1 round, but this is not the world. The power of Hell can only exert 80% of its strength at most, which is completely not up to his normal standard. Even so, the 3 beasts can fight him evenly with their combined strength. After driving them out, the giant lion felt that his dignity was trampled in his eyes. He roared, "How is it possible? Either you die or you go away. How can I leave here?" The giant wolf also had a gloomy wolf face at this time, and let out an indescribable low roar. "Outsider, you are dreaming." The giant ape was indeed gloomy at this time. "What do you mean?" What will happen in a few days? Bear snorted coldly, my helpers are coming soon. Don't blame me for not reminding you. If you leave now, I will ask you to take all the other monsters away, so that you don't lose your life and all your men will die. Die? What? There are helpers? The giant ape snorted coldly, and said, Outsider, I admit that I am not your opponent, but we are also taken care of by the ancestors of the Baiyuan Mountains. If you don't care, don't blame me for asking for stronger adults. Bear curled his lips and said, The 8th level master of the Baiyuan Mountains dared to take a step? Do you think the people of the Glory Empire are just eating dry food? Don't scare me. I know much more than you. In a word, if you leave, you will be fine. If you don't leave, you will die. He opened his mouth and looked down at the 3 beasts. He was telling the truth. If they really didn't leave, when Dole filled all the magic elements in the wizard towers, the 3 beasts would all die. Holly's Magic House is a book from a very large magic tower school, which even ruled several worlds. It was a great opportunity to get this book, because people from that school were difficult to kill. It was really unreasonable to carry a wizard tower with you and bomb wherever you went. Dole refined the Earth Fortress, which was basically invincible below level 8. Although the ownership of these wizard towers was not his, as long as he could mobilize them, he could. The giant ape and the other 2 beasts had ferocious expressions, full of disbelief. How did this outsider know that the level 8 master dared not step out of the Baiyuan Mountains? The people behind him must have a deep path. The giant wolf was scared at this time. He roared and said, I don't believe it. Ball snorted coldly and said sinisterly, In 2 days, you will know whether what this demon dog said is true or false. At that time, I will feed you shit with my own mouth. He was full of murderous intent towards the giant wolf. Some dogs really eat shit, but not all dogs like to eat shit. Especially the hellhounds. They eat meat, and they eat the meat of powerful creatures. The giant ape and the giant lion looked at each other at this time, and they were a little worried about the strength of the hellhounds. In the mountain, some level 5 and 6 creatures trembled, not knowing what happened above. The words of the 4 beasts spread all over the mountain, and the monsters below heard it clearly. They didn't know what happened. This foreign adult wanted to occupy the entire Albees mountain and drive them away. How could this be possible? However, among the monsters, there has always been a huge gap between level 7 and level 6, and they didn't dare to speak at all. Even if there were 20 or 30 level 6 monsters coming up at once, they would not be enough for a level 7 monster to eat. This is the true law of the jungle. The giant lion, giant wolf and giant ape looked at each other, then slowly hind legs, and gave up the space in the sky. When Bar saw this, he smiled and said, I look forward to your reply. I'm just hungry recently. I hope you don't leave like this. With the completion of the last Thunder Tower, Duolai was completely relaxed. With a wave of his hand, all the wizard towers were scattered in all directions according to the layout of the Earth Fortress. A faint light emanated from the 8 wizard towers, and connected to each other. These lights were not strong, but just communicated with each other. The magic pattern was connected for the first time. Earth, fire, wind, water, light, darkness, thunder and spirit, each tower has its own style, connected to each other, covering all elements and energy levels. When all the wizard towers were linked together, they naturally emitted a wonderful rhythm, mysterious, extremely high level, covering, making Ash and Duolai feel a different world fluctuation. When the 2 saw this, they were silent, closed their eyes, and comprehended it carefully. The wizard tower group of the Earth Fortress was not simple. It was the final fortress of a great power. Its ultimate form was 8 level 9 wizard towers. Even if a low-level god who had just entered the law level came, he might not be able to get any benefits. The waves released by the wizard tower group were suitable for everyone to practice. The basic power of each element would be directly displayed in the waves. As the creator of the wizard tower, Dole knew much more than anyone else. 8 wizard towers and 8 element cores instantly raised his height to an extremely high level. Although the storm element meditation method only involves 3 elements, wind, water, and thunder, it is, after all, a product of nature, not a natural formation, and involves a lot of things. Under the fluctuations of the wizard towers, Dole has some new insights into the mastery of the storm element. Unconsciously, his strength has slowly entered the late stage of level 5, and is still growing steadily. The same is true for Ash. Her eyes are mainly on the water element tower. Water, ice, cold, and various thoughts keep flashing in her mind, and her strength is slowly advancing. Practicing in such a place is indeed twice the result with half the effort. The 2 of them were immersed in comprehension, and the outside of the ravine was soon covered by the magic circle and restored to its previous appearance. The ravine disappeared and turned into a flat slope. It was just that the energy in the sky and the earth continued to gather in the valley, and it seemed to have become an energy vortex. All creatures around the valley slowly moved away from here, not daring to get too close. Some of the brave ones, like the rich magic elements here instead. Outside the valley, Shuang and Shirliosi looked at this place from afar. Their eyes were horrified. Dole did not come out to chase them. It must be that the things in the valley were not over, and now it seemed to be over. Shirliosi felt extremely sad. He had spent nearly 200 years of hard work, and all of it was soaked in it. It was really damnable. Those level 6 silver corpses, but he spent countless efforts and wasted countless natural materials and treasures to cultivate them. Now, they are all used as wedding dresses for others. It was really damnable. His heart was bleeding, and his expression was ferocious, as if he wanted to kill someone. But when he thought of Shirlio's fate, the hatred and murderous intent in his heart disappeared a little. Shirlio was really dead, and even the means arranged by the nightmare ancestor were useless. What kind of weird ability did this damn level 5 wizard have? He looked at Shuang and gritted his teeth and said, "What should we do now? The other party has obtained 11 level 6 zombies, which is even more difficult to deal with." Chapter 686. The water shadow looked at the wizard towers in the distance, shook his head and sighed, saying, "The opponent is a white wizard, but now it seems that he is more like a black wizard than a black wizard." He just entered and looked at his clone. The meditation method he practiced seems to be a black wizard meditation method that is more powerful than your death meditation method. I guess it is unlikely that you want to take back the silver corpse. The tower will be refined in a while. If you want to deal with the opponent now, you may have to send out the 7th level. 8 level 6 wizard towers form a wizard tower formation. Even the 7th level is difficult to deal with. Although the 7th level has mastered the rules and has the strength of a natural disaster, this is a level 6 wizard tower, and there are 8 of them at once. Shirlio's heart was bleeding. Originally, if Dual Eye was killed, all of these would be theirs. Mizukage sighed and said, "Let's not talk about this for now. We failed this time. There are countless forces in the dark world who will laugh at our nightmare empire. Your Excellency will be embarrassed and will probably face a heavy punishment. Let's face this first. I will report the situation here to the higher-ups later. You can decide whether to stay or leave." Shirliosi took a fierce look at the non-existent valley and said, "I still have a few useful silver corpses. Although their combat effectiveness has decreased, it has not decreased much. After returning, their ranking will at most drop a little. It's okay. Let the ancestor punish me. I accept it." The two communicated for a while, and quietly withdrew from the wasteland. They could imagine that in a short time, the entire Albiz Mountains and the vast wasteland outside the Albiz Mountains would belong to this newly promoted strongman. This newly promoted strongman will become one of the most powerful people in the West Ring continent. This place will become the seat of a county, and the county lord is this one, and it is a hereditary system. The two are unwilling to accept this. After the 8 wizard towers were connected, the entire valley was shrouded in the light of a magic array. In the valley, all the undead below level 6 were shot and killed, and the undead of level 6 were all concentrated by the golden corpses at the entrance of the valley. The wizard tower group array separated the inside and outside, and these zombie corpses were completely uncontrollable, and the golden corpses called out one by one. Dual Eye was very satisfied with this harvest. The bodies of 11 silver corpses are equivalent to 11 more level 6 guards, which is really wonderful. The Tower of Babel incorporates various rare metals. The tower body is solid, and with the blessing of space attributes, it is really elusive and destructive when used to hit people. I just don't know what will happen if it hits level 7. If the array in the wizard tower is fully opened and hits with full force, it is estimated that level 7 will not be able to withstand it. Dole used a little energy to control the clones, and began to refine these silver corpses, turning them into his own spoils of war. The battle between undead wizards ends like this. If you win, you can get everything from the opponent. If you lose, you will be a wedding dress for others. They also lost because they met themselves. If they met others, they might really be conquered. Level 6 is called the disaster level, and the same is true for the warrior side. With a few punches, it is not a problem to smash a small hill. With so many undead besieging their magic circle, they can still hold out for a while. This is the fundamental issue that ultimately determines the outcome of the battle. Now it seems that no matter how good the witchcraft is, it is still not as good as a large-scale formation. Dole thought of the last level of the storm meditation method, where there were so many densely packed witch arrays that it was simply terrifying. This was probably the final essence of the wizard. The previous levels were all paving the way for the last level. If you don't practice to the last level, you will never be able to touch the real core of this world. Thinking of this, he thought of the meditation methods he had on hand. When he reached the last level, they seemed to have similar effects. He wanted to build a territory, so he naturally had to gather people like himself. It would be best if they all practiced elemental meditation. Then, he could build a territory belonging to various elements. It would be great. The clone gathered all the silver corpses, released a stream of skeleton aura, cleansed the aura of others on the silver corpses, and infused his own aura. At the same time, he received information from Ball. He had a fight with others, and told them to leave. Dole thought about it, and wrote back to Ball. At most 10 days, all the wizard towers would be fully charged. At that time, he would kill them directly. Whoever dared not leave would be killed directly. It can be said that the Albise Mountains are already under his control. Dole is extremely confident at this time. The weather in mid-August changes suddenly. It was still sunny at noon, but in the afternoon, a thick cloud floated over the Bayuan Mountains. Under the strong wind, it quickly covered the sky above the Albise Mountains. Not long after, strong winds and heavy rain poured down, flooding the entire mountain range and the wasteland. In the wasteland, heavy rain poured down, and lightning flashed through the rain curtain in the dark sky. All creatures were dormant at this time. With a rumble, a lightning bolt hit a certain place in the wasteland, and the sky and the earth suddenly lit up, and then suddenly dimmed. This lightning was as abundant as the opening ceremony. Lightning began to fall from the sky and struck the land fiercely, one after another. One after another, each one was more fierce than the other, as if that place had a grudge against the heaven and earth. After hundreds of lightning strikes, the rain gradually stopped, and the power of lightning was not so fierce, but it still only struck that area. In the backyard of Gopa, Alan and the three were sitting in a small tent, drinking coffee and chatting. The combined power of the 8 wizard towers is estimated to be more powerful than the ordinary level 7. I am looking forward to Dole's great power to drive away all the level 7 inside. Alan took a sip and smiled calmly. Akron nodded. Although the 7th level is entering the rule level and can control part of the rules of heaven and earth, in terms of power, it is still a little behind the wizard tower, especially above the hexagonal wizard tower. The energy contained in at least one wizard tower is dozens of times that of wizards of the same level, which is almost the same as the 7th level. Alan nodded. Now it depends on Dole's performance. If he can successfully take down Mount Albise, the Northwest Province will be the 5 northern provinces. Except for the Glory Wizard Alliance, it will be his world. The other 2 people agreed deeply. I didn't expect that Dole, who usually doesn't show his talents, actually has such huge financial resources and energy behind him, especially this financial resources, which can kill people. Although it is the money of the people in the entire Tower of Babel, this amount is far more than that of ordinary century-old nobles, which is too terrible. The wizard tower itself is to use money to attack people, not to mention that hundreds of millions of gold coins were taken out in one breath. Just thinking about this number makes people jealous and extremely frightened. It's really using money to attack people. Odoron nodded and said, Then I will notify the Legion first and tell them to hold their ground. Dole doesn't need help? Alan nodded. It would cost a lot for the Legion to come here. According to the current situation, it is very likely that it will be useless. It is better not to come. Chapter 687. Wassenberg. With the disappearance of the Tower of Babel, the entire Wizard Tower group seemed to have no changes, and the surroundings were still the same. But the relevant personnel were all nervous at this time, especially the personnel of Chris Wizard Tower. Morris, Sano and others were not refining medicine at this time. They all stayed in the conference room and looked at each other nervously. Everyone fell silent and waited for news quietly. If Dole succeeded, everyone would eat and drink together. If Dole failed, they would lose their biggest backer and would have to rely on themselves in the future. In the past few days, Watzenberg has been turbulent. Lord Allen is in seclusion, and the 2 vice presidents seem to have disappeared. The nobles are no longer making trouble, as if they have fallen into a strange state of calm, but they all know that now is probably the most important moment. Inside Watzenberg, I don't know how many spies have been caught in the recent period, and how many lurking people have been dug out. The number is simply shocking. The Intelligence Department of the Honor Wizard Union, together with the Intelligence Department of Watzenberg, has been acting frantically in recent times. All nobles and merchants are trembling, fearing that something will be discovered. The most shocking thing is that the Rhine family conducted an internal self-examination. Among those younger generations who claimed to be geniuses, 3 were imprisoned and 2 were killed, not to mention the spies who were discovered, who were directly killed. It can be said that they are cruel and ruthless. The same is true for other families. If they are discovered, they will die directly. Although this situation is carried out secretly, it has made the relevant personnel panic. Chris Wizard Tower. Morris finally couldn't help it and asked Bernard next to him, "Any news?" Bernard raised his head and glanced at Morris. "You have no news. What news can I have?" "Stay still. Dole is not so easy to be defeated." Morris was silent. He didn't care about the money. Now that he has been promoted to level 6, he can always make money. The main issue is Dole's safety. That guy has been elusive recently, and he has a golden corpse with him, so there should be nothing wrong. In the conference room, many people were silent. In the Wizard Tower group, Dak stood at his door with some worry. His expression was a little unnatural. It was a good thing for him that his upline was caught. At least it would ensure that he would not be exposed. As long as he was not exposed, everything would be fine. The atmosphere in the Wizard Tower group was still the same as usual, with people coming and going around, as if nothing had happened, but only Dak knew that Watzenberg was going to change. At this moment, his heart moved, and he received a message, and then his heart was shocked, and his eyes were extremely shocked. "When you contact me in the future, I will be your superior." "Who are you?" "Don't ask questions that you shouldn't ask. I also tell you one thing. Stay undercover for a while, and don't act on your own. There's no need to track Dole's whereabouts. Our people have failed." With a sigh, the voice gradually disappeared. Dake was shocked, and then he couldn't stand steadily. "Failed? How could it be possible? Didn't they say that they sent several level 6 people, but they couldn't beat the Golden Corpse? The intelligence clearly mentioned the Golden Corpse. Is it really that powerful?" Dake swallowed his saliva and his eyes became dull. At the same time, all the families received a message. The source of the message is unknown, but it clearly conveys the essence of the matter. That underground force did not defeat Dole, but was defeated. All the families were silent. They re-examined and evaluated their relationship with Dole. At least the Marsha family and the Lang family really needed to re-examine. Almost everyone was thinking about how to build a good relationship with Dole. It is now certain that Dole wants to occupy the territory in the Albise Mountains. If we build a good relationship with Dole, can we use this to our advantage? But the problem is that the secret force will definitely not give up. If Dole establishes a territory, they will harass him for no reason. What should they do? Investment cannot be without returns. This is the essential problem of businessmen. If Dole builds a city and is quickly destroyed or attacked by nobles from other places, what should they do if their investment goes down the drain? This is a problem, a very serious problem. But the problem is, the Albise Mountains are very big, and there are definitely rich resources, minerals, medicinal materials, wood, and various plants. Dole, who got the Albise Mountains, is definitely the richest man besides the Rhine family that rules the entire Wassenberg. The Gory Wizard Alliance controls most of the magic crystal mines, and the City Lord's Mansion controls most of the metal mines. Other things can only be touched by others, and everyone wants to get a piece of the pie here. So for a while, the whole Wassenberg was strangely calm. People came and went on the streets, and it seemed that no one knew the news, but they had already begun to communicate slowly in private. Especially in the Rhine family and the Orn family, some people were even cheering. Having gained Dole's friendship early, now all that was left was to start reaping the rewards, as long as Dole could occupy the Albise Mountains. But now, it seemed that there was no suspense. Chris Wizard Tower. A cheering voice came from all directions. Bernard jumped up excitedly and kissed Morris next to him. "I'm so excited, I finally have my own Wizard Tower." Morris was also very excited, and at this time, he didn't care about being kissed, and directly hugged Morris in his arms, jumping excitedly. "I have it too, I have it too. I have it too, I have it too. Fuck, whoever dares to speak loudly to me in the future, I will use the Wizard Tower to hit him." A group of people jumped up directly. Those who have Wizard Towers cheered, and those who don't have Wizard Towers expressed their envy at this time. However, they are not in a hurry. What they have will be theirs in the future. Don't worry, don't worry. Dole can refine 8 Wizard Towers in a month, and they will have plenty of opportunities in the future. At this time, Rosa coughed and said, "Don't get too excited." Dole took out his own inventory this time and upgraded all Wizard Towers to level 6, so you still have to pay. According to him, everyone will have to pay 20 million to 40 million according to their contribution. When this was said, the faces of the people around him froze, the cheering voices became smaller, and they all swallowed their saliva. Especially Bernard. He looked at his sister and said, "What about mine?" Rosa looked at her brother. "There are 8 wizard towers now, namely earth, fire, feng shui. Go and choose by yourself, and the compensation amount varies according to the different wizard towers. Water is the cheapest, and light and darkness are the most expensive." Everyone was stunned. Earth, fire, feng shui. What did Dole come up with? But they soon thought, if it is a single element tower, then it would be much faster to practice a certain meditation method. Chapter 688. Morris' eyes lit up, and he soon understood what meditation method he would choose. He coughed, pushed Bernard next to him away, and immediately shouted, "I want that earth element wizard tower. Don't fight with me." Everyone then realized that money is nothing. Money is a bastard. The worst thing is to work harder to make potions. "I want the thunder system. Don't fight with me." Sano shouted immediately. His talent is actually more inclined to the thunder system. "I want the wind system." The hall suddenly became lively. Seeing this, Rosa was full of relief. After so long, they finally have their own place. Under the influence of Dole, they have long been accustomed to the wizard tower. Wizards without wizard towers always feel like they are dependent on others. Now that his brother will have his own wizard tower soon, he will feel much more at ease. He thought of Dole, and then of Ash, sighed in his heart, and felt a little resentful. Lant family. In the family meeting room, Hayden sat at the top seat, and the others sat at the bottom seats. There were only 4 people in the meeting room, and they were the absolute core of the family, the leader of the wizard side, the leader of the warrior side, and the leader in charge of the family business. Hayden knocked on the table and said slowly, "You all know the news. What do you think now?" The one in charge of the family business was Hunt. His eyes were shining at this time. He had 10,000 thoughts in his mind, but he didn't want to say them out. He said slowly, "Hayden, it's a bit too early to talk about this now. There are at least 3 level 7s in the Albiz Mountains. Even if Dole is powerful, it will take some time to conquer it, and it also requires the cooperation of the Glory Wizard Alliance and the military. It's not that easy." The information they received was not accurate. Their understanding of Dole was still based on the previous intelligence, and they did not know about the Wizard Tower group. However, they knew the existence of the Golden Corpse, which was a huge threat to all families. Goudier, who was on the wizard side, shook his head and said, "Aunt, you are not a wizard. You do not understand how wizards work. Since he can defend against the attack from 2 level 6 undead wizards, I have determined that he has more powerful weapons, or confidence, although the news now only comes from the Honor Wizard Alliance. Who knows whether they are telling the truth or not?" Upton, who was on the warrior side, nodded at this time. On the street, using the Golden Corpse to sneak attack and kill 3 level 6 assassins is different. In frontal combat, the combat effectiveness of the Golden Corpse is not strong, especially when facing undead wizards. It is naturally restrained, so I also think he has other trump cards. Hant frowned. He was good at business, but he didn't understand fighting. Hayden nodded, confirming what Upton and Goudier said. He must have other cards. Rumor has it that he has a level 7 partner, who did not appear in this battle, and the introduction was vague, so there must be something wrong. Goudier said, "The problem now is, if we want to target Nidora, it is now confirmed that he is in the Albiz Mountains. Should we make peace or send people to disrupt the situation? This is the problem." Upton shook his head. "We can't make peace. Now we are either just ordinary cooperation or opponents. But I don't think our 2 families can be opponents. If we don't send out the level 7, we can't take him down at the moment." As the leader of the wizard side, Goudier himself is also level 7. At this time, he said, the cost of sending out level 7 is too high. Once the Glory Wizard Alliance is alarmed, our family cannot afford the consequences. Inside the Glory Empire, there is an unwritten rule that everything can be done too much, including the nobles fighting for territory, winning over personnel, and snatching resources, which are all tolerated because these are within the rules of the nobles. But sending out combatants above level 7 is absolutely not allowed. Combatants above level 7 can only appear on the external battlefield, otherwise, they will trigger personal sanctions from the Glory Wizard Alliance Law Enforcement Corps and the Royal Wizard Court within the Empire. This is very terrifying. The Law Enforcement Corps of the Empire Mage Corps and the Royal Wizard Law Enforcement Corps personally sanctioned. There are the most outstanding wizards in the Empire, and they are also the wizards who are most proficient in tracking and killing. They must be all level 7 wizards, and their strength is not ordinary. Hunt heard this and said in a slightly serious tone, "Then we can only wait for the news from the black market and hope that the so-called mysterious organization can take down the other party. Otherwise, we can only turn to cooperation." In fact, cooperation is also possible. Our Lang family can continue to monopolize the brewing industry in the new city, as long as Dole does not do anything wrong. Hayden looked at Hunt and said, "You have always been in charge of intelligence. This time, I called everyone here to discuss a proper method. We must cooperate and compete." Upton had another idea at this time. "Family, you too, I don't think we need to be so tense. So far, the focus of our conflict is not on life and death, but on competition. Since Dole has run to the Albise Mountains, it would be a bit too much for us to regard him as a competitor. The Albise Mountains are more than 3,000 kilometers away from here." Hearing this, the three hunters were stunned. Ryan family, large conference room. There were many people attending the meeting, and basically all the important people were here, but a few people from the military were still outside and had no time to come back. The military personnel responsible for the city defense were there, and the others were from the wizard side, the business side, and the intelligence side. This meeting was an ordinary family meeting, so everyone didn't take it very seriously after receiving the news. Daleulide sat in the first seat, looking at everyone with a smile. "Everyone, what do you think? From Ash's news, I learned that the Albise Mountains are already in the territory of my northwest state, and it's in my pocket." Hearing this, the crowd immediately exploded. The Albise Mountains are a very large area. If the Albise Mountains are taken down, the territory of the northwest will indeed increase again. The most important thing is that the passage to the three northern provinces has been opened. Whether it is a caravan or other people traveling back and forth, it saves dozens of days of travel. As a leader of young people, Ofer was also sitting in the conference room at this time. He said in disbelief, "Uncle, this information comes from Ash?" Daleulide glanced at Ofer, nodded, and said, "For now, our Ryan family's information is the most accurate, because Ash is present in person. Others' information mostly comes from the Glory Wizard Alliance, so the news will be castrated. I am not convenient to say more about the specific situation. The core content of today is how to manage Albise Mountain. I need everyone to come up with a proper plan, whether it is building a city or something about the business territory." At this time, Robert, who was in charge of business, stood up and said loudly, "Master, I think the business territory should be put on hold for now. Now let's talk about the details. The situation is still unknown. We have no idea where to build a city or a road after Dole occupies the Albise Mountains. It is too early to talk about it now." Duluard shook his head, "Not at all. Once Dole occupies the Albise Mountains, the next step will naturally be to select a site, build roads, and build a city. With his execution ability, it is estimated that it will be faster than we think. So now we either directly participate in it or plan it in advance to avoid others getting ahead. As far as I know, the Orn family has already prepared a caravan. According to Ash, Krista will stay here, but most people will go there, and only a part of them will stay here in the future." Chapter 689. Robert was stunned for a moment. He knew Dole's style of doing things, but he didn't expect that the head of the family would think so quickly. From occupying the Albise Mountains to other things, it will take some time. It will take enough time to clean up the monsters in the Albise Mountains alone. Everyone started to discuss, and for a while, the conference room was full of chatter. The Orn family was indeed very active, more active than anyone else. From the moment the news was confirmed, the person in charge was already preparing a caravan, gathering resources and relevant personnel, and preparing to make a big deal. The Albise Mountains are very large. After the territory is determined, it will be at least the size of a county, and it is much larger than an ordinary county. Now that it is laid out in advance, it can also take the lead. There are many people in the family, and the distribution of resources is seriously unbalanced. Now we can discuss it, and let some people with ideas and ambitions go out first and fight for themselves. If they succeed, it will be theirs. If they fail, the family can provide some help. The only way for a family to maintain its longevity is to gather the family's centripetal force and provide a stage for capable people to show themselves. Now, the Empire is about to establish a separate county, and this stage is definitely big enough, not to mention the rich resources in the Albise Mountains, which is definitely a big piece of cake. The magic crystal mine belongs to the Glory Wizard Alliance, and the metal mine belongs to the Empire itself, but there are other mines to find. Although prospecting is not the strong point of the Orn family, they can find someone to cooperate with. The relationship with Dole is strong enough, so they can plan more than others. The rise of Dole is still unstoppable, and their family can also take advantage of it. Of course, this is a little worse than the Rhine family. They have a daughter, and the Orn family also has a daughter, but it is not Dole's cup of tea. What a pity. The news from the Imperial capital is transmitted faster. After the Glory Wizard Alliance passed the news back, it quickly reached the ears of the Emperor, and then the ears of the third Prince George. George stood in the yard, stroking his chin, analyzing the content of the news. He is not sure whether Dole can attack Mount Albiz. He gave up when Mount Albiz was assigned to him. There are too many level 7 monsters in it. Even if he uses all his strength, it is impossible to take down Mount Albiz. Although the news said that Dole blocked the attack of the Nightmare Empire, it seemed as if he had taken down Mount Albiz. This attitude is very strange. There are at least 3 level 7 monsters in the Albiz Mountains. He has to attack. Even with the help of the Glory Wizard Alliance and the Imperial Legion, it will take at least half a year to attack. But this is good news. His allies have become stronger. If there is an extra county in the northwest, his father will be happy. It's too early to say this now. Not long after, he got the information from Nightingale. After comparing the 2 pieces of information carefully, he found the problem. Nightingale's intelligence system is very powerful, but for this kind of battle above level 6, their report is not as detailed as the report of the Glory Wizard Alliance. Moreover, the report of the Glory Wizard Alliance was written by Alan himself, and he was at the scene himself, while Nightingale's report was mixed with a lot of speculation. Obviously, they didn't even find the place where the battle took place. Dole's wizard ability is still very powerful, with powerful potion ability, abnormal wizard tower refining ability, and powerful wizard formation ability. This person is simply abnormal. Compared with Dole, several geniuses in the Imperial capital have better elemental abilities, but they are useless in other aspects. He thought about it, came to the study, wrote and drew, and soon, he finished writing and waved his hand. A man in black came to the room quietly, and knelt on one knee. Third Prince. George couldn't even see how he came in, but this was how Huang Yi appeared, and he had been used to it for some time. He nodded, "Come forward." The man in black didn't understand, and came to the front of the table. George handed him the paper and said, "Pass it to the northwest branch. The specific location is here. Let them find out the specific situation and report to me." The man in black saw the paper, which was a map, looked at it carefully, and then nodded suddenly. "Yes, Your Highness." After speaking, he retreated quietly again. George stood there and thought for a while, then took out the last bottle of super vitality potion from the storage ring and rubbed it slowly in his hand. There was only one bottle left. Who should he go to? He gritted his teeth. This bottle must be given away. It depends on who to give it to. At present, there are many people who need this bottle of potion, but there are only a few who can help him. How about giving it to her? If you want to say who has the most terrible talent and the most terrible foundation in the Imperial capital, it is not the so-called geniuses, but that woman. That woman is the only terrifying genius in the Imperial capital, who has been promoted to level 6 before the age of 40 in the past hundreds of years. Her elemental ability is extremely powerful, but even such a genius has a poor background, and then was secretly harmed by several other jealous geniuses, resulting in damage to her foundation. She has always stayed at level 6, and cannot make any progress. If she can give it to her, she will have a card to play. She is not well informed and probably doesn't know that I have this medicine. Go over and ask if she can help me. She is 50 years old this year. Although she is not in a hurry, there is no possibility for her to improve unless she meets me. But the biggest shortcoming of that woman is pride. She is so proud that it is a problem whether I can get her help. Forget it, go over and ask first. As long as she says no, she will turn around and leave. After thinking about it, he thought it was feasible, so he slowly walked out of the small courtyard. A thick layer of dark clouds covered the Albiz mountain, and all creatures felt a little panic. Since Baal made a statement, the entire Albiz mountain has become strange. An alien creature dared to say that he wanted to occupy the Albiz mountain, which caused a backlash from all the intelligent creatures in the mountain. But the problem is that this Baal is very powerful. Even 3 7th level adults can't take him down together. This is no longer a problem of strong strength, but a complete crushing. So, the atmosphere in the Albiz mountain has been very strange these days. The hell creatures kept provoking, and although the 3 adults fought, they only fought for a while, and then stopped fighting. The Albiz mountain suffered, and several peaks collapsed. The mountains were in a mess. I don't know how many creatures were affected by the battle, and countless were killed and injured. Many level 6 monsters even began to quietly move to the distant Baiyuan mountains. This situation was naturally intentional by Baal. As long as the level 8 did not come out, he would be invincible. These 3 monsters were not high-level ancient bloodlines, and they did not have any powerful talents. What could they do to him? It would take some time to digest the Archaeopteryx, and Ball was full of energy. The giant lion, the giant wolf, and the giant ape sat together and discussed countless times, but none of them were willing to give up the territory they had been operating for a long time. If they were driven to the Bayuan Mountains, they would definitely be driven everywhere, and they would have to fight with others to grab a suitable territory as a habitat. At level 7, although you are free from the shackles of the body and from meat, you still need a place that suits you to comprehend more advanced rules, and you cannot be careless at all. Chapter 690. So, Ball is simply forcing them to die. Although I don't know why Ball is so confident, he can't be driven away. He is still provoking every day, and the three beasts don't have much better solutions. The vitality of the Albiz mountain has been disordered recently, and it rains every day. Outside the wasteland, it is peaceful. Except for the occasional appearance of some spies, there are no other changes. Most of these spies are spies from the Empire and mysterious organizations, or assassin organizations. They are just investigating. Under the protection of the Dole Magic Circle, they are basically just determining the location. The 8 wizard towers are divided into 8 directions, representing 8 different elements. In recent days, wizards have been absorbing elements crazily. Among them, the Thunder Tower is the easiest to absorb elements. After a heavy rain, thunder and lightning roared above the Thunder Tower. The light was brilliant, and the lightning kept roaring. Lightning struck one after another, like the end of the world. But the Thunder Tower did not move at all, but enjoyed it. He was actually the first wizard tower to accumulate enough energy, while other wizard towers were slower. The entire camp was like an elemental black hole, accepting all elements and incorporating them into the system of the Earth Fortress. There were not many powerful creatures in the wasteland, and the more powerful creatures were still hundreds of miles away, and could not feel the movement here. Dole stayed here honestly for 10 days, and finally recovered some vitality. He had devoted all his efforts to refining the wizard tower in the previous month, and had fought a battle with others, which was very tiring. These days, Ash was in charge of the overall situation, and she was quite capable, and had the potential to be a housekeeper. As soon as Dole came forward, Ash began to report the work of the past 10 days, especially the cooperation requests from all parties in Watsonburg. Dole listened to the story, and felt a little surprised. He hadn't succeeded yet, but there were so many people looking for him to cooperate. You know, there are still 3 level 7 disaster level monsters on the Albiz mountain, and there is also a ghost of unknown level. In addition to these, the entire wasteland is rampant with monsters, and there are countless crises hidden. Moreover, even if they occupy it now, there are still many things to do, such as surveying the terrain, designing roads and city locations after that. It will take several years to come down, and he doesn't have so many people. It depends on himself and Ash to do it, and the time is even slower. To be honest, it's too early to talk about cooperation. Moreover, Morris and others can't come now. Even if they come, they have to sell the refined potions. They can only stay in Watsonburg now. After everything is done here, they can come here after the trade route is opened. It won't work without a year or 2. It's indeed too early to talk about cooperation, but we can contact each other and keep in touch. Whoever is willing to cooperate at a deeper level can help them open up the route. Dole thought clearly that he could not do it alone. It was impossible to survey, expel monsters, build cities, set routes, and maintain roads by himself. It was not feasible to do it without sufficient manpower. He would have to formulate some policies to attract ordinary people and migrate some people. Of course, this was all later. The first way in front of him was to take down the Albiz mountains, expel or kill the level 7 monsters inside, and then form his own storm domain. In the past, a level 7 magic beast was a towering, unsurpassable mountain in front of him, but now, a level 7 magic beast can also compete with him. This is the strong confidence brought by his own strength. In 10 days, except for the Lay Tower, the energy of other wizard towers has only been stored for half, and it is estimated that it will take at least 15 days to have a definite combat power. These 10 days were very peaceful, and almost no one came. The sneak attack and strong attack that Dual Eye expected did not come, as if the mysterious organization had given up on him. Time slowly came to September. August rained a lot, and on September 1st, the rain still did not stop. In the early morning, the wasteland was foggy, as if covered by a layer of clouds, and drops of rain slowly fell on the uninhabited land. At this time, Dual Eye woke up from his meditation, opened his eyes, and looked straight ahead. His eyes passed through the wizard tower, through the ravine, and saw the outside of the valley. At this time, A transparent figure came in the air along with the rain and headed straight for him. Duolai narrowed his eyes slightly. Is it the assassin? The original body did not move, but the clone stood up and slowly went to meet him. He crossed the ravine and came outside. Soon he met the transparent figure. The transparent figure slowly showed his figure and looked directly at Duolai. You can really see through my invisibility. It seems that you were successful in fishing a few days ago. The transparent figure raised his doubts as soon as he saw Duolai. Duolai looked at the other party with a blank expression, even a little solemn. If you have any purpose, you can tell me directly, otherwise you will have no chance later. Duolai looked at the other party carefully. As a black corpse worm, it was easy to see that this was his original body. He wanted to keep the other party. The magic power was ready to go, and even the golden corpse slowly came to a place underground to wait. The Mizukage was naturally sensitive. He noticed something at this moment. He was startled and hurriedly raised his body a little bit higher. Dole had no choice but to slowly raise his body. He thought, did this guy see something? The Mizukage was chilled. Dole had a golden corpse. The golden corpse could sneak underground and attack. It was better to stay away from the ground. The Nightmare Empire also had a level 7 necromancer. He had survived a life and death struggle, and had gone through untold hardships to raise the golden corpse to level 7. He naturally knew about the information about the golden corpse, but he didn't want to be killed by the golden corpse here. The Mizukage pretended to be calm at this time, and said slowly, Master Dole, I wonder if there is a misunderstanding between us. Dole had a blank expression, as if to continue. Seeing that Dori was willing to listen, Mizukage continued with caution, from the information we have now, we know that you and us have no direct conflict of interest, right? Dori shook his head, yes, we don't have a conflict of interest, but a life and death feud. The Sand Scorpion Adventure Group spread false information, and looked for opportunities to kill people. Unfortunately, I was the one who was killed. Mizukage's mouth twitched. Why did the story taste so heavy in the other person's mouth? He had no way to refute, so he could only smile. Then you are fine now, right? I came here this time to represent the Sand Scorpion Adventure Group and reach a reconciliation with you. What do you think? Dole looked at the water shadow, with the corners of his mouth curled up. The Sand Scorpion Adventure Group was originally a cover. Reaching a reconciliation with them was not saying anything. What's your name? The water shadow touched his forehead in an exaggerated manner, and then apologized. Sorry, I haven't introduced myself yet. Just call me Shadow. Dole looked at him and nodded, saying, Mr. Shadow, have I reached a reconciliation with the Sand Scorpion Adventure Group? How to reconcile verbally, or... When the water shadow heard this, the corners of his mouth kept smiling, like a cunning businessman. You killed several of our level 6 assassins, killed one of our undead warriors, and captured many level 6 undead. Now we, the Sand Scorpions, will not pursue your problem. We just need to return the undead that belong to us. I promise that the Sand Scorpion Adventure Group will never trouble you again. On the contrary, we can cooperate to a certain extent. For example, we can order potions from you. How about the price being 10% higher than the market price? Chapter 691. Dole snorted, his expression slightly disdainful. He couldn't beat him, but now he was talking, wanting him to return the level 6 zombie. Is it really crazy? The value of a level 6 zombie is not measured by a warrior of the same level. After refining, it is absolutely loyal, absolutely obedient, absolutely the most qualified fighter, not afraid of death, not afraid of loss, and has almost no shortcomings except low intelligence. It is basically equivalent to a level 6 warrior. 11 level 6 warriors, if placed in a family of the same level, it is also a very huge strength. Let me return it. This unknown force is still dreaming. He raised his head, looked at the other party seriously, and said word by word, it looks ugly, but it's beautiful. The Shadow of Water knew that what he and Dole said here was absolutely nonsense. At most, it was just to test the other party's attitude. It was a lie that the other party didn't bear grudges after assassinating him twice. The other party wanted the territory, which was the Albiz Mountains. I had to report to the higher-ups when I went back, and I had to make preparations. He slowly opened his mouth and said in a threatening tone, if that's the case, then we have nothing to say. Sir Dole, please pay more attention to your safety next time. Dole looked at the Mizukage with a calm expression. Mr. Shadow, when I have time, I will let you know how unworthy it is to offend me. Don't think that I don't know anything, I just don't have time to deal with you. I just hope that next time you come, it's best to beat me to death in one go, otherwise, you will bear the consequences yourself. Mizukage narrowed his eyes, not knowing what Dole meant. Did the other party know something? Combined with the recent situation of the organization, he suddenly hesitated. The intelligence agency Nightingale of the Glory Empire and the Yellow Oriole organization in the Northwest region went out together and dug out a lot of their things. It is unknown how much has been exposed so far. Could it be that this is all related to Dole? He thought about it, frowned, and said, "Then don't bother your excellency to worry about it. Next time we meet, we will be enemies." As he said that, he retreated vigilantly, and then slowly became invisible and disappeared. This time, he used an unknown invisibility method, and even the Xian corpse worm did not see how the other party disappeared. Dole became alert and retreated quickly, but he soon discovered that the other party had indeed left this place, because he sensed that the danger was moving away. The two just met, and no one told the truth. No specific information was revealed, which was considered an informal declaration of war. Dole was full of confidence. Unless he encountered a group of level 6 siege, he would not show any emotion. With Ball, the Golden Corpse, and the Wizard Tower group, he could completely force the opponent to retreat or even kill him even if he did not take action. Now his main energy needs to be focused on Mount Albise, and he has no time to pay attention to the opponent. Hundreds of kilometers away, Shirliosi endured the pain and looked at the slowly appearing Shueying with frowning brows. He was slightly disappointed. He slowly said, "Failed?" Shueying nodded and said, "Not only did the threat fail, I also heard another message from his words." He seemed to know something. Shirliosi was not alone. There were two other people standing far away beside him. The aura of these two people was the same as Shueying. This is Shadow 15 and Shadow 23 from the Assassin Division. Shadow 15 is a woman, and she frowned and said, "What will he know? We made a big move this time, and used too much power. He may have noticed some adventure groups that were originally hidden underground." Shueying shook his head. "I always feel that there is other information hidden in his words. We did expose a lot this time, but we only exposed what we wanted to expose." As he said this, he passed the conversation between the two to the three people in a flash of light. The three people were silent. After watching all the scenes, Shadow 23's eyebrows were raised, and his murderous aura increased greatly. "Don't worry about these. Let's find a chance to assassinate. If we fail this mission, we will be punished when we go back." After failures one after another, it was their turn as wizard assassins, who had been trained for a long time, to appear. If even they failed, it could only prove one thing, that this person is really powerful. Mizuki shook his head. "Don't go. According to what we saw last time, Dole now has a complete set of wizard towers. As long as it's not Dingding's power, no matter how many people go, they will die. We are useless. Now, he needs Albise Mountain, and we need to disrupt the situation. Go and contact the monsters in the mountain, and we will fight in a roundabout way. Humans, monsters and beasts are irreconcilable, and there is no possibility of peace. Contacting monsters is also a bad idea." Shadow 15 looked at Mizuki, then at Shadow 23, and became curious about Dole. According to the intelligence, he is only a level 5 wizard. Now they, who can be said to be the top level 6 assassins on the continent, are together, and they are helpless. How is this possible? Ingshirwu was a little unconvinced, so he thought about it and said, "Lord Mizuki, how about we split up into two groups? We go to test Dole, and you go to Mount Albise." She still didn't believe it in her heart. The previous few people didn't have the ability to deal with Dole, but it didn't mean they didn't have it. The Mizuki was in charge of intelligence, and his assassination ability was limited, and they were the best assassins. As for Shirlios's words, the two of them didn't actually trust him. The necromancer was the enemy of all the living. As for the assassins who failed on the street last time, they were warriors, and they were different from the wizard assassins who walked in the dark. They were the kings in the dark. The Mizuki looked at Ingshirwu, looked at the stubbornness in his eyes, and said expressionlessly, "I don't care about the affairs of your wizard assassin department. I only care about intelligence. I will report the matter truthfully." The Ingshirwu looked deeply at the Mizuki, then looked at Ing-23, and slowly retreated backwards. Their figures gradually faded, and soon disappeared in the vast wilderness. The breeze blew across the ground, and there were gusts of wind around, as if they had never existed. Shirliosi didn't even look at the two people. The various departments within the Nightmare Empire were in a competitive relationship, and the two people didn't even look at him for the same reason. Moreover, the necromancer used people of various professions as undead, and was also the enemy of everyone. Turning his head, he glanced at the water shadow. At this time, Shirlios's attitude was very low, and he couldn't be proud at all. He said in a tangled way, Tell the higher-ups that I won't go back for the time being. Without undead above level 6, my ranking will soon fall below. I have to go and prepare some things. Hey! The Water Shadow nodded. I know, I will report it to the higher-ups truthfully, and I think they will understand. Duali's strength has seriously exceeded our imagination. If Shadow 15 and Shadow 23 don't listen to advice, they will probably follow in the footsteps of Shirliowu soon. The higher-ups will know how difficult Duali is. Shirlios's mouth twitched. Duali has trained a level 6 wizard tower group, and those below level 7 are no longer taken seriously. This is true. Then I leave. After saying this, Shirliosi covered his chest and quickly disappeared into the wilderness. He was seriously injured and needed to find a place to heal. Watching the corpse disappear, Mizukage thought carefully about the current situation. What went wrong? Was there any omission in the intelligence? What level of information was the other party at now? Is there a problem inside? Chapter 692. Dole obviously didn't want to confront them head-on, but he was in the first move every step of the way, which clearly showed that the other party had a certain advantage in intelligence. But the question was, where did he get his intelligence from? Shuang thought for a moment, and his figure gradually disappeared in the wilderness. Duching. In the city lord's mansion, a middle-aged man looked at his men, his brows gradually raised. Sir, we should have prepared for this earlier. The middle-aged man nodded. Albi's mountain is the territory of the third prince. Now it has been given to the legendary powerful pharmacist Dole. With the assistance of the Glory Wizard Alliance and the Northwest Legion, it will definitely be conquered. In the future, it will inevitably have some contact with our Duching. He thought for a while and said, if the trade route of Albi's mountain is opened, then the caravans that bypass our Duching will turn to Albi's mountain, and our tax rate will be greatly reduced at that time. As the mayor, he is not considering the overall layout of the entire Glory Empire, but his small situation as the governor of Duching. Obviously, if Albi's mountain is successful, the income of his Duching will be greatly reduced. This is intolerable. The subordinate nodded, but he frowned and said, Sir, this matter will definitely continue. We can't avoid it unless. The middle-aged man nodded and said expressionlessly, unless he dies, but here comes the problem. It is said that 5 level 6 assassins have failed. What can we do? The highest combat power of a county is level 6. 5 level 6 assassins failed together. The opponent's strength is actually very exaggerated. When the news came today, the entire Duching high-level officials were stunned. If Albi's mountain develops, it will cut off their trade routes, and they will have to dig people from all around. Duching will bear the brunt. This is something that the city lord cannot tolerate. Population, economy, transportation channels, basically, if Albi's mountain develops, it will almost affect all of them. The subordinate nodded, frowning. If this is something we can't refuse, now we have to find a way to see if we can get something from him as compensation, or see if there is any compensation from the Empire. We can't let us suffer a loss. The middle-aged man nodded, sighed, and said, you go down and ask the city management to draft a relevant opinion, and then submit it, and finally submit it. Our Duching also needs to develop, and we can't let us eat up all the resources. In addition, see if you can find a way to meet this delay, and see if there is any way to intervene in transportation and mining. If our economic decline is inevitable, we must do something. The subordinate nodded. The adult's considerations are still more thoughtful than his, and these things have been thought of. He immediately said, I ask someone to do it right away. There are 3 cities bordering the Albi's mountains. Duching is the closest, and is the biggest beneficiary of the trade route between the northwest and the 3 northern provinces. If the Albi's mountains open up the road, Duching will suffer the most. The most important thing is that Duching is a purely agricultural city with no other resources, and not many ways to make money. This is also the most critical factor that the mayor of Duching is worried about now. If the trade route is cut off, where will he make money from? Dole is actually thinking about this problem now. To manage a city, politics, economy, business environment, population, transportation, medical care, industry, these are all issues that need to be considered. The future city layout and various infrastructures need to be built one by one. There are 2 options now. First, manage it by yourself, and second, introduce other forces to participate. It is definitely not possible to manage it by yourself. There is not enough financial resources to attract other forces to participate, so you need to consider introducing those forces. However, it is not him who is anxious now, but others. In recent days, through Alan and Dalulide, there are countless people who want to reach an agreement with him. Dole did not refuse or respond. Now he needs to consider other things. Because there are variables in the Albise Mountains again. Ball was resting on the mountain, basking in the sun and blowing the wind. I don't know how comfortable it is. At this time, the giant ape climbed to the top of the mountain and roared at him provocatively. Ball rolled on the ground, got up, and grinned at the giant ape. Boy, you are tired of living. The giant ape snorted twice and said, the representative of Baiyuan Mountain Range is here, we need to talk. Ball was stunned. What does the representative of Baiyuan Mountain Range mean? Did the giant ape go to ask for help? Who is this guy? Is he also level 7? High level or low level? He was startled and felt something was wrong. Baiyuan Mountain Range and Albise Mountain belong to the same mountain system, both of which are Baiyuan Mountain Range system. Albise Mountain extends southward from Baiyuan Mountain Range, and the monsters here are also under the jurisdiction of Baiyuan Mountain Range level 8 monsters. Ball thought, no matter who comes, as long as it is not level 8, he will not make a sound. It is nothing more than a matter of consuming more energy, but he still needs to be cautious, and some magic beasts with special bloodlines still need to be vigilant. Thinking of this, he looked at the giant ape and snorted coldly, no matter who comes, I have taken control of this place. Leave quickly if you know what's good for you. He stood up and roared madly. No matter what, you have to act well. The giant ape snorted coldly and said arrogantly, you will know in a while, Hellhound, your hell rules are not applicable here. Your strength is not fully exerted, don't make a mistake. Ball snorted and thought, in a few days, I will let you know the power of the greatest invention in human history. What's the point of talking to you now? He didn't reply at all, but waited quietly and recuperated. He had fought too many times in the past few days, and his strength was consumed too quickly. In addition, the hell rules of this world are indeed quite constrained here, so it takes a long time to recover. Seeing that Ball didn't speak, the giant ape thought he was afraid, and roared with domineering power, swearing his sovereignty. The roars of the apes echoed in the mountains. The weather in September is a bit rainy, especially in the afternoon. A cool wind blows slowly from the high Baiyuan Mountains, and the moist air it brings can easily form cumulonimbus clouds, forming a small shower, sometimes a rainstorm. The wind was stronger this afternoon, and the clouds in the sky were thicker. After a while, the Albise Mountains were covered by a layer of dark clouds. Ball was talking to Dole about this matter. At this moment, he suddenly raised his head and looked to the north. He felt a weak dragon energy coming from the north. Dragon energy is different from the power of other systems. Dragon energy can make creatures feel oppression and power the most. Wherever there is dragon energy, there must be powerful creatures. He raised his head and looked to the north, and red light appeared in his eyes. Under the endless sky, in the cloudy sky, a giant bat with huge fleshy wings stretched out was looming. It was too far away to see its specific size, but Ball could feel that this giant bat with dragon energy was very powerful, even comparable to himself. A bat with dragon energy, could it be a dragon bat? Chapter 693. Bale's eyes were gloomy. The dragon bat is a kind of bat, but its attack method is rather strange. It has the attributes of both sonic and spiritual attacks, which makes it difficult to deal with. If this thing entangles itself, the other three monsters will be in a passive state when they attack. Whether it is a sonic attack or a spiritual attack, it is a great test for any monster. Sound waves ignore defense, and spiritual attacks ignore physical defense. This is a powerful enemy anyway. However, although the dragon bat is strong, its physical body is not very good. If it comes to negotiate, it's easy to say. If it comes to be an enemy, try to resolve the battle in an instant, and don't fall into siege. Thinking of this, Ball's expression was stable and gradually stabilized. No matter what the matter is, there is always a way. At this time, he told Duolai about the matter, and said that he had a big enemy. At this time in the wasteland, Duolai also felt the strong dragon energy and looked to the north. The other party released power recklessly. It was impossible not to pay attention. Although it was more than 70 kilometers away, it was still clearly visible in the formation of the Wizard Tower group. Lord Ball, the energy of the Wizard Tower group is now 80%. Otherwise, let's do it now. Bear has also read the book Magic House by Hori. Naturally, he knows how many levels there are between 80% and perfection, and directly rejected Dole. Don't worry, they are here to negotiate now, you continue to absorb it first, and if I start fighting here, you can come over. The Earth Fortress has more advantages on the Earth. If I can lure them over at that time, you can just bomb them directly. Dole thought about it and nodded. After the Earth Fortress was set up, the magic circle connected the heaven and earth, and could fix the terrain of an area, lock the ground veins, groundwater, underground mountain trends, and even control underground volcanoes, but the power would be greatly reduced if it flew into the sky. To go to Mount Albise, you must fly in the sky. It is better to do as Ball said and directly kill the person who came for a reason in one fell swoop. The most powerful move of the Earth Fortress, as long as it is released, it can kill the 7th level. This is Dole's biggest trump card. The Earth Fortress has unparalleled defense. With the Earth Fortress as the center, the area of more than 100 kilometers is the power radiation area of the Earth Fortress. It is extremely powerful. Dole chose the Wizard Tower group at that time because of this. Each level of the Earth Fortress has its strongest attack. Before level 5, the attack is only on the ground, or it cannot attack places more than 100 meters high, but after level 6, it has the ability to attack the airspace. This is the fundamental reason why Dole spent all his money to upgrade all the Wizard Towers to level 6. This time, he was really poor, very poor. After discussing with Ball, the clone presided over the Wizard Tower to continue to accumulate strength, while his original body was always paying attention to the mountain. Ball was paying attention to the dragon bat while checking the situation in other places. He always felt that this matter was not so simple. If it was just a fight between monsters, the other party could not have directly invited foreign aid. This did not conform to the principle of survival of the fittest among creatures. Even if the 8th level ancestor protected his child, he would not do this. Although he was an outsider, 3 against 1 was enough. Unless there are some things in Albise Mountain that the monsters in Baiyuan Mountain Range need, but he has been here for several days, and has not found anything important. He has seen some high-level medicinal materials, and some special places, but there is nothing special. Although Albise Mountain is just a mountain range extending from Baiyuan Mountain Range, it is also a huge mountain range. To enter the mountain from outside, you need to cross 5 layers of mountains before you can enter the mountain. During the period, you will experience countless dangers. All animals and plants encountered on the road may become fatal crises. As an intelligence officer, Mizukic has average combat power. What he can do now is to deliberately make trouble. And the best way to make trouble is to work with the monsters in Albise Mountain to ruin this matter. The specific information will have to wait until he meets the giant ape leader of Albise Mountain to know. As for why he is looking for the giant ape instead of the other 3, Mizukic has a plan in mind. The giant ape is more intelligent, and is not the kind of person who shouts and kills right away. If he goes to find the other 3 beasts, it will definitely be a death. He didn't know that Archaeopteryx had died yet. So, he had to get some information while walking carefully in the mountain. According to the energy storage speed of the Wizard Tower, he had at most 5 or 6 days. In these 5 days, he needed to get some information and then meet the giant ape. Things went smoothly. It only took 2 days for him to get what he wanted to know. A few days ago, there was a riot in the mountain. Archaeopteryx, one of the 4 level 7 monsters, was killed on the spot by a giant dog from outside. Hearing the word giant dog, Mizukic's heart was shocked, and he seemed to think of some incredible information. In Dole's intelligence, there seems to be such a dog, and it seems to be quite powerful. Could it be? According to the intelligence, this dog is incredibly powerful. It killed Archaeopteryx in one go, and threatened to occupy Mount Albise and make it its own territory. This is exactly the same as Dole's plan. He could almost conclude that this giant dog is the one next to Dole. Damn it. Although this dog does not appear very often, and no one has even discovered it, it has indeed appeared. Unexpectedly, its strength is so strong, he immediately thought of Dole's plan. Good guy, this guy really wants to take down Mount Albise in one fell swoop and make it his own territory. Although I don't know why this guy is so eager to get a territory, it must be related to himself, or to his strength. He can't let him get his wish so easily. Thinking of this, he speeded up a little. The place of the giant ape is very easy to find. On the largest peaks in the mountains, you can see various apes and monkeys. The highest peak must be the giant ape. He quietly went invisibly. The water shadow's stealth ability is very strong. He walked all the way without being discovered by any creature. He easily reached the giant ape mountain and started climbing. When the dragon bat flew from a distance, the water shadow just arrived at the foot of the giant ape mountain. The sky was overcast and drizzling. He made a little noise, and the giant ape standing in the mountain looking forward to it noticed the noise, and quickly came to the foot of the mountain. The giant ape was a little surprised. He actually saw a human, and this human's strength was not bad. He was able to bypass all his men. It was really amazing. He immediately became alert, but looking at this human, it seemed that he was waiting for him. He did not act rashly, but enveloped the entire mountain with his momentum, and then walked slowly, looking at the water shadow viciously. Chapter 694. After a while. What? That hellhound is a pet of the human race. The giant ape stood up in shock. He looked at the water shadow fiercely, and his fierce and domineering aura was released like a mountain, pressing on the other party. The water shadow looked at the giant ape in shock. The oppressive force on him made him feel as frightened as if he saw that adult. Just by releasing the aura, the water shadow had to use all his strength to resist. He tried hard to say, "This is absolutely true and cannot be faked." If the giant ape doesn't believe it, you can find a beast to go down and investigate. In addition, the battle at the foot of the mountain a few days ago was caused by that person. That person wanted to occupy Mount Albese, and this hellhound ball was sent by the other party. The giant ape's face darkened. If this hellhound is the other party's pet, how powerful must the other party be? Why hasn't he come yet? Who in the entire Northwest and the 3 northern provinces has such a powerful pet? Human, don't lie to me. The water shadow was bitter in his heart. Smile, the biggest loophole in this news is here. Ball is so powerful, but Dole is just a level 5 wizard. Who would believe this? He could only continue to make up lies. The human race itself is not strong, so he used special means. He is good at refining wizard towers. Now, he has refined 8 level 6 wizard towers outside. When the time comes, the adults will know. The Mizukage swore, and said that he would not joke with his life. All this was because of his hatred for that person, and it was all to prevent that person from succeeding. Then he described with tears how that person was unforgivable, killing his family, insulting his wife and daughter. In his description, Dole became an unforgivable demon. In order to refine the wizard tower, Dole also sacrificed several villages and slaughtered countless monsters to take their blood, bones, and fur. In his description, Dole became a villain who was against humans and creatures. It must be said that Mizukage has a talent for acting, especially courage. The giant ape wanted to slap the human to death, but was moved by the other party's words and began to wonder. This ball did come very strangely, and he killed the Archaeopteryx forcefully right away. This matter was indeed strange. But he did not completely believe the Mizukage, and was half believing and half doubting. After the Mizukage finished speaking, he looked at the Mizukage and suddenly slapped out with a claw. No matter what, the human race should die, and he had finished speaking anyway. The Mizukage had been on guard against the other party for a long time. After all, it was a monster and could not be treated with the attitude of a human. Seeing the giant ape suddenly attack, he immediately smiled. The body of the water shadow was hit, just like hitting a piece of watermelon, and it instantly broke into pieces and splashed. It turned out that this was a water clone. The giant ape roared, and the sound waves rushed in all directions. He was deceived. At this time, in the sky, the figure of the dragon bat came from afar, almost following the clouds. When the dragon bat fell, drops of light rain began to fall slowly in the sky. For a time, the Albese mountains were filled with a strong sense of rain, moist and cool. At the foot of the mountain, a transparent shadow appeared. He also saw the huge figure in the sky, and was quite shocked. Dragon bat? Legend has it that there is a group of dragon bats in the Bayuan Mountains, which is very powerful. Is this their leader? What is it doing here? Is it invited by the monsters of the Albese Mountains? After reaching level 7, the intelligence of the monsters is no different from that of normal people, and they have formed corresponding gangs and power structures. The Albese Mountains belong to the periphery of the Bayuan Mountains, and are under the protection of the Bayuan Mountains. It is reasonable to send out level 7 masters. Mizukage thought at this time that there is a lot of excitement here. The Empire is now coming back, and planning other things. It can't take care of this side for the time being. I revealed the news myself. As long as these monsters are prepared, Dole will not succeed in a short time. Thinking of this, the corners of the Mizukage's mouth slightly smiled, and then disappeared in the wind and rain. Ball also really saw the dragon bat at this time. The other party is indeed here. The power of hell on his body slowly converged and condensed, and his eyes became serious. Bayuan Mountains actually sent people here. Interesting. He immediately sent a message to Dole. In the ravine, Dole stood on the wizard tower, connecting the sky and the earth while checking the energy storage progress of each wizard tower. In fact, the speed is very good, but a little slow. After all, the energy density of magic elements in the wilderness is not as good as in the mountains. At this time, his eyes were solemn, and he was a little impatient. It's just a territory. Why are there so many things? Dragon bats are still relatively powerful creatures, with strong attack power and a wide attack range. Although they can't do anything to his wizard tower formation, if they continue to attack, the all-round defense will consume energy very quickly. Can't wait. At this time, a voice sounded in his ears. Dole, I feel the power of the dragon bat. How about it? Do you want help? At this time, Alan's voice. Dole was slightly stunned. President, isn't he in Watzenberg? How can he feel the power of the dragon bat? Is he nearby? Dole was stunned. He blinked, and then looked along the other party's mental channel. About 80 kilometers away, on the endless wasteland, behind a high slope, Alan, Akron, and Odoron sat at the door of an exquisite little tent, looking at the Albise mountains calmly. The movement around the tent was enough to show that these guys had been here to observe for at least as long as himself. Damn. It seems that everything he did recently was under their eyes. In the Tower of Babel, Dole's mouth twitched. He said, I just heard from Lord Ball that someone came from the Bayuan Mountains. I don't know what the situation is now. I am only afraid that the people from the Sand Scorpion Adventure Group will cause trouble. If any of them come into contact with those level 7 monsters, things will change. Alan's voice continued to come. If you mean the Shadow Assassin, then there is no need to say. I just saw him strolling around in the mountains and came out. Dole's mouth twitched. He just thought it was possible, but he didn't expect that he really guessed it. He thought about it. Maybe Alan spoke to him because of this. He immediately felt a sense of urgency in his mind. He couldn't wait any longer. The plan he had just made with Ball was aborted. He immediately said, Lord Alan, I want you to take action. Alan laughed and said in high spirits, I've been waiting for you to say this. After becoming level 7, I have practiced the first level 7 magic. I haven't used it yet. I have to let you see the power of level 7. In the wilderness, Alan and the other two immediately packed up their things and prepared to approach Dole. They also knew that this was not a matter of waiting. The people of the Nightmare Empire colluded with the monsters. If they were arranged in advance, it would be bad. After he saw the man with the sky-peeping mirror, he immediately sent a message to Dole, saying that he couldn't wait any longer. Dole communicated with Ball, and then talked to Ash, letting him control the Babel Tower, and he would control the Wizard Tower group. The Wizard's Wizard Tower group has been replenished by 85%. With Ball and Alan, 2 level 7, Ash temporarily presided over the Babel Tower, which is considered a pseudo-level 7. The Wizard Tower on his side is enough to deal with 4 level 7 monsters. The battle between Akron and Odoron naturally does not count, as the gap in combat power between level 6 and level 7 is too huge. One manipulates the rules, and the other can only rely on himself. They are completely not on the same level. Chapter 695. The giant ape was very anxious at this time. Regardless of whether what the man said was true or false, he immediately notified the giant wolf and the giant lion. This hellhound actually colluded with humans, and the Wizard Tower group was already set up. The powerful masters of the human race would arrive soon. If they were not prepared in advance, it would not be good to be defeated one by one. The arrival of Lord Lombat made the giant ape feel relieved. For the monsters, a single human race is not scary, and even a little weak, but the Wizard Tower is absolutely scary. This is the only thing that humans can use to fight against them, and the Wizard Tower is extremely powerful. This is a bloody lesson that I don't know how much blood of monsters has been exchanged for. Now someone is using the Wizard Tower group to deal with them. How can he not panic? If what the man said just now is true, this powerful alien creature hellhound is really that person's pet. The Wizard Tower group, plus the hellhound, has already posed a threat to them. This damn hellhound, it turns out that it drove them away to serve humans. It's really damned. Just as he was thinking about this, the huge figure of the dragon bat descended from the sky, bringing extremely strong pressure. The giant ape stood on the top of the mountain and slowly stepped back to show respect. The dragon bat was very satisfied with the giant ape's posture. After slowly landing, he stood on the ground, and his body shape gradually changed into the image of a young human in black clothes, with an arrogant look. He looked in the direction of Ball, and said indifferently, Xiao Yuan, are you talking about the hellhound? It naturally saw the hellhound, and was a little indifferent. Dole decided to take action now. After meeting with Alan, they only discussed it briefly and finally decided that Alan would control the Babel Tower and let Ash rest. After all, Ash's current strength is only level 5, and the mental power of meditation is insufficient to perfectly control the Wizard Tower. The two adults, Akron and Odoron, assisted Alan, while Dole, relying on the super mental strength of 2 meditation methods, controlled the Wizard Tower group. At this time, there were countless Xianxia worms on each Wizard Tower of each tower group as a transfer. After confirming that the function was fully controlled, the wizard tower group slowly shrank and fell into his hands. The plan did not change quickly. The original plan to attract fishing law enforcement was now to become a strong attack, which was completely different in meaning. The success rate of sneak attacks is the highest, and the success rate of strong attacks is very low, but now with the addition of Master Allen, it can be slightly higher. 3 to 4, as long as you can kill one directly, it will be fine. The terrain of the Albiz Mountains, Dole sent a copy to everyone at this time. This was sent to him by Ball, together with the geographical location of several monsters, etc. Just as they were about to set off, Dole's ears heard another message. Dole, the 3 monsters have begun to converge, and the location is, we have to act in advance, hurry up. This time Ball used the public flat road, and Alan and others could hear it. Alan glanced at Dole, nodded heavily, and said, we have been waiting for a long time, let's take action now. After almost 2 months of ambushing in the wilderness, he was already impatient. At this time, Alan was driving the Babel Tower, and his heart was a little surging. This is not the Wizard Tower of the Glory Wizard Alliance, it exists as a group of towers. Although the control of the Babel Tower is not in his hands, this is the best time to spy on this Wizard Tower. Dole nodded, then his figure flashed, rose into the air, and disappeared. Alan saw Dole disappear, and looked at the 3 of them, and then said, I need to control the Babel Tower wholeheartedly, you 3 pay attention and observe. Ashley, Akron and the other 2 nodded together. Alan took a deep breath, held a token in his hand, and for the first time, he fully penetrated the Wizard Tower with his mental power. At this time, the magic pattern formation flowed in his heart, and the control method slowly flowed into his mind from the token. After he was completely familiar with it, he was shocked in his heart, and the Wizard Tower slowly flew up and went to the sky. He controlled the Wizard Tower and attacked first, and then Dole attacked from behind. Dole was more convenient than him to do this. When he really controlled the Tower of Babel, Alan realized how powerful this Wizard Tower was. The wood was all made of good wood, and the metal was all Lihushian iron, as well as other precious metals. The hardness of this Wizard Tower was comparable to the 8th level Wizard Tower of the Glory Wizard Alliance. This Wizard Tower formation had a mysterious spatial atmosphere. Could it be related to space? He saw the control methods, which seemed to have 3 types. The first one was collision. The second method was defense. Dole did not give it a name, but it looked very powerful. The third one, what is this, space shuttle? Alan was shocked, and a huge wave of emotion surged in his heart. Could it be that the Tower of Babel can only be used to hit people? The surrounding magic circles were constantly opening, and Alan controlled the Wizard Tower, slowly flew up, and soon reached the midair. The sky was covered with dark clouds, and after the Tower of Babel flew into the sky, it quickly sank into the clouds, as if it had disappeared. At this time, Alan was checking the things in the Tower of Babel, and he soon found that many things around him could not be explored by himself. He thought that this was what Dole didn't want him to see. Forget it, let's just hit it, shuttle through space, and then hit it with a swift blow. Even if it is a monster body, it may not be able to withstand the fierce impact of the Wizard Tower. He suddenly became excited. It seems quite good to drive the Wizard Tower to hit people. Thinking of this, he quickly gave orders to the 3 people. You 3 should pay attention to the surroundings. I will open the Wizard Tower and enter the sky above the Albiz Mountains. The 3 people received the order and kept observing the surroundings through the observation window. Dole's Wizard Tower has many functions. After Ash opened it, many light screens appeared around. The light screens showed the situation of the Wizard Tower scanning. In the sky, the Tower of Babel slowly released its power and radiated to the ground below. Various creatures soon appeared on those light screens, and the energy size was different. Soon, the light screen showed the situation of half a mountain range. The Wizard Tower slowly flew over, and the huge energy fluctuations made the entire Albiz Mountains boil. On the ape mountain, the giant ape, giant wolf, and giant lion stood together. The giant ape reported the information to the dragon bat. Before it could take any action, a strong energy wave rose outside the Albiz mountain and rushed into the mountain. The dragon bat youth looked at the giant ape with a solemn expression. He turned his head and looked at the location of Ball in the mountain. Ball was very powerful. He was at least at the 7th level. He thought he could go back quickly after coming out, but he didn't expect it to be a tough battle. He thought about it and said, let's deal with it first. If it doesn't work, we don't need this Albiz mountain. The human race has coveted this place for too long. The main thing is to preserve our strength. The giant wolf said with a little humility and impatience, if we can kill the opponent, We don't need to run. The dragon bat glanced at the giant wolf and nodded slightly. The elemental activity around the Albise Mountains is relatively high. There are 4 level 7 elements in this small mountain range, but they are only primary level 7 elements, which the dragon bats do not think highly of. However, after all, this is the territory of their magic beasts. If it were not for the care of the ancestor, he would not even come here. Chapter 696. Feeling the power of the wizard tower, Lung Fu looked at the dark clouds in the sky and said, "The human race is full of conspiracies and intrigues. Let's go together and pay attention to the safety of the surroundings." The giant lion and the giant wolf rubbed their hands, gnashed their teeth, and spoke fiercely. "Yes, Lord Lung Fu. The breath of Lung Fu is very strong, much stronger than that of the giant lion and the giant wolf. The giant wolf and the giant lion automatically obey, submit, and the law of the jungle is much more realistic than that of the human race in the Warcraft world." Lung Fu first soared into the air, sank into the clouds, and headed for the wizard tower. In his perception, this wizard tower is a bit weird, as if it is different from other people's wizard towers. It's not clear what the specific differences are. The human race and the Warcraft have fought for territory for countless times. The routines of the human race are very clear. However, in recent years, the human race has become more and more rampant. Lung Fu's heart has long been no longer wrong. When he saw the human race wizard tower, he went straight to it and fought first. Flying into the sky, the dragon bat flapped its wings, and the surrounding atmosphere flowed fiercely. The whole body was like a shuttle airflow, drawing a straight line in the sky, and rushed towards the Tower of Babel fiercely. It quickly passed a distance of more than 10 kilometers, and came to 3 or 4 kilometers in front of the Tower of Babel. He opened his mouth wide, and an invisible ripple sprayed out of his mouth, drawing a mysterious straight line in the air, and headed straight for the wizard tower. Behind him, the 3 beasts followed a little slower, and they still had to guard against Baal. Alan controlled the wizard tower. At this time, he saw the dragon bat flying over and commanded, "This is the top 10 dragon bats in the Albise Mountains. They are good at mental attacks and sonic attacks. You have to be careful." He attacked directly. Sonic attacks welcome the collision. Alan did not expect that the dragon bat would attack with a sound wave without saying anything. This is the specialty of the dragon bat race. Once hit, it is difficult to escape. He released his mental power and manipulated the magic pattern. The wizard tower moved strangely in the sky and just avoided the transparent sound wave. After changing direction, the speed will be significantly reduced. At this time, the second and third sound waves of the dragon bat came one after another. At the same time, the dragon bat's figure was also approaching rapidly. Alan manipulated the wizard tower to dodge, and a slight smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. After so many years of fighting between the human race and the Warcraft, the shortcomings exposed are also obvious. Although the wizard tower has a strong attack power, it is easy to be destroyed. The dragon bat rushed over so anxiously, obviously intending to destroy the wizard tower directly. It was just right to test the hardness of the Tower of Babel. He dodged back and forth, pretending that the wizard tower did not dare to be hit. He had secretly opened the defense, activated the power of the wizard tower, and reloaded the equipment at any time. The dragon bat was very large, with a pair of wings that looked like dragon wings and bat wings, and the scales on them were shining. The wings seemed to be gently waving, and the turning speed in the clouds was extremely fast. In a few breaths, the skills had shortened the distance with the wizard tower. At this time, the dragon bat became cautious, and he kept moving left and right, fearing that the other party would release some huge witchcraft. At this time, he felt that his heart began to heat up, and a strong heat was born from his heart, burning. The dragon bat's movements were slightly deformed, but it still quickly shortened the distance with the wizard tower. What kind of witchcraft was this? As it ran, it turned back, and 2 sound waves rushed towards the wizard tower. Sound waves are invisible and invincible. Alan reacted a little slower this time, and one of the sound waves hit the wizard tower. The energy on the wizard tower instantly stirred up waves, and circles of white light stirred up shock waves, rippling in all directions. The people in the wizard tower only felt a strong force hitting them. The entire magic circle was shaking, and the energy core was a little brighter in an instant. But it was just shaking, and the wizard tower was fine. After Alan opened Chris's magic fire pupil, he was on guard against the dragon bats jumping off the wall. At this time, after the wizard tower was hit, he felt the power of this wizard tower, and its excellent defensibility. The dragon bat's attack is said to be the strongest at the same level, but it only made the wizard tower shake slightly. The wizard tower and the dragon bat chased each other in the clouds. It took only 3 or 4 seconds to move tens of kilometers. At this time, the giant lions, giant wolves and giant apes behind were also approaching. At this time, the clouds in the sky were stirred into a chaotic mist, floating in the sky with the wind. When Bar saw this from a distance, he knew that the opportunity had come. He did not see Dole around, but only saw the Tower of Babel. Dole was preparing to fish again. The Tower of Babel was a wizard tower. In the concept of Warcraft, the human race should be in the wizard tower and dare not come out. The wizard tower is their life guarantee. But who would have thought that Dole did not own a wizard tower? Bar jumped down from the mountain and headed towards the battlefield. The dragon bat and the wizard tower moved back and forth in the sky. At this time, the dragon bat was hot, and there was a strong burning in its heart, but this kind of damage was not strong. It could be suppressed by using its own power, but it needed to divide a certain amount of power. The opponent was hit by a sound wave, but nothing happened. This puzzled him. The opponent did not let him approach, but the opponent's defense was good. What was the reason? However, since the opponent did not let him approach, he had to approach. The opponent's wizard tower had no other means, and it was probably just a strong defense. As long as his defense could be broken, the people inside would be dead. Thinking of this, he had already formulated a tactic, which was to attack with force. You three, pay attention to the monsters, and the wizard tower group that the human race mentioned, pay attention, I will demolish this wizard tower. Thinking of this, it suddenly raised its own strength, turned suddenly at a faster speed than before, and rushed towards the wizard tower. Alan has always been very calmly executing the tactics discussed with Dole just now. The Tower of Babel is used to lure the enemy. Ball restrains other monsters, and Dole calmly arranges the wizard tower group below, and then unexpectedly kills one in one fell swoop. Seeing the dragon bat rushing over, his power increased again, and he suddenly shouted, "Pay attention, prepare for collision, I guess the other party is about to release spiritual power." The three of them were ready. The dragon bat was extremely fast, and its flying posture was dazzling. It moved back and forth in the sky and soon arrived not far in front of Babel Tower. According to the speed of Babel Tower just now, facing the dragon bat at this time was a target. He came close and rushed to a distance of less than 1 kilometer in one breath. His wings flashed, his mouth opened wide, and 7 sound waves were released from his body, crashing into Babel Tower. Each of these 7 sound waves was a few points more powerful than the previous one, and each one was different. One of them was full of the rich sound quality of Hongjong Dalu, one was full of sharp and piercing buzzing, and one was full of mass rumbling sound, and the flying direction was extremely tricky. Babel Tower had to take 2 or 3 of them at the speed just now. Alan felt a chill in his heart after sensing the sound waves. Chapter 697. The predecessor of the dragon bat is a bat, which is naturally able to control sound waves. These 2 ways are used by this guy to perfection. Now he has entered the world of rules. Each of these sound waves is no less than a witchcraft of the 7th level or above. It seems transparent and invisible, but in fact, the rules contained in it are very powerful, and the release range of these 7 witchcrafts is also very clever. Alan just took a look and urged the wizard tower to fly upwards. It will take a few attacks anyway. It doesn't matter. It can just disguise a wave. The wizard tower flew upwards, letting the sound waves below pass, and hit the sound waves above. In the sky, there were 3 different loud rumbling sounds. The wizard tower was like a stone slapping a slap, and flew backwards directly. The white light above quickly dimmed. In the distance, the giant wolf, giant lion, and giant ape saw this and looked excited. It was different when Lord Dragon Bat came out. With the speed of the 3 beasts, they were not so fast at all, and even catching up was a problem. Seeing this, the dragon bat was shocked and chased after it quickly. Inside the wizard tower, Alan tried hard to control the wizard tower. Good guy, he still underestimated the power of the dragon bat. After firing at full power, it was indeed a bit difficult to deal with. He thought about it and asked Ash, if you want to kill this guy, you still have to control his speed. Ash, is there a related wizard formation in the Babel Tower? Dole did not give him all the authority. A large part of the authority was still in Ash's hands. Obviously, Ash was used to assist him. Although the wizard tower was shaking, everything inside was normal, just a little unstable. At this time, Ash tried to stabilize his body, looked outside, and said, yes, there is a wizard formation called Void Vibration, which can affect space. Alan and the other 2 were shocked. It was another ability related to space. This Tower of Babel could almost be confirmed to be a space wizard tower. He immediately said, used this formation to control the opponent's speed immediately. He wanted to use his own power to attack the dragon bat, but found that this guy was a little too fast and couldn't hit him at all. The wizard tower is not only a guarantee of defense, but also can greatly increase the wizard's attack. At this time, the dragon bat was close to the wizard tower, and the subsequent attack came immediately. Alan shouted loudly at this time, "Attention, the opponent has arrived, pay attention to mental defense." Inside the wizard tower, a strange wave appeared from the outside, and suddenly appeared in the wizard tower, and everyone felt a little dizzy. But it was just dizziness. Outside the wizard tower, circles of purple waves gradually lit up, blocking the mysterious power. The dragon bat's spirit vibrated, and it was not surprised to see this effect. The human wizard tower was still quite skilled. It could even block the spiritual attack. Fortunately, it was already in front of the wizard tower, and could attack at close range. So it immediately approached the wizard tower. A small claw quickly grew and expanded, and finally turned into a huge and ferocious dragon claw, which slammed hard on the outside of the wizard tower. The claw collided with the white light outside the wizard tower, making an unpleasant crackling sound. The wizard tower, which was still flying backwards, flew backwards again, and it seemed to have lost control. Looking at the wizard tower that seemed to be out of control, the dragon bat opened its mouth again, sending out 6 sound waves, bombarding the wizard tower at close range. At this distance, the opponent had no way to dodge. It was too easy. Facing his high speed, the human wizard tower had almost no reaction, and it chuckled in its heart. At this moment, it felt the space around it suddenly vibrate. It was not the distortion of the air, nor the change of gravity, but the distortion of space. Its entire body was swayed left and right by the distortion of the space itself, and it was completely deformed. As soon as this deformation appeared, he felt a little dizzy. He was originally moving at a high speed, and his body didn't know why it felt a little pulled, as if someone was using a huge, irresistible force to tear his body apart. This force was very strong, but it was only a small pull, but it still caused great damage to the dragon bat. He stopped instantly, and didn't even dare to move. Then he felt that it was not the atmosphere that was vibrating, nor the gravity that was changing, but the space in front of him that was vibrating. Dragon bat was shocked. Spatial ability? Spatial ability has always been a feared object for all higher life forms. The other party's wizard tower actually has spatial ability? Shocked. Spatial vibration has a strong killing power for any object and any life, and it is irresistible. He dared not chase it, and could only try his best to control his body within the range of spatial vibration. In spatial vibration, dragon power, phoenix power, and divine power are useless. At this time, he saw 6 sound waves hit the wizard tower directly, and the wizard tower flew out again. He was a little worried, and a little pleased. This human wizard tower was too weak. When the spatial fluctuations disappeared, he would work harder to break the opponent's defense. The wizard tower was vulnerable. At this moment, Baal in the distance roared, jumped from the mountain, and pounced on the giant wolf behind him. His body became extremely huge, more than 30 meters tall. The power of hell around him formed a huge virtual image of power, and he slammed into the direction of the giant wolf at a very fast speed, even faster than before. The giant ape and giant lion next to him saw this, and rushed forward together. Boom! The 4 beasts fought together again. When the dragon bat saw this, a smug smile appeared on his face. Now, only the witchcraft was over, and he had to kill the wizard tower by himself. At this moment, he suddenly felt and saw a person appearing on a mountain on the ground. Next to this person, there were 8 wizard towers standing on the surrounding hills. These wizard towers stood on the mountains, as if they were connected to the surrounding earth and had been standing there for tens of thousands of years. They were filled with a strange feeling of eternal existence, as if he should be there. When Long Fu saw these wizard towers, he suddenly felt an extremely terrifying feeling in his heart. Damn, this is a trap. On the thunder tower of the wizard tower group, Dual Eyes smiled, and waved his hand solemnly. A heavy force suddenly gathered from the surrounding wizard towers, to form an extremely powerful energy wave. Long Fu was trapped, which was the best opportunity for him. The energy wave flashed, spanning dozens of kilometers, and rushed into the sky. Boom! This incident attracted the attention of almost all the surrounding creatures, including level 7, level 6, and other creatures in the mountain. As soon as the wizard towers appeared, the energy fluctuations emitted were incredibly huge, approaching the level of natural disasters. The power had been released, and all the creatures looked up at the sky, at the struggling dragon bat. The next moment, the dragon bat, who was trying to escape, roared and moved a few dozen meters away, and then half of its body was touched by the force. Boom! In an instant, the dragon bat was blasted directly into the sky, like a cannonball, and disappeared without a trace. In the clouds on the Albise Mountains, a passage of 100 meters wide and unknown depth suddenly appeared, extending all the way to the sky. Seeing this, all the creatures were stunned. When Bar saw the dragon bat being blown away, he sensed that the dragon bat's breath had weakened to the extreme at this time, and he laughed. 3 little snacks, come to my mouth quickly, stop struggling. He was the first to wake up, and pounced directly on the giant lion, biting it down with a big mouth. The giant lion, giant wolf, and giant ape were all stunned at this time. Lord Dragon Bat was actually hit and flew away, and they didn't know whether he was dead or alive. At this time, they had no intention of fighting, so they turned around and ran away. Ball bit nothing, and then chased after him. Chapter 698. At this time, the Tower of Babel in the distance suddenly disappeared. The 3 beasts were anxious to escape, and naturally felt the fluctuations in space. This kind of fluctuation was too familiar, and they hurriedly used various methods to escape from the Albise Mountains. Escape, all intelligent creatures who can understand, leave the Albise Mountains immediately, and head to the Bayuan Mountains. There was a roar in the sky, and the 3 beasts fled in different directions. The mountain was suddenly in chaos, and all kinds of monsters fled out. As Dole's backup, although Alan did not expect Dole to be so decisive, he was not doing nothing at this time. Dole gave him the Wizard Tower, but he had not tried his ability yet. How could this work? The space shuttle was turned on, and he just stared at the huge body of the giant ape and shuttled all the way. Space teleportation has always been the patent of the Empire Glory Wizard Tower. Only they have the ability to build teleportation. The energy required for space shuttle is very huge, which is unavoidable. He wants to see the performance of the Tower of Babel. When the space transmission began, he saw that the energy core in the Tower of Babel was also rapidly outputting energy. The energy consumption was very intense, but it was lower than that of the Glory Wizard Alliance. After all, this was a wizard tower weighing millions of tons, not an ordinary single-person tower. The speed of space shuttle was very fast. In just a blink of an eye, he came to the position roughly in front of the giant ape's flight path and crashed directly into it. The giant ape was horrified and then hit by the wizard tower. It was like 2 carriages colliding rapidly on the street. There was only a thud, and the wizard tower made a loud sound, and the giant ape spurted out a mouthful of blood and fell directly to the ground. His life or death was unknown. There was a buzzing sound inside the wizard tower, and the wizard defense formation rapidly outputted energy. Alan was greatly shocked. He carefully checked the wizard tower and found that except for some severe energy loss, there was nothing wrong. He was immediately amazed. Dole's wizard tower was really tough. Seeing this, he thought to himself, keep up the good work and hit another one. These 3 level 7 monsters have been around Mount Albise for hundreds of years. I don't know how many human beings they have harmed. Now I can finally kill them with my own hands. Although I didn't use my own tools, I was very happy. Thinking of this, he shuttled through space again and disappeared in midair. The giant lion was entangled with Ball at this time, and the giant wolf had already run to the north. With all his strength, his speed was extremely fast. Feeling the rapid decline of the giant ape's vitality, coupled with the space fluctuation just now, the giant wolf ran faster. At this moment, he felt something and hurriedly hid to the side. The space fluctuation next to him appeared again, and a wizard tower appeared, and then hit him. The giant wolf finally understood how the giant ape got injured. Damn, they even hit the wizard tower. Are humans crazy? Before he could react, the opponent's wizard tower disappeared in the air again. The next moment, the giant wolf's eyes went dark, and his body seemed to have hit a huge mountain. Boom! The giant wolf did not have the defense of the giant ape, and was directly smashed into pieces in the sky, deader than dead. A stream of smoke condensed in the sky. It was the appearance of a giant wolf. It was still a little confused at this time, but the next moment, a strong suction came from the wizard tower, covering the smoke. This was Alan himself using his own ability to lock the soul of the giant wolf. The giant wolf struggled hard and roared wildly, but it was useless. He was slowly pulled into the wizard tower, and soon disappeared. Dole did not participate in the battle. He injured the dragon bat with 1 blow, but he certainly did not kill it. His mission was completed. It was originally a matter of looking for opportunities. He did not need to participate in the remaining battles. With Babel Tower and Ball, it was enough to deal with them. The clouds in the mountains gradually became thicker, and the rain slowly got heavier. The 3 level 7 monsters died or were injured. After they began to flee, the entire Albise mountain began to be in chaos. At this time, Dole was no longer paying attention to the battlefield, but cast his eyes on the huge mountain. Dole was not very concerned about the escape of the monsters. He now needed to control the wizard tower again, choose a good location, and set up the wizard tower. This time, he would have to wait until the entire Albise mountain was cleared before moving away. No matter how many low-level forces come, they are not afraid. Although the high-level battlefield cannot decide everything, the low-level forces will flee in a one-sided crushing like now. At this time, all the creatures in the mountain who knew what was happening were fleeing, leaving only those ignorant beasts and ordinary 4th-level magic beasts. Dole was not going to kill them. This would be his resources that he could take at will in the future. Creatures are also part of the resources. Standing on the top of the wizard tower, feeling the clouds around him, Dole flew into the sky, carefully checked the surrounding situation, and looked for a place to drop the wizard tower. In the sky, the giant ape and the giant wolf were killed one after another. The giant lion had been killed, and was soon caught by Ball. After a short fight between a lion and a dog, the lion and the dog were quickly swallowed by Ball. Then he chased to the place where the giant ape had just fallen, and the place where the giant wolf had fallen. The giant ape was not dead yet, so he ate it whole. The giant wolf was already dead, and even its breath seemed to have been absorbed. The hellhound showed some disdain, and after doing all this, he jumped onto a tall mountain. Ball roared excitedly, and with a huge roar, the entire Albise mountain was now crawling at his feet. The hellhound also has a territory in the hell world, and the scope of the territory is not low. But Ball does not have his own territory. Instead, he follows his father to conquer the world and fight with the surrounding races. This is also the main reason why he has superior fighting skills and poor understanding of other things. With roars, Ball seemed to be venting his anger and releasing his hegemony in all directions. At this time, he saw the Tower of Babel, and his eyes seemed to penetrate the Tower of Babel and saw Alan inside. The huge figure leaped through the thick clouds and came to the sky above the Tower of Babel, then slowly shrank and entered the Tower of Babel. His authority was the same as Ash's. He did not go to see Alan, but went back to his room and went to sleep. He had been concentrating on doing things recently, and had not rested well. It was just right for him to eat the giant wolf and digest it well. In the wizard tower, Alan stood on the 11th floor, and had returned the control authority to Ash. The Tower of Babel, this wizard tower is really good. At this time, he and Akron and Odoron discussed together that this wizard tower is really better than the wizard tower of the Glory Wizard Alliance. The three of them were very envious, but they knew that it was difficult to build such a wizard tower. Not to mention that they were elementalists. Even alchemists would find it difficult to build such a tower in their lifetime. The opportunity accounted for a large part of this, such as the Lihua Xiantai of Huawudong, which could not be found anywhere else. As Alan read the magic patterns inside, he found that he couldn't understand many of them at all, and a trace of bitterness appeared in his heart. After level 7, you will face various magic patterns and wizard arrays. At this time, talent plays a big role. Before level 7, you rely on qualifications. After level 7, it depends on personal ability. If your personal ability is not good, no matter how much you say, it will be useless. Chapter 699. The Tower of Babel shuttled through the clouds, accompanied by the cool breeze in the sky, and returned to the vicinity of the Dole Wizard Towers. Surrounded by mountains and fresh air, people felt unprecedented joy. Dole, do you need help to survey? Determine the location of the Wizard Towers. Alan slowly flew out of the Tower of Babel, flying in the sky, looking around, with a slightly excited look. Odoron and Akron did not come out. The two were fascinated by the space magic pattern in the Tower of Babel. Dole's voice came from the mountain. No, I have already seen the location. Lord Barr has sent me the topographic map some time ago. I'm going to go now. Dole looked calm, not excited, but calm, full of confidence and wisdom. At this step, it is considered that the first step of the plan has been taken, and you have your own territory. The next step is to manage the territory, take the territory as the center, and improve the meditation method. Now he has the power, but not the progress of meditation. The territory is for meditation, not for him to really want a territory. As for the management of the territory, he plans to hand over most of it to his allies, and only manage the direction. If he really wants to manage such a large territory, Duolai doesn't have the time. The rain was not heavy, and it rained for a whole day, and it cleared up in the morning of the next day. When the first ray of sunlight shone on the top of the mountain, Dulai could already declare that Albee's mountain belonged to him. The magic beasts above level 5, or with intelligence, have almost run away, and only those below level 4 without much intelligence are left in the mountain. However, after the storm domain is built, these magic beasts will probably die. The wizard towers flew up from the ground, and were officially deployed on several peaks in the middle of the mountain. As for the Tower of Babel, it was hanging on Dole's waist. The Albee's mountains were very large. It was impossible to control them unless they had been suppressed and cleaned up for many years. However, as long as the powerful monsters were driven out, the other low-level monsters could be dealt with by the adventure groups themselves after the way was opened up. After the wizard towers were located, Alan, Akron, and Odoron all came to the wizard towers, and everyone came to the wind tower. Dole used the extra wood to make some tables, chairs, and benches and set up a small meeting room. Akron used to target Dole, but now he only envied Dole. The 5 of them sat down together. Alan couldn't wait to smile and said, "The monsters in the Albee's mountains have been driven away. When will you prepare for the next step?" Dole thought for a while and said, "It will take some time. The monsters from the Bayuan mountains were injured. I don't know if they will retaliate. If they retaliate, we may have to face 1 or 2 attacks before we can talk about other things." Alan didn't think about this. He was only excited about occupying the Albee's mountains. Thinking of this, he said, "Do you want me to stay here for a while?" Dole shook his head and said, "I originally planned to come by myself, but I didn't expect the 3 presidents to come. The Golden Corpse can take charge of the Tower of Babel on my behalf." Alan was full of regrets. He wanted to study the Tower of Babel again. "Okay, you can send a message anytime you have something to do. After you have settled this, and confirmed the construction of this city, I will send someone to discuss the matter of the Glory Wizard Alliance branch. It's called negotiation, but in fact it's to help build the city. A county city will have at least 1 Earl, who will definitely be Dole himself. Under the Earl, there can be nearly a dozen Viscounts and countless Barons. This is all within the law of the Empire. As long as Dole builds the city, he can apply to Watzenberg. The most difficult part of the Empire's title comes from this kind of expansion, so the Honor Wizard Alliance is definitely active." Dole also understood the key, nodded, and said, "Well, after determining the location, I will apply to Watzenberg to build a city. In addition, I will ask the Honor Wizard Alliance to set up a Honor Wizard Alliance branch." Alan nodded, and just as he was about to speak, Odoron next to him said, "Dole, the president of the Honor Wizard Alliance is definitely yours. At that time, you will have the 2 major titles of City Lord and President, but I wonder if you can give us some convenience at that time." Alan also nodded at this time. Dole smiled and said, "Okay, people from the same family can always make people worry less, but I hope that the people who come when the time comes are capable and capable, not useless people who can only make orders." At this time, everyone came straight to the point and didn't say any extra words. After more than 2 hours of discussion, Alan and the other 2 left with satisfaction, and left a batch of materials when they left, which was considered as credit to him. Dole is really penniless now, with only a few thousand gold coins on him, and he can't even afford ordinary materials. Dole and Ash are the only ones left in the Wizard Tower group. The 2 looked at each other and smiled. Ash came over and put his arm around Dole's waist. "Finally, we have our own territory. What should we do next?" Dole kissed Ash, looked at her delicate face, and his eyes were heavy. "The Bayuan Mountains will definitely retaliate. I have to arrange the prerequisites for the meditation method first, which will be beneficial to our performance. 1 month later, if they have not yet sent high-level monsters to retaliate, we will go to survey the surroundings, and then determine the route and the location of the city." Ash nodded, "Then let's wait. You do your thing first, and I will arrange the rest." The Albee's mountains are very huge, with 6 layers of mountains inside and outside. Several peaks in the mountains are very high and huge. Ash borrowed the Babel Tower from Dole, and then drove the Wizard Tower, wandering back and forth in the mountains, looking for usable medicinal materials, wood, and ore. With Ball in the Wizard Tower, Dole was not afraid that she would be in danger. At this time, Dole had walked out of the Wind Tower, and slowly stood upwind of the Wind Tower. The meditation method slowly rose from his body, communicating with the outside world, and a huge wind flow gradually began to condense on the mountain peaks. The Wind Tower also released a stream of power to assist Dole's actions. Time passed slowly, and when it was noon, the entire mountain was surrounded by a small storm, and it was still expanding. To be honest, it was actually very difficult to arrange a storm in the mountain. It needed to reach a certain scale to operate autonomously. The storm arranged now required his constant control to maintain it. At this time, the wind tower under his feet came into play, and he could assist Delay in operating the storm. He tried hard to control the meditation method, control the surrounding heaven and earth, air pressure, wind flow, and temperature. It only took a day of effort. In the center of the Albiz Mountains, a storm hundreds of meters high had slowly formed and began to expand around. The eye of the storm, the tornado, the breath of the wind, and the continuous witchcraft flew out of his body and joined the surrounding storms to increase the power of the storm, especially the eye of the storm, which was the most important, and it was the prerequisite for the formation of the storm. Chapter 700. In the huge storm, Delay stood in the middle, with magic spells on his body spreading around, and his breath gradually penetrated into the surrounding world. While arranging the storm, he was also understanding the storm. The first time he arranged the storm, Delay could get the most insights. I remember that the last time he arranged it was when he was at sea. As time passed, by the afternoon of the first day, there were no monsters coming to the Baiyuan Mountains, and the range of the storm had expanded to the fourth layer of the mountains, from the inside to the outside, slowly expanding to the third layer of the mountains. From a distance, the entire Albiz Mountain seemed to be surrounded by a layer of storm, forming a forbidden area of storm. Within the range of the storm, all creatures trembled, ran around in fear, and ran out of the mountain. Dolay's behavior has caused the overall operation of the mountain to be disrupted. In addition to arranging the storm, Delay has always been paying attention to the situation around the mountain. The storm is himself, he himself is the storm, and everything is in sight wherever the storm passes. At this time, the tentacles of the storm finally reached the locust tree forest that he was concerned about. At this time, it was just getting dark. In the locust tree forest, a faint energy slowly rose, blocking the formation of the storm, and the surrounding temperature dropped. The cold and hot frost disrupted the rhythm of the storm. At the same time, a sharp mental force shot out from the locust tree forest and stabbed the storm fiercely. At the first time, Delay felt the mental force and was shocked. This mental strength was as high as level 6, which was very powerful. He didn't dare to confront it head-on, and he separated a thought. A lightning as thick as a thigh appeared in the sky and struck fiercely from the storm. Boom! The lightning struck the spiritual power, and the spiritual power screamed and retreated. Inattributed creatures are most afraid of thunder and fire. Delay used thunder to restrain them, which complemented each other. At the same time, he released a spiritual power and contacted the opposite side. I want to control this mountain area. Don't hinder my actions. We can live in peace. The spiritual power immediately recovered and roared. The human race is not trustworthy. A sinister spiritual power permeated from the woods and changed into a fox, provoking Delay. Delay looked at this spiritual power and was a little surprised. Fox has always been synonymous with wisdom, but I didn't expect it to be this thing. He thought about it and said, I can destroy you at any time. Believe it or not, I will bypass this locust tree forest. Don't hinder my actions. He raised the storm a little higher, passed from high altitude, and really bypassed the locust tree forest. Under the locust tree forest, the huge fox ghost looked at Delay's actions, fearful and resentful. It has been peaceful for so many years. Why do you come to disturb me? Delay replied. Because I am the master of the entire mountain area now. The fox paused for a moment. It naturally felt the previous battle, the huge power, each of which could destroy him. It had no choice but to retreat slowly and cautiously. I hope you can do what you said. Delay ignored it, and continued to expand the scope of the storm. The wind was rolling, the atmosphere was disturbed, and the storm rolled on the Albiz Mountains, as if the world was about to end. But the magical thing is that the storm seemed fierce, but it had little effect on the creatures in the mountains. After feeling this, the creatures around them quieted down, but what made them uncomfortable was that, after being affected by the storm, the light in the mountain was not very good. The wind in the sky condensed into a huge storm image, completely blocking the light. They had to move. Without sunlight, plants would die. Without plants, some ordinary low-level creatures could not survive, and slowly starve to death, and higher-level creatures could not survive. What happened on the Albiz Mountains could not be hidden from others, especially the human race. After the news was passed back, everyone knew that the Albiz Mountains had changed and changed their owners silently. With the Albiz Mountains as the center, large areas of uninhabited areas now have real owners. This will be a land of wealth and an undeveloped land. Then, one day later, Watzenberg announced that the Albiz Mountains would be officially incorporated into the territory, connecting to the foot of the Baiyuan Mountains, all under Watzenberg's control. Hearing this news, all forces were boiling. The Lord of Ducheng had been waiting for this day for a long time. He immediately summoned all the nobles, the city guards, and the militia to discuss together. In just one day, he gathered 30,000 elite soldiers and marched towards the Albise Mountains along Ducheng. His purpose was very clear, which was to occupy more territory on the basis that Dole had no actual control. Ducheng had a total of 7 counties under its jurisdiction. The Lord of Ducheng ordered all the counties to occupy land in the north. In the past, there was the Albise Mountains and many terrifying monsters, and no one dared to do this. But now there are no powerful monsters in the Albise Mountains, and it is not their world. Ducheng's actions were no different from those of other counties, which was to occupy the territory. They did not carry out the traditional deployment of troops and logistics, but instead summoned troops at this time, even without logistics, and headed straight to the north, swept through, and then set up occupation signs. In just one day, Ducheng advanced more than 10 kilometers. It really caught Dole off guard. When approaching the Albise Mountains, seeing the situation on the Albise Mountains, the Lord of Ducheng slowed down again. It was too amazing, too terrifying. The Albise Mountains, which used to be a dangerous area, were now all covered by a terrifying storm, with dark clouds in the sky, lightning and thunder, and terrifying sounds. Is this the Great Wizard? Isn't it said that he is only level 5? The closer you get to the Albise Mountains, the stronger this feeling becomes. The terrifying momentum and pressure bring a strong sense of shock. After advancing a full 30 kilometers into the wilderness, Ducheng hesitated. Sir, are you still going to occupy it? If that guy gets angry and a storm comes, we all be finished. The deputy said in fear. He had never seen such a horrible scene before. Even the legendary 7th level wizard, the president of the Honor Wizard Alliance, did not have the ability to control such a large-scale weather. If it were in Ducheng, the city would have been destroyed by now. In the wasteland, the large monsters had already run away, leaving only the 2nd and 3rd level monsters. It was not easy to clear them all the way. In one day, all the forces of the county were gathered, but they only advanced 30 kilometers outward, that's all, and many people were killed and injured. Seeing this situation, the Lord of Ducheng hardened his heart and continued to give orders. Rest today, continue to advance tomorrow. The more we occupy now, the better. Anyway, the other party has not drawn a boundary, right? At this time, one of the county city lords hesitated and said, County city lord, if our behavior is regarded as a provocation by the other party, he is a wizard who can kill even a level 7 monster. The corner of the Lord of Ducheng's mouth twitched, and he pretended to be calm and said, What we are doing now is within the scope permitted by the laws of the Empire. We have not crossed the boundary. The other party will not do anything to us. Now we are within the scope of Ducheng, expanding outward by more than 30 kilometers. These areas belong to your county cities. What are you afraid of? Chapter 701. 30 kilometers may not seem like a lot, but in fact, the area that can be expanded outward within the county city is not small. The 30-kilometer wasteland, from the inside to the outside, can accommodate dozens of villages, and the wasteland is all fertile land, which can grow as much wheat as possible and feed as many people as possible. For a city to develop, food is essential. When Ducheng was occupying here, Dole also discovered it. Not only Ducheng, but the other 2 cities, Roderick City and Montali, are also expanding outward, reaching out to the Albise wasteland. Nobles can fight each other. As long as you think you can beat the other party, find a reason to go to war with the other party. You can occupy the other party's territory, but generally few people do this unless it is a life-and-death feud. The wasteland is so large that it can accommodate the huge area of several cities. It is impossible for them not to take action. Dole did not express anything about this. He thought, no matter how much you occupy, it will be mine in the future. Why not help me clean up the monsters and beasts now? Dole was too lazy to care about the other party's little moves, and was concentrating on sorting out the content of the Son of Storm meditation. It must be said that after having a real storm, the Son of Storm meditation progressed rapidly. With the help of the Heart of Storm, the strength increased by more than 10% in just one day. This meditation method is too large and the structure is too grand. It is really not easy to complete it. Dole didn't care, but it didn't mean that Ash didn't care. She was even a little angry. Such a large area would be her territory in the future. After waiting for a day, Dole didn't express anything. After finishing the map of the Albise Mountains, he directly started the Tower of Babel, drove out of the storm, and headed towards the wasteland. After the caravan from Watsaburg came from the edge of the small desert, it took a roughly straight route. After passing through Ducheng, it had to go south, pass through Roderick City, and then go north to enter the Montana State Maxwell City in the 3 northern continents. The Albise Mountains, together with the Northwest State and Montana State, are very important places. Now that the Albese Mountains have been conquered, it is no longer necessary to pass through most of Ducheng and Roderick City, and directly pass through the Albese Mountains to enter the north of Montana State Makshwar City. If Ducheng wants to continue to maintain a trade route, it needs to relocate the location of the county town, at least to the new road. They are now occupying the territory, which is simply robbing money. Esh cannot tolerate this. After Esh passed the message to the family, she surveyed the detailed map of the wasteland while walking towards the border. She wanted to deal with the other party. This is her own territory. Dole was too lazy to manage it. He only wanted to occupy the Albese Mountains for territory. As for the outside, it was all gifts. If Ash wanted to manage it, let him manage it. At this time, he was concentrating on meditation and had no time to care about anything else. Even his clone fell asleep. When the huge storm element appeared in the Albese Mountains in the true sense, combined with the rules of heaven and earth contained in the heart of the storm, Dole had a lot of insights in his heart. For a while, he immersed all his thoughts in the storm. Above the 8 wizard towers, Dole was suspended in the air, closed his eyes, surrounded by wind, and the storm outside swept the world. The whole person's momentum was constantly rising, rising and rising. Soon he broke through the late stage of level 5, and the meditation method directly came to the 8th floor and moved towards the middle of the 8th floor. Creating storms, understanding storms, absorbing the rules of the heart of storm, and the fragments of wind elements, all the resources that Dole had at this time were mobilized, and he went all out to improve his strength, and he didn't care about the outside at all. When Ash sent him a message, he usually only responded with 2 words. Agree. In this way, a month passed quickly, and it was already October in the north. At this time, the storm had completely surrounded the Albese Mountains. The huge storm was nearly 7 or 8,000 meters high. The terrifying might even frighten the monsters in the distant Baiyuan Mountains. Not to mention looking for trouble, they didn't dare to come. The monsters in the mountains near the Albese Mountains even tried to hide in the mountains as much as possible. After a full month, Dole finally opened his eyes, and a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. Level 6. In the meditation method, the storm element formed a storm heart, which slowly rotated in the sea of consciousness, surrounded by storms, lightning, and exuding strange power. Storm meditation method, 9th level. Duo-Eye looked outside, then at the weather, and suddenly relaxed. At the moment when the heart of storm was formed, he felt that he could not improve much even if he worked hard, because the rapid development period had passed, and the rest was just a matter of time. It was not that he had talent to reach this point, but the next step was to contact the rules and understand the rules. He had fragments of the rules in his hands, and the heart of storm was actually a kind of rule fragment, and the heart of storm in his hands was the real rule. And his own heart of storm was not yet complete. However, at this time, it was no longer something that could be solved by cultivation, but it took time to settle. In 1 month, he had completed the journey that others would have taken decades to complete. Dole's move was unprecedented. Slowly descending from the sky, he found that these wizard towers all had their own owners. Morris, Sano, Bernard and others each occupied one, which seemed to have been decorated and were happily refining medicine inside. The Tower of Babel was on another mountain. Dole saw this, and then spread his mental power to look inside and outside the Albese Mountains. When practicing, he actually occasionally paid attention to all directions, but his attention was not obvious, and he often just glanced over. When he really saw the surroundings, he was a little stunned. There were no high-level monsters in the Albese Mountains. Now it was truly his world, and outside the Albese Mountains, at this time, several locations that he had previously favored were contracted by unknown people, and they had begun to expand their territory. In some places, there were even some prototypes of villages and cities, which seemed to be under construction. He was a little stunned. How long had he been practicing? He touched his chin, and at this moment, a surprised voice sounded in his ears. Dole, have you finished your training? Dole turned his head and looked towards a place in the mountain, where a beautiful figure was looking at him. Next to him, a huge dog stood up and looked at him in disbelief. That was Ball. Ball was really unbelievable at this time, because Dole was level 6. In a month, although he only jumped a small level, he knew how difficult this small level was. He glanced at Ish next to him, and took a breath and said, "Little girl, you have to hurry up. Dole is level 6, he can find a wife." Ash was also a little confused at this time. No matter how fast Dole was, it would take a year or 2. He actually reached level 6 now. This was too exaggerated. She shook her lips, with thousands of thoughts in her heart. He came out, and I just went into seclusion. I won't come out until he reaches level 6 this time. She was determined. Duelai's current achievements all come from herself. Although I have helped a little, this help is too weak. If I don't consolidate my position, I'm afraid I will really fall behind. Chapter 702. At this moment, Duelai's figure flashed and soon appeared in the air in front of the two people, and walked over step by step. He touched his face, looked at the surprised faces of the two people, and said, "What's wrong? It feels like you are looking at a monster." Ball looked at Duelai and said, "We are just looking at a monster. I thought you were at most at the peak of level 5, but I didn't expect you to break through to level 6 directly." Duelai nodded, a little unconcerned. The sign of the 6th level of the Son of Storm meditation method is the initial entry into the heart of the storm. I have a complete version of the heart of the storm in my hand, and it is easy to condense it. Ball pouted, "That's also difficult, okay? Your understanding is beyond my imagination. When I used magic to transform your body, I found that you have an extraordinary elemental affinity, but now it seems that your attainments in magic patterns are much higher than your talent for elemental affinity." Dole didn't think much about these things. He smiled slightly and looked at Ash. He looked Ash up and down carefully. "No matter what it is, it's me, not others. I haven't been invaded by anyone. Ash, I'm level 6. Now it's your turn." Ash's face turned red, so he spit and said, "When you were not here, I had to take charge of the situation. Now that you are back, it's just right to hand over. Morris and others are here too, so we can have a meeting." Dole nodded and said, "That's what I was thinking. I just glanced outside and found that something happened. It's okay. A part of the outside of the Albise Mountains was fenced off. It seemed that something had happened, and he had to ask about it." Ash snorted, "Let's talk later." Dole nodded, and then communicated with everyone with his mental power. After doing all this, he came to Ash's side, naturally took her hand, and walked into the Tower of Babel. As Ash walked, he felt the huge aura of Dole, and was slightly shocked and a little anxious. Dole's hand was still so steady and heavy, which made people feel at ease, but also made people feel that they couldn't grasp it. Half an hour later, on the 11th floor of the Tower of Babel, in the conference room, everyone came. All the wizards who owned the Wizard Tower this time came. The first to bear the brunt were Dole's main generals, Morris, Sano, Bernard and others. They came together, talking and laughing here, but when they saw Dole, they were taken by his aura and fell silent one by one. Enter the conference room, and everyone sat down. Duelai touched his nose. He felt that everyone was a little bit distant now, that he was a little stronger. He coughed deliberately and said, "Don't be nervous. It's just a short meeting to ask about recent events and arrange the location of the Earth Fortress." Everyone sat up straight. Duelai was also a little helpless when he saw this. He had just been promoted to level 6, and his aura was not stable yet. If he released it now, it would be a great pressure for people who were still level 4 or 5. He said slowly, "The Earth Fortress was set up in the mountains. It was for deterrence at that time, but it is no longer needed now. It is surrounded by storms, and there is no sunlight, which is not good for everyone. So, in the name of the Glory Wizard Alliance, we will be stationed in the new city. I will be the president, and you guys will still be the tower masters, the actual owners of the Wizard Tower, but one of the towers will be used as an administrative tower and handed over to the people of the Glory Wizard Alliance for management. If no one is willing, I can only refine another one for him in the future. In addition, the meditation methods you need will be distributed all at once today." At first, everyone was a little dissatisfied. Why should they go out when they are staying well in the mountains? Moreover, the Wizard Towers have to be rented to the Glory Wizard Alliance. Although it is not impossible to accept them, and they can get a sum of money, it is not pleasant to think so. When they heard the second sentence, they couldn't help it. Bernard took the lead and said, "I occupy the Thunder Tower. I need the Thunder element. And me, I occupy the Earth Tower. I need the Earth element. I. Everyone started to get active, as if they were afraid of being robbed. Only the Light and Dark Wizard Towers were not wanted by anyone, because there was no meditation method to match those two towers. Dole looked at everyone and felt a little relieved. The 8 Wizard Towers were Morris, Sano, Bernard, Warkai, Dunkey, Yulong and other old people who followed him, and the 2 female wizards Selena and Kelly who came later. Their own money was only enough to build up to the 5th floor, and 2 of them could only build up to the 4th floor. Now Delay helped them build up to the 6th floor in one go, and he was still wondering how many hours of free work he would have to do. After distributing the meditation method according to individual circumstances, Delay looked at them happily, his face slightly stiffened, and said, "The Wizard Tower Group will be placed in the county city at that time. You guys should get up and work for me. In order to upgrade all the Wizard Towers to level 6, I spent all my money and materials. I will make a list for you later. Now I am so poor that I can't even take out 10,000 gold coins. It's time for you to work hard." Hearing this, several people's faces suddenly froze. The Wizard Tower is good, but now only the tower body has been built. The specific layout still needs money. Now Dole asked them to pay back the money, which is simply difficult for them. Bernard froze for a moment. "Is there a deadline? I can't take it out now. Do you want it? I will give you my sister as compensation, as long as Ash agrees." The others immediately pricked up their ears. Ash next to him didn't say much, and Rosa rolled her eyes at his brother. Dole originally just wanted to scare them, but he didn't expect that the fire would burn on himself. He snorted and said, "Hurry up and pay back a little bit as you earn. Anyway, I have no money. You can do whatever you want." Hearing this, Rosa was a little disappointed. Dole didn't go to see Rosa. They were destined to be people from different worlds. Rosa's talent was a little poor. After all these years, she was only a 4th level wizard, far behind his progress. What he needed was someone who could advance and retreat with him, not someone who needed to be taken care of. After saying this, they began to talk about building the city. It was now Ash's turn to speak. She coughed lightly, and then introduced the general situation. After the Albiz Mountains were conquered, several cities competed for the nearby wasteland. There was fierce competition between them, and they fought several times, which eroded part of the territory that originally belonged to Dole. Dole did not show up, and Ash had no way to deal with it. She could only drive the Wizard Tower to scare them, so that they dared not continue to expand. After mapping the terrain, after a double discussion between the Glory Wizard Alliance and the City Lord's Mansion, it was decided to set up a city on the west side of the Albiz Mountains, near a river about 50 kilometers away. One reason was that it was close to the water source, and the second was that there were several small hills nearby, so everyone could go out for a trip on weekends. The first phase of the city's construction has now begun, and it is under the responsibility of the Rhine family. Some small families affiliated with the Rhine family have also sent people out to start occupying the territory. The Orn family also played a part in it, and occupied a certain share of the city. Chapter 703. Of course, in a month, they only organized and collected some materials, and brought some people here. The scale of the city, the size of the city, and the establishment of the City Lord's Mansion are still unknown, but the location of the main city has been determined. The ground is basically cleaned up, some camps around it have been built, and even a few villages built by small nobles without territories have been formed in the distance. Now we are waiting for specific instructions from above, give blueprints, and start building the city. Now that Dual-Eye has woken up, all this needs Dual-Eye to decide by himself. Dual-Eye was a little surprised. The cities in Ducheng are really bold. They dare to eat food in their own mouths. They really don't know how high the sky is, and how deep the earth is. After looking at the map and the location of the new city, he found that he was a complete layman in this regard. But he could understand the route. It must be said that there are still some masters in the Glory Wizard Alliance. The route design is really good. He nodded and said, "Building roads should be our business, and setting up cities is everyone's business. How are the shares determined now?" Ash shook her head. "You haven't come out yet, so our Rhine family and the Orn family will pay for it first, 50 to 50. Several other nobles also wanted to invest, but we didn't let them." Dole nodded, and after thinking for a while he said, "I need to meet the 2 family heads, and then move the Wizard Tower over." Ash nodded. Dole turned around and asked the others for their opinions. The others had no opinions. After the city was built, each of them needed a town as their territory, and that was enough. Dole confirmed that there was no problem, and slowly left his seat. Everyone also left their seats, looking solemn. They all knew that the preliminary work had been completed, and now it was officially started. The storm field had been formed. Whether Dole was here or not, the storm was always running. Here was his power and his will. He could always focus his attention on everything around him. He was this storm, and this storm was him. The Tower of Babel was erected in the middle of the Albiz Mountains, symbolizing his will and authority. After saying everything, a large group of people took their own wizard towers and flew happily to the location of the new city at the foot of the mountain. In the middle of the sky, the storm automatically cracked a hole, and after everyone passed through, the hole closed again. Feeling the threat of the huge storm around them, this huge power, everyone felt very frightened. This was actually made by a level 6 person. If you don't tell others, I'm afraid that even level 7 people will believe it. Dole's meditation method is too amazing. Now they officially know which element Dole is practicing, the most terrifying storm element in the world. No wonder he has the strongest mental power at the same level. It's simply terrifying. Soon, the name of the new city was determined to be Albi's City. When Dole came to the sky above Albi's City, when the 8 wizard towers fell to the ground in an octagonal form, everyone around was shocked. Especially those ordinary civilians. When they saw the towering wizard towers, they were full of awe. Dole had already seen it in midair, and the location where the wizard tower fell was calculated. This is the location of the future Glory Wizard Alliance. He took a general look and circled out the general location of the city. This is the county town and his own territory. The city should be slightly larger, at least larger than the city of Watts. Thinking of this, he already had some ideas. The scale of cities in this world is basically the same. The noble area, the civilian area, the ordinary area, and the commercial area basically include all people. Seeing the wizard tower fall, the people of the 2 major families around also stopped their work and looked over here. They have been notified that Dole has come out of retreat, and are now discussing the city's affairs in detail. Dole, the head of the Rhine family and the Orn family, has never seen him. They are all capable and scheming old men selected from the family. At this time, the 2 families slowly merged. The speed of the wizard tower is very fast. When it fell, they were still on the road. The 8 wizard towers look very scary, especially since they are all level 6, and each has more than 10 floors. Moreover, each of these 8 wizard towers has its own characteristics and exudes different auras, but they all reveal 2 words, powerful. When they saw the direction where the wizard tower fell, the 2 heads knew that the real boss had arrived. At this time, Dole slowly fell from the sky and looked at the entire camp. Now it can only be called a camp. The ground is leveled, and various things are piled around, such as tents. It has not officially started yet. Now all the laborers, civilians, and slaves are only doing one thing, which is to clean the ground and mark the city area as much as possible. In a month, not much can be done. It took more than 10 days to gather people from all directions, and there were only a few days of official work. Moreover, they will be obstructed by cities like Duchen. After all, they will occupy their population. It will take at least 3 or 4 days for the population from Wattsburg to come over. When Dole landed, the leaders of several forces came over and looked at Dole expectantly. Dole became stronger. The ruler of the Rhine family was originally taking advantage of Ash's relationship and was ready to take advantage of his seniority, but when he saw Dole, he was inexplicably afraid. Wow, he is actually level 6. To be promoted to level 6 before the age of 30 is simply a super genius, which is almost impossible, but the other party did it. This is too exaggerated. When several people saw this, they took a breath, and then they were full of vigor and quickly lowered their arrogant attitude. Dole dropped the wizard tower and placed it in the designated position. He turned around and saw that all the people in the entire city stopped and looked at him. Some people gathered from the surroundings and walked towards him. Dole took a look, then released the magic circle of the wizard tower, and streams of energy were injected into the earth. Circles of mysterious energy unfolded, covering the entire land. Wherever the energy passed, everyone felt refreshed, like a spring breeze. The people around were even more shocked. The Earth Fortress was officially launched. As the main tower of the Glory Wizard Alliance, Dole was not going to take care of it. Most of the matters of the magic circle were handed over to them, and he didn't have to bother to manage it. He slowly fell from the sky, and at this time, Ash also came from a distance. When he landed on the ground, the people around gathered together. These were the leaders of all parties. Dole glanced and found that it was a large team mainly composed of the Rhine family, and the Orn family, and some other vassal small families. He didn't know anyone from the Rhine family and the Orn family, but he would not mistake the clothes of the representatives of each family. Ash came to Dole, and the others arrived at this time. As Dole was thinking about his words, Ash smiled and introduced, "For the construction of Albi's City this time, only our Rhine family and the Orn family have come here to carry out the infrastructure construction. Now that you have come out of seclusion, we can hold a meeting to discuss the layout of the city and the division of profits." Chapter 704. Ash usually behaves like a strong woman, speaking directly, to the point, and hitting the key points of the matter. Although Dole is the lord of Albi's City, he cannot build a city alone, so he needs to give up some of his interests and let the major families participate, so as to build the city as soon as possible. Dorai is a wizard, and can use the wizard tower to carry out large-scale transformation of the ground and underground, but specific details, such as building buildings, still require ordinary people to participate. He nodded, glanced at everyone and said, "Then let's go to the Wind Tower for a meeting, call everyone together, and I will take time to go back in the next few days, and let the clone preside over this." Ash nodded. She looked at Dole enviously, and said, "Since you are out of retreat, I will explain the things. I have to go into retreat. You have reached level 6. She was a little sour. Dora gave him a reassuring look and didn't say much. Level 6 is a watershed. After level 6, you need to have a deeper understanding of meditation, a deeper understanding of the essence of meditation, accumulate more powerful strength, reach the level 6 boundary as soon as possible, and then plan to enter level 7. Dole now has this ticket, and Ash is naturally envious. Ash nodded. A group of people walked towards the Wind Tower. In fact, there are only a few people, the heads of the 2 families, and the leaders of several dependent nobles. They have moved all their families here and are ready to settle down here, so they pay more attention to it than the 2 major families. After Dole learned about this situation, he became more enthusiastic about these nobles. This type of talent is what he expects. At least they can advance and retreat together, unlike the Rhine family and the Orn family. They have their base camps, and this is just a bonus. These families didn't have any industry in Wassenberg and lived a normal life. This time, they heard that 2 major families took the lead in participating, so they couldn't wait to come. This was a disguised gambling. They didn't have much property, but they were very active in contributing manpower. They were all nobles, but they were all viscounts, and their titles were not high. They were the Matt family, the Dom family, the Como family, the Mocanter family, and the Adeline family. These families had been operating for many years, but they only had the title of a title, and they didn't actually have much wealth. Dole valued them very much. Therefore, in the next meeting, he valued these small nobles very much and made a promise to them. The overall layout of the city still needs to be discussed, and there is no rush now. It's just leveling the ground. Dole stopped them. These things were supposed to be done by him. He asked everyone to gather everything tomorrow. He started the Wizard Tower to clean up the surroundings to save labor. These labor should be used in the right place. After a brief meeting, everyone dispersed quickly. Dole left Albi's city and headed straight for Watzenberg, while his clone was dispatched to take over the task of cleaning up the Albi's mountain. After the master was promoted to level 6, the progress of the skeleton demon god meditation method could be improved again. His mental strength was enough, and his physical strength was enough, but he didn't have time. After the meeting was completed, and the general location of the city lord's mansion was determined, Dole activated the power of the earth fortress to transform the surrounding land from the ground to the ground. Several small nobles benefited from it, so they worked harder. The 2 major families were also very satisfied with Dole, so when Dole cleaned up the land around the city lord's mansion, they began to move things to make room for Dole to operate. Soon, a wave of power was released from the Wizard Tower, and a series of power radiated outward from the Wizard Tower group and passed through the ground. Under the ground, waves of rumbling sounds continued to be heard. At the same time, around the camp, the ordinary workers stood in a circle and felt that the ground was shaking. The ground was constantly collapsing, and then it quickly bulged, repeating over and over again. Tens of thousands of acres of land were constantly shaking within the power radiation range of the Wizard Tower. The uneven ground was leveled, the potholes were filled, and the irregular places became flat at this time. In just 10 minutes, the power used by the Wizard Tower was still dozens of times more than the work of ordinary workers for several days, and it covered the ground from the ground to the underground. From the boundary of the workers' work, the place that was originally a wasteland, layers of soil rolled outward, trees collapsed one by one, and the grass rolled away, and large areas of land were cleared. In the eyes of ordinary people, this situation is like a miracle. It is so shocking and shocking. Those ordinary nobles and ordinary people saw all of this and felt deep awe for Dole. Supernatural power, super large-scale power, this is enough to make anyone feel awe, especially when this power radiates from the inside out for several kilometers. It can make people feel terrified. Dole must not be offended, especially in the city. This has become a consensus of everyone. The transformation is still going on, and at this time, Dole himself has already reached Watzenberg, and he even took the time to go to Wat City halfway to take a look. As the first place he came to, there are too many people here worth remembering, and one of his most outstanding sons of the Emperor is still teaching at Arangel College. He not only lived here, but also left seeds here. But he only took a look and flew quickly to Watzenberg again. While flying, he felt the power in his body. After entering the 6th level, the power used is even greater. the meditation method is more in-depth, and the flying of witchcraft is more concealed and faster. The same wind magic, in the hands of the 6th level wizard, there is no trace of fireworks, directly into the wind, coming and going without a trace. Except that, the perception of wind flow is more profound, and the slightest air friction in the air can be detected. At this time, he has understood some laws of natural operation. For example, the thunder that scares ordinary people and ordinary creatures is the tiny power generated by the friction between air and water vapor. The subtle electricity is insignificant. Even the weakest virus can resist it, but when this power gathers and has a sufficient scale, it has enough deterrence. Thunder strikes the mountain peaks, thunder strikes the earth, and the power generated in an instant is enough to destroy everything, and this power comes only from the friction between air and water vapor. When the smallest power is piled up large enough, it is also a very terrifying existence. Of course, this is also because the power of lightning itself is strong enough to be piled up. If it is wind, no matter how big the wind is piled up, the upper limit is there, and the power of lightning has no upper limit. When he understood these, Dual Eye understood the direction of his future development. Wind, rain, thunder, and lightning are indispensable, and they need to go hand in hand and make progress together. He needs to understand the rules of these 4 aspects one by one. When he arrived at Watzenberg, the aura on Dual Eye's body had changed from the ethereal wind to the heaviness of a complete storm, gathering the power of the 4 attributes of wind, rain, thunder, and lightning. At this moment, Dual Eye was considered to have the embryonic influence of a storm. Chapter 705. After arriving outside the crater, Dole just reported a little and flew directly into the city from outside. But the next moment, he was a little puzzled, because when he flew in, a familiar force touched him, and he was a little reluctant to see this force. Axo, this super boss, who was a level 700s of years ago, why did he come to Watzenberg again? The contact between the two was only a moment, but Dole knew that the other party was sending a signal to him that she was coming, and he had to meet him. As for the place, ahem, no need to ask, it must be the place last time. Dole was extremely confused. However, he still followed his plan, informed Alan, and then went straight to the City Lord's mansion. The construction of a new city needs to be reported to the City Lord's mansion, and the City Lord's mansion will apply to the Empire to confer him the status and title of City Lord, because the area near the Albise Mountains is large enough, at least county level. According to the current laws of the Empire, if he is conferred a title, he will at least start as an Earl. However, the Albise city has just started, and the authority of Watzenberg can only be treated as a county level, so he can only be upgraded to a higher level, that is, from the first level of Baron to the first level of Viscount. Of course, this requires him to apply step by step, which is not so easy to complete, and the location, scale, size, and regulations of the city need to be reported, and it will be considered truly completed after the evaluation. This evaluation is naturally carried out by Watzenberg. With Dole's current network of relationships, almost no one will embarrass him. Finally, he has to contact the Honor Wizard Alliance to discuss the establishment of an academy there, which requires official power to decide. Moreover, the Glory Wizard Alliance's move and requires Alan's participation, which is not something he can decide. He can only decide on one thing, that is, the responsibility of being the City Lord and the President of the Glory Wizard Alliance. To establish a county city, the City Lord's Mansion, the Glory Wizard Alliance, and the Academy are all indispensable. When Waz City was established, it was the Glory Wizard Alliance that took the initiative. Later, after Alan came, Alan Academy came into being. In theory, under normal circumstances, a level 5 wizard can suppress a county city. Waz City had a large number of level 5 wizards at that time, and its power was relatively strong among the county cities around Watzenberg. Now that Dual Eye has built a city, he directly has the power of level 6, 8 level 6 wizard towers, and can directly suppress everything, and all opposition voices are out of the question. The City Lord, together with the President of the Glory Wizard Alliance, has both power and ability, which is rare in the entire Glory Empire. Dual Eye thought all this very clearly. Dual Eye came back quietly, and showed up at the door of the City Lord's mansion. Of course, when he showed up, the guards looked at him warily. When they saw who it was, they were stunned. Wizard Dole is back. Didn't he say he was in seclusion? Several guards hurriedly saluted, and one of them came up and said, Lord Dole, are you looking for? Lord Westling is here, and Lord de Rold is here too. Dole was stunned. His father-in-law is here too? He touched his chin. Since his father-in-law is here, let's meet him together. Anyway, the military will need to be stationed there in the future. If he is here, it's better to talk to him in person. It's also a good opportunity to talk about Ash's seclusion. So he whispered, "Please tell Lord Westling to go to the lord of the city. I wait for him there." After hearing this, the guard nodded hurriedly and said, "I tell him right away. Please come in." Dole stepped lightly through the gate. Once you enter the city lord's mansion, it's like entering another world. There is a magic circle blocking the inside and outside. It's not a place where wizards can come and go at will. The Rhine family's place is very large. A large part of it belongs to the family patriarch, that is, the city lord. Other places belong to other people. Westling and Deruliad live in different areas, and even the places to go out are opened in different places. In addition, there are other people in the family. Not all the people of the Rhine family from generation to generation are here. The powerful people live here, and the non-powerful people either become ordinary people or stationed in other places. Otherwise, after hundreds of years, the family has developed and the population has grown. There is no place for so many people to live here. Passing the yard, he soon came to the area controlled by the head of the family, and saw Deruliad and Alan. When he entered the city, he informed Alan, Akron, and Odoron. In addition, there were two other people. One was a 6th-level wizard with sharp eyes, and the other was a burly man with a wooden expression and a rough body, a 7th-level warrior. As soon as Dole came in, a surprised voice came from behind him. "Oh, Lord Viscount Dole, it's really not easy to meet you. I thought our legion could help a little, but I didn't expect that you could handle it yourself without us doing anything." This was Westerling's voice. He was indeed very shocked. Dole didn't even use any strength to take down the Albiz mountain with 4 level 7 suppressions. When this record came out, the whole of Wutzenberg was shocked. During that time, Wutzenberg was terribly quiet. All the forces that were ready to make trouble for him were silent. Even the Dark Guild and the Assassin Guild that were ready to make trouble in secret were completely silent. According to the current intelligence, the Nightmare Empire was also at a standstill, and it seemed that there was no sign of taking action. Dole turned his head and smiled slightly. "Father-in-law?" When Dole turned his head and looked at him, the kind of spirit and momentum that was revealed involuntarily made Westerling's blood boil. He was shocked again. Wow, this guy is actually level 6. Level 6 Dole, standing there, was like a violent storm, as if it could blow into his fighting spirit. Westerling was stunned. At this time, standing in the room of Dalialide, Akron, Odoron, and the unknown wizard all stood up and looked at Dole in shock. Crazy, violent, powerful, and thick, Dole's figure was like a huge storm that was spinning violently, constantly releasing powerful energy. Level 6. Alan was also shocked at this time. This guy is level 6. This guy is only 27 years old. How is this possible? Too exaggerated. Too scary. Especially Akron, at this time, he was muttering in his heart, "This guy will not cause trouble for him in the future." You know, he wanted to cause trouble for Dole at the beginning. The speed of his rise is too fast. This is the key to his need for territory. As soon as the territory was formed, the strength increased rapidly. It's incredible. Dole turned his head and ignored everyone's shock. After nodding to everyone, he said straight to the point, "My lords, uncle, father-in-law, I have made my purpose clear to you. If you apply to build a city, what procedures do you need to go through? It was Ash who did it in the early stage, and now it's my turn. He occupied the place, but it's not that he can build it just by saying it. This still requires a process." Daliald was still shocked at this time. He thought it would take a few years for this guy to reach level 6, but he didn't expect it to be so soon. There is no such genius in the Imperial capital. But the resources this guy has are also terrifying, a separate wizard tower, and it is said that there is also the heart of the storm, etc. It seems understandable that it's so fast. Chapter 706. Dalialide glanced at Alan next to him, then turned his head, sighed, and said, "Dole, your upgrade speed is a bit scary. We are all a little unprepared. As for the city construction, we have almost done it in your name. Wutzenberg has the authority to do so." He looked at Dole, and hinted at others beside him. At this time, everyone had the same expression as him, so he smiled and said, "Everyone, don't stand, sit down, everyone is here, let's discuss it carefully. The candidates for the City Lord and the President of the Honor Wizard Alliance are undoubtedly Doles. Now it's other aspects. We need to send suitable candidates to settle in. The first choice is 2 aspects. The first aspect is the public security and city defense system, and the second aspect is the college system. We need to assign these, and of course you, the City Lord, need to agree. While you were in seclusion, we used some recruitment and convening methods, and adopted a voluntary approach to draw up some lists, and we still need your approval. A month is enough for them to do some things in advance. The main topic began, and everyone put aside their shocked expressions and began to sit down. Daleulide was of high status, but his position was lower than Alan's. However, at this time, he had a greater say, and most of the words were spoken by him. After he said this, he paused and introduced to Dole, "These two are the deans of the Watzenberg Wizard Academy, Swift, and this is the dean of the Warrior Academy, Enns. Swift is from the Lay family, and Enns is from the Lank family. The people from the Academy still need these two to select from them. Our City Lord Mansion and the Glory Wizard Alliance only have the right to veto, not the right to choose." Dole felt very interesting. He felt that the Empire intended to divide the forces of all parties, and would not let anyone become too strong. He did not expect that the Lank family actually controlled the Warrior Academy. No wonder the family was so powerful. However, the dean here was just a title. The vice-dean was probably from other forces. He would not be allowed to be too dictatorial to maintain the balance of power. However, in this matter, the title of dean was very useful, because many things needed to consider the dean, not the vice-dean. He looked at the two and nodded slightly. Swift looked at Dole, sighed, and said, "If you were from our Wassenberg, you would be the first person in history. You are a level 6 at the age of 27. This has completely broken our record in the Northwest." Enns looked embarrassed because Dole was hostile to their family. Now, he felt deeply sad for the family. The rise of the other party was unstoppable. He thought for a while and said, "I hope that the cooperation will be pleasant in the future." Dole nodded and bowed slightly. He looked at Daleulide again, and then at Alan. Alan shrugged and said, "Regarding the Honor Wizard Alliance, the specific details are clearly stated in the Honor Wizard Alliance manual. You are already the president, and you will handle all the matters. The rules and regulations and promotion channels are clearly stated in the rules. I will only assign people to go there." His meaning was very clear. "I will not interfere in the affairs of your branch, but I have selected the people for you." Dole raised his eyebrows. At this time, everyone looked at him with expectation, because the next thing was the most important. List. This list means that Dole will allow those forces to follow him. Those forces will occupy the top. Those forces can eat meat, and those forces are only worthy of drinking soup. Such a big cake of new city will be divided by those forces. Now, it depends on Dole. Things are very complicated, and Dole also needs to consider. When Daleulide put a thick stack of information in front of Dole, everyone seemed nervous. They do not represent themselves, but the forces and people behind them. Dole sat there and looked at the thick list. His head was big. He did not think of himself as the city lord, so how could he know that there were so many things? Can't they come one by one? How can people choose? No matter how they choose, they will offend people. Thinking of this, he frowned and did not look at the information directly. He said, "I will stay here for a while and try to complete all the procedures. I don't understand a lot of things about building a new city, so don't be anxious. I still need to ask you some questions. How should the city management be done?" When everyone saw this, they nodded slightly, and some people even breathed a sigh of relief. Dole did not express his opinion immediately, which proved that they had many opportunities, and the people behind them had opportunities. Dole said, "I will stay in the Rhine family these days, and we can talk slowly." Babel Tower was not there, and he didn't want to go to Chris Wizard Tower, and it was close to Wessling and Daleulide, so he simply stayed here. The meeting continued for a while, and everyone said some meaningless words, and then it ended in a hurry. When everyone stepped out of the gate of the city lord's mansion, the whole of Wassenberg began to bustle. Dole's arrival seemed to add some vitality to the city. The gate of the city lord's mansion seemed to be about to be trampled down overnight. However, at this time, Dole had no mood to see anyone, but seriously asked questions to Deruliad. City management, city layout, power division, coordination, etc., all need to be learned. For this reason, he also specially separated the Skyfrost insect clone and got some basic books about cities to read. Dole was busy in both Watzenberg and Albiz City. Many things happened during this period. Time passed, and it was late autumn in a blink of an eye. In the wizard world, a month is enough to do a lot of things. For example, with the active investment of several major families, Dole simply sold all the planned places at a clear price, and put all the money he got into the mercenary market to attract talents, and formulated a large number of people-friendly policies to attract refugees from various places. For example, the empire stipulates that only nobles can serve at administrative levels above the town, so he proposed that if someone can occupy the land within the scope of a town and can do a good job of protection, he can directly serve as the town lord and be tax-free for 3 years. Just for this one item, I don't know how many downtrodden nobles racked their brains to study the surrounding maps to see where they could occupy. In Duching, almost all the nobles in the surrounding cities wanted to get a piece of the pie here, and even many nobles in faraway Wassenberg came with their families. From a deserted wasteland to a bustling population, Albi's city only developed for 2 months and began to have a certain scale. At this time, Albi's city had no city walls. The first thing you could see was the huge group of wizard towers. The most comprehensible thing was the 2 main crossing avenues first established by Dole. Each of them was nearly 20 meters wide, the ground was rammed flat with witchcraft, and there were drainage ditches on both sides. The North District was still the noble area, and the East District was an ordinary area, not far from the City Lord's Mansion and the Glory Wizard Alliance. At this time, many small buildings had been built in the middle area of the 2 avenues, and some anxious nobles and merchants had begun to build their own small courtyards in the established planning area. Albi's city looked peaceful on the surface, but in fact, there was constant competition in private. Because it is a new city, land is cheap, and there are many preferential policies. Many people want to hoard land, and there is fierce competition among those who are not short of money. Chapter 707. The current source of money for Albi's city is twofold. The first is selling land, and the second is the investment of various large nobles. Dole did not keep much for himself, and invested all of it in construction. To build a city from scratch, military force alone is not enough. Dole has deeply understood this truth in recent times, so he did not refuse even the investment of the Marcia family and the Lank family, and allocated a piece of land to them, and promised the exclusive monopoly of the wine industry and other treaties. Of course, these 2 families also paid a lot to get this. The City Lord's Mansion is currently being served by people sent by Watzenberg. Dole is responsible for supervision and recruiting various administrative officials, land, planning, business, trade, etc. At present, there are about 200 people working in the City Lord's Mansion. The City Lord's Mansion used witchcraft to build a main building, which took only 1 day. The planning and design were done in the morning, and the witchcraft was directly condensed in the afternoon. Of course, this is still a simple house, a temporary house, and the specific details have to wait for the transport team that mines stones from the Albi's mountains to come back and rebuild. The new city is a business opportunity, but also a big spender. Of course, if you invest in it, you can reap the rewards. At this time, Dole was signing a contract with the people of the Glory Wizard Alliance to give them the mining rights of several magic crystal mines on the mountain. The Albi's mountain is very large, and it is normal to have magic crystal mines. This thing originally needs to be controlled by the Empire. Originally, as the president, he could mine it himself, but he had no one under him, so he could only let the General Association take charge of this matter first. Anyway, they were happy to mine. They can keep 1/3 of the mined magic crystals as taxes to be handed over to the Superior Glory Wizard Alliance, and 2/3 can be kept, which is also one of the economic sources of Albi's city. There are other minerals, and other things that need his cooperation. In short, he is very busy now, and he is almost busy all the time. Developing the county city is what every force is willing to do, because there is a lot of profit to be made, but it is still in the early stage, and the investment is not enough, let alone the return. In the mountains. In the 10th floor of the Tower of Babel, Ash is surrounded by countless frosts, and the whole person seems to be in a world of ice and snow. Fortunately, the Tower of Babel has the function of space barrier, otherwise the entire wizard tower would be in a world of ice and snow. She slowly closed her eyes full of determination. This time she is in seclusion. She does not plan to come out until she reaches level 6. In her hands are rule fragments, the heart of Schwanschwung, and various auxiliary materials such as white sand ice. If this can't reach level 6 as soon as possible, she might as well die. Dual Eye entered the 6th level at the age of 27, and she also worked hard to reach the 6th level before the age of 35. She is actually 2 years older than Dual Eye, and now she is 29 years old. She tries hard to cheer herself up. In terms of blood, She's blood is beyond improvement, very pure, and her inner and outer strength are sufficient. Now she just needs to practice with peace of mind. She cast her eyes into the distance, into the mountains, and saw the busy figure of Dual Eye, and her eyes slowly closed. The surroundings were cold, and the ice and snow slowly spun and danced, gradually entering silence. Dual Eye was surveying in the mountains. At this time, he looked at the Tower of Babel in the mountains, and his eyes gradually became stern. Ash entered the state of cultivation, sprinting to level 6, which is also very good for her future development. Although the clone is already level 6, the meditation method is only level 5. Dole wondered whether he should also replenish the skeleton demon. In the past, the mental strength was not strong enough, but now it is strong enough and can also be improved. However, there are indeed too many things recently, and his own strength is not enough, so he can only take the way of hiring to do other things. Everything must be reported to him, and even the clone has built a temporary city lord's mansion. A simple road was built from the city, leading directly to the mountains, which is convenient for transporting stones and ores. When she thought of this, should she call her subordinates over, separate Krista, let them run it alone, and leave Diano there to watch? It's not enough for her alone. If it's really not possible, she has to buy some special slaves. Thinking of this, he thought of Zhonglu Garden, which seemed to be full of management talents from various countries. Although their management was not very good, they were much better than himself. Wassenberg. At the entrance of Zhonglu Garden, Gideon and Tava, one wearing a very gorgeous wizard robe and the other wearing a gorgeous warrior light armor, stood at the entrance of Zhonglu Garden. Gideon had a complicated expression. He was bought from here by Dole Wizard. He was still young back then. Now 4 years have passed. He has become a half-grown young man, and his height is almost as tall as Uncle Tava next to him. Following the flow of people, he slowly walked into Zhonglu Garden. The people around him kept a proper distance between them. Wizards, no matter what their identity, are respected and feared wherever they go. As soon as he entered the Zhonglu Garden, Gideon saw the manager, Rupert, who was leaning against the wall, looking around bored. Gideon saw Rupert and laughed at himself. In the past, this guy sold himself out. Now the situation has changed, and he came to buy people. There is no need to look for others. This guy is a high-level person. It is right to find him. So he took a step and walked towards Rupert. Rupert was a little older and seemed a little more bored. Here, there were nobles coming and going all day long. Commoners could actually afford to work hard, but they could only buy the cheapest goods and could not even enter the hall. Most of the people here are nobles or businessmen, basically people of status. In the past, he would go up to see if the noble needed something and keep in touch with him. Now that he has become the deputy director of the garden, he no longer needs to do so. He just comes to take a look. At this moment, he felt someone coming towards him. He turned his head and took a look, and was stunned. Gideon, the little prince of that small country, is now the second steward under Dole. He blinked his eyes. Why did this guy come here to cause trouble for him? He was still a little worried. Dole's current status was not something he could afford to offend. He immediately stood up straight and waited quietly. Gideon took out the posture of an ordinary person. Before he came, a cheerful voice came over. Lord Rupert, everyone else is fine. Rupert relaxed. This guy had no ill intentions. He smiled, came up and said, What's the matter? It's very comfortable inside Watsenberg. You should have a deep understanding of it. Why are you here? He almost said it out loud, but fortunately he kept his mouth shut. Gideon smiled and said, It's nothing big. Help my master find a few capable housekeepers and secretaries. It's best if they are clear-headed. No age limit, as long as they are capable. Rupert immediately straightened up. Albi's city was in a commotion. I don't know how many people were interested in going there. It seems that Dole didn't have enough people. Chapter 708. Rupert showed an envious and yearning look. Albi's city, it is said that it is a very open place. I want to go there. Gideon nodded. The new city has just been established, and there are many places that need manpower. If Lord Rupert is free, you can go there to play, but it is a little far away. Rupert would naturally not go, but just said a few polite words. The two talked for a few words, and then turned to the back. There were many people in the hall, and Rupert was naturally the focus of everyone. After hearing the conversation between the two, the people around understood. This is Lord Dole buying slaves. Unlike ordinary people, slaves cannot betray, and it is not heard that Dole accepted those servants. Obviously, he is untrustworthy. Now he comes to buy slaves, which first shows his attitude. Some people are very active. If they make a fuss about this matter, some people are so poor that they want to sell themselves and then sell them to Lord Dole. It is said that it is a good place. The hall was immediately in an uproar. When they arrived at the backyard, the surroundings suddenly became quiet. Rupert led the two people and went straight to the largest yard. When they arrived at the door, Rupert coughed and said, This is the people of a ruined small country. Some of them became slaves voluntarily, and some were forced. You can choose. He clapped his hands, and suddenly there was a burst of scolding from inside, and then a group of people were driven out. There were about 20 people in this group, dressed decently, with calm eyes, and they were of all ages. Their eyes were not numb, but full of hope. Among these people, 2 of them looked at each other and showed their most confident side. Finally, we have been waiting for it. After planning for several months, we finally had the opportunity to break into Dole. The 2 did not take the initiative to show off, but tried their best to make themselves look energetic. They naturally knew what kind of people Dole needed. At this time, Gideon looked at everyone and said, "I need people with management skills and clerical work experience. It is best if they can write the common language. Please step forward." The 2 said nothing, pretended to hesitate for a moment, and then walked out directly. There were 4 more people coming out with them, a total of 6 people. Seeing that there were not many people, Gideon nodded and said to Rupert next to him, "I want all 6 people. Do you have any more?" "I want about 15. The price is not a problem." Rupert smiled immediately. These people are all capable. Each person costs tens of thousands of gold coins to hundreds of thousands of gold coins. High-level martial arts are more expensive. If all the wizards of Dole want to leave, it will be a fortune. The commission alone can be soft. Of course, he still had to give it a reasonable discount, otherwise it would be hard to buy potions next time he went to Chris Wizard Tower. Wait a minute, I find it for you. In the wizard world, news is transmitted very quickly, and it is difficult to be controlled by others, unless you monitor any magic fluctuations around the clock, which is not worth the loss. In the afternoon, in a hidden mine, an undead wizard opened his eyes and looked fiercely at the northeast. "Dole, right? No matter how powerful you are, you can't escape the clutches of our nightmare empire. When we control the northwestern countries and declare the restoration of the country, it will be your death. This person is Corpse 64. At this time, he has become Corpse 35, and his strength has seriously declined. If he did not have the basic elemental ability of level 6, he would have been directly removed from the list. For this reason, he took the initiative to serve as the Northwest Intelligence Officer, just to know all the information about Dole. The layout of the Nightmare Empire is very powerful. Many times of defeat in Dole has caused dissatisfaction among some people. They have lost too much power, and have completely lost more than they gained. So, they changed away. He smiled in his heart, and began to pass the message out. The magic pattern has a distance limit for transmitting messages. Only one person can be placed at a certain distance to transmit messages to each other. As the highest intelligence courier in the Northwest, he has enough authority to check some things. Dole did not know all this. At this time, in the Watson Castle, on the top floor of Tower 3, Odoron quietly walked into Alan's room. In the living room, Alan looked back at Odoron, who had walked in, and said, "What's the news?" Odoron stopped, his expression a little solemn. It has basically been confirmed that an unknown force controls a large number of nobles in the northwestern countries. It is a hidden force in the dark. Now it seems that it is very likely the Nightmare Empire. This country that has been destroyed for hundreds of years seems to really want to restore its country. Alan frowned and said, "If that's the case, let's create some trouble for them. Let the Law Enforcement Department of the Judgment Office cooperate with Operation Nightingale to control all the people related to the Nightmare Empire in the Northwest as much as possible. If they can't be controlled, kill them." Alan wiped his neck expressionlessly. Odoron nodded solemnly. "Yes, President. In addition, I guess there may be trouble in Dole. According to the current intelligence, information about him is still being sent to the dark. In addition, he is now recruiting troops and horses. There is no doubt that there are likely to be a large number of spies among his people." Alan nodded and said, "I will remind him about this matter. With his current ability and strength, he should not be so easily fooled. Dole is much more cautious than we thought." Odoron nodded and said, "Okay, I will communicate with President Akron." Alan nodded solemnly and said, "Contact me in time if there is anything. It is unknown what level 7 power they can mobilize. I am always here." Odoron responded heavily. When dealing with the existence in the dark, you need to be vigilant at all times. Dole now divides his clones into 2 parts. One is stationed in the City Lord's Mansion to supervise the construction of the City Lord's Mansion and deal with relevant matters in the city. The other is in the mountains to look for possible minerals. This is a must. He now relies on these minerals to make money. Recently, too much money has been spent, and it has reached the level of building 2 or 3 wizard towers. He needs more money. In addition to Morris and others, the wizard towers of other pharmacists must also be built. These are all big projects that require money. In addition, roads need to be built and ground paved, which will take several years to complete. He was not in a hurry, and planned this slowly. It normally takes 1.5 months to gather people from Watsaburg to the Albise Mountains. If the speed is fast, it will take about a month. When the first batch of people arrived in Albise City, it was already covered with a layer of fine white snow. At the same time, another caravan came from the south, crossed Roderick City, and entered the wasteland. At this time, the wasteland had been almost cleared by many adventure groups using money tactics. A normal road was open from there, and it was raised and flattened with magic. It was better than the roads in other places. When the road was just built, it was destroyed several times, but now it is good, no one dares to destroy it. Chapter 709. The flag of that caravan was painted with a bright red rose, and it was the Rose Caravan. The Rose Caravan was the caravan of the third prince, and he had organized his forces to support Dole. The Chien Corpse Worm was monitoring the surroundings, and seeing this, Dole breathed a sigh of relief. The caravans of the Orn family and the Rhine family had just left, and now the Rose Caravan came again, bringing him a lot of supplies. I had been doing basic work before, and I was not in a hurry to get medicinal materials. Now that the Rose Caravan is here, I can summon most of the Chris Wizard Tower to start building my own potion territory. In his imagination, Albise City will be a very famous potion city in the future. When he is promoted to the 8th level pharmacist, this title will be further established. He can refine more than 10 kinds of potions above the 7th level, covering all parts. As long as these things are placed outside, they can attract enough powerful adventurers. The location of Albise City is actually not far from the Bayuan Mountains. Why not go directly to the Bayuan Mountains for adventure after getting supplies here? As long as Albise City is established and has a certain supply capacity, it will attract a large number of top adventure groups from the northern part of the Glory Empire to come here. However, Albise City is still under construction. There are not enough good facilities. No talent can be retained, not to mention that the current Adventurer Union has not yet been established. The simple city lord's mansion. Dole was correcting documents. He suddenly raised his head and looked ahead. Gideon walked in from outside, looked at Dole, and said, "Master, a person who claims to be from the imperial capital wants to see you." Dole frowned and said, "Can you figure out who it is?" Gideon shook his head. "I don't know, but the other party did come from the imperial capital. They didn't go by land, but came as flying monsters. Although they are not strong, they are very imposing." Dole thought about it, and it seemed that he didn't know anyone in the imperial capital, except the third prince and the 4 losers who were training. "It's been so long, and I still miss them. The Azure Drink Shop is open here, but they haven't come back yet." He thought about it and said, "Let someone come in." "Yes." Gideon left quickly. Dole looked at the door, but his mental power had already covered the surroundings. The information on the bodies of various mysterious corpse insects gathered on his body. Soon, he understood what was going on, and his eyes flashed. This person is indeed from the imperial capital, and from a very powerful force. Is he here to spy on me? What does that mean? Why is he spying on me? Why is he spying on me? Is it related to the third prince? If it is related to him, then it is related to the eldest prince and the 7th prince. Is he here to cause trouble? Dole's mind was very fast, and he thought of many things. The report on the construction of Albise City has been submitted for more than 2 months. Although it has been approved in Watsaburg, it has not been successfully filed in the Glory Empire. It is possible that some people's power is affecting it. The third prince is a useless guy. I have given him so much help, but he has not stabilized the situation above. Thinking of this, Dole is a little helpless. The situation in the imperial capital is the most complicated. Who knows what the people above are thinking? Just when he was thinking about it, a middle-aged man walked in from the door. The room was very simple, with only a desk and a matching chair. The desk was where Dole worked. In front of the desk, there were 2 rows of desks and benches facing each other. They were very exquisite, but compared with the surrounding environment, they were a bit too simple. When the middle-aged man came in and saw this situation, he had some guesses about Dole's psychology. Such people are the most difficult to deal with, because he can't see fancy things or decorations. Obviously, the other party feels that he doesn't need these things and likes to express himself directly. He walked and thought, and when he walked not far in front of Dole, he slowly stopped and said, "Master Dole Wizard, I am from the imperial capital, my name is Aiton, and my last name is Howard. Howard, the top family in the imperial capital, the Howard family. I'm afraid only this kind of family can use flying monsters." He thought of just now, the other party did not call him the city lord, but called him Dole Wizard. This signal is unusual. The Howard family is not only a top noble family, but also has a very strong influence in the political circles of the imperial capital. Obviously, the other party is going to make a fuss about this matter. He thought he could blackmail me? Dole smiled at his heart and said nothing. His father-in-law alone would not agree. Dole looked at the other party, staring at him. Just tell me what you want to say. I'm very busy now. The middle-aged man was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect Dole to react like this. It seems that the other party still doesn't know the seriousness of the matter. He raised his head, looked directly at Dole, and said lightly, "Don't worry, Wizard Dole, and listen to me slowly. It has been less than 4 months since the occupation of Albi City, and you built it in 1 month. It is amazing that it can reach its current scale. You have a very wide network of contacts. I admire you very much, but I hope that Wizard Dole will be cautious about building a city." Dole thought, "What's the point of you talking so much?" He put down the pen in his hand, said "Oh," and then said, "Oh, what do you think?" Eden laughed and said, "I don't have any good ideas. I came here this time to cooperate with Wizard Dole on 2 matters. Tell me." Eden looked at Dole's expression, and was very dissatisfied. This guy has been so careless until now, which is really a headache. He thought about it, and prepared to speak directly. "The first thing is that our family wants to invest in Wizard Dole's Albi City, and want to occupy a certain share." Dole was a little more serious and said, "How much is the investment, and what are the conditions?" "Invest 100 million gold coins, but we want to own 40% of the shares." Dole's mouth twitched immediately. He wanted to own 40% of the shares, with 100 million gold coins. He was dreaming again. He was annoyed by this kind of force recently. He took a deep breath and said, "Let's talk about this condition later." "What about the second condition?" Aiden saw that Dole's eyes began to become unfriendly, and his expression changed slightly. "The second condition is to ask the Dole family to marry into our family." Dole's first thought was that another person who sent his daughter. The world of nobles is really chaotic. Not to mention that he had never seen anyone, based on their attitude towards work. Dole didn't even look at them. He stood up, slowly released his aura, slowly pressed over, and said with a somewhat disdainful tone, "These 2 conditions? You Howard family don't have any sincerity at all, and you still talk about cooperation. Do you think I'm easy to bully?" Aiden was in a high position, and had his own strength. When Dole's aura came out, his face changed, and his fighting spirit slowly rose. But when his fighting spirit met Dole's aura, it was suppressed in an instant. He felt as if he was on the sea, surrounded by endless storms, lightning and thunder in the sky, as if he could be overwhelmed at any time. Chapter 7:10. Sweat instantly flowed down Eden's forehead. His body couldn't stop shaking. The opponent's strength was so terrifying. He was a level 6 warrior. Eden showed an ugly smile at the corner of his mouth. "If there is anything we can discuss, there is no need to be so tense. If Wizard Dole thinks there is a problem with the conditions, we can talk about it again. Our Howard family has pure blood, which is inherited from the ancient titans. Moreover, we are on good terms with the eldest prince. If Wizard Dole is willing to join our Howard family, it is not just a matter of a word from that person to approve the construction of the city." Dole muttered in his heart, "It's the titans again. They just killed the giant ape, and now Howard has appeared again. This titan family is too cold and unrestrained. No one can tell the ancient things clearly, and now we can only rely on guesses." However, Eden's last sentence exposed his goal. It turned out that he was here to be a lobbyist for someone. Dole slowly put away his momentum, lowered his head, glanced at the paper in his hand, and began to write something, leaving Eden aside. Eden didn't know what was going on. Was the other party pretending to be deaf and dumb, or doing it on purpose? He stood for a while, then simply sat on the stool next to him, quietly waiting for the other party's reply. Dole left the other party alone for 15 minutes, then raised his head and slowly said, "I will not participate in any dispute over the Emperor's son." Eden's heart sank, staring at the other party, and said, "Wizard Dole, you knowingly committed a crime. You helped the third prince on the surface, and now you have taken the third prince's territory. The power in the imperial capital doesn't know that you are the third prince's man." Dole smiled, and he said helplessly, "I exchanged this territory for something, and it was not given to me by him. Do you understand?" Aiden sneered, "What can be worth such a territory? Do you know how much such a territory will produce in the future?" Dole asked, "Since you know, do you know the difficulty of conquering this territory? Is this a place that a prince can conquer? A place that cannot be conquered is worthless to anyone. Let's not talk about the value. I will not join any force, nor will I participate in any force." "Aiden, right? Go away. I won't embarrass you, Nor do I want to embarrass you. Dole knew that there would be many lobbyists like Aiden in the future. After all, his potential has been shown. A 27-year-old level 6, anyone wants to win him over. Unfortunately, Dole is destined not to be someone they can win over. With the Ryan family as a backer and his own strength as a guarantee, he is not afraid of anyone except those who come from the dark, the open forces and individuals, unless they are stronger than him. Aiden snorted coldly and turned to walk out. After leaving the city lord's mansion, his face returned to normal, and he thought carefully. This territory was actually exchanged, which is completely inconsistent with what the intelligence said. It seems that the people on the side of the eldest prince don't have enough intelligence. What kind of deal did Dole make with the third prince? Although this territory has a good geographical location, no prince can conquer it at present. It can be said to be a waste territory. Dole conquered it, so its value is fully utilized. In addition, this person was promoted to level 6 before the age of 30. I don't know how many people and forces want to win him over. I am not the first batch, but I am definitely not the last batch. Because of the deliberate blockade of news by Watzenberg, the news from the imperial capital is transmitted very slowly, and not many people know it now. The eldest prince knew that it was because he had planted spies with the third prince and accidentally learned that such a talent had appeared in the northwest. That's why he told himself and asked the Edward family to come and win him over. If everyone knew, the Glory Wizard Alliance might let it go, and the 3 major colleges might come to snatch people. Such a large resource and such a powerful teaching ability are simply a miracle. When he really met Dole, he understood what true arrogance is. His own strength is strong enough, and he is not afraid of any force. This is arrogance. He walked out of the city lord's mansion, shrank his neck slightly, and secretly cursed the damn weather. It was really cold outside. The ice and snow had just covered it, and the temperature had reached below 0. The cold was like a cold knife whizzing into the neck. In the south, the shadow of snow can only be seen in January. He raised his head and looked at the snow-covered ground around him. There were busy people around some scattered buildings, full of a scene of enthusiasm. Even if there was snow, it seemed that they could not resist their enthusiasm. This place is indeed just starting out, and it is indeed an undeveloped area, but looking at this huge layout and complete structure, no one dares to make trouble. I took a look at the 8 wizard towers in the distance. It is said that these are wizard towers built by Dole himself. This is the real shock. At the age of 27, after this year, he is only 28 years old. He can refine wizard towers and potions, and his own strength has reached level 6. It is really terrifying. This person is not easy to deal with. Bribery? I have to think of something that can arouse his interest, but today I have tested out some things. He slowly walked out of the wizard tower and headed for the only hotel in the city. The city was very empty, with few buildings around, but it could be seen that those people were very experienced in investment and occupied the main positions. Just then, he saw a large team entering the city from the west. He got on the carriage, just took a look, and said to the driver which hotel to go to, and then send someone to inquire about the situation here, especially the Rose Chamber of Commerce. The driver nodded. The group quickly disappeared at the city gate. Dole raised his head and looked at the door. Gideon and a few people came from the door. They looked around excitedly, walking and playing. When they arrived in front of Dole, they returned to their serious appearance. Master, everyone said together. Gideon walked forward and said excitedly, Master, I have brought everyone here. You are outside. Please arrange the tasks. Dole nodded and said, I called you here to work, but you don't have to work today. You are tired from traveling so much. Take a rest first. Tomorrow, and the day after tomorrow, you can look around and take a look at the planning drawings. I will arrange things for you the day after tomorrow. You can temporarily live in Morris's Wizard Tower. The Wizard Tower group will contact him. Gideon and others nodded. Libesha said curiously, Master, aren't you going to decorate the place? It looks deserted. Dole shook his head and said, No, this building is also a temporary one and will be demolished in the future. The real City Lord's mansion will start construction after the new year. I asked you to come here to assist me and supervise. Starting from the spring of March next year, after the road surface is thawed, stones will be transported from the Albiz Mountains. You will supervise at that time. There are other roads, etc., but there is no rush. Today, tomorrow, and the day after tomorrow, you can go around and look at the planning map and so on. Remember, you represent my will. Don't be partial to me, and don't respond to any forces. Chapter 711. After following Dole for so long, Tawa and the others all knew what the master was thinking, so they nodded together. Dole didn't like to get involved in certain forces, didn't like to deal with people, and didn't like to be led by others. This master was an absolutely self-centered person. Dole waved his hand and asked them to go down and rest. At the same time, his eyes flashed with a strange color. The city lord's mansion was surrounded by Xianshi worms and Tianshuang worms, and the wizard tower formation was covered. Any movement could not escape his eyes. At this time, among the people brought by Gideon, some people looked normal, but in fact, some small movements did not hide Dole's eyes. Among these people, how many people have problems? Dole recorded the breath of these people and prepared to monitor them. He didn't want to dig people out directly and execute them on the spot. He was thinking about digging out something deeper. The legendary warrior Nalyu said that spies are double-edged swords. As long as they are used properly, spies can also get a lot of things. Dole deeply believes this. When he was in Watzenberg, he got a lot of intelligence in this way. Where do these people come from? Where are their superiors? Who do they communicate with? And who is the power behind them? These people can all be used when they are trying to find out information about themselves. It is obviously not feasible to play the spy trick in front of a biological wizard. Why don't those people behind the scenes learn their lesson? No matter how good the acting skills are, can they act all the time? Dole thought of many things at this moment. He even thought of using the skeleton demon meditation method to directly control part of the mental power at night, to invade the mental power, and directly spy on the people in the dark from the mental side. Now, he has roughly known what the forces in the dark are like, how terrifying the existence behind them is, and what kind of person the master who is good at using mental power is. After capturing Shirliu, he has not tortured him, but recently, he has vaguely sensed a mysterious power that is constantly communicating with Shirliu's mental power, which is very troublesome. This power is very mysterious and powerful, even more than the oppression given to him by Baal, but the distance is too far. Dole is not afraid. With the Wizard Tower group, his safety is still guaranteed. In addition to the storm of the Albiz Mountains in the distance, the accumulated power now, even if it is the peak of level 7, without Baal, Dole is not afraid alone. Enveloping the power of the entire Albiz Mountains, Dole's current foundation has completely reached level 7, and even has enough self-protection ability among level 7, and level 8 is just to comprehend a few more rules of power than himself. Thinking of this, Dole has more confidence. Let's play, let's see who can beat who. Thinking of this, he continued to lower his head and write something. From time to time, someone came in, took away the written documents, and then distributed them to various places. Albiz City was busy, even in the winter. Soon, it was the new year. On the first day of the new year, all workers had a holiday, and the slaves were gathered together. The Rhine family, the Orn family, the Lang family, the Maja family, and several small families that Dole valued, all gathered beside their respective camps, singing and dancing. In the winter, there was ice and snow all around, and bonfires were lit around the camp, a peaceful scene. This is the cheering scene of ordinary people. At this time, all the nobles of the major families gathered together and held a cocktail party. The cocktail party is a place to keep in touch and discuss things, but there was no Dole in the cocktail party, which made the nobles around a little regretful. Dole is the real protagonist of this city. He has both political and wizard power. He has tremendous power. In this city, he is a godlike existence, and all forces must rely on him. Unlike the separate and intertwined wizard system and government system of Watzenberg, Dole is the master of all trades here. However, they can also see that Dole really wants to manage this land well, and he is not reckless. Moreover, the planning is in an orderly manner. What is done in that area, and what is not allowed to be done in that area are strictly enforced. No one's words are useless. Many good places are governed in an orderly manner by him. Even the Rhine family wanted to occupy a good place to open a hotel, but was rejected by Dole, because there was a park to be built there as a place for leisure and entertainment. In terms of urban planning, no one is given face. The reception was held in a newly built restaurant of the Rhine family. People started going there in the morning, and by noon, most people had arrived. This is a 7-story building with a large area. The venue is on the second floor, and the first floor is for various ingredients. The second floor is very warm and in line with the aesthetic standards of the high-level officials of the Glory Empire. The fire in the fireplace is very strong, and there are wizard formations around to block it, so it is not cold at all. Some people even wear short-sleeved dresses, and those beauties who think they are ladies also take off their coats after entering, revealing the sexy and generous dresses inside. The Rhine family, the Lang family, and other old families, as well as the Matt family, the Dom family, the Como family, the Mocanter family, and the Adeline family all arrived in advance. There were also some famous mercenaries and adventurers among them, and there were also quite a few boys and girls. At noon, after the prepared buffet breakfast was finished, everyone began to sing and dance, and their respective power groups began to stand together, seemingly chatting, but in fact they were already discussing their own affairs. The person in charge of the construction of the new city in the Rhine family this time was Westland's brother, Wayne. Almost all of his family members came here, including his wife, concubine, son, and daughter, a total of more than a dozen people. As the head of the branch family here, Wayne's face was filled with smiles at this time, but he was neither sullen nor calm. After taking over the land in the west, the head of the Wayne branch family will definitely be recorded in the history of the Rhine family in the future. Jefferson, the person in charge of the Lang family this time, said with some envy. Wayne smiled faintly. We also spent a lot of money. Your two families cost me a lot of my family's wealth to get it. The head of the Orne family is none other than Anderson. Anderson said with some regret, I actually want to take it more. After all, it is indeed a good place. Unfortunately, the money saved is not enough, and too much money has been spent recently. The return period is still too long. Wayne smiled. It's the same for every family. Take Lord Dolay for example. Do you think he has made money? Jefferson nodded and smiled slightly. Although Lord Dolay has made some money, he has invested more. Although his income is increasing every day, he has also spent a lot. He recruited craftsmen, workers, wizards everywhere, paved roads, and cleared the surrounding monsters. The money he spent will only be more than ours, not less than ours. Carol, the head of the Lay family branch next to him, said at this time, Why did I hear that the Glory Wizard Alliance's magic crystal mine is going to be developed, and Dolay will not be short of money soon? Chapter 712. Wayne glanced at Carol, quickly put his hand to his mouth, and uttered a hollow sound. The people around him also looked pale. Be careful with your words. Carol knew he was wrong at this time, and quickly covered his mouth. They were just a family, and they could talk privately. They couldn't discuss the affairs of the Glory Wizard Alliance here, let alone discuss the magic crystal mine, which was not theirs. As long as they could guarantee enough monthly quotas in the future, they would be thankful. Wayne looked at Carol, this guy, his mouth was really big. He didn't want to discuss this matter, so he picked up the wine glass, cheered, and said, For tomorrow. Everyone's heart surged, and then laughed together, for tomorrow. Next, it was the daily program of the cocktail party. The sound of musical instruments and singing rang out around, and everyone entered the hall together, singing and dancing. The dance party is to a certain extent a way to connect with each other, and most of them are blind date shows. Some young people have already started to go down and invite the women they'd like to go down. Those who are pleasing to the eye will naturally end with wonderful music, and those who are not pleasing to the eye will naturally be politely rejected. The cocktail party is a very wonderful place. For example, there is a very handsome young man with a cunning light in his eyes. His eyes shuttle among the crowd and stay on various beauties. He is looking for beauties to hunt for beauty. His hunting for beauty is not hunting for beauty in the traditional sense, but looking for cauldrons. Black Wizard. His hunting for beauty is naturally hunting for beauty that he can afford. Fortunately, no one has been killed. He never provokes people he can't afford to provoke. Therefore, although he has been wanted by some people for so many years, the intensity is not strong. He slowly walked towards a woman, with a gentlemanly light in his eyes. He had been eyeing the woman for a long time, and her aura even fascinated him. When he came to the woman, the handsome man bowed slightly. Can you ask this beautiful woman to dance with you? The woman looked at the man with a smile, and said, I have no interest in the termites hiding in the dark, disgusting maggots. Get out of here. The woman's mouth moved slightly, and although she spoke, no sound came out around her, and only the man could hear it. When the man heard this, his face froze, and then a chill rose to his head. This is a master. The sweat on his forehead immediately came down. He slowly retreated, and then quickly disappeared in the crowd. The woman was very beautiful and young, but the light of vicissitudes and wisdom in her eyes betrayed her age. She had been looking at the door, complaining in her heart, why didn't Dole come yet? His original body was in Wassenberg, and his clone would always come. It's been a long time to pretend here, and it's also very tiring. Looking at the wine glass in her hand, it seemed that this was the third glass she had drunk. The wine was not intoxicating, but the music around her was very nice and intoxicating. At this moment, a middle-aged wizard in his 30s came to the woman and said shyly, Beautiful lady, can I ask you to dance with me? The woman glanced at the man, her eyes lit up, and said yes, but only dancing. The man nodded blankly, and the two of them left the stage together, and soon came back twisting their waists to the music. Then, the man left reluctantly. He could see that the woman had no interest in him. In this scene, there were many young men and women at the dance party, and the older ones also went to play. The cocktail party was continuing, and would not disperse until midnight. Soon, when the time came to 4 o'clock in the afternoon, there was a cheer from the door, and the voice of the city lord came one after another. The music in the dance party was still playing, but the sound was much quieter, and the others had stopped moving and looked at the door. They wanted to see what the terrifying young man who reached the 6th level of wizard at the age of 27 looked like, and admire the glory of the city lord. Not long after, the sound became louder and louder, and a young man who looked ordinary walked in from outside. Around him were some senior officials, staff members, etc. of the current city lord's mansion, a total of more than 10 people. Wayne and others saw this, and greeted him from the back. "The city lord is finally here. I thought you were not coming." As the host, Wayne was naturally the first to speak. Dole stood at the door and glanced at the hall. A flash of displeasure flashed across his eyes. He looked at Wayne, Jefferson, Carroll, and Anderson, nodded slowly, and then a low voice sounded. "Today is the new year. I should also take a break, and by the way, I wish everyone a happy new year." He smiled. "In the new year, I hope everyone can make progress together." Jefferson and others applauded in the back, and there were bursts of clapping sounds, and then there was a lively applause around. Dole smiled and looked around, but in fact, he felt very disgusted. These nobles really put formalism above everything else. He waved his hand and said, "Everyone, please feel free to come. I sit for a while, and then leave." The people around him began to disperse. Dole waved to the back and waved to his slaves, "You guys go around too, don't hang around me." Gideon and the others laughed. Gideon said, "Master, let's go dancing." "Beautiful Miss Campbell, can I ask you to dance with me?" Campbell stretched out her hand and put it in front of Gideon, saying, "Give you a favor, so you don't have to look miserable when you can't find anyone later." The people around him laughed. Although they were Dole's slaves, they were also wizards of level 3 or 4, and no one dared to look down on them. Gideon touched his nose, held Campbell's hand, and walked to the dance floor with everyone. At this time, Dole, although he followed Wayne and the others, his eyes were on a beautiful woman, and then his scalp tingled. Why did the old witch Axel come here? Was she looking for him? This 350-year-old old lady had no trace or news since she was cured last time. He thought she had gone to seek revenge, but she appeared here again half a year later. He could feel her gaze and felt a headache. But as usual, he still had to appease the emotions of these nobles. The right side of the hall was where the nobles gathered. Dole came here at this time. Wayne smiled as he walked. "Lord City Lord, you are so busy today, you must give me a favor and drink a little." Dole casually picked up the purple wine on the plate of the waiter next to him. Although he didn't know what the wine was called, it looked pretty good. "Master Wayne is going to get me drunk. Think about it. I can drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk." Wayne and the people around him laughed immediately. They all knew that this was Dole's clone, not the real one. It was made of Xianxia worm, one of the 10 ancient strange insects in the world. Alcohol was not a problem at all. They just needed this atmosphere. No. After chatting for a few words, someone couldn't help but jump out and said, "Lord Dole, the city planning is now complete, and the ground is almost the same. Although the materials can be delayed a little due to the distance, it's time to start the auction of those places." Chapter 713. Dole glanced at this man, the head of the Lay family, Carroll, who had a slightly irritable personality. Dole glanced at him and said, "Don't worry, the raw materials are limited. After the transport team starts construction after the new year, I will give priority to supplying wood and stone to the city lord's mansion, as well as other things. Even if I approve it for you, you can't build it well unless you transport it yourself." Carroll was stunned. It would cost too much to transport it yourself. Wayne also took over the conversation at this time. "Lord Dole, if we join together and build our own transport team, what do you have here?" Before he finished speaking, Dole interrupted him and said, "I am so busy now that I don't have time to close the transport team. If you can cut wood and mine stone by yourself, as long as it does not involve your part, I will approve it." The four people's eyes lit up. They always thought that Dole wanted to monopolize the stone business, but they didn't expect that the other party had no such idea at all. The four people showed regret in their eyes. Jefferson looked pale. He picked up the wineglass and said to the three people, "I drink it. You guys can do whatever you want." He drank the wine in one gulp, and the sullenness in his mouth was slightly relieved. Anderson smiled bitterly and said, Lord Dole, we thought you wanted to monopolize the stone business, so we didn't compete with you. Unexpectedly you. That's right, forget it, I drink it. Tons, tons, tons. The four people drinking together seemed to be on a small scale, but it was still quite spectacular. These were the four most powerful people here besides Dole. Dole was a little puzzled and said, I don't restrict you. Do whatever you want to do. I will naturally remind you if you can't do it. Now the city construction needs a lot of wood and stone. If you can get them, I will buy the excess at the market price. No more talking, let's drink. Wayne now just wanted to punch himself in the head. What a mistake. The lords in the past built cities and controlled everything in their own hands, trying to make more money. It seems different here in Dole. The other party does not want to control, but only wants to develop quickly. If that's the case, give them enough room to operate. The four people looked at each other at this time, and saw the light in each other's eyes. Dole knew what the other party was thinking. Since the location of Albi's city was established, he has never deliberately controlled the resources from beginning to end, and even did not collect much land money. Now he just wants to build the city to facilitate his future pharmacy business, nothing else. How much money can a city make by selling land and building buildings? Turning this place into a pharmacy holy land is the real most profitable. What is needed? Although the surrounding wilderness now belongs to Dole, he allows felling and reclamation, but it must be within the specified area. Stone is a bit troublesome. It needs to be transported from the distant Albi's mountains or collected from some surrounding plateaus. It requires roads to be opened. Some forces with wizards can do these things easily. Those without wizards can only build with their own hands, which is very slow. In addition, it is winter now, and the progress of the project has slowed down all of a sudden. Albi's city recruits ordinary people, workers, and craftsmen. As time goes by, more and more people will settle here. Dole only chatted for a while, and then stopped talking. He stood aside with a wine glass, thinking about other things. It is winter now, and it is not suitable for development. It is okay to leave it alone for the time being. When he was free, naturally someone else would be busy. People around him kept coming up to toast, including nobles of all sizes, and several small families that Dole valued. He dealt with them one by one. Dole did not make any promises, but just chatted casually, dealt with them, and got to know some people by the way. Soon it was evening. It was getting dark early now, and it was completely dark outside before 6 o'clock. At night, Wayne arranged other programs, which made the scene look more ambiguous. Many men and women sat together at this time, and I don't know what programs they were going to do. Dole did not pay too much attention, and was still thinking about some problems. At this time, a familiar voice came, Lord Dole, please do me a favor and talk to me? Dole woke up from his thoughts, turned his head and glanced at the man, and suddenly felt a headache, but his expression was still smiling. It's rare for Lord Axo to visit our Albi's city. Where are you staying? He looked at Axo. This old lady dressed herself up very beautifully, in a decent evening gown, and her slender figure made many people drool wherever she stood. When Dole saw him, she moved her brisk steps and walked over gently, saying, I am alone now, and I can stay anywhere. Why, do you want to invite me to your Tower of Babel? Dole's mouth twitched slightly when he smiled. I'm kidding, I let you go. He shook his head and said, the Tower of Babel is in the mountains, and there is no need for people there. Look, don't I live in the city lord's mansion? Axo looked at Dole's body with disdain. You are just a clone. You can be thrown into the garbage dump. It doesn't matter where you sleep. Where is your real body? Call it over to see if you have grown handsome. This female hooligan. Dole was speechless. He looked at her, and didn't like talking to her. What do you want to do? Just tell me. I have a lot of things to do here. I'm leaving soon. Axo approached Dole, his eyes flickering. I just want to ask someone to take me in now. I have nowhere to go. You are a level 7 master. No one will take you in. If you tell others, people will believe you. You can build a force yourself. I don't want to worry about that. 200 years have passed. Look at me. My strength hasn't improved at all. It's because I worry too much. Now I just want to improve my strength. The two of them have started to communicate with each other, and people outside can see that they are communicating with each other. In the distance, Carol rubbed Wayne's arm, saw him turn his head, then pursed his lips, looked in the direction of Dole, and said, Wayne, your ash has a rival. Wayne looked at the woman, then at Dole. The two were indeed talking, but there was no sound. The woman came by herself, not invited by them. I thought she was the socialite, but now it seems that it is not the case. Just knowing Dole is enough to make people nervous. The people Dole can know are ordinary people. As for Ash's opponent, Wayne looked at him and smiled faintly. Carol, are your lovers okay? Carol's old face turned red. What are you talking about? Now we are talking about Dole. Why are you dragging me into this? Wayne smiled. Dole has several girlfriends. I don't worry about them. No one in our family cares about their affairs, not even Westerling. When our Ash is promoted to level 6, the two will be officially married, as the main wife. As for whether there is a concubine, I don't know. This is Ash's concern. Carol tooted and said nothing. If you have strength and money, you can do whatever you want. Unless the woman is strong, it is normal for men to get married 3 or 5 times in this world. Just like him, he has 2 concubines and several lovers outside, but he dare not let the tigresses at home know. Chapter 714. How about I go find out where this woman came from? Carol persuaded him earnestly. Wayne shrugged. Then you go. I'm not interested anyway. Too many women may not be a good thing. He picked up the wine glass and prepared to leave. Just then, there was a commotion at the door, and a group of people came in from outside. Wayne also glanced at the door, then turned his head and gestured to the person next to him, who immediately nodded and left. A group of people came in at the door, and soon, they passed through the middle hall and came to the innermost hall. At this time, the person Wayne gestured to also came back from outside and whispered something in Wayne's ear. Wayne's face also changed from calm to surprise, and then to being at a loss. On the other side of the hall, Dole had been looking around from beginning to end. After seeing the people coming, he thought it was interesting because the person coming was Aiden. In addition to Aiden, there were 2 people from the Imperial capital who seemed to be as imposing as Aiden, and they were filled with a strong sense of superiority. They were all from the Imperial capital, but I didn't know who they were. It was said that the Edward family was also famous in the Imperial capital. I wonder what the other 2 were like. Thinking of this, Dole became interested. He looked at the nobles, and found that Wayne, as the host, had left the back and walked towards the middle hall. Everyone in the hall looked towards the door at this time, and there was a little commotion. The surroundings gradually became quiet, and even the young men and women who were in pairs looked over at this time. As nobles, one of their most important basic skills was to learn to observe and analyze what was happening in front of them. Axo looked at Dole and said with a smile, "How about I live with you?" Dole was a little helpless. "Why do you have to live with me? I'm poor, what's good about it?" Axo looked at Dole and said aggrievedly, "Then I have nowhere to go now." Dole was vomiting blood in his heart, thinking, "It's none of my business if you have no place to live." But he said, "You are so rich, why don't you build a wizard tower?" Axo's eyes turned. "No one will help me build it. If you want to help me build it, I will give you all my money." Dole spit out a mouthful of blood. It turned out that he was waiting for him here. He said with some embarrassment, "I don't have the energy to take care of the wizard tower now. More than a dozen of my men want to build a wizard tower, but I haven't agreed yet." Axo stretched out his hand, grabbed Dole's clone's arm, and shook it hard. "I don't care. I don't care. I just rely on you." Dole got goosebumps all of a sudden. "You are 350 years old, and you still think you are a little girl. Isn't it disgusting? This old monster is really a spirit." He immediately begged for mercy. Okay, you can live wherever you want. Okay, I give you the city lord's mansion." Axo smiled sweetly. "That's right. Let's go. It's boring here. There are a few handsome guys, but they are too green, not as good as you." Dole's face turned pale. "Don't talk nonsense all day." Axo snorted and said, "That's right. Who would have known that you are not only a level 6 wizard, but also a level 5 warrior? There is absolutely no problem with your physical strength." Dole coughed and stopped talking. This female hooligan is endless. He really wanted to leave here. The Edward family came here not for Wayne and his men, but for him. He tilted his head to signal Axo. Axo didn't understand. Dole lowered his head and whispered, "Go from the back. I don't want to see those people." Axo glanced at the door, blinked his bright eyes, and smiled. "Then should I come here to threaten you?" Dole pouted and turned away. The back of the hall was where food and drinks were prepared. Those people saw Dole come in, and saw the clothes on his body, and they were a little terrified, but when they saw that he was just passing through and leaving in a hurry, they were all confused, especially when he brought a beautiful woman with him. After Dole left, some people immediately started to talk about it, and the rumors were vivid. Eden entered the hall, and took a look inside. The king of the Northwest, the Rhine family, still had to give face. The main purpose today was Dole. But he hadn't seen the other party yet. There were too many people, and he was not a wizard who could use induction to detect it. One of the two people who came with him said, "Isn't that Dole a short but energetic person?" Aiden was surprised and asked, "How do you know?" The man pouted and said, "The man left from the back and is no longer in the hall. We want to find him. If we chase him now, we may still have time, but the man next to him is very powerful, and I am no match for him." Aiden did not speak, but pondered and said, "Don't think about causing trouble here. The 8 wizard towers are not a joke. It is said that as long as they are not level 8, a high-level level 7 wizard will be seriously injured if they are hit casually." The man shrugged, "I'm not an idiot. Why would I provoke him? Aren't you here to find him? Why don't you go find him?" Aiden shook his head. "Don't worry, I tell you later. Since he's gone, let's just attend the banquet honestly and get to know these people. Albee's city will be another center of the Northwest in the future." At this time, Wayne came up to him, and Aiden immediately smiled and greeted him. "Hello, Lord Wayne. I'm Aiden from the Edward family, and I'm glad to see you." As soon as Wayne came up, he heard such an opening speech. Someone from the imperial capital came to him. I had heard that someone from the Edward family had come, but I had never had the chance to see them. Today, they came uninvited. He bowed slightly and said in surprise, "Nice to meet you. Please come in. If I knew you guys hadn't left yet, I would have invited you." Eden's expression was slightly teasing, and there was also a hint of a bitter smile. "We may be neighbors in the future. When the city lord's mansion opens, I will buy a piece of land here to live." Wayne was shocked. This was no small matter. Eden suddenly laughed and said, "Let me introduce you. This is our family's wizard, the 6th level top wizard, Sokolin. This is Tim from the Peacock Orchid family, now the Earl." Kossaran, the person who was talking to Eden, bowed slightly at this time. The king of the Northwest still had to be respected. As for the others, that was the case. Tim, the man from the Peacock Orchid family, also nodded slightly at this time. He said, "Hello everyone from the Rhine family. I am now a down-and-out nobleman, nothing." Although he tried his best to be humble, he was still full of arrogance. Tim is a handsome man, and the women around him are all looking at him with interest. Tim seems to appreciate this kind of look and smiles slightly. The people around him are suddenly surprised. A small city like Albee's actually attracted 2 families from the imperial capital to move in. Did something happen here? Carol, Anderson and others stood by, their faces solemn. These are all competitors. Chapter 715. Albee's city is only a newly developed small city so far. The people who come from each family are not doing well in their own family. It can be said that everyone is a turtle in the same pond. Now 2 giant crocodiles suddenly come. Although they are also big turtles from other big ponds, they are of different natures. The night is beautiful. Everyone is hypocritical and chatting happily. It is soon midnight. As for those who can't help it, they have already sneaked away. The atmosphere of the New Year's Eve in Albee's city is very strong. During the 7 days of the new year, the city lord's mansion is on holiday, and there are not many people in the entire city lord's mansion. Today, Albee's city has already reached a certain scale. There are already some businesses, restaurants, pedestrian streets, and the like on several main streets. The main facilities have been fully completed and are not small in scale. In the center of the city, there is also a small and exquisite park. It is just the first day, and there are not many people in it. The streets are a bit empty, but if you look closely, those built houses are bustling with people and prosperous. This is a developing city, and a relatively harmonious city. Bayuan Mountains. On a mountain peak, Dragon Bat cursed the weather outside. After resting for half a year, his injuries were finally almost healed. That energy shock wave almost shattered his body. Fortunately, the other party did not chase him, otherwise he would have died. After the treatment of the ancestor, he also had the blood of the dragon clan and strong recovery ability. Even so, he has only recovered now. It was snowing lightly in the sky at this time. He looked fiercely at the south, then flapped his wings and flew into the mountains. Soon, he came to the bottom of a towering mountain. There was a cave under the mountain, and there were several powerful monsters guarding the cave. "My lord, my injury is almost healed." Longfu stood at the door, ignoring the guards beside him, and shouted loudly inside. A low and old voice came from inside. "Do you want revenge? Just take a look at Mount Albee's." Longfu's heart was naturally full of anger and murderous intent. Hearing this, he did not turn back, and was still furious. "Lord, nothing can change my mind. How is Mount Albee's now? Just take a look over there." Longfu was a little confused. It was more than 500 kilometers away from Mount Albee's. What could he see? Looking at Mount Albese from 500 kilometers away, it was just like a small group of mountains, not to mention people. What could they see? He was confused, then apologized and soared into the sky. He was very fast, and soon reached the air. The weather today is okay. Although the air around is a little cold, there are no clouds around, and you can see the scene hundreds of kilometers away at a glance. When I looked over the mountains and looked at the secondary mountain outside the mountains, the Albese Mountains, I took a breath of cold air. At this time, on the Albese Mountains, a huge storm that connected the sky and the earth tightly surrounded the entire mountain group, leaving no gaps. In the sky, in the huge storm, white lightning flashed and flickered, very densely. The diameter of the Albese Mountains is almost 700 kilometers. Is there such a big storm in the world? He was stunned. What was going on? Which human made this? With such a large size, even if the opponent was only level 6, he would not dare to go over and make trouble. Elemental creatures, especially storm elements, are the most terrifying. Level 8 sea storms and level 9 strongmen may not dare to provoke them. They are too large and are not at the same level at all. They have even gone beyond the scope of life. Now he finally understood what the Lord said just now. Just one look, he felt that he had to give up revenge. With such a large size, even if he used all his abilities, he could not destroy such a large-scale storm. He clenched his teeth tightly, feeling a little unwilling. It took half a year, and a lot of inventory and treasures to recover. Now he can't take revenge. How can he bear this breath? Thinking of this, he slowly landed and fell down. Half a year? He still didn't know what was going on outside. He was about to fall down, standing outside the cave door. Just as he fell down, one of the 2 guards at the door said, "The ancestor said that you should wait until you are fully recovered before talking. In addition, the person who injured you has established a city in the wilderness outside the Albese Mountains. It is almost started now. The ancestor means that this matter is left to you." Longfu was slightly stunned. It is inevitable that humans will occupy the Albese Mountains and build a city. Let him mess up. He thought about the powerful wizard tower group that injured him, and suddenly got a headache. This damn human, the action is too fast. He can't do it alone. He has to call other monsters to help. The Lord asked him to handle it. It seems that this is a test for himself. Every magic beast has its own territory, its own position, geographical location, or other advantageous places. There is a dragon pond where the dragon bat is, and there is a spring in it. There is an inexplicable power around the spring, which can amplify the blood power of the dragon bat. The dragon bat occupies a place, and it has the opportunity to evolve into its current appearance. The dragon bat is actually unwilling to go out. The magic beasts of the Albese Mountains spent a huge price last time. He was asked to go out to cheer, but he didn't expect to be directly injured by the weak humans, which led to his heart full of hatred. The human race took action, and this revenge must be avenged. It depends on how to avenge it. The Lord cannot go out, but they are still okay with the 7th level. That person's territory is too powerful, so they might as well overturn their city. Anyway, this place is close to the mountains, and harassing it is in line with the rules of the past few years. However, this time has to be postponed until the time is completely right and enough fighting power is restored. It is winter now. The temperature is too low, and the mountains are covered with snow. Many monsters follow their instincts and are not willing to go out. The Bayuan Mountains are more than 3,000 kilometers long from east to west, and there are only 2 lords in total. Under the lords, there are quite a few level 7 mountain masters like them. The reason why they don't attack the human range is that on the one hand, humans have a killer weapon like the wizard tower. In a real fight, a group of level 6 can hold back some level 7. Although there are not many level 7, there are too many level 6. On the other hand, the areas controlled by humans are too barren, and the concentration of magic elements is too low. It is not worth the loss to occupy them. In essence, the monsters look down on the human race. These weak humans are not as good as the monsters in terms of quantity and the territory they occupy. However, over the years, the human race has developed too fast, and strong people have emerged in an endless stream, occupying many territories that used to belong to the monsters. The monsters are still unwilling to accept it. Chapter 716. The competition in the wilderness is getting more and more intense, but the power of the human race is also getting stronger. This is a fact. The number of the human race is increasing too fast, and the monsters can't compete with it at all. In terms of reproduction, although the monsters also have powerful populations, such as the wolf tribe and the rat tribe, they are not the opponent of the human race. Thinking of this, the The dragon bat was determined not to let the human race succeed in the Albise mountain area. At least, they must destroy their roads. This matter needs to be planned well. The coldest month in winter is January. After the new year on January 1st, the weather became colder and colder, and it lasted for half a month. In addition, heavy snow fell, and all the work teams stopped completely. Even the external transportation channels were paralyzed because of the snow. Fortunately, there are still a lot of reserve grains in the city, enough for everyone to live. At this time, there were a lot of documents placed in front of Dole's table. These were the application documents for the Baron's territories. At most, they occupied a small town. In fact, several counties can be established outside the Albise mountains, but the Albise city has not been built yet, so the county town is another matter. It is the most normal operation for nobles to apply for territory from the lord. They spend money, invest, occupy the territory, manage the territory, and then pay taxes. This is also the main source of income for the great lords. Dole looked at these applications and felt a little headache. His current plan has not reached this point. It is winter again. What kind of territory development is there? Let's put it here first. He also had another headache. Axel lived in the city lord's mansion. Although he did not leave the house all day, it was not a solution to continue like this. He was thinking, if he had nothing to do recently, should he build a wizard tower for this guy and let her play by herself, so that she would not bother him all day long. If this goes on, he feels that one day, he will lose control of himself and Harmash. This old witch is too good at teasing. Thinking of this, he sealed all the documents, then stood up and walked outside. Not long after, Axo appeared in front of Dole's wizard tower very actively. Glory Wizard Tower Group. The news that Dole was going to build wizard towers for people spread like wildfire, and many people stood on their own wizard towers to watch Dole build wizard towers for others. Speaking of which, Dole still owed many people wizard towers, at least more than 10, but now it is estimated that there is no chance to build them on a large scale. Axo, a powerful wizard of level 7, they dare not say anything. Dole stood on the 10th floor of the wind tower, took out the structural drawings of several wizard towers that he was currently proficient in, and placed them in front of Axo. This woman was still normal today, wearing a wizard robe that symbolized the power of a level 7 wizard. Wherever she stood, the fiery red aura instantly suppressed everyone. Except for Dole, no one else dared to come forward. Axo looked at the drawings of various wizard towers in his hand, biting his lip, and became unpredictable. These wizard towers that Dole can refine all look very powerful. The lowest level of wizard towers is the pentagonal wizard tower, and the advanced ones are the octagonal wizard tower, and there are even 12-cornered wizard towers, but under normal circumstances, the octagonal one is enough, and the 12-cornered one is not necessary at all, it is too expensive. You can refine all these wizard towers? Axo looked at Dole in disbelief. This potion master can do so many tricks. Dole nodded, his expression calm. Just choose one, and prepare the materials. I don't have any extra materials here. Axo snorted. I haven't lived for 300 years in vain. If I hadn't suffered a big loss this time, I wouldn't have thought of relying on these external things. Dole became curious. Is there anyone in your Wudong organization bullying you? How is that possible? Axo glanced at Duolai and said coquettishly, Are you sure you want to get involved in our affairs? Do you want to help me? Dole was stunned and shook his head like a rattle. I don't want to, and I don't dare. Just kidding. Wudong is also a top organization among the human race, with countless strong people, and there are many old monsters like Axo. Even she can't do it. If she gets involved, she will be asking for trouble. He doesn't have the leisure time. Axo's expression changed very quickly, and he snorted coldly, turning from hot to cold. He lowered his head, took a look at the styles of those wizard towers, pointed at one of them, and said, Most of my materials match this wizard tower. Build this for me. Build it directly to level 7. I don't believe that I can't deal with that little girl when I go back. Axo was furious at this time, as if he remembered those unhappy things in the past. Dole's mouth twitched. It was indeed an internal struggle. Only internal struggle could make a level 7 boss so unwilling. He did not refuse. I give you a cheaper cost, 40 million gold coins. I don't care about the materials, you have to provide all, no problem. Axo heard this. Are you sure it's 40 million? Dole's mouth twitched. Do you want me to add a little more? Axo's charming eyes flowed. She approached Dole, grabbed his arm and said, It's really cheap, otherwise, I will pay for myself too? Dole took a step back quickly, with a look of fear on his face. Forget about the 300-year-old old woman. No, that's the price. but I need the money now. I'm very poor recently. Axo calmed down and looked at Dole. The other party did not seem interested in him, so he snorted coldly and said, "Okay, I know you are short of money. I have saved a lot of money for my coffin. I will give you 40 million. As long as the wizard tower is done, everything will be fine. Even if you want me to accompany you, I am willing." Dory smiled awkwardly. No, your body should be enjoyed by those who can afford it. At the age of 350, if she gets married and has children normally, a child of Dole's age would probably call her grandma. Dole dare not play like this. Even if Ash doesn't care about him, he can't play like this. Get lost. Do you think I like everyone? She took off the ring in her hand and threw it to Dole. It's yours. I just need to see the finished product. After that, she left angrily. Dole looked at Axo's back with a helpless smile. At this time, he glanced at the storage ring, and then his eyes lit up. This woman really saved a lot of money, but after he looked carefully, he found that these materials were basically compatible with the wizard tower, and nothing else. He was a little speechless. This guy really didn't give him any advantage. There were gold coins and magic crystals in the ring. It seemed to be more than 40 million, which was tens of thousands of gold coins more than what he said. With tens of millions of gold coins, Dole felt that he wanted to invest in something again, but it was winter now, everything was dormant, the earth was frozen, and nothing could be done. Forget it, build a wizard tower, and just build other wizard towers at the same time. The wasteland, known as the Albiz Wasteland, is almost more than 300 kilometers in each direction from the foot of the mountain to the area controlled by humans. Chapter 717. Albiz City is built on the west side of Albiz Mountain, less than 70 kilometers away from the Baiyuan Mountains. In the future, a trade route will be built here, from the desert on the edge of Ducheng, through the buffer zone between Albiz Mountain and Baiyuan Mountain, all the way to the east. Although Albiz Mountain is an extension of Baiyuan Mountain, there is a flat area about 15 kilometers wide in the middle. There is a river flowing from Baiyuan Mountain on the side of the road, flowing to the east along this flat area. This passage is just right for road construction. At that time, as long as Dole maintains the road well, when the two sides start trading, there will be no worries about money. Of course, the road has not been built yet. With this money, he can recruit adventurers, craftsmen and workers to start researching. But he plans to leave this matter to Tawa. He only pays money and uses force to deter others, and doesn't care about other things. It just happens to exercise the abilities of these men. They are not kept for small things, but also for big things. When a large number of caravans start to enter the city in the spring of next year, Dole plans to set up various institutions in the city to form a complete urban layout. He can't ask himself everything every day, which is annoying. It just so happens that the batch of slaves can be used. This time he bought more than 100 slaves at once, all of whom are knowledgeable and educated, and can be assigned to various departments to manage things. Anyway, they don't need too high salaries, and they don't even need to be whipped to do things well, so why not do it? The Public Security Bureau and the Military Bureau also need to contact Watzenberg and ask them to send guards to take over quickly. He doesn't plan to get involved in this regard. Professional matters should be left to professionals. Moreover, these two departments are assigned by Watzenberg, and local areas can't intervene. This is vertical management. Local governments provide money and higher-ups provide people. Of course, positions are also arranged by higher-ups. Local governments can also put forward lists, and higher-ups can assess them. On the second day of the Chinese New Year, many wizards stood outside the Albiz City branch of the Glory Wizard Alliance, watching the Glory Wizard Alliance, and the president of the Wizard Dole refine the Wizard Tower. A whole set of movements flowed smoothly. A material was tempered in his hand, neatly placed aside, and then magic patterns formed from all directions around him, like a magic pattern manufacturing machine. After each material was branded with magic patterns, a structure was formed. What shocked people was his speed, which was so fast that it took off. There were many alchemists around. Seeing the speed of Dole's tempering and branding magic patterns, they almost bowed their heads to the ground. This speed was simply unmatched. It was too fast, which made them feel extremely ashamed. In less than an hour, the foundation of the Wizard Tower was completed with an additional layer. At this time, everyone discovered that the material of this Wizard Tower was somewhat special. It was all made of fire-attributed wood, and the added metal structure was also mostly fire-attributed. Could it be that it was made for a fire-attributed wizard, and this is an octagonal tower? Who is so generous? When people around were talking about it, the wizards from the Glory Wizard Alliance were a little surprised. They had seen the world, but this was the first time they had seen such an exaggerated speed. It was said that even if Wizard Dole did not refine potions in the future, he could make a fortune by making wizard towers. This was definitely not false. At this speed, he would definitely make much more money than refining potions. What is the most important thing for a wizard? If you are a low-level wizard, you will definitely say that combat power is the most important thing. Whoever has strong combat power will be the object of envy. But high-level wizards will tell you that being able to make money is the most important thing. Without the ability to make money, no matter how strong you are nothing. Only with money can you hire someone to refine equipment and refine a wizard tower. Without money, you can only be regarded as a thug. The Albiz City branch of the Glory Wizard Alliance has now been established. Dole is the vice president and has set up several institutions, but the number of people is not large, and there are not many senior members. Some people are willing to come here from Wutzeburg. There are about 100 people. Now basically all of them are standing on their respective wizard towers, looking at the situation outside. They have not seen Dole refine the wizard tower once, but every time it is shocking. This is the wizard tower, the highest masterpiece of mankind. The reason why the human race has achieved its current achievements is that the wizard tower has made great contributions. Every time it fights with high-level monsters, the wizard tower can always play its due role. A wizard tower above level 7 has the power of rules in a certain aspect. Once used, its power is comparable to that of 2 or 3 level 7 wizards. Moreover, in terms of combat power and endurance, the power of a wizard tower is much stronger than that of a level 7 wizard of the same level. A wizard tower can basically fight at least 2 high-level monsters of the same level. This is the representative of the highest wisdom of mankind, and the peak of human combat power. The wizard tower is so excellent, it combines the achievements of alchemy, magic pattern science, structural science and other aspects, and the cost is naturally not cheap. Some wizards, who have reached level 6, have no ability to make money, and they may not be able to build a wizard tower even in 100 years. Now who asked Dole Wizard Tower to build a wizard tower for him? And it was an octagonal wizard tower. The materials were all top-notch. Everyone speculated which rich man's work this was. One day and one night passed quickly. Dole finished building the 3rd floor. In the early morning of the next day, he had already built the 4th floor. When the first ray of sunlight in the morning shone on the earth, red light was reflected on the snow layer, which was very beautiful. At this time, Dole's eyes suddenly looked to the north, and the action of refining the wizard tower suddenly stopped. There was a team fleeing back from the northern continent in a panic. There were no wizards in this team, so there was no way to send a message, but it could be seen that these people were in the stage of escaping. Dole's eyes passed them, and looked to the north. The 8 octagonal wizard towers slowly lit up, and invisible glimmers shot towards the north. This kind of magic fluctuation was not strong, so it did not attract the attention of others. Dole followed the glimmer of light, and headed further north. Soon, he saw traces of a pack of wolves. They were rampaging in the wilderness, eating anything they could eat, and seemed to be starving. Winter is the time when wolves, foxes, and dogs go out in large numbers. But this pack of wolves is a little abnormal, with too high strength, and there is a wolf king above level 3 among them. Dole saw this, and immediately issued a wolf elimination task in the task hall of the wizard tower, and notified the city guards to go out of the city to pick people up. At the same time, Dole also found traces of various monsters rampant in other places, and it seemed that they all came down from the Baiyuan Mountains. Their levels were not high, and the highest was no more than level 4, but their strength was very strong, and could not be dealt with by ordinary people. That team was an adventure group, not from the city lord's mansion, so Dole just issued the task and notified the city guards, and then stopped caring about it. Next spring, the trade route will pass through the passage between the Albiz Mountains and the Baiyuan Mountains. It is possible that they will have to fight a few battles with the monsters in the Baiyuan Mountains. Dole is now refining the wizard tower to prepare for the future. Another condition for him to refine the wizard tower is to get Axo to help him. Chapter 718. The trade route between the Albiz Mountains and the Baiyuan Mountains must be opened. This must be done. For this reason, he will do everything to maintain the normal operation of this trade route. He can rely on the storm field to solve the problem near the Albiz Mountains. No matter who comes to make trouble, the lightning accumulated in the storm field is the best offensive weapon. Except for other areas near the Albiz Mountains, people need to maintain it. He plans to set up a patrol team, with stronger ones, at least level 5 warriors, to patrol back and forth. At this stage, he doesn't need to do everything himself, but let his subordinates do it. Even those spies are used, and Dole feels that he is unique. After finishing all this, continue to refine. Not long after, about 10 minutes later, a team of soldiers rushed out from the uninhabited avenue and headed north. There were 2 wizards above level 3 in the team. This lineup is already quite gorgeous. By noon, the number of adventure groups and mercenaries going out had reached double digits. The reward given by Dole was too high. Even though it was snowy outside, they were willing to go out and hunt monsters. Money is motivation. And Dole, just now, is not short of that little money. This winter contest, the Wilderness War, lasted for more than 10 days, until the coldest season passed, and the last heavy snow completely covered the entire wilderness. At this time, Dole's wizard tower was also built to the last few floors. According to the materials given to him by Axel, the number of floors of this wizard tower is as high as 20, which is much higher than the Tower of Babel. The whole body is mainly red, exuding a strong flame power. The runes and magic circles on it are all mainly fire. This is a fire attribute wizard tower. A large amount of Lihuashian iron is used inside. The solidity of this wizard tower is only a little weaker than Dole's Babel tower, but it is absolutely no problem to hit people with it. The name of this tower is also very interesting. It is called Lihuajin Tower. It fits Axu very well. With this wizard tower, Axu's strength can be ranked in the top 100 in the 7th level of the entire human empire. Axu stood next to Dole, watching the wizard tower being built, and his heart was surging. With this wizard tower, those little girls are definitely not opponents. How about revenge? When Axa thought of what happened in the Huawudong organization, she was a little unwilling. But now she is no longer the previous Axu. Although she has a desire for revenge, it is not so strong. After so long, some things have been seen through. According to the agreement with Dole, she has to help him for a period of time. It is not too late to go back for revenge after the work is done. Anyway, the lifespan of the 6th level wizards is very long. She is not in a hurry. February 1st. The weather began to slowly warm up. There was still snow on the ground, but most of the brown ground had been exposed, and some tenacious plants had begun to show green buds. As the last layer of the wizard tower was built, Axel took over the entire wizard tower. At this time, Dole also told Axel how to control the wizard tower, and some of the magical things contained in it. This Lihua Golden Tower itself contains the rules of Lihua. Dole also has Lihua Xiantai, and can touch this rule. It is formed by the wizard formation. Otherwise, it is really impossible to reach the 7th level. Originally, Axel only required the 6th level, but Dole asked for help and had enough materials, so he built it directly to the 7th level, and he could touch a rule himself. He has already come into contact with a lot of the current rules, and it only takes a few minutes to comprehend them. What he needs to do now is to accumulate energy, strive to enter the late stage of level 6, and then survive the catastrophe. Many people will stay at this stage for a long time because they need to touch the realm of the rules, but it is easy for Dole at this stage because he can touch it at level 5. Dole, how can I thank you? Axo said slowly. Dole turned her head and looked at her eyes that seemed to be able to speak, and said expressionlessly, anyway, just don't give yourself to me. Axo's expression changed instantly, and he snorted coldly, you don't want to take advantage of me for free, you really don't know what to do. Dole seemed not to hear it, just help me for a while. Axo continued to snort coldly. Dole's figure dispersed, turned into a sky full of black corpse worms, and disappeared on the wizard tower. Axo looked at Dole's disappearing figure, and then looked at his wizard tower, and his expression suddenly showed joy. Lihua Golden Tower. When she saw the name and the structure of the wizard tower a few days ago, she knew that this wizard tower was tailor-made for her to fully enhance Lihua's ability. With this wizard tower, she dared to fight even an 8th level wizard. After a while, when things calmed down over there, she would go back and take a look. She must teach those people a lesson. The city lord's mansion opened. The weather has warmed up in recent days. Some people have been quite active. Dole has to divide some of his energy to preside over government affairs. Watsonburg. As the earth warmed up, the team of the Glory Wizard Alliance and the team of the City Lord's Mansion began to slowly gather. These were all official forces, ready to enter the city of Albise. For the whole winter, Dole was in the Chris Wizard Tower, teaching courses when he was free and practicing most of the time. After entering the 6th level, the wizard power required became more and more huge, and the sea of consciousness seemed to be a bottomless pit, and as many elements as possible could be put in. In the huge storm element meditation method, as the meditation method became more and more perfect, Dole felt that his core seemed to be expanding endlessly, and he was like a black hole, sweeping away all the elements in the Chris Wizard Tower. Recently, other wizards have been complaining, and the concentration of elements in the Wizard Tower has dropped sharply. However, they can only talk about it privately. Dole is too strong now. As soon as he came back, he wound them up. When he taught, he was even more meticulous, which scared the pharmacists to pay attention to the class. However, the effect is also very obvious, and many people have made great progress. One day in February, Dole issued a notice to everyone that the Chris Wizard Tower would stay here permanently, but pharmacists above level 5 could leave here and go to the new city. As for the new city, the Chris Wizard Tower had long been abuzz with rumors, but because it was a new city, it would be useless for high-level pharmacists to go there. There was no such strong demand for potions there, so low-level pharmacists would be useful there. For a while, people in the Wizard Tower had different opinions. The first group of people who followed Dole have now gone there. Now in the Chris Wizard Tower, it is the old people from Watsonburg. Almost most of them are unwilling to go there. When Dole saw the application, all of them were low-level pharmacists. He smiled slightly, saying, "If you don't go now, you won't get that treatment in the future." Chapter 719. Here at the Chris Wizard Tower, he plans to let the Sky Frost Worm condense an avatar, stay here, and take care of the normal affairs of the Wizard Tower, while the original body is going back to Albi's city. The City Lord's Mansion and the Glory Wizard Alliance have almost discussed it, and the list has been drawn up. Now only the transportation personnel are left. But that is not his concern. Westland will send a legion to escort the personnel. Those with strong strength can naturally go by themselves, but most people are ordinary people and ordinary nobles. Dole stood in the Chris Wizard Tower, glanced at the Wizard Tower, turned his head, and looked in other directions. The surrounding Wizard Towers are very familiar. They have not changed or increased for several years. They are all familiar people. He suddenly raised his head and saw Dak of the Starry Sky School, who was standing in front of the window and looking at him. He was slightly moved. The Wizard Alliance did not touch this Dak. It was very interesting. He ignored the other party and walked out directly, and soon disappeared in the street. With his current level 6 status, even if he used witchcraft to run wildly on the street, as long as he didn't cause any trouble, almost no one would care about him. Level 6, absolutely suppress everything. Level 7, level 6 is the king. Not long after, he arrived at Westerland's door. The Legion commander was busy at the door, and many soldiers gathered at the door, packed up their things, and lined up in a long line. This time, they went to the Albiz Mountains in the name of training, and by the way, they helped Dole repair the road and deal with monsters, etc. Half of the Legion was involved. In addition to Westerland, Ivy also went, and he was loading things at the door at this time. When Dole appeared at the door, Ivy's expression was slightly happy. He put down the things at hand and walked forward. "Lord Dole, you are here." Dole looked at Ivy and smiled slightly. "I'm here today, and I will go back to Albi's city in a while." Ivy was shocked. Dole was going back there too. It seemed that he was going to do something big this year. The monsters were rampant in the Bayuan Mountains, and there might be several wars. His eyes became solemn, and he said, "Is that so? Then we will meet in the Albiz wasteland, and we will talk about it then." Dole nodded, and then walked inside. Entering the yard, the people around looked at Dole and saluted together, their eyes full of respect and fear. Now Dole is no longer the foreign boy from the North Country before, but a real 6th level wizard, a disaster level wizard, a strong man who can easily destroy the town. For the strong, they only have high respect. Powerful and rich, this is their brother-in-law. When they came to the hall, Westland was chatting with the 3 ladies. They seemed to be having a good time, but the 3 women were reluctant to leave. When Dole came in, the 4 looked at Dole together. Dole said, "Father-in-law, mother-in-law, 2 aunts." Lauren stood up first and said with a smile, "Dole, why are you here today? Are you leaving?" Dole raised his eyebrows and said slowly, "Yes, I will leave soon. It's been a winter, and I should go back to take a look. In addition, the monsters on the mountain have been rioting recently, and I have to go to see what's going on." Hearing the words monster riot, the 4 were shocked, and even Westland couldn't sit still, so he stood up and asked, "What's the situation?" Dole smiled and said, "It's a small scale, not very serious, but this should be a signal. We have to open the channel between the 2 states this year, and it is estimated that several fierce battles will be inevitable by then." Speaking of this, the 3 women suddenly showed sorrow, especially Lauren, who turned her head and said, "Lynn, I go with you if you don't want to. It's okay anyway, and I can just see my daughter." After Ash left, he didn't come back for more than half a year. Lauren was actually more worried about her daughter. Westling glanced at Lauren, thought for a while, and said, "I have to report this to the military office. You are a level 5 wizard, so you can go." Hearing this, the expressions on the faces of the two aunts were immediately wonderful. But Dole didn't notice these. In his eyes, these two people were just passers-by. He thought about it, said a few words, left some things, turned around and left Westling's mansion, and then disappeared on the street. Half a day later, Dole saw the familiar wasteland, the storm that was connected to his heart and blood. It is not so easy to form a storm in the mountains. The reason why the Tower of Babel cannot come out of the mountains is to keep the core of the storm from being destroyed. Once it is destroyed, the storm in the entire mountain range with a radius of hundreds of miles will dissipate. The storm cannot dissipate, at least before he is promoted to level 7, it helps him observe and discover the shortcomings of meditation in advance. Meditation is the foundation of a wizard and the direction of a wizard's lifelong efforts. But meditation is not immutable. He needs to make some changes according to his needs and the surrounding environment, and needs to make some modifications to a certain extent to finally fit him completely. Although Dual Eye is now at the 9th level of meditation, he has changed it several times on this basis. At least the original meditation method does not have such a magnificent momentum and huge mental power. He referred to the complete storm spirits on the sea, as well as the rules of wind, the heart of the storm, etc., and after turning them into his own things, the meditation method was considered complete. Among the same level, Dual Eye can now be said to be unmatched. In the past few months, he has not been idle. He upgraded several level 5 witchcraft to level 6. After reaching level 6, the power of thunder witchcraft has increased a bit, and he has 2 powerful witchcrafts available, namely the thunder summoning spell and the void thunder net. Unlike the ordinary use of lightning to hit people, the power of the thunder summoning spell is very strong. If used near the storm territory, it can even use the lightning in half of the storm territory. It is not a problem to collapse an area with one blow. This blow of witchcraft has far exceeded the power of the disaster level, and has basically reached the level of natural disasters. Of course, this is relying on the storm field. If it is released in an ordinary way, the power is also at the high level of the 6th level witchcraft. The void thunder net is to condense thunder into a net. It is a large-scale witchcraft, a disaster level 1. With his current strength, it is not a problem to cover a small town. High-level wizards usually feel that they are high above. It is because they have the idea of life and death in front of the people of the world. In their hearts, they think that they are their gods. So many high-level wizards are unwilling to come out and quietly manage their own world. It is the same for Dual Eye. He used to think that the Sand Scorpion was a very scary group, but now he thinks that it is the case. Only wizards of the same level and higher levels are the objects of his awe. This time when he goes back, he will have a good fight with the Dark Wizard, take out the soul of Corpse 6-5, and study it carefully. Of course, he needs to use the Wizard Tower in the storm. Otherwise, with the power he feels, the opponent should be around level 8, and he does not have the ability to collide with level 8. Chapter 720. While thinking about things, Dual Eye floated to the sky above the place where the road will be built in the future, and inspected it all the way. The snow on the ground has now completely melted, some green grass has begun to grow vigorously, and many trees have begun to change color. In the vast wasteland, many creatures come out to look for food, including various ferocious creatures. These things will be cleaned up in the future. There will be some small towns on this future official road as supplies for the caravan. The main road will first pass through Albiz City, then go out from the north gate of Albiz City, along the wasteland, to the middle of Albiz City and Bayuan Mountains, and then follow the middle area between the two mountains to enter Maxwell City in Montana. When building the road this year, it will be another contest. However, Dual Eye has the storm field of Albiz Mountain behind him, which can directly trigger the power of the storm. Ordinary level 6 and 7 monsters dare not come here at all, so the real contest is only with those level 4 and 5 monsters, and it will be a continuous battle in the future. Dole flew along the wasteland and looked over. There were many creatures in the wasteland at this time. Many of them were powerful creatures that ran down from the Bayuan Mountains. These creatures obviously did not want to come down on their own, and were very violent in the wasteland. Dole also saw several hunting teams ambushing and hunting monsters in the wasteland. They were very powerful. The war between humans and monsters has existed since ancient times. It has only risen slowly now, and has experienced many epic times in the middle. However, the power of the human race is now sufficient, and is finally rising. The high-level power of the human race has grown up, and is enough to protect the slow growth of ordinary weak civilians. Soon, He came to the middle of the two mountain ranges. There was a river here, flowing out of the Baiyuan mountain range, and then flowing eastward along the middle of the two mountain ranges. This river had no name, and Dole was going to give it a name, the Two Boundaries River. At that time, the trade route would be built along the south side of the Two Boundaries River, close to the Albiz Mountain. At that time, the power of wizards would be used to pave the ground. If the father-in-law came, he would send out troops to protect the road construction team. This road will be the top priority of Albiz City in the future. It must be repaired and repaired beautifully. Only with this road can Albiz City develop. At that time, he will set up a caravan to do business, on the one hand to reflect the safety of the road, and on the other hand to reflect the value of being a lord. Walking along the road, Dole found many powerful creatures, and he did not touch them. There are also many powerful aquatic creatures in the Two Boundaries River, and there are quite a lot of them. Dole has to find a way to clean up the river. These are all troubles in the future. After a tour, Dole came to the east of the Albiz Mountains. It was still a wasteland with nothing here. A city would be built here in the future to facilitate the rest of the caravan. But not now. After a glance, he took note of the general environment around him. He would go back and summon craftsmen to make road plans. He thought about contacting Montana and asking them to expand from there and build roads to this side. They would probably be willing to do so. But that was the matter of the clone. After a tour, the original body went directly through the storm and returned to the Tower of Babel. Inside the Tower of Babel, there was a frost, and the wizard formation inside the Tower of Babel was also adjusted to suit Ash's meditation. Dole looked around and found that Ash's breath was indeed rising, but the rise was not large. The Tower of Babel stood on the highest peak of the Albiz Mountains. It was inconspicuous from a distance, but if you look closely, the tiny Tower of Babel and the storm in the sky are vaguely connected. The center of the entire Albiz Mountains is here, and the elements are incredibly abundant. Dole stood on the Tower of Babel, and the elements around him came into his body like thick clouds. In the meditation method, the originally thick storm became even thicker. Now it's time to harvest energy. The storm of the meditation method is growing stronger, with thunder and lightning, dense and terrifying storms. Dole seemed to have turned into a violent storm at this time, standing in the storm, and he was the center of the storm. In the sky, the speed of the storm seemed to increase again, and the lightning in the sky became more dense, which looked quite scary. In the distance, the wizards of Albiz City observed this. Those who understood knew that Dole himself was back, the real master of Albiz City. Morris stopped the potion in his hand. He had gone further and further on the road of the 6th level pharmacist. Now he was waiting for the opportunity to enter the 7th level. He had saved a lot of potions recently, but there were not many opportunities to sell them in the new city. Most of them were bought by low-level adventure groups. The registered demand for potions was relatively low. The tentacles of some families had not yet reached here. When he thought that he still owed Dole tens of millions, he felt a headache. Recently, he has taken a fancy to the daughter of a small family, and is going to ask someone to propose marriage to see if it works. The little sister is not particularly pretty, but she has a spiritual aura, and he immediately fell in love with her. He has been attending banquets frequently recently because he wants to see the little sister. He feels that if he goes 1 or 2 more times, the relationship between the two will be almost settled. Morris is a real noble, not a descendant of a noble, and the family is just an ordinary family. He is actually very happy to be favored by Morris. This is one of the big figures in the Albiz Mountains in the future. At this time, he heard a message in his ears, notifying him to go to the Wind Tower for a meeting in half an hour. Morris put down the potion in his hand, sealed it up, and went out in style. In fact, these potions can also be transported to Watsaburg by caravans to sell, but Dole said that the road will be built next year, so there is no need to rush to sell them. As long as the road is built, the number of caravans will increase, and through the sales channels of major caravans, there is no need to worry about the potions not being sold. Aren't Dole's own potions stored there? Why should he be in such a hurry? The Wind Tower was occupied by Selena. At this time, Dole's clone had arrived at the Wizard Tower on the 11th floor. After Morris, Kelly and others arrived, Morris found that there were other wizards besides them. After seeing everyone arrive, Dole said very straightforwardly, Wassenberg's team has already set out here, including the Iron Pioneer Corps of the military office, which is now rushing here. We currently have only 2 tasks. The first is to draw a comprehensive topographic map of the wasteland and Albiz City to prepare for opening up roads. The second is to refine a large number of healing potions to be used in the conflict with the monsters in the Baiyuan Mountains. Last year, After we drove away most of the monsters in the Albise Mountains, they all ran to the Bayuan Mountains, resulting in a large increase in the number of monsters in the Bayuan Mountains throughout the winter. The low-level monsters were seriously short of food and ran to the wasteland. Fortunately, there are not many people in the wasteland now. Therefore, this conflict of low-level forces is inevitable. It is not convenient for me to come forward. At that time, it will be fully handed over to the warriors and mercenaries. The number of random potions must be sufficient. Chapter 721. Dole briefly talked about what happened in the wilderness, and then stopped. There was a buzz of discussion around. It was the beginning of the new year, and it was time to take action. They were all pharmacists, and their combat effectiveness was not strong. They really needed to work hard on logistics support. The first wizard to speak up was not any tower master, but another wizard on the combat side. This was a middle-aged man with a shaggy beard. He stood up and said, "Lord Dole, have the relevant rewards and punishments been formulated?" Dole glanced at the man and nodded. "Lord Vitas, this is what you have to do recently. Resources, medicinal materials, and systems are all formulated by your elemental side. I am only responsible for the general direction and the more powerful demons. I am not going to manage the others. As for the rewards, try to make them more generous than those formulated by Watzenberg. As for the money, some people will come to invest after the new year, and the money will be deducted from that money." Vitas is the temporary head of the elemental department of the Glory Wizard Alliance. When he heard this, his expression became serious, and he was immediately full of energy. The elementalists around also showed some excitement. They didn't have many ways to make money. Fighting monsters was probably their only source of income. They were naturally excited about such a good thing. However, combat injuries were inevitable. It would be best if the Glory Wizard Union provided potions with all its strength. Then Dole announced, "After everyone arrives, all functional departments of the Glory Wizard Union will come to the city. The Adventurers Union, the Alchemist Union, and the Pharmacists Union will also come to the city one after another. At that time, the higher-ups will assign people. The specific situation is still to be determined." Everyone started to talk about it. A new city, a new organization, everyone needs to show their skills. No one is an exception, and everyone showed joy at this time. Following the city Lord Dole, at least they don't have to worry too much about safety issues. As long as the Earth Fortress stands here, almost no large demons dare to come. They just need to clean up the small ones. This is the benefit of having a strong person behind them. Dole created excellent conditions for them, and they naturally have to fulfill their duties conscientiously. The meeting lasted for a while, and after saying a few words, Dole adjourned the meeting, because there was something going on in the city lord's mansion. It was still the last Eden, and the guests from the imperial capital at the last banquet, but this time it seemed different. This place is very far away from the imperial capital, and Dole is a little puzzled. What is worth their attention in this broken Albise city? Why do they always come to bother him? Imperial capital. George was in high spirits at this time, commanding a group of people to move some information around in the palace. He was now in charge of the military minister. It can be said that his status was only lower than that of the eldest brother. As for the seventh brother, he had been kicked out. After the incident of the Nightmare Empire came out, his status rose significantly. In just one winter, he went from being an extra staff member to a frequent visitor to the court, and now he was in charge of military affairs. This is the benefit of being in charge of Huangying. All kinds of intelligence are in his own hands. Recently, the eldest brother sent people to the northwest, but unfortunately, he was doomed to fail. Dole was a stubborn person, and it would be useless for anyone to go, but it would add a lot of bad feelings. It feels really good to watch you fail. But I heard recently that the eldest brother persuaded an 8th level elder to meet this Duolai, a 27-year-old 6th level elder, who was enough to shake the entire imperial capital. Although the news has been heard for 3 months, due to Duolai's identity, no one has been the first to come forward, but as long as an 8th level elder comes forward, the others will probably have to wait. He felt that he should meet the greatest ancestor of the royal family, and let him talk about the other ancestors of the royal family. So, he came to the door of the Imperial Glory Wizard Alliance, and stood under Tower Number 6. After the message, he waited quietly without any extra expression. Not long after, the door slowly opened and a voice came from inside. "Please come in, Third Prince, the ancestor invites you." The Wizard Tower is solemn, and full of a strong sense of history. This Wizard Tower is one of the oldest Wizard Towers in the Imperial capital. As soon as he entered the Wizard Tower, a strong and heavy atmosphere came over him, and the Third Prince immediately felt pressured. The ancestor was not in a high-end place like the top floor, but deep in the first floor. As the guide retreated, George came to the door of the innermost house. There was no light here, and he could only see a little bit of the surrounding environment through the light at the door. He tried his best to maintain his state, looked at the darkness in front of him, and pushed open the door. Behind the door, it was dark. This was George's first time here, and he didn't know what was going on here, but the calm mentality he had cultivated for many days finally played a role at this time. He took a step inside, and slowly knelt on the ground. "Grandfather, your descendant George, have something to report." Nothing could be seen in the darkness, and it was unknown whether there was anyone there or not. George was extremely polite. This ancestor was the most powerful wizard in their Glory family, and the only 9th level wizard in the entire Glory Empire. He knelt on the ground, and did not move for a moment. After a long time, a voice came out slowly from inside, and a cold snort came in. "You are all useless, but you are the best at finding trouble. You came to me for the throne?" Sweat immediately flowed down George's forehead. For the throne, he could fight for it, but he would not dare to involve several ancestors no matter how brave he was. He tried to maintain a good attitude and said loudly, reporting to the ancestor, "No, only my father has the final say on the throne. We princes can only strive for it with our own efforts and dare not disturb the ancestor." George came here this time to tell the ancestor about the wizard from the north. The ancestor's breath has never been revealed, and there is only contempt in his tone, but now he shows a hint of interest. "Oh, the person from the northern kingdom, who was promoted to the 6th level wizard at the age of 26, is he? Tell me about it." George has been kneeling on the ground, his head almost touching the ground. At this time, he smiled bitterly in his heart, wondering why he came here for no reason. Hearing the question, he told everything he knew. After a long time, a voice came from the darkness, "I know, this person is also a fellow practitioner in the future. As long as he doesn't die, with his current achievements, it's only a matter of time for him to achieve level 8. The Hellhound from the Hell World is a very interesting new thing." George's face froze as he lay on the ground. He just said that he was a fellow practitioner, and now he is paying attention to his dog. "What are you doing, ancestor?" He could only say, "Ancestor, can I leave now?" His mission was to convey the message and destroy the eldest brother's affairs. He didn't care about the rest, and he didn't dare to care. These ancestors were moody, and they were only focused on cultivation. They were all very weird, and he didn't dare to offend them. "Get lost." A voice came from the darkness, and George was as if he had been pardoned. He quickly stepped back, slipped out of the door, and left without looking back. Chapter 722. The door slowly closed. In the darkness, rays of light lit up from all around. An old man sat in the middle of the small room. His hair had already fallen to the ground. His skin was wrinkled like elephant skin, with lines all over it, but his eyes were bright. His expression was no longer strange, but solemn and calm. "George is a good kid. He won over you at all costs. Now he comes to pass on information to me. Obviously, he has a good relationship with the wizard from the north. His network is very good." He thought about it, and decided not to care about these things. If the wizard from the north was only level 5, he might be interested in winning him over and making him his apprentice or disciple, but he was already level 6, and he killed 4 level 7s in one breath. With this means alone, there was nothing in the imperial capital that could attract him except those real treasures. For such a wizard with excellent talent, he could only make friends and win him over. We have to tell those people that we can't ruin the relationship, or we won't be able to find such a good knife in the future. In his eyes, no matter how outstanding Dulai is, he will always be just a tool if he doesn't grow to their level. The third prince returned to the mansion. As soon as he entered the door, he saw a cold-looking person standing by the lotus pond in his yard, quietly looking at the lotus inside. The third prince couldn't help but feel a little overwhelmed when he saw this woman. She came to him, so she must have something to do. After this guy was cured, he basically relied on him. Although he did want to rely on her to turn the tables, he couldn't find himself a wife for this. After all, the age gap between this wife and himself is too big, and she is too strong, and it is not a good thing to have a strong personality. The third prince has strength. His bloodline is inclined to the physical side. He is almost 35 years old this year. He is a level 6 warrior and his talent can only be said to be pretty good. But facing a powerful wizard, who achieved a level 6 wizard at the age of 30, it is not good enough. She is the genius of the imperial capital, you know all. At this time, Yunua turned around and looked at the third prince, who had just come in. She stood up slowly and looked at George. At a distance of hundreds of meters, the voice appeared clearly in his ears. "George, did you just go to the wizard tower?" George nodded and did not speak. Although Do-Chi can also gather sound into a line, the requirements for Do-Chi are too high, and he does not have that ability. He waved his hand, and the guards on both sides retreated at this time. Coming to the pond, he smiled and said, "My eldest brother wants to make a fuss about Do-I. I will go to see the ancestor and explain this matter so that he will give up." Yunua's appearance is not bad, but very beautiful and pretty. Her resolute eyes make her more admirable. It can be said that any wizard who reaches level 3 or above will not be too bad in appearance. Acquired efforts can completely make up for the innate deficiencies, not to mention that wizards, who can deeply understand themselves, can make some adjustments to themselves. Yunua is beautiful, and has inherited the strong genes of the family. If she makes a little modification in her appearance, she will basically be a super beauty. She nodded at this time, thought for a while, and said, "I got the news that the eldest prince is lobbying the emperor to take back your right to control part of the imperial guards, and is also lobbying others to deprive you of your position as the Minister of Military Affairs." George blinked his eyes. Although this matter had been speculated for a long time, it was the first time he heard of it. The two of them were now incompatible. Whoever failed would be the stepping stone of others. It was just that this news came out of Yunua's mouth, which was a bit interesting. He looked at Yunua and thought. Yunua was in her 50s, but she looked exactly like a 17 or 18-year-old girl. More importantly, she had never had any scandals about her boyfriend. She was only focused on cultivation. When she was framed, she slowly became depressed, but there were no scandals. Yunua was from the Edward family, one of the largest families in the imperial capital. However, due to the sharp decline in power in recent years, she had left the power center of the family. The Edward family was a supporter of the eldest brother. George's last bottle of medicine was a desperate gamble. Now it seems that the investment of 10 million is still very worthwhile. At least in terms of information, he is much ahead of his brother. Thinking of this, he looked at Yunua and said seriously, "Thank you." Yunua shook her head and said, "I owe you this. I am 51 years old. If I hadn't gotten that potion, I would have stopped at level 6 in my life, but now, I have the confidence to be promoted to level 7 within 20 years. She turned her head and looked at George seriously, saying, "Do you know what level 7 means?" George naturally knew what level 7 meant. For a warrior, level 7 is just mastering a kind of power, but for a wizard, level 7 is to comprehend the rules, master the powerful mysterious power, and truly become a one-man enemy. Take Dole now for example. If he wants to go against that city, he can just go there, and let the golden corpse destroy it at will, and he can directly destroy a medium-sized or larger city. Even he himself, with his exaggerated ability, can destroy a city and hundreds of hills. Level 7 not only has destructive power, but also taps into one's own potential, further improves oneself, and further integrates with the laws of heaven and earth. George smiled shyly. There are many potions that can treat your injuries, but the price is too high. As an elementalist, your ability to make money is still too poor, and the family's investment in you is not enough. If you ask me, you still have to learn from my friend and work hard on magic pattern learning. At least you can ensure that your life is not controlled by others. Yunua nodded. Her ability in elements is unparalleled, but she has studied less in other aspects because of cultivation. Now it seems that she can't do without research. Without money, you will be greatly restricted, no matter if you are a genius or not. Although the internal struggle of the family is not as cruel as the struggle for the emperor, it is also more cruel than anything else. When you are a genius, and all the resources of the family are tilted towards you. When you are not a genius, your status is even worse than that of the mice in the yard. Yunua deeply understands this, so she is very grateful to George, so she helps him at all costs. Although she knows that this potion was obtained by George in exchange for the territory that he did not intend to take, she is still very grateful. For a wizard, as long as the goal can be achieved, the process is not important, the means are not important. What is important is that she sees the real results. Yunua thought a lot, then nodded, and said, "I will help you until you sit on the throne. Today I am the clone, we will talk later." Yunua's figure suddenly collapsed, turned into a pool of water, and dissipated on the ground. George was slightly stunned. With his eyesight, he did not see that this was an avatar. It was really a mistake. A genius is a genius. A simple ordinary water shadow technique was used so skillfully. The Edward family has really lost a super genius, hee. The news of Yunua's recovery has not spread yet, and no one knows that this former genius has returned. Chapter 723. Edward family. An old man looked at a middle-aged man and said after a moment's pause, "There is still no news from the northwest." Is that man still invincible? The middle-aged man nodded. That man has acquired the territory. Now is the time to develop it. Moreover, the sources of funds are very wide. He does not lack our money. We are not attracted to him at all. If we are really attractive, it may be the natural treasures in the treasury that are fatally attractive to wizards. To win over a wizard, the best thing is money, because money can buy many things. But if the other party is not short of money, then the second item is left, which is powerful resources. The old man thought for a moment and said, "It doesn't matter if we can't win him over. Anyway, the eldest prince is doomed now. He used to be in charge of the Imperial Guards, but now he has lost some of his power. Those old foxes have basically let the eldest prince go, but they have not yet completely surrendered to the sixth prince. The commander of the Imperial Guard seems to have great power, but the limitations are still too high. Moreover, the sixth prince has won over so many level 6 wizards. Although they were all unsuccessful before, they are really jumping around happily now. After recovering from the illness, he will naturally jump around happily." The middle-aged man smiled and said, "We put our hands on the 2 princes. No matter who comes to power, we will not suffer any loss." The old man nodded. He thought that we didn't know that Yunua had recovered, but in fact we knew it a long time ago. Let's reveal some news to him so that we can meet in the future. The smile on the middle-aged man's face became more intense. In addition to the Edward family, there are 2 other top families in the imperial capital. The 4 of them control 40% of the resources in the imperial capital, another 50% is controlled by the royal family, and only 10% is divided up by other nobles. It is easy to imagine. The 4 major systems of politics, business, witchcraft and martial arts, the 4 major families almost control most of the resources and power. The Edward family cast a wide net. None of these top families are easy to deal with. George and Yunua naturally don't know this. They are still conducting underground activities, and the real Yunua is practicing and restoring herself at this time, while creating various clones to move outside. Clone is her specialty. Albis City, City Lord's Mansion. On the 3rd day after Dole's meeting, Dole led a group of people to summarize the map and determine the final route. At this time, the guard recruited at the door suddenly walked in and reported loudly, "Lord City Lord, the Edward family is here and requests an audience." Dole glanced at the wizards in front of him and whispered, "This afternoon, put all the drawings together to form a general map and determine the route. Your tasks are these, don't worry about other things." After that, he turned and walked out the door. Soon, he came to his office. At the door, Eden and several others were already waiting. He took a look and saw a 6th-level wizard among them. He was still very young, but still 20 years older than him. Why did such a young genius come to Albis City? These people seemed to come from different families, because the decorations on their clothes were different. After becoming a noble, Dole knew a lot about the rules and regulations of some nobles, but he himself did not pay attention to these things. Edward saw Dole coming, and put on a businessman's smile on his face. "Lord Dole, I am here to buy land this time. Please open your mouth." Dole nodded, looked at him, and said, "The city needs to develop. I welcome anyone who wants to invest. Come in." He didn't even look at the others, and walked past them, and into the city lord's mansion. Everyone looked at Dole, and they were too arrogant. Especially the 6th-level wizard, who felt even more uncomfortable at this time. Dole avoided him at the last banquet, and ignored him again this time. It was really abominable. But when he saw the huge storm in the Albis Mountains, the young wizard swallowed his anger. He came with a mission today, so he could only swallow his anger for the time being. He looked at the others, and their eyes were unclear. The 6th-level wizard knew that these people had their own purposes, but they were just hanging in the name of Eden. It was estimated that they would quarrel inside in a while, and they might even shout a few times. "I just hope it won't be too intense." Thinking of this, his mind became calm again. Entering the city lord's hall, Dole waved his hand, asked people to prepare desserts, water, and other things, and sat in the main seat. At this time, Aiden handed over a piece of paper and said, "We, the Edward family, want these places. We hope to help you. We will contribute 1 gold coin per square meter." Dole glanced at the paper, and was a little surprised. The land they wanted was divided into 2 parts. One part was in the city, which was not large, just enough for a medium-sized mansion, and the other was outside the city. Interestingly, he had just seen this area recently. Because it was close to the Albis Mountains, there was a remnant of a mineral vein underneath. He was quite capable. At this time, he sensed that the eyes of those people looking at him were not right, and the atmosphere became a little intense. 1 gold coin per square meter is quite generous, because this unowned land is very large, but if you secretly mine it, you could earn more than that. He thought for a while and said, you should know what the laws allowed by the empire are like, and you also know what you can and cannot do. Eden hurriedly smiled, we will pay taxes, a lot of taxes, and it's just a little bit here, which will not affect the overall situation. Dole raised his eyebrows. This old guy is very good at doing things, so he said, okay. He took the paper. Seeing this, everyone around was relieved. Eden said at this time, there is a second thing, but it's not me who will talk to you, it's the person behind me who will talk to you. He let the wizard behind him go, and then introduced, this is a deputy leader of the Imperial Mage Corps, named Hatchtun, and his main goal is the biological direction. Not the 6th level wizard, but a 5th level wizard behind him. At this time, the 5th level wizard stood up and said in a rather defiant manner, we want to buy the eggs of the Xianxia worm and Tianshuang worm in your hands. Please give them up. As soon as these words came out, the hall suddenly fell into deathly silence. Dole also put away his usual expression at this time, narrowed his eyes, and looked at this person solemnly. The Xianxia worm came from Wushu, and the Tianshuang worm came from the sea countries. He never thought of selling them to anyone. For so many years, no one has paid attention to these two insects. Now that he has entered the sight of some people have paid attention to these two insects. Dole narrowed his eyes slightly, and a dangerous aura gradually emanated from his body. In the living room, a storm-like aura gradually spread to every place. He looked at the man and said in a rather unfriendly tone, who are you from? Who do you represent? What does it have to do with Aiden? Aiden was the first to react. As a level 6 warrior, his fighting spirit was stimulated all of a sudden. The stormy momentum in the hall pressed down on his fighting spirit. He immediately took 2 steps back, and his face turned pale. Chapter 724. The person who asked the question knelt on the ground. The others also took a few steps back, not daring to look at him anymore. Only Hatchingun could still hold on, and was also very shocked at this time. The other party was indeed a person from the storm territory. Just this momentum was too amazing. He quickly took 2 steps back, indicating that he was not familiar with this person. The wind flow in the void was disturbed, and lightning flashed in the spiritual world, like a thunder and lightning hell, with thunder rolling in the sky, as if the sky was angry, as if one was not careful, he would be struck by lightning, very scary. This person's momentum was so terrible, and the meditation method he practiced must be incredibly advanced, Hatchington thought in his heart. They are both level 6, but the gap is so big. Is this the genius who entered level 6 in his 20s? Such momentum, and will. The man kneeling on the ground was also extremely frightened. He didn't expect that just a word would cause such a big backlash from the other party. Such momentum and will, how could it be like an ordinary level 6? Outside the family, those level SIXS would be terrified when they saw him. He suddenly remembered that this was not in the family, but outside. Being overwhelmed by the momentum, he immediately shouted in shock, I am from the Alexander wizard family, Dole, what are you doing? The living room was extremely silent. When this name was called out, even Dole narrowed his eyes. The Alexander wizard family, this is indeed a name that can shock him. The Alexander family has a long history, almost as long as the Glory family. Their bloodline is inherited from the ancient witch god. All the children in the family are witch bloodline, without any impurities. After thousands of years of development, the number of wizards in the family is enough to make people despair. Such a family asked him for Xianxia worm and Tianshuang worm, the purpose is self-evident. Dual Eye entered their sight. If they gave it to him, they could get on their big ship. If they didn't, they would be their opponent. Thinking of this, Dual Eye's face was gloomy. I'm managing my territory well, and I don't have much to do with you large forces. You come here to provoke me. Do you really think that I'm condensing the storm territory as a joke? He snorted coldly, and his momentum was slowly withdrawn. Then he slowly said, you can buy other things, territories, potions, and even make wizard towers, but these 2 things are not allowed. If you want, exchange them for the other 10 strange insects. A family with a long heritage, like yours, will not be unable to preserve even this. Dual Eye actually slowly withdrew, the surrounding storm retreated, the lightning disappeared, and the sword hanging over everyone's head disappeared. The atmosphere eased suddenly, but everyone was still immersed in Dual Eye's tyranny just now. The man felt a little embarrassed, but as a 5th level wizard, he didn't feel too embarrassed when facing a powerful genius with a wizard's territory. He just felt a little unhappy. However, he didn't dare to show it at this time. After hearing what Dole said, he gritted his teeth and said, my name is Ricto. Next time you come, please ask Dole to prepare 2 kinds of insects. We are very sincere in this transaction." Dolei's heart sank when he heard this. The conversation between wizards is not just a normal business transaction, but also accompanied by various means and risks. What he meant was that the two families have already faced each other, and the other party is determined to win. Dolei didn't say anything, nodded, and said, "I really hope to see 2 or more of the top 10 strange insects." His meaning was very clear: don't play too much, you can also fight back. At this time, Aiden hurried out to smooth things over. "Everyone is doing business, don't talk so intensely. The Alexander family, the Glory family, and the Witch God family are all top families in the West Ring continent. Dolei, you should understand that the transaction will only benefit you." Dolei glanced at Aiden with a cold expression. "Today I am the city lord. If I were a wizard today..." Aiden's heart trembled, and he stopped talking. In the Glory Empire, wizards have great power. If you dare to threaten a 6th level wizard, no matter who you are, unless you are brave enough to grow hair, the Empire will not come forward even if you die. A group of people left in disgrace. Next, Aiden will go to the Ministry of Internal Affairs to pay the money, determine the scope of the territory, and then prepare for other things. The Alexander family's affairs have nothing to do with him. As long as that area is taken, he will have an explanation on his side, and the money will not be wasted. In a few years, the money will be earned back. Of course, all this must be done under Dolei's nose, and cannot exceed the other party's bottom line. A wizard lord has very powerful means, far from being an ordinary lord. Fortunately, the other party is open-minded enough, and does not care about some things with him. If he dares to do this in strict accordance with the laws of the Empire, he will be sent to the gallows. The crime of privately developing minerals is very serious. Tower of Babel. Dolei opened his eyes, and looked at the storm above his head. His emotions fluctuated a little bit. In the mountains, lightning flashed, and lightning struck the mountains one after another, like a thunder and lightning purgatory. The Alexander wizard family is quite scary. According to legend, there are at least 3 level 8s, and 5 or 6 level 7s in this family, and their strength is extremely terrifying. There are 3 major families in the West Ring continent: the Glory family, the Alexander family, and the Witch God family. The Glory family occupies the Glory Empire, and the Witch God family is the ruler of the Dark Empire. Alexander has a certain strength in the Glory Empire, and another part of him also has a certain power in the Glorious Empire. The family's strength spans 2 empires. The other party wants his Xianshi worm and Tianshuang worm, which must be guarded against. However, such an ancient family may not have other 10 ancient strange insects, but it can be used to make a fuss. Among the 10 strange insects, the Xianshi worm is the most mysterious and the most difficult to cultivate. It took Wushu nearly 100 years to cultivate it to a large scale. When it comes to his own hands, he can fully cultivate it on a large scale through the means of medicine. The Tianshuang worm is quite widespread, but it is only in the hands of a few people. The other types are either difficult to cultivate or difficult to control. In short, they are not easy to master. Dolei likes the void worm, one of the 10 strange insects. This kind of insect can travel through the void naturally. Although it can only travel a short distance, it can be studied from it to learn how to travel through the void quickly without consuming too much energy. Void worms are born with the ability to travel through the void, and it does not consume its own ability, but only consumes a certain amount of physical energy. He has been envious of this ability for a long time. Dolei touched his chin. Void worms cooperate with Babel Tower, and then they can travel through the void without a trace. Dolei thought of this and thought to himself that he had to make money quickly, otherwise even if he had a void worm, he would not be able to afford it. This kind of insect is difficult to catch, and it feeds on void energy. His own Babel Tower wizard formation can derive void energy, and it is not difficult to cultivate it. It is really worth planning. Void worms are the #1 insect among the ancient strange insects. The title is not exaggerated, but I don't know if the Alexander family has it. Chapter 725. The Alexander family has also set their sights on me, so will the Witch God family soon? Dole wondered if he should speed up his progress, since he had caught the attention of those ancient forces so quickly, and be on guard against their dirty tricks. He would never join any force, and could only cooperate or trade, and would never get involved in anyone else's forces. In the past, he could only rely on the Glory Wizard Alliance, but now, he doesn't need to rely on anyone. The Storm Territory is his reliance, even if a level 7 comes. At this moment, he sensed a familiar breath flashing in the distance, and then he moved his will over. On the top of a mountain near Mount Albiz in the Baiyuan Mountains, the dragon bat flew high in the sky, clearly looking at Mount Albiz shrouded in the storm. This mountain range is now completely surrounded by the storm, without any gaps left. The lightning in the sky doesn't look very powerful, but it is also very intimidating. He is a person who has experienced thunder tribulation, so naturally he doesn't take these subtle lightning seriously. But such a huge storm, with all the thunder and lightning forces released together, the destructive power is still very astonishing. And the 8 wizard towers are also very terrifying, so this time, he called on the Pandalin. The earth is rejuvenated, and this guy finally woke up from hibernation, so he found him immediately. At the same time, there was another level 7, and 3 level 7s attacked from 2 different places, the sky and the ground. He did not forget the terrifying hell visitor, he had to deal with it himself, and the others were handed over to the other 2. Ordinary pangolins can cultivate to level 7, so they must have something extraordinary. Dole noticed these gazes, and his mental power was aroused. Bear, wake up quickly, there are monsters coming, it's the dragon bat from last time. Bear's irritable voice came immediately, that dragon bat is not delicious, or should I say all bats are not delicious, the meat is sour, damn it, what is it doing here again, has it not learned its lesson yet? Bear's digestive ability has improved recently, and it has been so long since he was hungry and thirsty. He has almost caught all the level 6 monsters hiding in the mountains, and there is nothing to eat. As for the Bayuan Mountains, there are level 8 monsters there, and he dare not go in and make trouble. Dole looked to the north and said, I don't know, it should be a personal revenge, you deal with the dragon bat, and Axo, and I will deal with the other 2. At this point, he called out the sleeping golden corpse on the first floor, and at the same time notified Axo, who was hundreds of kilometers away, that with the Lihua Golden Tower, it would only take a few minutes for her to come over, which should be enough. 3 level 7s were waiting for him, and it was very uncomfortable for him to be stared at by such a huge force. Even though he had the storm territory as a backup, he could not be careless when facing 3 level 7s. Last time, it was a sneak attack. He used the wizard towers to injure the dragon bat first, and then Alan took action to contain one, and the wizard towers killed another one, and finally succeeded. This time, Alan was not there. Babel Tower was the center of the storm, and could not be easily left, so he could only rely on himself this time. However, the power of Babel Tower could radiate to the edge of the storm, so as long as he did not go out, he could still deal with it. After enduring a winter, these guys finally couldn't bear it anymore. In fact, he still had to fight several times. He needed the buffer zone between the 2 mountains as a road, and the monsters in the Bayuan Mountains would not allow it. So he still had to fight. It was a little early to fight now, but it was not impossible to fight. Everyone was brewing, and no one took the initiative. In the city of Albiz, on the top floor of the Lihua Golden Tower, a layer of fine flames around Axo slowly converged. She opened her eyes, and looked to the north. At the same time, the wizard tower released waves of energy fluctuations, slowly flew up, and went to the sky. As a level 7 wizard tower, the Lihua Golden Tower is very large, and makes a lot of noise when flying. Therefore, when the Lihua Golden Tower flew into the sky, people around looked over. Especially the tower masters of the Earth Fortress, they all looked at the Lihua Golden Tower. When they saw the direction of the Lihua Golden Tower, their faces changed. Something happened in Albiz Mountain, but Dole did not tell them. Obviously, he could handle it himself. In the past few days, they used their own energy to replenish the Lihua Golden Pagoda, so when the huge volume of the Lihua Golden Pagoda flew up and caused the surrounding air and earth to shake, everyone was relieved. Dole now has quite a few level 7s in his hands, Ball, Golden Corpse, Axo, and mastered several rules. If they really fight with the Bayuan Mountains, as long as the level 8s do not take action, it is easy to form a confrontation situation by relying on the power of the storm territory. But even so, everyone can't help but worry. The people in Albiz City, those who know the situation, also look to the north at this time. Behind a courtyard under construction, at the door of several houses that have been built, Eden looked to the east, and the flying Lihua Golden Pagoda seemed to be a signal. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly, and his mind was filled with thoughts. It would be best if Dole won, but it would be best if it was a miserable victory, and it would be better if he got hurt, so that he wouldn't have to be afraid of his strength. The Alexander family was rejected forcefully, and although the sequelae had not come yet, he knew that the other party would sooner or later clash with these large forces. As an investor, he was most reluctant to see this situation, and the best thing was for Dole to give in and give up some interests. He had also asked someone to understand the Axo from the Fire Gold Tower. He was very powerful and had a strong background, but the news had not spread yet, and her troubles had not come. These were all things that Dole had to solve. However, The storm territory in the distance was indeed a troublesome matter. With just such a territory, he was equivalent to a mid-level 7th level master. This was still a young man in his 20s, which was simply too terrible. Such a person, with a very strong will and character, was not so easy to change. There was only one way to make him change, and that was a strong and irresistible setback. Just like the genius of the imperial capital back then, Yunua. When he thought of Yunua, Eden's face relaxed. No matter how great a genius is, he is only a genius when he grows up. If he doesn't grow up, he is nothing. Albi's city is under construction now. When the city lord's mansion is built, it will be considered a real county city. At that time, the empire will also confer a title on Dole, which is the title of Marquis, which is really enviable. They are the visitors from the imperial capital. At most, they are only viscounts. There are too many family members, but there are only a few titles. However, as a marquis in the future, Dole can have some titles below, which is what they are striving for. It can't be too obvious now to prevent the other party from seeing something. You have to be honest. The energy replenishment speed of the Lahujin Tower is very slow. Even if the 8 wizard towers have distributed some energy, the Lahujin Tower has only replenished less than 1/3. The manufacturing time is too short, and there is no time to absorb it. Chapter 726. Axo was controlling the Lihua Golden Tower to fly while trying to figure out how to use it. This wizard tower almost doubled her combat power. Even if she didn't use the wizard tower, just hanging it on her waist, and using the amplification of Lihua could increase her strength to an incomparable height. Now Axo is no longer the previous Axo. Even if she returns to the Huawudong organization, she is still the top figure. But even so, facing the powerful monsters in the Beiyuan Mountains, she is still unsure. The dispute between humans and monsters has lasted for tens of thousands of years. The power of monsters is unquestionable. She is not Dole, who has a powerful tool like the Tower of Babel that is comparable to the body of a monster. Although the Lihua Golden Tower is powerful, it can't hit people directly. After the Lihua Golden Tower shrinks in the sky, it will fly at full speed, and it will take only 7 minutes at most to reach the edge of the mountain. A stream of fiery red light flew in the sky at an extremely fast speed. The game between high-level powers is irresistible, and it is also very difficult to hide. Unless it is hidden by nature, once the killing intent is revealed, it can be sensed by others. The killing intent of the dragon bat is almost rushing to the sky, so it can naturally be sensed. At this time, he tilted his head and glanced at the wasteland in the distance. When he saw the fiery red, he immediately said to the people below, "Go, Pangolin, you go under the mountain, bypass the storm area, and enter it. It is best to destroy the core of this storm, and let the storm break naturally. Three-headed dragon lizard, please support me from the side to deal with that hell visitor." A huge figure with 3 heads walked out of the shadows. Just by standing out, it gave people a sense of heavy, and extremely powerful power. It raised its head and looked at the dragon bat, saying in a muffled voice, "I have already inquired about the information of the Hellhound. He seems to be very restrained by our dragon clan. So no matter success or failure this time, you must give me what you promised." The dragon bat nodded. The 3-headed dragon lizard is one of the most powerful monsters in another area. It cost a lot to invite it. The human race must be driven away. No matter how small the Albi's mountain is, it can give birth to several level 7 monsters. The human race's move is simply uncomfortable for the monsters. However, most of the monsters are unwilling to come forward unless the ancestor gives a direct order. The pangolin has disappeared from the ground at this time, and there is only the dragon bat in the sky and the 3-headed dragon lizard on the ground. The huge 3-headed dragon lizard glanced at the storm area in the distance, and a yellow light naturally emerged from its body, and then it crawled along the ground slowly. It is spring now. Although the south has already returned to the earth, the plains in the north can already look a little green, and the mountains are still withered and yellow, rustling. The 3-headed dragon lizard looked at Mount Albiz, wondering whether the human would be eaten by himself or by the dragon bat. He naturally saw the fiery red wizard tower, without any fear. He raised his head at this time, and saw that the dragon bat had already flown into the sky and rushed towards Mount Albiz. The storm in Mount Albiz was like another world at this time. Once you enter, you can never see it again. The dragon bat's body strength is extremely tyrannical. In a flash, his body rushed forward hundreds of meters away. He crossed the blank area between the 2 mountains, took a look at the storm above his head, and then rushed in without hesitation. The Albiz mountains are huge, but if he encounters a creature, it must be an opponent. He only needs to rush to the middle. As long as he can enter the eye of the storm, he can see the enemy. The storm enveloped the sky and the earth, and there were wind currents, wind blades, and white breath all around. Once he entered the storm, he felt like he was in another world. The dragon bat was carried by the strong wind, and the wind hit him like a materialized wind blade, bang bang bang, but it did not cause any damage to the dragon bat's body. The dragon bat glanced at the crazy wind around him and frowned. The surrounding vision was greatly restricted, and the water vapor and wind above his head mixed together, and lightning flashed, which looked very scary. However, this was only a small matter for the 7th level. A strange wave emerged from his body, and the surrounding wind and water vapor were no longer affected. He just paused for a moment, and then rushed directly to the center. At this moment, a roar sounded from the front, and a huge hellhound jumped out from the black wind, staring at him with a pair of yellow eyes, as if looking at food. When Longfu saw the hellhound, his eyes narrowed slightly. The aura of this guy was a little stronger than last time. After swallowing 3 level 7 monsters, his strength increased again. Damn it. Longfu stabilized his body, looked at the hellhound from a distance, snorted coldly, and shouted disdainfully, "As a monster, why do you want to be loyal to humans? Are you willing to be a running dog?" The hellhound snorted cruelly and said, "How do you know that I am loyal to him? Maybe we are in cahoots with each other. Go with the flow." The dragon bat was stunned when he heard this word. They are not of the same race. So what is going with the flow? Isn't it often said by the human race that those who are not of my race must have different hearts? Hellhound, you came to our world. According to the rules, as long as no one stops you from coming in, you are considered a native creature, but the power of hell in your body will be suppressed by the power of the world, and you can't exert your original strength. If it was in the hell world, I would be afraid of you, but in my world, you are not my opponent. If you can bring his head here, I can. I will spare your life. The hellhound bar was furious. You are a waste who is neither a bat nor a dragon. If you can defeat me, I will obey you. If you can't defeat me, you will die with the pangolin below. He roared, and his body suddenly expanded, becoming a huge body of about 20 meters high. The power of hell formed a raging flame burning on his body, which was 30 meters higher than his body, and turned into an extremely huge monster. Under the power, the surrounding wind was quickly forced away, forming an absolutely windless area. The rules of hell were fully manifested on him. At the same time, his legs jumped back, stepped into the air, and rushed directly to the dragon bat like a mountain falling. The dragon bat was not willing to be outdone at this time. He suddenly shouted, and the rule power on his body kept surging, and finally formed 2 colors of power, one blue and one white, surrounding his body. Under the 2 rules, Dualized Storm Field was naturally forced away. However, his aura was much smaller, but more condensed and pure. Ball pounced, and the dragon bat let out a long roar. The terrifying sound formed a series of substantial huge waves and rushed towards Ball. Ball was surrounded by hellfire, and his claws grabbed fiercely. After a short pause, he tore the huge waves of sound apart, and at the same time he opened his mouth and spit out a strong hellfire from his mouth, rushing towards the dragon bat that dodged to the side. Chapter 727. This world does not have hell rules, but it does not affect the essence of hell flames. When this flame was spurted out, the dragon bat did not dare to be careless. Rays of light surrounded its body, forming circles of huge waves extending outward. Its body suddenly accelerated by more than one time, breaking through the storm and heading diagonally upward. The hell flames hit nothing. At the same time, the dragon bat turned around and fired a sonic cannon. Ball turned his head, his hind legs stepped on nothing, and the power of hell burst out. He narrowly avoided the sonic cannon, but at this moment, his head suddenly buzzed, and an extremely powerful spiritual power came from the outside, directly bombarding his will and spirit. Ball roared in pain, and the fighting will that had been tempered for a long time forced his body to rush forward rapidly in midair. He had just left, and suddenly, air ripples appeared inexplicably at his original location, which was also the power of sound waves. Seeing this, the dragon bat said, "Damn it, he didn't hit you, but you can still run away?" In terms of strength, he and Ball are equally matched. Both are in the late 7th level. Now it depends on who has enough power, and who can hit whom. Ball hits him, and he doesn't dare to take it head on, but when he hits Ball, the other party doesn't dare to take it head on. Originally, the mental interference just now could hurt it through the invisible and intangible sound waves, but he didn't expect the other party's fighting will to be so strong that he actually dodged it. He was extremely fast in the sky, and constantly released sound waves. After reaching the 7th level, the power used is much less than that at the 6th level. What rules have you comprehended? If you want to exert all your power, You can only use the power of that rule. Ordinary power can't hurt the other party at all. Just like he himself understood the rules of sound and part of the mental power, the power of these two is the greatest. But on the contrary, if other things are used, the power is not enough. This is the strength of level 7, but also the disadvantage of level 7. Of course, if the low-level power is condensed to a strong enough degree, it can also be comparable to level 7, but the power required will be very much. At this time, Ball's fighting spirit grew, and he desperately resisted the opponent's mental invasion. At the same time he roared, and a strong hell power passed through the void and directly acted on a certain place in the air. Boom! The dragon bat did not expect Ball to use this trick. The white and blue power around it twisted, then shattered, and was directly knocked out. At this time, it was a little shocked that the opponent's hell power was so powerful. But the dragon bat quickly condensed some power around it, and its movement in the sky became more secretive. After interrupting the dragon bat's mental power, Ball condensed his fighting spirit, and was ready to resist the opponent's power invasion at any time. Little bat, come quickly, let me eat you, don't hide anymore. Baal's huge body moved back and forth in the sky, moving swiftly, but he just couldn't catch the dragon bat. In the dark storm field, a dog and a bat competed fiercely in the sky full of fierce wind. At this level, unless the difference in strength is too great, like the gap between Ball and Archaeopteryx, it is difficult to kill the other party. With thousands of years of combat experience, if you can't beat the other party, there are countless ways to escape. The pangolin moved slowly in the dark underground, raised his head, and glanced at the top of his head. His eyes, like green beans, seemed to penetrate the soil and see the movement in the sky above his head. This hell creature is so powerful. It is suppressed by the rules of the world, but it can still fight back and forth with the dragon bat. The blood power is too strong. While walking, the pangolin observed the movements around it, and soon found the Tower of Babel in the center of the mountain. With just one glance, he was sure that this wizard tower was the wizard tower that the dragon bat mentioned. This is the absolute eye of the storm field. There is no cloud above the head, revealing a round blue sky. The mountain is clear, and there is no obstruction in the vision. Around the eye of the storm is the range of the storm field like a wall. There are lightning flashing inside, winding like snakes, which looks very scary. There are dozens of peaks in the central mountain range, but there are only 3 highest ones. It seems that there were originally 4 peaks, and one of the peaks was broken. The wizard tower is located on the highest peak, constantly releasing strange energy to the surroundings, echoing the entire storm field around. It seems that as long as the wizard tower is destroyed, this storm field can be destroyed. When Pangolin woke up from sleep and saw the storm field for the first time, he was shocked. Fortunately, he did not walk on it. The foot moved, and Pangolin was about to continue to move forward. At this moment, he suddenly stopped, because in front of him, a human figure with golden light came from a distance, and walked freely underground like him, as if there was no one. Pangolin was puzzled. Not many humans have comprehended the rules of the earth element. The breath of this person? It seems like a corpse, undead wizard. His mentality suddenly became tense. Undead wizards are the natural enemies of all creatures. The power of this level 7 golden corpse seems to be the same as his own. The golden corpse quickly came to the front of the armor-piercing man and stood still. A voice came from the sky. If you leave now, we can pretend that nothing has happened. The pangolin raised his head and looked at the golden corpse. He knew that the person who controlled the golden corpse was not here, but he still looked at him. An old and wise voice sounded in Dole's ears. Leave the Albise Mountains. Then we can't reach an agreement? If you leave the Albise Mountains, I won't do it. Then do it. As the last word fell, the pangolin saw that the power around the golden figure continued to surge, and then only saw a golden light released. The other party punched him, and the golden light rose, like a meteorite falling. The power of rules. A golden light also emerged from the pangolin's body. The surrounding earth seemed to have become his helper. His body changed in the blink of an eye, and his size expanded by more than 3 or 4 times. His size was originally large, about 2 meters, and now it has become 6 meters long. The scales outside his skin have become radiant, and his tail gives people a feeling of full power. He swung his tail suddenly. The fist of the golden corpse collided with the pangolin's tail. Boom! Underground, it was as if a magnitude 5 or 6 earthquake had occurred. The surrounding boulders rolled, and the soil and rocks were thrown away instantly, forming a vacuum zone underground. The golden corpse's body retreated slightly, then moved his feet, controlled the golden light to stop his body, and punched again. This punch was more powerful than the previous one. The pangolin was also beaten back. He quickly retreated and glanced at the golden corpse. He was a little surprised. This golden corpse of the human race is so powerful. It must have been cultivated for 1,000 years. Didn't that kid say he was very young? He raised his head, and his hard head, like gold and iron, met the fist of the golden corpse. Chapter 728. Boom. The earth rolled, and an energy wave surged out again. The surrounding earth was squeezed back by the huge force, forming a hole in the middle. Next, the corpse and the beast collided again, and two golden lights collided underground. The shock wave caused by the energy continued to expand outward. The underground hole became larger and larger, and the surrounding rocks became tighter and tighter. After 3 or 4 rounds of collision, the two sides tied in strength, but this was just the beginning of the test. Using the power of rules is a basic element, but in terms of strength, the pangolin, which has lived for hundreds of years, and the golden corpse has similar strength. The difference between the two is similar. If the bottom of the box is not used, even if it fights for several days and nights, the result will be the same. The pangolin is also a veteran level 7. After falling into a hard battle, he calmed down and stared at the movements of the golden corpse. He would fight against the enemy and cover the water with earth. Anyway, his role was to contain. Boom, boom, boom. The underground continued to collide, and the surrounding earth continued to shake, as if it was a real earthquake. On the ground, the mountain peaks were constantly dropping rocks as the ground shook. There was activity underground and on the ground. It was a natural disaster level collision. The underground collision range was even as large as several kilometers. And this was underground. If it was on the ground, it would be even more terrifying. The three-headed dragon lizard was the last to arrive at the Albise Mountains. He was very dissatisfied with the huge storm covering hundreds of kilometers and nearly 1,000 kilometers above his head. He moved slightly, and a force radiated from his body. The hurricane of nearly 10 kilometers in front of him collapsed instantly, forming a vacuum of storm. The terrifying power of the three-headed dragon lizard was released, and it was extremely fierce. But the next moment, the surrounding storm quickly replenished and filled the empty space just now. At the same time, the lightning activities in the sky were getting more and more frequent and dense, and it seemed that something was brewing. The three-headed dragon lizard did not despise it, but carefully looked at the sky above his head, and then the power on his body continued to emerge, and finally he slowly stepped into the storm. Sending out 3 level 7s at once was a face-giving to the other party. The 3 level 7s were not the original 4 level 7s in Albise Mountain. Those 4 were at most the first level 7s. While they were already senior level 7s, at least they understood more than 2 kinds of rule power, and their understanding of each rule was deeper, and their strength was stronger. He stirred up the storm within a range of 10 kilometers at once, which was a clear proof. However, this area was completely covered by the opponent's power. At most, he could test the periphery. If he wanted to completely destroy the storm in this place, he had to destroy the things in the center. I just don't know what happened to the pangolin. At this time, he sensed the power of the dragon bat and the hellhound, and the two fought in the sky. He continued to move forward, and soon he felt the vibration underground. The two creatures, both of which understood the power of the earth element law, collided underground, and the power of the collision was even stronger than the power of the sky. The other party also has this kind of power? The three-headed dragon lizard was a little puzzled. In addition to the red shadow he saw outside just now, the hot flame power emanating from it, the other party also had 3 level 7. This matter is not easy to deal with. Just as it was thinking, a red wizard tower slowly emerged in the endless storm. He saw an ugly woman standing on the wizard tower, looking at him with a smile. What made him feel inexplicable was that he actually knew this woman. The leader of a human organization for a period of time, very powerful, a little younger than him, but very powerful. She actually had a wizard tower, and it was a wizard tower that matched her strength. It could feel the hot and even fierce fire on the other wizard tower, the flame that could burn everything, as if it could turn everything around into ashes. The expression of the three-headed dragon lizard became solemn. Axo's eyes were also very solemn. Dole's territory was indeed very powerful, and this was still a level 6 domain. If it could be promoted to a level 7 domain, it would probably be even more exaggerated than it is now. Water, wind, and thunder, 3 elements mixed and intertwined, forming their own unique style. The energy contained is super powerful, far exceeding the wizards of the same level. No wonder Dole's mental control ability is extremely strong. Emotions themselves have this kind of foundation. Coming through the storm, Axo felt that he understood Dole's power a lot. At this time, he saw his opponent. The three-headed dragon lizard, Seems to be an old acquaintance? She saw the three-headed dragon lizard, and a smile appeared on her beautiful face. Oh, it's still an old acquaintance, Holmdoka. After so many years, your strength has only increased a little bit? Holmdoka's expression was solemn, and he didn't dare to underestimate Axo at all. You humans are really eloquent. Whether you have improved or not, you can only know it by taking action. Don't think that you are my opponent just because you have a broken wizard tower. Axo laughed and stopped talking. Holmdoka became even more angry. This ugly woman dared to look down on him like this. He slowly floated up to the sky. Wherever he passed, the surrounding storms were all repelled. The various forces on his body formed a circle of force field, repelling all low-level forces. This is the domineering nature of the rules. At this moment, he raised his head and glanced at the thick clouds above his head. The lightning activity there became more intense, as if some big move was brewing. He thought to himself that the main opponent had not yet appeared, and he didn't know who the opponent was going to target. The dragon bat, the pangolin. In fact, the most difficult one to deal with should be himself, followed by the pangolin, and the easiest one to deal with was the dragon bat. Although the dragon bat had the blood of the high-level dragon clan, it only inherited strength, not defense. If the opponent's storm field gathered all its strength to attack, as long as it hit, it would probably be seriously injured. When he thought of this, he had already reached the same position as Axolo, and then snorted coldly, saying, "What should we do? Should we just fight? If we can avoid fighting, we should try not to fight." Although he was angry, he was not stupid. This woman was not so easy to deal with. As long as the pangolin won, he and others would win. Axolo stood on the wizard tower, and the wizard tower slowly became smaller, and soon became the size of a person. He was still very surprised. The wizard tower made by Dole really had the function of changing. She foolishly drove the entire wizard tower over, which was really embarrassing. But no one saw her, and her expression was very calm at this time. The wizard tower became smaller and smaller, and then he waved his hand, took it in his hand, and hung it on his waist. He was not going to use the power of the wizard tower, and only needed the amplification power on it. So he smiled and said, "Since you have seen it, you have to fight anyway. The natural disaster level monsters are different in strength. I want to see if you have grown up in all these years." Chapter 729. After Axo finished speaking, she clasped her hands together, and a momentum came from her body. Her eyebrows were raised. Her own power, and the power of the wizard tower all came into her hands. A series of mysterious fluctuations appeared, and she pushed forward suddenly. A huge orange-red flame ball formed in front of her in an instant, and it was directly shot out. The hot power even distorted the surrounding air completely. The flame did not go in a straight line, but moved with the opponent's actions. Holmdoka stood in the sky, not afraid. One of his three heads blew out a stream of air to meet the flame. The airflow did not have a magnificent momentum, but it carried a strange power, very heavy and powerful. It collided directly with the flame, and the flame immediately exploded and burned fiercely, but the airflow was not affected much by the explosion. It just stopped suddenly, looking heavy and powerful, and sank down. Axo took a look at the result and stopped paying attention. This Holmdoka still has something. Ordinary Lihua has no effect on him. She has to be more serious. Thinking of this, flames condensed around her body, and creatures in the form of flames condensed one after another. A closer look revealed that it was the mentality of Suzaku. Holmdoka looked at the elemental creatures formed by the flames cautiously, without looking down on them at all. This ugly woman was even more terrifying than what she had seen more than a decade ago. She could only summon one before, but now she could summon 9 at once. 9 Suzaku surrounded Axol's figure from top to bottom, left to right, and she really looked like she was enjoying it. With my own ability, I can only summon 5 at most. Now with the power of the wizard tower, I can actually condense 9 at once. This is the limit of what I can do. 9 Suzakus can form a formation. She looked excited and said to Holmdoka, "Dragon creatures are all thick-skinned. I hope you can beat me this time." Holmdoka looked at Axu, and his expression became serious. He didn't want to face the other party directly. He just wanted to delay time and wait for others to finish the battle. But now it seems that the fight has become a little too big. Although the 9 Suzaku are all formed by elements, they are still a bit exaggerated. He took it a little more seriously, stretched out his body completely, and looked at the other party. The 3 heads were raised together, and he suddenly paused, and his body suddenly disappeared at an incredible speed. Axo had been on guard against the other party for a long time. When he saw the other party disappear, he completely released his perception power, and easily captured the other party's information. The other party was coming for his physical body. It was a good thing. He suddenly shouted, and the 9 Suzakus made a complete movement and pointed to one place. The surrounding light lit up, and the light of the 9 elemental Suzakus connected with the light of his body, forming some incredible array pattern. In less than a thought, a red beam of light shot out from her hand and pointed into the void. Pure fire element, but it was indeed 9 different flame powers condensed, and the light turned into a completely different color. The light was shot out in a few tenths of a second, incredibly fast. In the void, the Jingzhou and Hondoka's consciousness was raised to the extreme. It naturally saw the other party's weirdness. These 9 Suzakus could actually strengthen one of his witchcrafts. This was too incredible. When the red light lit up, his skin felt like it was about to burn. This witchcraft was absolutely amazing and terrifying, but how could she condense it so quickly? I was careless. If I had known, I would not have let him condense these elemental creatures. At 0.01, he moved his body to another position, and then continued to pounce on Aksu. The human wizard is the most vulnerable. As long as he gets close, he can blow up his body with one move. That's what he thought. The light column disappeared in the space, and it was unknown where it flew to. Aksu was not discouraged, but floated in place, pointing his fingers casually, and then a series of light columns shot into the surrounding air and into the storm. At this time, Aksu was happy in his heart. If there was no wizard tower, such an attack would stop at most 3 times due to energy consumption. Now, with the wizard tower, he felt that he could release 20 at a time. With enough energy, the combat power is naturally not as simple as 1 + 1, but 1 × 10. How could Hondoka know that there would be so many such attacks? When he saw the second beam of light coming, he dodged in a hurry, but at the same time he closed the distance a little bit, less than 3 kilometers away from the opponent. When the third beam of light was launched in less than 0.1 second, he was stunned. How could it be so fast? He dodged again in a hurry. With the ability of a high-level wizard, he could see through his evasion path at a glance. When he dodged the second, third, and fourth times, he had no time to dodge, and his tail was finally hit. The regular power covering the surface of his body was directly penetrated, and the ray-like power shot on his skin. He felt pain, and the intense burning sensation filled the entire tail. Lihua, this is Lihua, the most powerful of the fire element rules, which can burn everything. It hurriedly mobilized its power to suppress it, but at this time, the 5th and 6th rays came at the same time. Damn it. It hurriedly threw out something, and placed it in front of itself. That thing was a tortoiseshell-like equipment. Once it was taken out, it exuded a heavy, rich, and indestructible breath. A red light just shot over and landed on the tortoiseshell, making a bang sound, like a materialized collision. Sparks appeared on the tortoiseshell, and a small scratch was made on the surface of the tortoiseshell. Then followed the second ray and the third ray. Looking at the scratches on the plan, Hondoka knew that this woman really had the ability to kill him. Even the treasure he got could be destroyed. What else could she not kill him? Fight. After a careful look, the tortoiseshell was only scratched, but not completely destroyed. He made up his mind and rushed towards Aksu despite the damage. Aksu stood in the void, and the 9-headed red birds above and below brought him great convenience. These red birds were transformed from elements and had many magic patterns in their bodies. With his meditation method, he could greatly increase his strength. Of course, he could also attack as a single summon. After reaching level 7, he had to study magic patterns. Although he was not a master like Dole, he was quite proficient in magic patterns in combat. When the blazing fire ray was blocked by the opponent's defensive equipment, Aksu was a little surprised. These monsters also learned to use equipment. This was the shell stripped from the tortoise. It was so hard and full of strong rule power. After the rays were blocked one after another, Aksu did not panic, but continued to attack. Chapter 730. Hondoka was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Aksu, less than 200 meters away. This distance could almost be said to be right in front of the huge Suzaku standing in front of Aksu. Beside him, the turtle shell was already riddled with holes, and looked like it was about to break. But his goal had been achieved, and he had successfully arrived in front of Aksu. He even saw the calm expression on the ugly woman's face, but why was she so calm? Hondoka didn't think much about it. He put away the turtle shell casually, raised the 3 heads together, opened them, and sprayed at Aksu. Red, blue, transparent, 3 different powers sprayed out of the mouth, 3 different rules burst out together, and even the surrounding world was shaken by it. Aksu's expression was very calm. She raised her hand and put it in front of her. The wizard tower on her waist released a strong red light, which combined with her own breath. The red light condensed together to form a white terrifying light. She just said lightly explode. Then a barrier slowly rose up on his body, and the whole person quickly retreated. At the same time, the condensed elemental Suzaku quickly flew in all directions. Hamdoka was also stunned at this time. That white power, that was the red fire condensed to the extreme. Even the color changed, his face suddenly changed, and after vomiting, he quickly put the turtle shell in front of himself. The two were very fast. This confrontation seemed to be described for a long time, but it actually took less than a second. For forces collided at the same time. Boom! A shocking explosion sounded, and a huge mushroom cloud over 10 kilometers was formed in 1 second. The huge shock wave rushed in all directions. Wherever it passed, the storm was completely torn apart, and various power fragments were shot out like shells. Fireworks, elements, chaotic energy filled the place, and a huge explosion resounded through the world. In the middle of the collision between the two, a chaotic area of tens of kilometers appeared. In the mountains, dozens of peaks were hit wherever the shock wave passed, and they were instantly flattened like tofu. The peaks collapsed, making a rumbling sound, which merged with the sound of the surrounding storm, making a terrifying sound, like the collapse of the sky and the cracking of the earth. Two shadows flew out from the center of the explosion in an instant. One figure shot out of the mountains, and the other figure shot into the mountains, and disappeared. This explosion even scared the dragon bat and ball in the distance. The two beasts separated instantly, and looked over here in doubt. Their eyes penetrated the storm, and saw the scene in the middle of the explosion, and they retreated one after another. What happened? This is too powerful. It was seen that in the boundless storm, a gap of 40 to 50 kilometers appeared at this time. In this gap, energy turbulence was still flowing, the underground mountain peaks were broken, the sky was almost exposed, and the storm field in this area was completely torn apart. What means were used? Was this the final attack? Ball's face was uncertain, and he didn't know what happened. The dragon bat on the opposite side was also shocked. He didn't know that the other party had such combat ability. It was amazing. The 7th level of destruction, starting from the destruction of a range of 5 or 6 kilometers to a range of 20 to 30 kilometers, there are very few masters who exceed 30 kilometers. Like this, the energy destruction caused by the two people fighting suddenly increased to 50 or 60 kilometers, which is very exaggerated. This is almost the standard of the 8th level. What happened? Hamdoka is a top-notch monster, but his opponent is also a tough guy. Is this the final showdown between the two? Didn't we just see it? He used his ultimate right away. At this time, he saw a ragged figure flying outward, flying all the way out of the mountain. Without saying a word, he turned around and ran behind him. He was so fast that he disappeared into the storm in the blink of an eye. Ball was still paying attention at this time, not knowing what was going on. He noticed a little movement and hurriedly turned back, only to see that it was the dragon bat flying backwards, disappearing in the blink of an eye. He was stunned. I don't know what happened. I don't know how long it took. In the mountain, Axo hit a mountain hard, then knocked a hole in the mountain, and continued to fly out and hit the second mountain. After knocking through 3 mountaintops in a row, her figure completely stopped, and her expression was extremely embarrassed. The surrounding Suzaku had completely disappeared at this time. She had completely underestimated the power of the free fire. After all, this was the first time it was released. The impact directly broke the elemental body of Suzaku, causing a second explosion. When she herself exploded for the first time, the power of the defense tower spread all over her body. Even so, she was impacted and fell to the middle of the mountain. The orange-red fire, when strengthened to the end, could actually turn white. It was incredible. This reminded him of the purifying flame, one of the highest witchcrafts of the Church of Light. Could they also be ordinary flames condensed to the extreme? The energy around her dissipated, and she was a little scared. She would never do such a thing again. No witchcraft could be used in battle for the first time. The power was unpredictable, and it was easy to get into trouble. Fortunately, there is the energy of the Wizard Tower, but now I see that the Wizard Tower itself is not enough, and now there is just the last part left. Damn it. Too careless. She raised her head and looked forward. The energy had not dissipated yet, but she could feel that the other party seemed to be out of this area. She was injured, and the other party must be injured too. When she thought of this, she determined her position and looked in the middle direction. He saw Dual Eye, but he saw Dual Eye looking at the defense line of the explosion with a serious expression. A faint spiritual power penetrated into the world, and was repairing the place destroyed by the explosion just now. Such a large area of the storm field was destroyed, which has affected the foundation of the storm field. Underground, the pangolin swung its tail at this time, bursting out all the strength of its body, and a golden light burst out from its tail, repelling the golden corpse. With the help of the huge energy recoil, he turned around and fled outside. The explosion in the sky was so shocking that even they were affected. The ground veins were a little disordered in an instant. The three-headed dragon lizard ran away, the dragon bat ran away, and if he didn't run, he would soon become a target. The intelligence was wrong. The opponent's combat power was very amazing. Retreat quickly. As he retreated, he destroyed the ground behind him, so that the golden corpse dared not pursue too much. The golden corpse was indeed chasing, but it was better to say that he was chasing. The golden light on his body was shining, and he was like a no man's land in the stone layer, quietly falling behind the pangolin. It was a level 7 high-level monster. Just drive it away. It was impossible to kill it. The golden corpse only pretended to chase, but did not chase directly. When he came to the foot of the Albise mountain, he stopped. He watched the pangolin cross the river in the middle, and flee to the Albise mountain with an indifferent expression. In the middle of the Albise mountains, the trees on the mountain were still very withered and yellow. Dole stood on the wizard tower and looked around. Chapter 731. The huge domain is constantly pressing towards the north, slowly filling the gap created by Axel and the three-headed dragon lizard. As expected of a high-level 7th-level master, this full-strength burst is simply outrageous, and the destructive power is quite amazing. If it were placed in Watzenberg, without the protection of the wizard tower, it would directly destroy the city. No wonder masters above level 7 are not allowed to attack at will. If this bursts with full strength, which city can withstand it? Of course, this is mainly because it is in the sky. If it is on the ground, I am afraid there will be no such effect. But it is also very amazing. The storm slowly moved over, and Dole was not worried. The destruction of a few dozen kilometers did not have much impact. He was just about to use lightning to hit the dragon bat, but he didn't expect it to be destroyed by the three-headed dragon lizard. Such a huge storm domain, the power is naturally not for show. His purpose of making such a big scene is naturally self-evident, that is, deterrence, a powerful deterrence. After the trade route is completed in the future, he won't need to worry about ordinary monsters, and high-level monsters can be cleared by storms. After all, they will pay taxes to him, so it is reasonable to spend some effort to protect him. Thinking of this, he felt that at this moment, the road construction can be carried out slowly. The planning of the route is now being studied, and the road construction team and wizards can be recruited. Once the route is determined, construction can begin. Without passing through Duching, a road will be built directly from the north of Duching. Even if Duching disagrees, he doesn't care. Anyone who can save nearly 1,000 kilometers will choose it. On this road, he will arrange some towns. After passing through Albise city, on the way to Beijing, passing between two mountain ranges, it is time for him to provide protection. At this time, the storm domain can be used. Duolai still doesn't believe it. If Duching still has obstacles, he might go over to warn him in person. When it comes to interests, no one will give up. Duolai is suppressing Duching openly, and Liang and the others have nothing to say. Geographical location determines everything. Duching should do his own thing honestly, and don't block his own way. If there is a conflict one day, Duolai feels that he will not be merciful. After thinking all this clearly, he closed his eyes, and tried his best to ensure the restoration of the storm domain. As for Axo, he doesn't need to care at all. The woman is protected by the energy shield of the wizard tower, and she is fine. Axo climbed up from the mountain cursing, patted the dust on his body, then raised his head, and glanced at Duolai in the middle of the mountains. Confirming that the other party didn't intend to pay attention to him, he looked at the Beiyuan mountains. Damn three-headed dragon lizard, I'm not playing with you, forget it today. She looked at the wizard tower and found that it was fine, so she breathed a sigh of relief, patted her clothes, and turned to fly out of the mountain. The entire Albise mountain was covered by Dole's ability. It was very unwise to absorb magic elements here. It would be better to return to the city, and use the power of the wizard tower group to replenish the consumption of the wizard tower. She felt that if the power of the wizard tower was fully replenished, the three-headed dragon lizard would definitely not be her opponent. The main reason was that the wizard tower was built too short, and she didn't master it well. If she knew that the wizard tower could provide her with such a powerful help, she would directly suppress the three-headed dragon lizard and might even get a dragon skin. A top wizard, with a top wizard tower, now Axo can be said to be able to walk sideways. If she goes back to the organization now, no one except the ancestor can be her opponent. Axo held his breath in his heart. After she was injured, she worked hard to make money, and with a previous accumulation, she destroyed the camps of several evil organizations, and now she can finally rise. She returned to the camp in a happy mood, circled outside the city, and then slowly landed in the city. As soon as he landed, a voice sounded in his ears. Axo, right? Do you want to go to the mountain with Lord Ball? Axo was stunned. Ball, isn't this the level 7 hellhound next to Dole? It seems very powerful. Go to the mountain? He just thought for a second, and then said firmly, no, there are level 8 masters in the mountain. If we go in, we will definitely be eaten. Ball snorted coldly and said, you don't understand this, right? Warcraft advocates fighting between the same level, but the big can't bully the small. The two of us level 7 go in. As long as we don't kill indiscriminately, those level 8 won't care. Axo still answered with 2 words, no, my wizard tower has just been built, and I still need to study it. Ball snorted and stopped talking. After a winter, Albi's city has almost reached a certain scale, and it has everything it should have. Some areas around the city are now being reclaimed. In order to speed up the process, some families even hired wizards to clear the wilderness and turn it into fields. The entire human activity area is expanding outward every day. On both sides of the road from Duching, there are roads opened by Dole himself. On both sides of the road, some places that were originally planned as towns have begun to clear the surrounding wilderness. The entire wilderness looks vibrant, but there are also a large number of wild beasts and monsters attacking every day, so you have to pay extra attention. The rise of Albi's mountain has attracted many people in the surrounding area. With the advertisement, adventurers, civilians, and wandering poets have gathered from all directions. The current Albi's city is different from before. The word desolate is no longer related to it. It has become vibrant. The battle in Albi's mountain did not hide from any organization. There was a lot of movement in the mountain, but soon, the opponent retreated, which made many forces feel frightened. With the return of Axo, the various forces in Albi's mountain are very quiet. They usually like to make trouble for the city lord's mansion, but these things will not be heard by Dole in the end. It is the people below who are trying to solve them. They knew that Dole's foundation had been formed, and they could repel 3 high-level 7th-level invaders. This was simply terrifying. Obviously, the foundation of Albi's mountain was even stronger than that of Wutzeberg, and the official power of Wutzeberg was not so strong. The Albi's mountain had already become a big deal. Some spies in Albi's city calmed down at this time, and silently passed the news back. Some forces on the surface also slowly converged, and worked hard to manage things on the surface. Rivals are rivals, enemies are enemies, and business is business. So many ancient forces have clearly divided all of this. Ordinary adventurers and ordinary families were very excited to see this result, because they knew that their safety was guaranteed, and the investment here would not be gone forever, but very safe. Many people who were watching around were now determined to find the location they wanted on the planning map of the city hall, especially some down-and-out barons without territories, who were more determined to establish their roots here. Chapter 732. There is no safer place than the area near Albi's city. All they have to do is to reclaim wasteland, and turn it into farms and fertile fields. They only need to recruit guards and guard against ordinary wild beasts and some low-level monsters. High-level monsters will never dare to come again. If they can repel the 7th-level high-level monsters, what else can they do? A safe territory can definitely attract enough people to come, especially this kind of territory to be developed. There are many preferential policies and many jobs. As long as you are willing to use your hands, there are many jobs. Soon, the news that Albi's mountain repelled Bayuan mountain range quickly fermented, along the official road that had just been opened not long ago, along the mouths of adventurers, and the mouths of wandering poets. Of course, there are also some rumors that say bad things about Albi's mountain, saying that it has not been recognized by the Empire, has not been officially canonized, and so on. And there are also some series of safety issues that are spread everywhere, but it still did not stop the brave and yearning people in the northwest. As the temperature got higher and higher, in just 10 days, more and more people gathered around, and the city lord's mansion became busier and busier. Dole used almost all the people he recruited, including those with ulterior motives. As long as they worked within his framework, he basically didn't care. As long as the land was sold, the money was collected, and the order was maintained, he basically didn't care. Now Libisa, Canchel and others have each become managers in a certain aspect, with great responsibilities and naturally great rights. Especially Diano and Rosa, who are the people next to Dole. If Dole is not there, they are basically similar to the role of Deputy City Lord. Mount Albiz, As the broken holes were gradually filled, Dole had a clearer understanding of the essence of the storm meditation method. The conception of this meditation method was huge and involved a wide range. It was definitely not just a storm. After reaching the 6th level, the storm caused not only ordinary wind vortexes, but also any energy. Storm is a form that can allow any energy to participate, but because of different elements, the form caused is different. He thought of the description of the 9th level in the meditation method. Energy storm is not limited to any form, even space storm in a certain sense, as long as it involves relevant rules. Although Dole did not know the final meaning, he had the most basic guess. Storm. The storm in nature is naturally just a storm, but there are many other energy modes with this form, such as the legendary void storm, fire storm, earth storm, etc. These are all difficult years, but they are not non-existent. In the end, any meditation method is metaphysical, a conjecture, a construction. As long as it can be turned into reality, the means are only the most basic. Dole thought about these. In addition to water, wind and thunder, he planned to add ice and snow elements to it, so that the storm would be closer to the North Pole. He could now think that the storm in the North Pole was also a variant of the storm, but it was more powerful. While repairing, he thought that if he had time in the future, he could go to the North Pole again. It would be best to communicate with the storm in the far north, observe its essence, imitate its existence, and then form his own things. Meditation is the foundation and the cornerstone of spiritual power. As long as the foundation is laid, the future changes can be numerous. Dole's current achievements have still reached this stage. He thought a lot and thought a lot. It took several days and nights to fill the gaps, and added his new understanding of the storm. The quality of the storm is increasing. As his understanding becomes deeper, the density of the storm is increasing, the speed of the wind is increasing, and even the elements such as the breath of wind that he added are slowly becoming richer. These things can be called at will. The entire storm field is equivalent to his second sea of consciousness. Why do some wizards stay in the territory all the time? It is because of this reason. The former wizard Donnie practiced a meditation method related to the earth, and the place where he was had the bonus of meditation, so he didn't come out easily. That meditation method is actually quite powerful in Dole's opinion now. How terrifying is the help that such a large territory can provide. Speaking of it, although pure elemental wizards improve quickly in the early stage, they will be very weak in the later stage. Without the ability to make money and the assistance of other things, they will have a very hard time in the future. Practicing and thinking at the same time is the basic quality of a high-level wizard. The future path and future direction all need to be thought about. Lone Fu failed, but he was not resigned in his heart. After waiting for several days, he came to the front of the mountain again, and came to the front of the cave. It was still the same guard, but he looked at him solemnly at this time. Lord Abi, the ancestor said that he can't take action. If he takes action, the level 8 humans will have an excuse to take action. He can't start a war. Level 7 matters can only be done by level 7. The guard looked at the dragon bat, a little bit unbelievable. He dispatched 3 level 7 high-level monsters, but he didn't take the opponent down. The dragon bat looked at the guard, nodded, and left unwillingly. In order to resist the attack of the woman from the human high-level organization Fire Wudong, the 3-headed dragon lizard even used the holy turtle shell, but it was only equivalent. It is said that the woman just got the wizard tower, and has not used it flexibly. If it is really a few years old, the outcome is unknown. The human race is really hateful. It slowly left the cave, sighed, and came to the territory of the 3 dragon lizards again. Ondoka had sensed the dragon bat's breath a long time ago, and crawled out of the cave, saying unhappily, "What are you doing here? I've suffered a great loss this time. The holy turtle shell is almost broken, and it can only be used once." The dragon bat Abi shook his wings and rang out his sharp voice, "Now that we have figured out the power, it will be much easier. Call a few monsters together, maybe it will work. Get out." The 3-headed dragon lizard turned around and left without looking back, returning to the cave, and even completely closed the door. The dragon bat was unwilling to give up. Now that he knew how many level 7 monsters the opponent had, it would be much easier. As long as he had 2 more than the opponent, he could completely defeat the opponent. But who should he go to? Although there are many monsters and level 7 monsters in the Baiyuan Mountains, there are actually only a few of them who can be promoted to his level, and the rest are very far away. The level 7 territory is very vast. If he passes through other people's territory and goes to other people's places, it will inevitably be regarded as a provocation. There is a strong competitive relationship between the monsters, damn it. At this time, It thought of the human who could turn invisible some time ago, and wondered whether to cooperate with the human. Anyway, the goal was to defeat this human. After all, the Albiz Mountains had always been protected by itself. Chapter 733. What? 3 top-level 7s in Baiyuan mountain range went to trouble Najulai, but were stopped. One of them was suspected to be that crazy woman Axo. In a magnificent courtyard, there stood a very exquisite octagonal wizard tower, which was 28 stories high. At the top floor, a middle-aged man looked at the young man in disbelief. The young man was very energetic, dressed in black, and stared at the middle-aged man. Yes, according to intelligence, the 3 level 7 advanced magic beasts are the pangolin, the dragon bat, and the 3-headed dragon lizard, all of which are veteran level 7. According to the current situation, Axel has the level 7 wizard tower made by Nadora, and it is now difficult to deal with him. The middle-aged man pondered for a moment, and said slowly, "It would be best if we could get the Xianxia worm. Don't even think about exchanging it. We can't give him what we have, so it's best if we can buy it with money." The young man shrugged and said, "He has clearly refused." The middle-aged man snorted, "Notify everyone. Create trouble for Najulai and suppress the other party completely." The young man shook his head. The other party has 8 wizard towers, which is suspected to be a very powerful formation. Unless we use mortal means, if we use wizards, I am afraid that the other party will have the motivation to attack directly. The middle-aged man snorted coldly, thought for a while, and said, "I don't care what you do, anyway, don't stop until you see the black corpse worm. In addition, doesn't he have a clone? It's best to capture it directly." The young man raised his eyebrows and nodded. Although Dole is powerful, with the strength of level 6, he can actually fight against level 7. But in the end, he is just a lone wizard, and their Alexander family has 8 level 7 wizards. If they need to use other means to deal with him, they will probably be laughed to death by the whole wizard world. The Alexander family has many geniuses, but at this time, they have to admire Dole's ability. He has achieved level 6 at the age of 27. There is only one in their family in the past 1,000 years. Only they understand the horror of young geniuses. The young man left the wizard tower, looking up at the sky, with a slight smile on his face. A level 6 at the age of 27 is quite interesting. He has developed in both pharmacists and alchemists. This person is terrible. At least he has extremely high wisdom. He is also level 6, but he is over 35 years old, so he knows the difficulty of achieving level 6 in his 20s. That hellhound is suspected to be an outsider. If so, let the Glory Empire expel it. As long as the hellhound is expelled, Dole will have no power. So far, few people have Xianxia worm, but if you want to get it, it seems that Dual Eye is the easiest. There was also Wushu, but he joined that organization, so forget it. The young man has his own pride, but he also has his own plans. At their level, it is very normal to borrow external forces for their own use. Fighting and killing are the last resort. Time slowly came to March. In the imperial capital in March, the nobles officially ended their winter hibernation and began to exude their majesty in the spring. With the beginning of spring planting, nobles of all sizes are also considering their own positions while busy. Currently, there is a competition between the eldest prince and the third prince, but it seems that it is still unclear who will win. The eldest prince controls the imperial guards, has the support of 2 generals in the military, and has the support of nobles of all sizes, but the 6th prince is not bad either. He even got the joint support of some wizards in the imperial mage corps. The support of wizards is much more important than the support of the military. Before the new year, he got the support of the most dazzling genius of the year, Yunuo from the Edward family. The imperial capital was full of twists and turns this spring. However, it is said that the 6th prince also controlled another power. During the period when the nobles were the most violent, he directly destroyed some of the nobles' underground industries, but instead occupied the upper hand in the process of fighting and got a certain share in the military. This is the most bizarre. The 3rd prince had just returned to the yard when a whistle came from behind. He hurriedly turned back and saw a man in black half kneeling behind him. He nodded and said, "What's the matter? Why is it so urgent?" The man saw the 3rd prince nod and said hurriedly, "It's something that the 3rd prince has asked us to pay attention to. Alexander's people are going to put pressure on Dole. It is said that they are going to propose to the Honor Wizard Alliance through the Council of Elders to exile the 7th level Hellhound." George frowned. "Why?" The man said, "According to the information we have received so far, the Alexander family should be after the Black Corpse Worm and the Sky Frost Worm. The Alexander family has scarab beetles and 9 poison centipedes. They really want the other types of ancient great strange worms. George thought about it. The 10 ancient strange insects were indeed very powerful. Each one should not be underestimated. It was understandable that the Alexander family wanted these too. So he said, if the Hellhound is expelled, then the power of Dole will be greatly reduced. This method is great, but will the Honor Wizard Alliance agree? He lowered his head to think. The man said, if the Alexander family has enough chips, the Honor Wizard Alliance should agree. Prince George, don't forget that one of the elders of the Honor Wizard Alliance is from the Alexander family. George's face changed slightly when he thought of this. If that person exerts force, it is indeed possible. No, I have to participate. When they have a meeting, I will also attend. The man smiled and said, I will inform your highness if there is any news. George nodded. He thought about the power in his hands. It seems that the chances of winning are not low, so the corners of his mouth curled up. If you want to move Dole, you have to ask if I agree or not. Dole is his lucky star. Although he paid a lot of price, he got more rewards from him. The conquest of Albiz Mountain also had a great impact on him. After all, it was originally his place. It seems that he has to push forward the issue of the pardon of Albiz Mountain. It can't be delayed for too long, otherwise it will be disadvantageous to both of them. Thinking of this, he said, help me continue to pay attention to things targeting Dole. I want to know what those large wizard families think. What do they think of such a genius? The man nodded and said, I will follow your instructions. After that, he slowly stood up, then quickly retreated and disappeared into the air. The third prince has been in charge of Huangying for a long time, and has become accustomed to their elusive way. Standing there and thinking for a while, he turned around and walked directly outside. He wanted to meet with the Internal Affairs officer to discuss this matter. Emperor Yale stood in front of the map, looking at the Albiz Mountains in the north, with a slight smile on his face. His third son had the ability, but his own strength was too weak. If he could make full use of his own means, he could still conquer this place. But he didn't expect that he would turn around and sell it to someone else, and that person actually conquered it. Chapter 734. The Empire's territory has expanded by more than 700 kilometers, and Emperor Yale is still very proud. It's just because of some interests that the pardon process has not been able to proceed. Several families are opposed, especially the Edward family, which is simply disgusting. At this time, Emperor Yale felt the last movement, so he asked without turning his head, "What's the matter?" A voice behind him said softly, "Emperor, it's about the third prince." "Oh, tell me." The voice told the story of the third prince, and the Alexander family, and the Edward family. Emperor Yale thought about it, and found it very interesting. A person and territory thousands of kilometers away actually had such a great influence on Xiao Sanner. It was really strange. He thought about it and said, "Continue to observe and come to report at any time." The man said, and his breath quickly disappeared in the hall. Emperor Yale thought for a moment and said, "Come here." A rustling sound came from the door behind him. "Your Majesty. Summon the Ministry of Internal Affairs to remake the map, include the scope of the Albiz Mountains, and convene a meeting of the Ministry of Internal Affairs to prepare to pardon the city of Albiz." A voice came from behind, "Yes, Your Majesty. What Xiao Sanner can't do, I will do for him. Anyway, the throne should be his. Although the eldest son is in charge of the Imperial Guards, the Imperial Guards have given him power and limited his vision, making it difficult for him to enter the upper class. But I can't let Xiao Sanner have it too easy, and let the eldest son know about it. In fact, this matter is quite interesting. It's interesting to watch my own sons fighting." Emperor Yale thought so heartlessly. The imperial capital was in turmoil. Because of Emperor Yale's order, the entire Ministry of Internal Affairs began to be in chaos. Making a map is not such a simple matter. The first thing is to remeasure, which requires sending people to the north. The second thing is to take back the previous map. The third thing is to hold a meeting to discuss the title of the marquis. This has two aspects. The first thing is to confirm the title of the other party. The second thing is simple, which is to let people go to the state and province to complete the report. Emperor Yale asked people to complete it within a month. The people in the Ministry of Internal Affairs were a little messy. At the normal speed, they could not reach the Albiz Mountains in a month, so they had to spend some money, such as riding a flying monster. There are various means of transportation in the imperial capital. The flying monster is the most luxurious. Although the Ministry of Internal Affairs is usually poor, it can still take out money at this time. With the arrival of spring, matters around Albiz City are progressing slowly. 14 of the 15 towns around the city set up by Dole were quickly sold under the publicity around them. There is one left. It's not that it can't be sold, but he doesn't want to sell it. That place is reserved for his own people. He recruited some earth wizards to reset and open up the road. He advanced at a speed of 10 kilometers a day. The progress is not slow, but the cost is a bit higher, but it is faster than manual labor. Tawa is in charge of this matter. He is very concerned. As a level 6 master, it is more than enough to protect the construction workers. As for other things, there are naturally other people in charge. Road construction, setting up resource points, and purchasing food, most of these are handled by Dole, and part of them are handled by the caravans of several nobles. The Ryan family monopolizes the food business, and they provide all the food supplies, which goes without saying. Ash is married here, and the Albise Mountains are a major transportation route. If they are opened in the future, it will also be of great benefit to the Ryan family and other families. Naturally, they are very concerned and have all the necessary supplies. As for wood, there is no shortage of wood everywhere in the wilderness, but now there is a shortage of stone. So, as soon as spring comes, the first thing the city lord's mansion has to open is the road leading to the Albise Mountains. Dole asked the Earth Wizard Tower to build this road. It will be more than 10 kilometers a day, and it will be open soon. The next step is to recruit transport teams, plus the teams of each family, all the way to the mountains. The Albise Mountains are surrounded by storms, and look like a storm hell, which is very terrifying, but as long as the storm shrinks slightly, a large area of the mountain will be exposed for craftsmen to collect stones. With full support, everything is going on at the fastest speed. This is how the world is. As long as there is enough interest, you can get the best effect you want. If Dole spends money quickly enough, the effect he gets will naturally be enough. Aiden sat in the yard, looking angry. Damn it, the Great Yale actually pushed this matter forward personally. It can't be delayed. I wanted to give Dole a warning. He thought about it, and immediately said to the people below, how much money do you have now? Buy as much land as you can in Area A. Once the Empire officially establishes a county, the nature will be completely different, because a formal county can have garrisons. With the attention paid by the Rhine family here, it is natural that at least a 10,000-man regiment will be sent, and it may be a top-notch regiment. The power of the Albise Mountains has been established. The man said cautiously, Master, I just received news from the city lord's mansion that the price of all the land has doubled. Do you still want to buy it? Dole's news is faster than anyone else. He uses the Wizard Channel, and George passed it to him from the Empire Mage Corps using the Wizard Tower. The speed is much faster than others. They are still on the way to receive information, and they have already started to raise the price of the city's land. Why is it so fast? It is because the officially sealed city has the support of the Empire, garrisons, city guards, and support for materials. The Emperor didn't know what was wrong. A large number of materials are on the way. According to their route, they should be able to get here in the summer. He doesn't need to worry about the garrison. There are naturally nobles who need to take over. As long as he is not a moron, he can be promoted or even promoted to a noble title after playing here for a few years. The fiefdom is not only a source of money, but also a tool for nobles to exchange interests. As long as it is well managed, everything will be fine. He has now spread the reputation of the pharmacist. Many people go to the Glory Wizard Alliance every day to ask about potions. Some people even come from the east. There will be no problem with the sales of potions in the future. He is now thinking about whether to spread the reputation of the Super Vitality Potion. There are actually many potions with this effect, and there are many natural treasures that can achieve this effect. Each one is super expensive, and it is extremely difficult to ask for one. Although the Super Vitality Potion is also difficult, it is much easier than other things. There are many plant creatures with strong vitality in this world. This can attract many high-level strongmen. But this is not okay. The high-level strongmen are too destructive, and it is easy to cause trouble. Duo-I felt a little melancholy. He had too many cards in his hand, and it was difficult to play them. Chapter 735. Dole estimated that it would take another month for the people from the Imperial Household Department and the Northwest Household Department to come, so there was no rush now. In fact, this was also the process. Basically, all the things were provided by myself. I just hoped that no one would cause trouble for me, so that I could pass smoothly. Among the people here now, especially the guy Eden, he was the most likely to cause trouble. When Dole thought of this, his clone sitting in the city lord's mansion raised his head and shouted outside, "Come here." A middle-aged man walked in from the door, bowed slightly, and said, "Lord City Lord." Dole glanced at him and smiled slightly. "Please ask the head of the Eden family to come and say that I have something to discuss. In addition, please ask the person from the Alexander family to come as well." Although the Glory Empire is harmonious, there are also many private struggles. Alexander's people are causing trouble for themselves, and even want to mobilize the power of the empire to exile Baal. This is simply intolerable. The Xianxia worm and Tianchuang worm can even be handed over, but Baal cannot be exiled. If it is exiled to a very dangerous world, it will be harmful to it. Alexandria's people are pushing him to a dead end, which is something Dole cannot tolerate. The person at the door looked at Dole in confusion, thought for a few seconds, and replied, "It's the master." Dole smiled and looked at him, saying, "Be nicer and say you have something to discuss." The man nodded, apologized, and turned away. Dole looked at his back as he left, and his face suddenly darkened. This person was naturally one of the spies sent by the local government. He brought this person to his side, and consciously wanted him to obtain some wrong information and then pass it on. For example, now, he is smiling and inviting people to come, but in fact he is preparing to suppress the two families. He knows the pieces of land that the other party wants, but he will never give them to them. This is one of the strategies. The right to sell land is all in his hands, and the empire cannot interfere. This is Dole's current power. In the courtyard of the Edward family, after the news came in, Eden sat in his seat and thought for a moment. He naturally got the news of the family, and used the information channels of the wizards. However, the situation in the imperial capital is more complicated now. The things decided by the emperor must have results, but it is not certain how long this result will come out. Their Edward family naturally contributed, and will try their best to delay this matter, and then find ways to get more land. Once the city of Albise is officially canonized, and the roads here are repaired, it will be the most important trade route city in the north in the future. Doing business here is much better than other places. So some places must be taken, especially some towns along the way. They have already taken one, and the competition in other places is too fierce, so it is not easy for them to take. Why did Dole call him over? Was he going to beg for mercy? With that little guy's temper, I'm afraid he wouldn't. He thought about it, but without thinking too much, he summoned the guards to escort him to the city lord's mansion. There are wizard towers in Albise City, so there shouldn't be any problems inside, but now there are outsiders coming here every day, and the personnel are complicated, so we must be on guard. He quickly arrived at the door of the city lord's mansion. It was noon at this time. When he arrived at the door and got off the carriage, he saw another team also arrived at the door, and his eyes suddenly fixed. Rictuo got off the carriage and saw Aiden at the door. Both of them had very fast information channels, and knew what happened. Their hearts sank at the same time. Was Dole going to warn them, or was he ready to compromise? Given the current strength of the other party, it should be a warning. Aiden waved to Rictuo, and Rictuo hurried over with a gloomy face. There were actually a lot of people at the door of the city lord's mansion. When Aiden came, people around him looked over. After all, this was someone from the imperial capital. Among the families in Albise City, the Edward family, and even the Rhine family had never given face. The other family was also very powerful. When the two families were combined, except for Dole who could deal with them, I am afraid no one dared to go against each other. Some people around wanted to come up and get close to him, while some stayed away. The atmosphere at the door of the city lord's mansion was a little quiet for a while. Rictuo was frightened by Dole last time, and he had long held a grudge, so this time he was followed by someone, a strong man sent by the family, a level 7 warrior. Although not a wizard, his combat power was also considerable. He looked at Eden and said carefully, "You also know the news?" Eden nodded and said, "Our Edward family also gets news very quickly. The question now is what Dole is going to do. His news should not be slow either. After all, with the third prince here, he knows more about many things than you and I." Rictuo thought about it, and did not tell the family that they were going to target Dole through the Glory Wizard Alliance. So he said, "The general situation is clear. The Ministry of Internal Affairs is coming to survey the terrain, and it is estimated that it will just be a process. The specific survey data should be directly obtained from Dole." Eden said, "Emperor Yale has spoken, and now we can only delay. The matter must have been settled. Forget it, let's go in and see how Dole plans to deal with us." Rictuo had a headache, so he nodded. Now he didn't know how much Dole knew. If he knew everything, he would probably leave here quickly, otherwise he would die without knowing how. He was a little gloomy. The two said a few words, and then walked into the city lord's mansion together. The city lord's mansion was not completed. The outside was still temporary, and the formal city lord's mansion behind was still under construction. So the setting inside was very cramped, and many departments were together. Only Dole occupied the entire top floor, which was his privilege. The two brought people, and quickly came to the top floor, and stood at the door of Dole's office. The door was very, very quiet, completely different from the noisy hall below. The middle-aged man standing at the door looked at the two people, without seeing how many people they brought, and smiled directly. The master invites everyone to come in. Eden calmed down, glanced at Ricto, who was pretending to be pretentious, nodded, and the two led the way inside. Eden only brought 2 guards, who were relatively strong, both at level 6, and Ricto brought a level 7 warrior. In the newly started Albee City, the combat effectiveness of these 3 guards can be said to be very high, almost representing a powerful force. This is the Northwest, not the imperial capital. Dole, who was writing at his desk, raised his head, focused his eyes on the door, and saw Eden and Ricto coming in. Ricto was scared by him last time, and he was not transferred back. It was a miracle. He glanced at the two people, expressionless, even stood up, waved his hand, and said, "Please sit down, Xiao Liuzi, go prepare drinks." The middle-aged man standing at the door heard this address. His mouth twitched slightly, and then he said respectfully yes, and left the door. Duo-Eye glanced at the guards behind the 2 men, with an almost expressionless face, and even a solemn expression, and slowly said, "You 2 families are really full of talents, and you can easily bring out level 6 and 7 warriors." Chapter 736. Hearing the tone, Eden knew that Dole was going to cause trouble for them today, and exchanged glances with Ricto next to him. Eden found a random seat and sat down, pretending not to hear anything at this time, and laughed. "Lord Dole is joking, which shows that our family attaches great importance to Albee City, so we have so much power. If it is other places that need to be developed, it may not be me who comes." Ricto naturally saw that Dole might cause trouble for them today. After hearing Eden's explanation, he hurriedly followed, "Yes, that's right. Albee City has a superior geographical environment and pleasant scenery. It is also a major transportation route connecting Northwest State and North State. As long as the road can be built, the prospects here will naturally be much better than other places, and the family should pay attention to it. These are all things on the surface, and Ricto can talk about them easily. His purpose is still the Xianxia worm and Tianshuang worm." The atmosphere in the hall was a bit solemn, and Dole's expression was still so cold, which made the 2 of them a little uneasy. Dole's current power was too strong, and he could easily deal with the high-level 7th stage. Without the support of the family masters, the 2 of them were really a little nervous. This is the Northwest, not the central provinces, where they can mobilize forces to suppress at will. Dole looked at Eden, then at Ricto, and his cold voice continued to sound, "I just received some news. I don't know if it is accurate, so please ask the 2 of you to verify it." He looked at Eden, his eyes were slightly stern. "The Edward family is doing its utmost to obstruct the closure of Albee City. Is it true or not?" The hall was suddenly dead silent, and even several guards were so shocked by Dole's straightforward words that they dared not breathe. Albee City is now in full swing, and all the nobles are busy. If people knew that their Edward family had been obstructing in the imperial capital, then their Edward family would immediately become the target of public criticism in the city, and even in the Northwest. This is absolutely unacceptable. Eden's face suddenly became ugly. "I don't know where Lord Dole heard the news from. This must be incorrect. Otherwise, why would our family come here to invest? And it is tens of millions of gold coins at a time. Naturally, we hope to join the construction of Albee City. Our family is also preparing to make a second phase of investment and take over the ownership of a small town. How could we obstruct it? The person who gave you the news must be joking." He tried his best to defend himself. Singing against a true genius wizard, he must not really know. Dole looked at Eden and said with a fake smile, "When I become an 8th-level pharmacist, I will go back to the imperial capital to certify my identity as an 8th-level pharmacist. I will find out by then. If I know that this is the truth, your Edward family will definitely have difficulty in my city, no matter how much you invest." Eden's face turned pale. Dole didn't care about him, and looked at Ricto, suddenly murderous. "From today on, the Alexander family's forces will leave my territory. Without my permission, any forces belonging to the Alexander family, any vassal forces will be expelled, and violators will not be pardoned. Ricto, you can take your people and get out of my city. I will give you 4 hours to deal with the assets left behind." Ricto was stunned, and even Eden next to him was stunned. Is this an ultimatum? And it was an ultimatum in person. Ricto's face turned very ugly. The Alexander family's intention to deal with Dole was really known by the other party. How could a small 6th-level wizard dare to fight against an ancient wizard family with an 8th-level wizard? He stood up and said, "Lord Dole, I respect you as a city lord. You can't do this. You will cause the anger of our family. Dole looked at him, smiling. What your family has done has caused my anger. I don't want to say a word to you. Get out. After saying this word, his momentum pressed hard. In this momentum, it was not only Dole's storm, but also his will as the city lord, all acting on the other party, and the guards behind him. That was the spirit of hundreds of thousands of people, the will of the entire Albiz city, the thriving city prosperity, the determined ordinary working people, and the will of the spirit that Dole, as the city lord, infused into the punishment. Ricto only resisted for less than 0.1 second before he collapsed. When he saw Dole, he seemed to feel the thoughts of everyone in the city. It was such a huge flow of information that it collapsed in an instant. As for the warriors behind him, they also released their fighting spirit in the first time, but the next moment, their fighting spirit collapsed. The two people were directly defeated, and then they left the hall like puppets, and they didn't even know how they came out. Eden also came out with the two of them, and his face was quite ugly. This Dole is really stubborn and does whatever he says. But the strength he has now is really strong. It is useless to rely on the family's reputation. Just look at the end of the Alexander family. Eden thought about it, refused the carriage driver's farewell, and walked back slowly with the guards, thinking as he went back. As for Ricto, he walked back to his residence in a daze, and then woke up suddenly. He roared for a while, then packed up his things in dejection, and left Albiz city quickly. If he really walked slowly, with Dole's temper, it would really kill people. The public security in Albiz city is very good. There is no theft, no robbery, and no other oppression except normal fighting. Once discovered, it will be suppressed at the lightest and executed directly at the worst, without mercy. This is enough to show Dole's determination. He knew that their Edward family might have really kicked the iron plate this time. In less than 10 minutes, Albiz city posted a regional notice to all major forces, major families, and various transportation hubs to expel the Alexander family. When this notice was issued, all families and all forces that knew about it were shocked. The Alexander family, that is the top family in the Western Ring continent. Dole dared to blatantly expel them. This is a big event. Even the leaders of the Rhine family and the Orn family were shocked. However, considering the means Dole now has, they all fell silent again. As long as the opponent's level 8 does not take action, Dole is really fearless. Of course, the most surprised person is not those families, but Axel. As a member of a large wizard force, she knows the horror of those large families the most. It can be said that in the Glory Empire, there is no one or any force that dares to offend these super forces. Even Emperor Yale cannot offend the Alexander family at will. Dole is really in trouble. But Axon was also very excited. After the wizard tower was built, he accumulated elements every day. He had not officially fought with anyone yet. If Alexander's men came, he could also start a business. It would be best if that man came, then he would have a chance to avenge his previous defeat. Chapter 737. However, given the nature of these large families, they would not bother to send out a level 7 to deal with someone who is not even level 7, and would not seek trouble. So this place is safe for the time being. The Alexander family has shot themselves in the foot this time, losing both face and substance. Axel thought about it, and looked at the progress of the wizard tower. There was only 10% of energy left. When the wizard tower is fully charged, test the ability of the wizard tower nearby, master the performance, and go back for revenge in a year or two. March 15th. The road leading to the Albiz Mountains was completely repaired, from the previous muddy path to a road about 15 meters wide. All major families, major forces, including the city lord's mansion, began to recruit stonemasons and workers, and officially began to dig mountains and transport stones. Because it is inside the Albiz Mountains, many forces are ready to move. This is the best opportunity to analyze the storm on the Albiz Mountains. In less than 3 days, the Orn family took the lead in organizing the convoy and manpower and started to work. A large number of people set out from the city gate and headed for the Albiz Mountains, which had become even more terrifying. With the stones, the construction of the city wall could be put on the agenda, and the scope of the city had been basically delineated so far. Dole was also recruiting apprentices to prepare to build other city bodies that needed stones. At this time, the first group of people from Watzenberg also arrived. A large luxury convoy came from the south, passed through Roderick City, and entered the wilderness. Along the way, many caravans encountered the luxury convoy and avoided it, because it was a convoy of the Imperial Ministry of Internal Affairs, and the imperial flag hanging on it was intimidating at first sight. Seeing the convoy of the Ministry of Internal Affairs, many merchants showed joy on their faces. Those who often traveled the route of Duching and Roderick City knew that as long as the Albise route was built, they would not have to spend so much effort. Walking more than 1,000 kilometers would not save much manpower and material resources. Although the Bayuan Mountains were next door, the current power of Dole wizards was enough for them to take the route they planned with confidence. After all, the Albise Mountains were a lesson learned, and they were eager for the people of the Ministry of Internal Affairs to arrive in Albise City as soon as possible. So many caravans gave way. The convoy came slowly all the way and slowly entered the wilderness. At this time, a curtain in the convoy was opened, and a man with a solemn face poked his head out from inside and looked at the boundary between the two sides. With a glance, he discovered a lot of things. There had obviously been some fighting in this place, and the boundary between the two sides was very vague. The road extending from the wasteland was built all the way to Roderick City. At the end of the road, Roderick City seemed to be occupied by a small lord, and a new town was being built nearby. Passing through this town, the roads inside and outside were completely different. The roads in Albise City were very smooth and obviously had been treated, while the roads in Roderick City were obviously only maintained by the caravans, and the roads were full of deep ruts. Building roads makes money, and enclosing land makes you lose yourself. The middle-aged man nodded slightly. At this time, he raised his head, and saw a pair of carriages and horses coming from the wasteland at a very fast speed. There were flags on the caravan, but I didn't recognize them, but I could see that the people inside were very relaxed, and there should be no danger along the way. The caravan saw the luxury convoy, slowly slowed down, and took the initiative to stand on the side of the road. The luxury convoy slowly passed the caravan. Just as it was about to pass, someone in the caravan suddenly shouted, "The adults in the Ministry of Internal Affairs, please hurry up. We have been waiting for a long time, haha." There was a burst of laughter from the caravan, and then slowly got on the road and soon disappeared at the end of the road. The middle-aged man saw it all. He called out, and soon, two people rode up from behind. These two people were also dressed extraordinary, and had a calm demeanor. The middle-aged man said, "What do you think?" One of them thought for a moment and looked at the flat road ahead. "The road should be good, but I don't know what it's like inside." Another person said, "If the road can be built here, and it is still well maintained, the manager can't be bad. To get rich, build roads first. As a lord, if you don't build roads, you will only burn yourself." The middle-aged man nodded, thinking of his own tasks. He felt a little headache. On the one hand, he had to be as soon as possible, and on the other hand, he had to delay. Now he didn't know what to do. He only hoped that Delay's attitude would be slightly worse, so he would have a chance to find fault. However, the other party had a whole group of wizard towers, which he built with his own hands, and his own strength was extremely terrifying. He didn't dare to act rashly. If he died here, or died in this wasteland, the imperial capital would only say that he was not doing a good job. Maybe his death would also implicate the family, so it was a headache. Let's take a look first. It doesn't take time for us to measure, the first person said meaningfully. Another person had a different opinion. The Albise Mountains are an important transportation link between the Northwest and the North. Governor de Rouliad and Governor Gustav of Montana have already suggested to the imperial capital that it should be handled quickly, so we can't delay any more. I know that several major families have spoken to you too, but we are not in the imperial capital now. They were already very slow on the road. If they delayed too long, someone would have already disagreed. The third prince alone sent someone to send messages to urge them 4 times. The middle-aged man nodded and said, "Okay, let's go through the procedures for this matter. We have delayed too long, and have explained to those families. If we don't complete the things that Emperor Yale ordered, it will be difficult to report back. Since the roads here are unobstructed, let's speed up a bit." Dole has recently reduced some of his spies. The Public Security Bureau and the Military Bureau have been deployed in place, and the people coming from Watzenberg have been arranged, so he is not aware of the things in the southern part of the wilderness. The main reason for taking back most of the Xianxia worms and Tianshuang worms was that he was afraid that someone would specifically hunt his clones, especially the Alexander family. After expelling Ricto, although there was no trouble, he clearly felt that something was wrong. From the several times that Alan sent him letters, the situation in the imperial capital was really not optimistic. The power of the Alexander family was so terrifying that even the words of a prince, who was about to ascend the throne, were not very effective. So now, apart from the summary of various places, he didn't know what was happening in the wilderness. When the convoy was about to arrive at the first town entering Albise City, he got the news that people from the Ministry of Internal Affairs had arrived. Dole himself didn't have many ideas. He set a few people to show the way, and then waited in the city lord's mansion with peace of mind. If it wasn't a level 6 wizard or above, he wouldn't have to go out to greet him in person. Recently, the storm field has become quiet, and the storm realm has gradually become perfect. He will also start practicing, and leave the city building to others, just waiting to collect money. The 9-layer Storm Sun meditation method has reached the last layer, reaching a new realm. From here on, the meditation method has come to an end. Whether you can achieve something in the future depends entirely on your personal understanding and personal qualifications. Based on the meditation method, whatever rules you can understand is what rules you have. What achievements you can make in the rules depends entirely on your personal ideas and will, which is something no one can predict. Chapter 738. Some people spent their first half of their lives doing nothing in meditation, but after reaching the 9th level, they suddenly became enlightened and rose to prominence, with their combat effectiveness soaring to the sky. Some people have made great achievements in meditation, and can even improve meditation to make it more appropriate and faster to practice, but after reaching the 7th level, their speed will be very slow, and they will not be able to comprehend the power of rules. Dole himself has seen many examples, such as Axel, who is the first type, and Bale is the second type. The speed of Warcraft's practice is slow, and coupled with the problem of talent, it is even more difficult to advance. According to Bale, he is now more than 3,000 years old, and has not yet been promoted to the 8th level. This shows how difficult it is to advance. Although Dole is not the 7th level, the Golden Corpse is the 7th level. He knows a little about the rules that the Golden Corpse comprehends, and the rules contained in the Tower of Babel, and understands the meaning of the rules. Rules also have different levels, and the depth of comprehension is also divided into different levels. Levels 1 to 3 are considered entry-level, levels 4 to 6 are intermediate, and levels 7 to 9 are advanced. According to the depth of the rules that are comprehended, the combat power is naturally different. Those who comprehend the 9th level of rules can kill those who comprehend the 1st or 2nd level in a few minutes. This is the difference. The reason why Ball can crush Archaeopteryx is the same. The comprehension of the rules is different. And Axa can directly beat the 3-headed dragon lizard. One is that she has reached the high level of level 7, and has 3 rule abilities above level 7. Although the 3-headed dragon lizard is also the same, he is a monster, and is not as good as Axu in using it. The comprehension and application of rules are 2 completely different levels. As the domain deepened, Dole almost reached a deeper level in the 9-layer meditation method. Although only a few months had passed, with the powerful bonus of the storm domain, he was getting deeper and deeper on the road to the 6th level, almost touching that level. He had many 7th level people around him, and he could learn about them at any time, but these 7th level people didn't seem very reliable. Not to mention Ball, the Warcraft relied on the flesh and blood. Although the combat power was strong, he couldn't explain it. Currently, only Axo could communicate. But for Axo, this woman, Dole could only shake his head and smile bitterly. Being with her, there was a risk of being teased at any time, so it was better not to communicate. As for the entire Albiz Mountain, with the expansion of the storm domain, it is basically abandoned now. Even the medicinal herbs in the mountain are now facing a situation without sunlight, and slowly dying. There is no way. When occupying the territory, I didn't consider so many problems. I just wanted to occupy it first. However, when Dole enters the 7th level in the future, he will slowly withdraw the storm domain, and then this mountain range will return to its previous state. After reaching level 7, Dole didn't even want to stay in this place. He would just stay somewhere deserted, or go directly to the North Pole to communicate with the Arctic storm. It seems that it would be good to go to the sea. However, it is a very long process to go from level 6 to level 7, so let's get a piece of territory first. After confirming these things, Dole didn't really care about the city construction and concentrated on cultivation. In the imperial capital, in an academy that looks like a college, Leona frowned and looked at the person in front of her. This is the most famous playboy in the empire. I don't know why he has set his sights on me. It's really annoying. She opened her own defense equipment and forcibly passed through the crowd, and then a group of people behind her kept making various mocking voices. Leona was ashamed and angry, but there was nothing she could do. This is the imperial capital, not the Northwest. If it were in the Northwest, she would have to reward them with a few witchcrafts first. She turned a corner, and finally got rid of those people. She came to the pavilion in front of her where birds were singing and flowers were fragrant. She saw those familiar figures, and relaxed her spirit at once. Eugene, Gretel, and Jeline, all 3 were there, and there were also a few good companions. Now Gretel has been promoted to level 5, but she, Eugene, and Jillian are not. Gretel is now one of the hottest talents in the imperial capital. She is invited by many nobles every day, but Gretel generally does not join a certain camp. As soon as she came over, she heard them discussing Dole's affairs. At first, no one in the imperial capital knew about Dole's affairs. Recently, because of the title conferment, the imperial capital was in an uproar. Even the students who came to the Imperial Academy to study knew about it, and started discussing it. But by the time they knew about it, Dole was already level 6. You know, he was a few years younger than them. Leona couldn't say anything for a while, but Gretel and Eugene were jealous and envious. Now he was going to be conferred a title, and it was a marquis. This title was not ordinary. From top to bottom in the empire, there are 5 levels of dukes, marquises, earls, viscounts, and men, and the marquis is ranked 2nd. This shows that. When Eugene saw Leona coming, he stood up excitedly, waved his hand, and then said to Gretel, "When we all reach level 5, let's go to the north to see Dole. That guy is really amazing." Leona calmed down at this time, looking at Eugene, feeling a little resentful in her heart. This guy was very heartless. She walked over slowly, trying to keep herself calm. But although Eugene was small at this time, he looked at Leona with doubts. "Were you harassed by them again?" Eugene asked doubtfully. Leona didn't want to cause trouble, so she just said, "I ran into those people when I came here just now." Eugene was very happy just now, but now his face immediately turned gloomy. Seeing this, Gretel and Jillian's interest in talking about Dole decreased a little. They didn't know how Dole had experienced it. Anyway, after they came to the imperial capital, the 4 of them had all kinds of troubles. This place was full of human relationships, which was not conducive to promotion. Only because of Gretel's meditation method, they were promoted quickly. Gretel is at least a level 5, who was promoted before the age of 30. He is considered a genius in the imperial capital. He stood up and said, "Let's go and see." Jillian hurriedly pulled Gretel aside and said, "What's the use of seeing them? Can we beat them?" Eugene was a little depressed at this time. He really couldn't beat them. His teeth were clattering, but there was no way. Gretel saw Eugene's uncomfortable look, so he comforted Eugene, "As long as they don't do it, we have no reason to do it. Otherwise, let's go now, leave here, go to Dole, maybe we can be promoted on the way." It is very difficult to promote from level 4 to level 5. It requires will, spirit, and physical training. After staying here for so long, they have no way to be promoted, so they have basically given up. It will take at least 2 months to get from the imperial capital to the north. If they hone their skills on the way, maybe they can succeed. Jillian disagreed at this time. "It is so prosperous here. Why should we go to that poor place in the northwest?" She didn't want to go. Chapter 739. Leona looked at Eugene worriedly, then at Gretel. Seeing that they had calmed down, she slowly said, "It's okay to go to the north. Anyway, there's no point here. We are wizards, and shouldn't stay in the city. I want to learn puppet manipulation recently. It just so happens that there are resources in Dole. It's not bad to go there. As long as we can be promoted to level 5, or even level 6 like Dole, then no one will be afraid of us." Eugene agreed deeply when he heard this. Here, although he seemed to have the halo of a genius, he was actually very aggrieved, because people here competed with each other in terms of background and power. There were so many geniuses that they would be insignificant if they were thrown here. They even thought about what it would be like if Dole came here. With his personality, he would probably fight with people every day. Wassenberg was still a little peaceful, but it was different in the imperial capital. There were too many geniuses, and many of them were looking for people to fight. They would open battle barriers at any time, which could scare people to death. Greta had fought with others countless times, with wins and losses, and finally established himself as a genius in the northwest. But if it was Dole, that guy would fight to the death if he didn't fight. I'm afraid these geniuses here won't have a good life. You can leave, but before you leave, you can beat them up," Eugene said unwillingly. Dole was immersed in cultivation until the people from the Ministry of Internal Affairs arrived, and then he condensed his clone from the city lord's mansion and received them in person. He walked out of the city lord's mansion and saw the people standing at the door. There were really a lot of people, with 2 squadrons of guards. These people had very strong blood and energy, and were very powerful. In addition to the guards, there were 12 other people. The middle-aged man standing in the middle should be the leader. He seemed to be covered with something that was hard to explain. It seemed that he had a very strong defense. Although his own strength was not high, he had a certain aura. Wherever he stood, he was intimidating without anger, making it difficult to predict. Next to the middle-aged man, there were two young men. One seemed to be hostile to him, and the other was non-committal, as if he was here for tourism. Dole walked up to the middle-aged man with a welcoming smile and said slowly, "Welcome, welcome, I am Dole, the manager of this city." The middle-aged man took a look at the city lord's mansion and did not express any thoughts about this simple city lord's mansion. It must be demolished in the future. Just now, when he saw the open space behind the city lord's mansion, he knew that this was just a temporary building. Other places in the whole city are well organized, and each pattern seems to have been considered, but the city lord's mansion is too casual. He saw Dole. Good man, he was really too young. You wouldn't think he was the city lord who had knocked down the Albise Mountains. The Albise Mountains in the distance were too amazing. The storm field above was simply the nightmare of all creatures. It was too scary. He was unconsciously shorter than him. Seeing Dole coming over, he smiled kindly. It's true that heroes emerge from youth. When I was your age, I was still playing with those young people in the imperial capital. People can't be compared. Let me introduce myself. I am the Foreign Affairs Director of the Ministry of Internal Affairs, Middle, and these two are my deputies, Aston and Yama. Mittel wanted to introduce the other party as being from that family, but after thinking about it, he didn't say it out loud. For the young man in front of him, introducing the family was meaningless. Behind Mittel, Aston and Yama had different expressions. Aston smiled, while Yama smiled reluctantly. Aston said at this time, "I have heard of Lord Dole's feat from far away in the imperial capital. This is something that no prince can do. The Albise Mountains are the key passage to restrict the northwest and the north. If the passage over there can be opened, Lord Dole will be a great contribution to future generations." Yama couldn't help but say something good at this time. After coming here, what he saw and heard was indeed a bit shocking. This Lord Dole, in terms of means and courage, is a top person, far from being comparable to those young men who only know how to have fun in the imperial capital. Compared with Lord Dole, we are simply incompetent. I hope that Lord Dole will take care of us in the future and help us as much as possible to save us a lot of trouble. Dole smiled and nodded. He naturally didn't care what the three said or did. At this time he said, "Of course, it is my responsibility to cooperate with the Ministry of Internal Affairs. I actually have a detailed map here. If you don't mind, you can actually pack it up and take it away." Mittel smiled slightly. That would be the best, but there are some key places that we still have to take a look at, such as the passage that Lord Dole wants to build through the middle of two mountains. Dole nodded. I named that road the Northwest Passage. Now I am recruiting craftsmen and workers. When the number of people is enough, we will start working directly. I asked people to use the 6th level wizard tower to assist. If the speed is fast, it can be opened within half a year. Hiss. Mittel took a breath of cold air. It was really a luxury to use the wizard tower directly. No wonder the road was built impeccably all the way here. It seemed that the wizard was directly asked to do it. The cost was not small. However, when I thought of the other party's identity, he held 2 positions, and just issued the task directly, which was a lot easier. Okay, as long as the passage can be opened, the Empire's army will be able to travel across the north, and no longer be afraid of the monsters rampaging in the Baiyuan Mountains. As long as the road is built, the army can arrive at any time. Mittel was excited. As a foreign affairs officer in charge of the Empire's territory, he was very excited. Dole nodded and said, "Please come in first. That's all tomorrow's business. You are tired from the journey. Rest for a few days first. I will have someone entertain you for a few days, and take a walk around the area." His subtext was very clear. You can do whatever you want. I won't serve you. Mittel also understood what Dole said, so he nodded. Originally, the surveying and mapping is our own business. If Lord Dole can produce results that we can see, then we can save the effort. Now that the city is just established, it is understandable that Lord Dole is busy. Yama wanted to say something, but seeing that Aston didn't want to talk at all and kept his mouth shut, he didn't dare to say more. A small city lord, no matter how powerful he is, has to act according to their faces. After all, it was the Ministry of Internal Affairs that decided to establish this city. I didn't expect Dole to be so disrespectful to them. It's really hateful. But the adults didn't say anything, so he naturally couldn't say anything. Dole led the people in, and without much contact, he sent his men down. He sent those men with problems. Although these people had problems, they were all smart people. There was no problem with dealing with people, and they handled it better than he did. After finishing the things here, he went to do his own things. It is already April, and the road construction is real. The recruitment of craftsmen and workers, as well as the arrival of the garrison from Watzenberg, have all arrived. Chapter 740. The people coming from Watzenberg are also very interesting. It was originally agreed that my father-in-law and his family would come, but it turned out that Ivy came in the end. He led an army and stationed outside the city. He arrived yesterday and has not reported today. It is said that he needs to rest. As the biological brother of Ash, this position is not low. Dole did not care about them. He left everything behind and went to the Albise Mountains to concentrate on understanding the rules of magic. Duching. I heard that the people from the Ministry of Internal Affairs have arrived. The middle-aged man looked at his subordinates majestically and asked in confusion, "Did the people from Roderick City not intercept them?" The subordinate smiled bitterly and replied, "We intercepted them, but it was useless." In fact, the people coming were very slow on the road. From February to April, the journey was actually very long. The middle-aged man raised his eyebrows. It seems that someone in the imperial capital is also involved. This matter is quite fast. He thought for a moment and said, "Prepare my horse. I'm going to Albise City to meet the Lord of Dole. By the way, you can inform the Lord of Roderick's mansion. He should go there too." The man nodded and said, "Yes, I send someone to send a message." At the same time, in the wilderness outside Roderick City, Richter also welcomed his backup. No, it should be said that he was the one who took over, a handsome and stern young man who looked younger than him. In the deserted wilderness, surrounded by a forest, at this time, in the open space of the forest, the young man walked out of the quiet forest step by step. Richter was in the tent at this time. Hearing the movement outside, he hurriedly stood up and saw the young man at a glance. He was shocked at this time. Why is he here? Why is he here? What is the family going to do? The Alexander family has many factions, including various aspects, alchemy schools, pharmacist schools, etc. In addition to these, there are many schools of foreign diplomacy, some advocate war, some advocate killing, and some advocate peace. This is the youngest and strongest person in the pro-war faction. He is only in his 40s this year, but he is already a 6th level wizard, very powerful. Is he here to cause trouble? He went up to him. His eyes were not on the other party, but on the forest in the distance, thinking in his mind. The guards outside also stopped their actions and saluted. "Master Mavic. Brother Mavic." Richter came to Mavic at this time and bowed slightly. Mavic nodded. Although he looked sharp, he was also a little tired. "Richter, the family doesn't blame you. I will teach him a lesson." Richter smiled bitterly and said, "There is a top level 7 expert stationed in the Glory Wizard Alliance. Don't do anything stupid, brother." Mavic snorted coldly, his expression full of disdain. What is there to be afraid of for a person who is being chased by the Fire Wudong organization like a stray dog? Richter smiled bitterly and said, "That was in the past. I have observed it carefully. The woman has recovered and has also obtained a level 7 wizard tower. She is no longer the same as before. She was one of the people who fought back the level 7 in the Baiyuan Mountains 2 days ago." Mavic was stunned for a moment. He didn't know this information. He thought about it, and a hint of fierceness appeared in his eyes. He said, "Don't worry about it. I will go to meet him first. I brought the scarab this time, and I must compete with the opponent's Xianxia worm." The Glory Empire has a clear division of young geniuses. There are so many top geniuses, who are they, and there is a clear list, no one is exempt. There are so many high-level geniuses, who are they? There are so many geniuses, who are they? And now Dole, the ice and snow goddess Daphne of the Glory family, and Augustine of their Alexander family are all top geniuses on the Glory Empire list. They are terrifying wizards, who have been promoted to level 6 before the age of 30. This has never happened in the history of the Empire. As a top genius, Victor is not convinced. Daphne is a princess, he dare not offend her too much, and he doesn't see her usually. At most, he can talk a few words. Augustine is the most powerful genius launched by the family, he is indeed convinced, but he has to meet Dole. Geniuses will never be convinced, at least the competition in the imperial capital is very fierce. There are a few geniuses from the northwest in the imperial capital, but they are not worth mentioning. They are not even at level 5 at the age of 30. They can only be considered high-level geniuses. Only Gretel is worth looking at. The meditation method he practices is a bit weird. The others are not worth mentioning. Most of the geniuses are distributed in the south. There are basically no people in the north. On the one hand, the south is rich in resources, and the climate conditions are very suitable. On the other hand, the struggle in the south is more intense than that in the north. The population in the north is smaller, far worse than that of the male side. There are actually differences between the east and the west. After all, the east is dominated by various pharmacists, while the west is dominated by various powerful fire wizards. The north and the south have their own characteristics. In short, they are different. Rikduo led his men out of the forest in the wasteland. He was expelled by Dole, so he had no choice but to leave here. Mavic continued to head north, and went to Albi's city in stealth. As he walked, he explored the surroundings to see the development prospects here. He wanted to see how big the gap was between Dole, who was defined as a top genius by the Glory Wizard Alliance, and himself. Once the strength reaches level 6, the world can basically go anywhere, and the speed is not slow. Soon, he saw the huge Albi's mountain in the distance, and the majestic storm area covering the Albi's mountain. At first glance, the storm was indeed quite amazing. Is this the storm field derived from Dole's meditation method? Hiss. Mavic became cautious. Such a large area of storm field is about 800 to 900 kilometers wide. Such a powerful celestial phenomenon? The other party can control it, and it is still level 6? He swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Even that Princess Daphne does not have such an exaggerated meditation range. He felt gloomy in his heart, and continued to walk forward along the wasteland. Soon, he saw a city that couldn't be simpler. There was no city wall, and only some buildings. There were only 8 level 6 wizard towers in the center, standing tall, exuding a mysterious atmosphere, and shrouding the land with majesty. He was a wizard, so he naturally understood the importance of wizard towers to wizards. Wow, 8 level 6 wizard towers in one go, although not as good as the family, it was also very exaggerated. In the middle of these 8 wizard towers, another red wizard tower stood taller in the center, emitting obscure fire fluctuations. That wizard tower was more powerful and more powerful. Obviously, this was the wizard tower of Axo that Rikduo mentioned. Is there really 7 levels? He counted, and it was indeed 7 levels. How could this crazy woman Axo have so much money? He thought about it. Even if Duolai was the president of the Glory Wizard Union and the city lord, where should he live now? Forget it, observe for a few days first. The Albi's mountains were too exaggerated. He had never seen such an exaggerated range of meditation. Even for those special meditation methods, they only had such an exaggerated coverage after reaching level 7. Chapter 741. Is this the strength of a top genius? As soon as he entered the city, Rikduo only felt 2 words, simple. If there is any other feeling, it is desolate. It is indeed desolate here. I heard that people from the Ministry of Internal Affairs have also come these days, and live in the city lord's mansion. Do you want to meet them? Rikduo walked on the street, thinking as he walked. Just then, he looked up and saw a black mass gathering around him. There was no witchcraft fluctuation. It was purely the fluctuation of biological organisms. He immediately became alert. This black mass reminded him of something. His eyes narrowed and his vision was focused on the black mass. He could no longer move his eyes away. He knew what this was. Xianxia worm, the great version of Xianxia worm. The other party was indeed capable. The black mass gathered and soon formed the shape of a person in front of him, exuding a strange, gloomy, and deadly aura. When the black aura condensed, the people around him quickly moved away. Soon there was not a single one left, but they watched from a distance. Victor was alert, wondering what this Dole was going to do. The whole city was under the influence of Dole's consciousness. How could Dole not be alert to a 6th-level wizard coming from outside? As an ancient insect species, with the strongest sense of life fluctuations, Xianxia worms could easily sense the aura of Xianxia worms on the other party. This guy also had an ancient strange worm on him. Dole only sensed it slightly, and knew that the visitor was from the Alexander family again. He thought about it for a moment, and then this scene came to him. His figure quickly condensed. As soon as he came out, he said coldly, "The people of the Alexander family really don't learn their lessons. I have already expelled a group of them. Who dares to come?" Mavic glanced at Dole's clone, his eyes fixed. This clone was also level 6, which means that facing 1 Dole is equivalent to facing 2 level 6 Dole. This combat power is indeed somewhat amazing. This meditation method seems to be more amazing than the meditation method of those ancient black wizards in the family. He narrowed his eyes, but was not afraid. He calmed down and said slowly, "I heard that a top genius appeared here. I just came to see how big the gap is with us top geniuses. I didn't expect that the gap is really big. Your Excellency and Her Highness Daphne are known as the 2 top geniuses. Today, I see that they are indeed worthy of their reputation." As he spoke, He carefully looked at Dole's clone, and the more he looked, the more shocked he became. Dole looked at him and said slowly, "The Honorable Wizard Alliance classifies wizards to promote competition among wizards, and provide incentives and space for growth, not for fighting. If you want fame, you don't have to run thousands of miles away." Dole glanced at him, and suddenly narrowed his eyes. "You have the smell of another insect. I guess it's a scarab." The two stood on the street. People around them ran away. The nearby shops closed their doors for fear of hearing something they shouldn't hear. Hearing the word scarab, Mavik's face changed. The induction between the 10 strange insects was indeed very sharp. He let go of the induction and carefully sensed the surroundings. It seemed that no one was eavesdropping. As the owner of the 10 strange insects, he had a powerful helper, but he was also very afraid of being targeted by someone. His face darkened. Everyone knew that Dole possessed the mysterious corpse worm, so their family wanted to attract his attention. However, they did not expect that the other party had such a strong foundation, and there were many wizard towers. Even if he stood here blatantly, no one would pay attention to him. But it was not certain. Any random level 6 wizard might dare to plot against him. "Wizard Dole, let's not beat around the bush. I want to trade with you. The content of the trade is the Xianxia worm. If you can trade it, just tell me. If you can't trade it, I leave now." Dole looked at the other party, with a slight sarcasm on his lips. "What do you have that is worth trading? Just relying on the scarab on you. The scarab is ranked last among the 10 strange insects. I think you should know. The 10 strange insects are also ranked, and the scarab is obviously not as good as the Xianxia worm." Ma Wei's face sank. This person didn't seem to be as easy to fool as ordinary wizards. The 10 strange insects are indeed ranked, but few people know it. The first place is naturally the void worm, the last place is the scarab. The Xianxia worm is ranked 5th, the Tianshuang worm is ranked 6th, and the 9 poison centipede owned by their family is ranked 8th. He just thought for a moment, then sneered. "I didn't expect you to have such insight. I won't say anything. How about this? You have a lot of Xianxia worms. How about I exchange a piece of news for a pair of Xianxia worms?" Dole was a little stunned. "What kind of news is so valuable?" he said slowly. "Just say it. People around us won't hear our conversation." He wanted to hear what kind of news is so valuable. Maik was stunned. When did the other party block this place? He is worthy of being the owner of this place. He thought for a while and said, "You must be willing to listen. It's about the number 1 void worm and the number 2 poisonous widow." Dole was willing to listen, but he lost interest after hearing these two things. There are a lot of news about these two kinds of insects, and the Honor Wizard Alliance has recorded more. He went to read it when he had nothing to do, but about this kind of news, 9 out of 10 are false. The reason why the 10 ancient strange insects are so powerful is that as long as they are cultivated to level 7, they will touch the rules. The most important thing is that these rules can be transferred. For example, if Dual-Eye cultivates the Xianxia worm to level 7, he will automatically understand the 2 rules of the corpse, and the death of the Xianxia worm, which is equivalent to getting it without any effort. This is completely different from pets. Pets are still pets, while the 10 ancient strange insects belong to their owners. The two are completely different. There are only legends about void worms. Even if someone has them, they will not tell it because they are the more mysterious rules of the void. Although there are rumors about the poisonous widow, basically few people have them. They are the rules of the poison system. If the owner is not a poison system, he may be poisoned to death. This Alexander must be groundless. Dole sneered and said, "If it were other insects, I might still listen to them. After all, I have enough Xianxia insects, so it doesn't matter if I exchange some." "These two?" His expression changed. "Is the Alexander family so arrogant, or do you think others are fools?" Mavik's expression did not change. "If you say that, I can't help it. I never thought of lying to you. I have news about these 2 insects. Although I don't know whether it is true or not, it's fine if I don't exchange them. By the way, there are many people who have Xianxia insects, but it is rare to cultivate them to your scale. Don't you want to exchange them? Selling some is fine." Dole looked at Mavik and glanced around. At this time, people around him gradually looked over, as if they were all guessing what happened here. Chapter 742. Mavik's identity is very special. He is the descendant of the 3 major wizard families. If he clashes with him here, it will be different from the conflict with Rick. He shook his head and said, "I am not interested in knowing. You can leave. If you want to discuss cooperation, you can. If you want to discuss transactions, your weight is too low and the price is not enough." After that, Dual-Eye turned around, and his body suddenly turned into a black mist and disappeared into the air. Mavic's face froze, and his heart was almost trembling with coldness. When did he get underestimated by others? But the opponent is really amazing. This number of Xianxia worms, even if they don't use their abilities, can bite any wizard of the same level to death within 3 seconds. This guy has so many cards. The family's information is wrong. Duolai can no longer be treated as an ordinary 6th level wizard, but a senior 6th level wizard, or even as an ordinary 7th level wizard. Dealing with such a person may really cost some money. Thinking of this, he looked around. He felt a weak energy withdrawal, and the energy level here has returned to normal. When did he set up the wizard formation? Victor thought in his heart, this Dolay is not simple, he really underestimated him. The storm in the Albiz Mountains is getting more and more violent. From the outside, the black clouds in the sky are getting thicker and thicker, the lightning is dense, and the thunder is deafening. The miners working near the Albiz Mountains are in fear every moment. They are happy and awed to have such a city lord. On the wasteland, there are new changes every day. Adventurers, mercenaries, and ordinary civilians are repairing roads and driving away wild beasts every day. It is very lively. In addition to the city lord's mansion, every lord in the surrounding territories is working very hard. With the arrival of the Ministry of Internal Affairs, the progress of Albiz City is also developing rapidly. At the gate of the city, a guard team is hanging a sign that says recruiting craftsmen and recruiting earth wizards. The price is very high. Behind the guard team are people from the Glory Wizard Alliance, who are responsible for the assessment of wizards. Recruiting craftsmen, recruiting road building craftsmen, 3 silver coins a day. Recruiting workers, 1 silver coin a day. Recruiting earth elementalists, who can build roads, ranging from apprentices to first-level wizard apprentices, as long as they can condense earth. The price varies according to their abilities, starting at a minimum of 1 gold coin. A team of ordinary people came from a distance. When they heard the recruitment information, someone immediately came forward. I'm applying for a worker, big brother, I'm applying for a worker. The applicant nodded, let me see my ID. The man quickly took it out. Sir, I'm applying for a craftsman. I'm a stonemason at home, so building roads is no problem. Take it over there to register. A young man in a high-level wizard apprentice uniform came over and said, I'm here to apply too. The person who registered said politely, Master Wizard, please go to the back to register. The Honor Wizard Union will be responsible for examining you. The city gate was very lively. In a short while, a long line was formed. Wizards, ordinary people and warriors are clearly distinguished. Wizards sit under a pergola in the distance, while other professions can only stand in the sun. Soon, someone shouted, workers, craftsmen, this way. The workers stood up, and all walked over there. Enter the city, collect some supplies, get on the carriage, and then go out from the north gate, all the way north, into the wilderness. In the endless wilderness, 2 rows of soldiers guarded the periphery, and in the middle were various craftsmen, some repairing the road, some carrying the goods, and finally the wizards used witchcraft to reinforce and compact the ground. Such a road surface will not be softened even in heavy rain, and it will still be very hard. Of course, the price is also very high, because wizards are used, and the money spent is not a little. Outside the team, the people of the Ministry of Internal Affairs looked at all this, and felt very shocked. This is not road construction, this is clearly using money to smash the road. Using the army to guard and wizards to build roads, this Dolay is simply crazy. How much money did he make? And the supplies for the wizards are also amazing, directly using the spirit power recovery potion. This Dolay is worthy of being a pharmacist, this move is rich. Mitire is in the team. He just came out of the city, and is going to walk along the route to confirm whether the route is completely consistent with the one provided by Dolay. Then he will go to see the passage between the 2 mountains to confirm that it is indeed passable, and not a gimmick. This mission is over. As for the large-scale map, there is a map provided by the Lord of Dolay. They can just use it directly, it should not be wrong. Although the Empire is in charge, the general direction is under the jurisdiction of the Glory Alliance. As the president of the Alliance, Dolay is supervised by others, and should not make a fuss here. However, the scope of this wasteland is indeed large, enough to accommodate a county, and it is a county with a high status. A county can accommodate 3 to more than 10 county towns. The most important thing is that this area is not only very flat, but also has a lot of places for planting. If it is all cultivated into farmland, it can feed a lot of people. Of course, it is too close to the Baiyuan Mountains, and it is also easy to be attacked by monsters. While thinking about these problems, he glanced at the Albiz Mountains in the distance, and saw the increasingly large and heavy storm field in it, and his heart was deep in thought again. With such a large-scale field, I am afraid that few high-level monsters dare to come down. This is the deterrence of a high-level strongman, worthy of being defined as a top genius by the Glory Wizard Alliance. The large army organized by the Albiz city is working in front, and they come to see it every few days. After a few days, the road has been repaired to the foot of the Albiz Mountains and the Bayuan Mountains. When they were almost at the foot of the mountain, next to the large group of people who were repairing the road, a powerful fiery red wizard tower was erected at some point, and the aura it exuded was a comprehensive deterrent in all directions. Mithil was shocked, and Yama was even more shocked. A level 7 wizard tower, a level 7 wizard, this was no longer a deterrent, it was a declaration of sovereignty. This Dole really did everything he could to employ people. The road was repaired very quickly, and when they entered the passage between the two mountain ranges, the wizard tower disappeared again. On both sides of the road, on one side was the notorious Bayuan Mountains, and on the other side was the newly formed storm field, with endless wind and lightning overhead, which looked amazing. Mithil didn't stay here for long, because there were too many amazing things, so he only repaired a small section. After confirming that there was no problem, he took people directly back to Albiz city. In fact, from this passage, there is still a distance of at least 150 kilometers to be repaired, but there is no need to look at it anymore. Dole is very determined to build the road, and no one can stop him. The most dangerous area is protected by the storm domain, so there is basically no problem. With such a passage, the roads between several provinces in the north of the empire are completely opened up, and they can travel in a straight line and exchange resources with each other. For the empire, this is a great thing. On this day, as soon as he entered the city, Mithil said to Aston next to him, "Will you write the specific report or you write it?" He turned his head to Yama. Chapter 743. Yama has always had a problem with Dole. He didn't like him in the first place, and he didn't come to accompany them in person. He didn't get any benefits. He worked hard these days, but he didn't say anything good. After hearing this, he immediately volunteered and said, "I write it." Aston wanted to say something, but in the end, he didn't say anything. Yama had a problem, so let him vent. A team of soldiers came from the city. When they came in front of everyone, the leader was Ivy. He looked at Aston with a warm smile and said, "You have worked hard. The city lord invites you." Midler and the other two looked at Ivy, their hearts slightly condensed, and they nodded. They knew Ivy's identity. The Rhine family was an important figure in the military office. His status in the future would not be low. In addition, because of the legendary Dole's girlfriend, he would be at least the third person here in the future. Mattel laughed and said, "Minister Ivy has worked hard. We just came back. Can we wash up before going to see the city lord?" Ivy nodded and said very concisely and efficiently, "Please, all the toiletries are ready. Don't keep Dole waiting for too long. He has been very busy these days, and it's not easy for him to take some time out." Mattel nodded, but didn't care in his heart. After returning to the city lord's mansion and washing up, Mattel and the other two entered the building in front and came to the top floor. Dole was alone inside, and there were two slaves guarding the door symbolically. Dole looked up and saw the three people. He thought that the other party didn't take his words to heart, and was dawdling until now. He didn't get angry, but smiled and said, "Please sit down, you three. Thank you for your hard work." He called out for drinks to be served outside, the kind that can restore energy. After that, he looked at Mithil and said slowly, "Master, I have limited time, so just say it directly. After your report is written, I will review it. In addition, it will be directly teleported back to the Imperial capital through the Wizard Tower. Other things have been settled with the third prince, and now we are waiting for your report." Mithil was stunned, and so were Aston and Yama next to him. At this time, the slaves at the door came in and served tea to the three of them. Mithil was a little unsure of the direction. If they were teleported back directly, wouldn't their plan of wasting time be ruined? Yama next to him was even more upset. He originally wanted to write something unfavorable to this place, and let the Imperial capital think about it. Now, if the other party really saw it, he would still have a way to survive. A trace of cold sweat unconsciously flowed on his forehead. He looked at the table next to him, picked up the drink and took a sip, and his expression relaxed slightly. Fortunately, he hadn't written it yet. Mithil had figured it out by now. So urgent? Dole saw the performance of the three people, and was not surprised. These three people all wanted to delay time. They came here every day and wandered around here and there, but they did not do their job. That Yama was even more impure, and had been framing him several times. He said expressionlessly, "Yes, so please hurry up." He waved his hand and threw 3 rings, which landed casually on the table next to the 3 people. "This is the hard work fee for the 3 of you. I want the results within 3 days." His tone was very stiff and commanding. Methil felt a little uncomfortable. Just as he was about to speak, he saw Dole's eyes. What kind of eyes were those? They were like a whirlpool, sucking all his spirit into them. He used a lot of strength to break free. He turned his head and looked at the other 2, but he didn't even look at them. Sweat was pouring down his forehead. He knew that the other party was very dissatisfied with him, and the others for delaying time. He could only force a smile and said, "I do it as soon as possible." He picked up the ring on the table, and immediately stood up, and said goodbye to Dole. There was no point in staying any longer, so he took the benefits and left quickly. Dole didn't get up either, watching the 3 people leave in embarrassment. These 3 old foxes, if they didn't knock them, they would think he really didn't care whether the city was built successfully. If they really couldn't get it out within 3 days, the several large stone pillars that Dole was building at the gate of the city would be their habitat for the next 5 days. Don't think that he wouldn't dare to do it just because they were high-ranking officials in the imperial capital. The 3 walked out of the gate of the city lord's mansion. Yama was indignant. Just as he was about to say something, he was stopped by Aston next to him. Aston shook his head at Yama, then gestured around. Yama immediately shut his mouth and looked around vigilantly. This is the border, not the imperial capital where he can act tyrannically. Here, Dual-Eye is the heaven and the earth. He has felt it recently. Dual-Eye's will is everywhere in the streets and alleys here, and no one can violate it. Walking out of the city lord's mansion and coming to the office in the back, Mattel casually threw a button and put it on the table, and circles of energy ripples spread out. The 3 of them breathed a sigh of relief. This button was used for the first time. Now it seems that it is still a little late to use it. Mattel looked at Yama expressionlessly and said, "Since you want to write, then you write it. Dual-Eye is in a hurry. You have to finish it within 3 days." Yama looked at Mittel and said helplessly, "I write it, just to see what benefits this guy has given us." He picked up the ring and took a look. After taking a look, he was silent. There were a lot of things in it, very rich, and most importantly, there were a lot of potions. He took a look at the potions, and they were all high-grade potions with very high purity. He took a breath and said, "I will write it seriously." At this time, the other 2 had also finished reading the things and nodded. "We have delayed the time that should be delayed, and we have done what should be done. Let's do something serious. This Dole is a level 6 wizard. Who knows when he will enter the level 7? The status of the level 7 wizard in the Empire is not low. He is a giant and cannot be careless." Mittel thought to himself that the other party was too young. It would be impossible for such a young level 6 wizard not to enter the level 7 in the future. Just then, there was a knock at the door. A guard came in and said, "Lord Mattel, a man who claims to be from the Alexander family wants to see you." He said his name is Mavic. Mattel's pupils shrank immediately. Dole was writing a document, and suddenly raised his head, and looked at the back of the city lord's mansion. "This damn Alexander family, do you really think you have no temper?" That man went to see Mattel. Naturally there is nothing good. Dole thought about it, but still held back, and didn't get angry. He gave Mattel 3 days. If Mattel didn't finish the report in 3 days, he would really do something. He lowered his head, and continued to write. Not long after writing, he raised his head, and dried the paper in his hand. "Someone is coming." Someone walked in at the door. "Take this, copy it, and post it at the city gate in the form of a big character poster. Also, have someone rush to deliver this report to each road intersection and post it." The man's name was Eddie. He took a look at it and nodded, but he was extremely shocked. The offensive of money is indeed extremely powerful. It will take 20 days to get through. It's only May now. Even if it takes June, it will take 2 months to get through. It's really too exaggerated. Chapter 744. Eddie nodded and whispered, "Master, I do it right away." Dole didn't even raise his head. "As soon as possible, I want to let everyone, all caravans, and all forces know about this matter in the shortest possible time." He wanted to say a few more words, but this person was not a real manager, so forget it. Just then, a tall figure walked in from the door. It was Ivy. As soon as he entered Dole's office, Ivy felt a sense of oppression, this time from the strong. He scratched his head, and walked in slowly. Seeing Eddie hurriedly walking out, Ivy smiled and said to him, "What's the matter, brother-in-law? What's the big deal? Tell me." Dole saw that it was Ivy, and a relaxed smile appeared on his face. He said, "I don't count the cost of road construction. It will be completed in about 20 days. The road can be tested. At that time, we will organize a caravan and go to Montana first. Now we have something to sell." Ivy had just come back from the road, so he naturally knew Dole's exaggerated road construction speed. He hired too many Earth elementalists, and the speed of road construction was really fast. He nodded and said, "The resources we have now are various woods and furs from the wasteland. These are what we can sell for now. The low-quality wood is just enough for us, and the high-quality wood can be transported to other places as magic materials. In addition to these, we have a lot of medicinal herbs in the wasteland. In addition to using them ourselves, we can also sell them. In addition, the Pharmacist Union can also prepare and organize people to sell potions. We have accumulated a lot recently, and need to exchange them for money. Dole has been spending money like water recently, and he is so poor that he is almost broke. In fact, he can do some things himself, such as borrowing the Earth Elemental Wizard Tower and pushing it all the way, which is faster than hiring people, but that is not what a city lord should do after all." Dole looked at Ivy and said, "Well, that's about it. Is there anything else?" Ivy was a little embarrassed when he heard this, and then said embarrassedly, "The monsters on the mountain have been harassing us recently. We have fought many battles. I came here this time to ask you for some reinforcements." Dole stood up immediately. His expression became serious. "How are the casualties?" Ivy saw Dole standing up and hurriedly said, "It doesn't matter. It's all under control. Most of them are injured, and there are few deaths. We have enough potions, so there are not many casualties. Lord Axel doesn't come often." Dole breathed a sigh of relief, thought for a moment, and said, "I let Chris and Bernard take the Wizard Tower with you." Ivy breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile, "This couldn't be better. In fact, you only need to help in the wilderness. You don't need to enter the passage to Mount Albiz. Your storm field is better than the Wizard Tower. There are no monsters there." Dole laughed immediately. "The entire storm field, including the surrounding area within a radius of several kilometers, can control the power of the storm and the direction of the lightning. Just drop some storms and lightning. If it is level 6, it will be blasted into slag in minutes." After arranging things, Dole also relaxed. He put his clone to sleep and focused his mental power on the main body. 3 days passed quickly. The Glory Wizard Alliance lost 2 wizard towers, but no one cared. The city was still safe. The city garrison and the garrison were stationed outside the city. There were also 6 other wizard towers, and no one dared to come and cause trouble. Every day, many people come to Albiz City to seek refuge. Some of them flow into the city, and some flow into nearby towns and villages, and are recruited by people from various territories. It is a thriving scene. At the north gate of the city, some transport teams occasionally come to transport large quantities of stones into the city, and then, they are divided up by various families according to their shares. Wood is easy to find, and it is everywhere in the wasteland. There are tall trees everywhere near the newly opened territories. They are cut down at will, and the trees that are not used are even thrown aside at will. Those that cannot be put down are even burned with fire, in order to free up space for farming. With the Albiz Mountains as the center, radiating to the surrounding areas, it is a thriving scene. On the morning of the 3rd day, at the gate of the city lord's mansion, Mattel and Yama came early and waited at the gate with others. The people around stayed away, for fear of bumping into the visitors from the imperial capital. In the eyes of the people in the northwest, the people in the imperial capital are noble and superior. It was indeed the case. In the entire Albiz Mountains, only the investigation team of the Ministry of Internal Affairs had the highest treatment, and even the military had to cooperate. Perhaps the only one who was not afraid of them was Dole, the city lord who single-handedly conquered the Albiz Mountains. Mithil liked the looks around him, which made him feel that he lived in the imperial capital and was respected by the people. He glanced at the gate, and was tangled in his mind again. Dole really didn't take him seriously, and sometimes even ignored him. During the period of their investigation, except for the city lord's mansion, they didn't see anyone else anywhere else, let alone accompany them. Humph, if it weren't for the supplies from the previous 2 days, I would definitely report him severely when I go back. While he was thinking about it, the door of the city lord's mansion suddenly opened. Mattel and his friends did not enter, and the other staff members did not dare to enter. After they entered, the others slowly entered and went to their respective posts. The city lord's mansion was very empty in the early morning, and there was no one inside. Soon, they came to the top floor, and the door of Dole's office opened, and bursts of rustling sounds came from inside. Really diligent, Mattel glanced at Yama next to him, and they sighed. After tidying up their clothes, Mattel entered in front and Yama entered behind, with a book in his hand. Behind the huge desk, Dole raised his head and looked at the two people. "Here you are." Yama and the other nodded, and he walked forward and held the book in front of Dole. Dole put his hand on the book, glanced at Yama, and then said, "Thank you for your hard work. Please sit down, and I will take a look first." Yama suddenly felt a little anxious and said with a smile, "Then you take a look first." Dole closed his eyes, and his mental power penetrated into the book. In less than 2 seconds, he opened his eyes. The content in the book was mostly atlases, various terrains of the wasteland, various plant species, soil fertility, many professional terms, and the introduction was also very detailed, which seemed to have been carefully done. The most important thing was the topographic map, which was provided by Dole. They did not change it. The original version was as it was. At the northernmost end of the map, a wide road passed through the canyon area between the Albise Mountains and the Northern Plains Mountains and led all the way to Montana. It was very detailed and detailed. Dole thought they were going to cause trouble, but he didn't expect that they basically didn't. He raised his hand, and streams of magic flowed out of his hand, red, yellow, and white, forming a magic circle about 1 meter high in front of him. The energy of the magic circle was enormous, and soon reached an astonishing level, which made the two people below tremble with fear. They didn't know what Dole was going to do, and what would happen. Chapter 745. The magic circle was formed very quickly. Soon, the light array reached the size of a person. Various runes and wizard formations were formed, the light flashed, and the energy surrounded it like a surging sea. The light quickly formed a door. Dole threw the manual in casually, then closed his eyes, and his mental power surged wildly in it. After about half a minute, he opened his eyes, and closed the wizard formation. Imperial Capital. The ring in the third prince's hand lit up, and he was startled and immediately took out a scroll. Opening the scroll released a ray of light, and soon, a book appeared in his hand. Seeing the book, his face was happy. This is the document of Albise Mountain. With the document, he can ask the Emperor to officially include this territory in the territory of the Empire tomorrow. From the perspective of the territory of the Glory Empire, Albise Mountain is actually just a small area, only a point on the map, but combined with the entire situation in the north, Albise Mountain is the only place that has not been taken down, and its significance is relatively significant. In addition, he had another thing to report to the Emperor, that is, among the dozen small countries in the north, 7 have been confirmed to be under control, and the area of almost the same as a state of the Glory Empire has fallen into the hands of the Nightmare Empire. There are many small countries in the north, and the population is not small. If the Nightmare Empire relies on these small countries to rise, it will have a huge impact on the entire Western Ring continent. The Nightmare Empire was originally planning to corrupt the Northwest Province. With the Glory Wizard Alliance, their actions were delayed, and then Dole's report led to the cancellation of most of their actions. The Nightmare Empire is a cancer. We must prepare in advance and send troops to the northwest border. After thinking about all these things, the third prince shouted, and then asked people to prepare carriages and horses to go to the palace. Watching the book disappear in front of him, Mattel was a little stunned. It was taken away. Where did it go? Yama was also confused at this time. Where did Dole take their hard work? Wassenberg? I'm afraid it can only be teleported to Wassenberg, such a long distance. Mattel couldn't help it after all, so he said, Lord Dole, what are you doing? Dole also relaxed at this time, saying, the book has arrived in the Imperial Capital. I have large-scale space-crossing technology here. It may be difficult to send a person, but it is not difficult to send a book of low quality. Shocked, extremely shocked, Mattel's eyes suddenly widened. Sent to the Imperial Capital right away. For a moment, he thought that perhaps everyone underestimated this city lord, and the nobles in the Imperial Capital underestimated him. He could even create such a long-distance teleportation array. His attainments in wizardry were probably no less than any veteran wizard. This is space teleportation. In the past, space teleportation was the patent of the Glory Alliance. Now, it was solved by such a young wizard. This is a big event. Taylor glanced at Yama, and saw the shock in Yama's eyes. At this time, Duolai didn't care about the two people, but shifted his eyes to the passage between the two mountains. In the past few days, the construction site has been working, and he has to keep an eye on this side at all times to prevent being attacked by high-level magic beasts in the Baiyuan Mountains. The Dragon Bat has been eyeing this place, but Duolai is not a pushover. He directly moved the storm field a little bit here. Thunder and lightning flashed in the sky, and the storm formed various wind blades whistling in the sky. He didn't dare to come over. In the Albise Mountains, above the center of the Northwest Passage, a hurricane howled and dark clouds covered the sky. However, below the passage, close to the ground, there was nothing. It was calm and peaceful. Except for being a little dark, there was nothing else. It was very safe. Near the Bayuan Mountains was a river named Bayuan River. The river was very wide, 500 meters wide. More than 300 meters away from the river, a wide passage came from a distance. At this time, a group of workers were working on the river, cutting down trees and moving soil and rocks. Where they passed, wizard apprentices and first-level wizards were working hard to reinforce the ground. The construction site was in full swing, and almost no one supervised it, but it was still working hard. In the direction of the Albise Mountains, which was closest to the construction site, Ball stood on the top of the mountain board. Beside him, the wind was surging, blowing his fur all over his body. The fierce wind was like a knife wind and waves, but the hellhound did not move at all. He looked at the Bayuan Mountains in the distance. The two mountains were only less than 20 kilometers apart. In the north, 3 or 4 level 7 monsters focused their attention here. They occupied the Albise Mountains, and the monsters in the Bayuan Mountains could not stand it. Now they had to build a road under their noses. It was really unbearable. The dragon bat flew in the sky. His face was extremely bad. When had the Bayuan Mountains been so angry here? He planned to wait until they built the road to the middle, and then create a wave of beast tides. However, he would create as much trouble as he could at that time. The entire route was nearly 100 kilometers in range. He planned to create 3 waves of beast tides, divided into 3 places, to see how much the other party could defend. Looking at the storm ahead, he felt a little gloomy, wondering how powerful this storm field was. This damn human race, just build a road, but actually set a level 7 guard. This determination is invincible. Mattel stayed in the city lord's mansion for a while, felt boring, and got up to say goodbye. Usually outside, they are the boss, a group of people serve them, but here in Dole, they are tools of the Empire, tools of Dole. Of course, they also got a lot of benefits, and Dole did not treat them badly in the end. This time, except for a little hardship, it was worth it in the end. Although the Albise Mountains have a good geographical location, they are too close to the Bayuan Mountains. In winter, there will be a beast tide, and these must be reported to the imperial capital. The city lord of Dole is now building a road, and there has been no movement on the mountain. This is not normal. But he didn't say anything until he left the city gate. Then he looked back at the city, and the Albise Mountains in the distance. The storm field covering the mountain seemed to give him some sense of security. Turning around, leaving the Albise Mountains, their mission here has been completed. Pack up and leave here quickly. The speed of the convoy was very slow when they came in, and it took 3 days. When they left Albise, it also took 3 days. When the convoy left the Albise Mountains and entered the scope of Roderick City, a transparent shadow quietly looked at this side in the woods in the distance. Shuaying stood in the shadow, blending with the surrounding environment, as if he didn't exist. He stared at the convoy because the convoy contained the information he needed, the documents of the Albise Mountains, and he needed this now. In the matter of Dole, the Nightmare Empire seriously underestimated the strength of the opponent. The 7th level Golden Corpse, Axo, and the Wizard Tower group, this person's current strength is completely untreatable by ordinary wizards. To deal with him, at least 3 or 4 7th level wizards must act together. Now the only option left is the second one, which is appeasement. Chapter 746. If appeasement fails, then ask the ancestor's clone to kill him. Thinking of this, he slowly walked out of the shadows, and came to the back of the caravan. He seemed to be completely transparent, and merged into the caravan. Tower of Babel. Dole stood alone on the top of the wizard tower, his eyes wandering. Most of his mental power was placed in the storm field. As the storm field grew, his mental power also grew, and his meditation method was constantly improving and adjusting. If you look at it yourself, Dole's head is located near the eye of the storm, and there are a few more white mists around it. That's because he tried to add the power of ice to it. However, the storm itself is formed by the atmospheric pressure difference between low pressure and high pressure. Too low temperature will affect this balance, so he has to carefully integrate ice into it. And there is a disadvantage of integrating ice into it, that is, the wind force and cold effect of the storm itself will increase, but the power of thunder is decreasing. Dole is now thinking about whether to add the effect of low temperature and increase the direction of ice. At this moment, he flicked his finger. The team building the road had already reached the middle position, and the soldiers were guarding the river. The monsters in the Baiyuan Mountains in the distance were watching every day. Even if there were people guarding, everyone was very vigilant. At this moment, a bolt of lightning suddenly flashed in the sky, and a lightning as thick as a human arm hit the bank of the Baiyuan River. The flash of light ended, and a smoking figure rolled on the ground. His whole body was charred, and he was obviously dead. Seeing this figure and feeling the breath above, the soldiers around took a breath of cold air. If a level 5 river monster rushed into the crowd, it would be terrible. Fortunately, there is the city lord. At this moment, the soldiers felt something was wrong, because the river in the distance began to become turbid, as if something was about to rush onto the shore. He immediately blew the whistle. The whistle has only one function, which is to suspend construction, and then everyone gathers together for protection. The construction team immediately dropped the tools in their hands and began to gather to the back. They were already familiar with the road, and they gathered when they heard the whistle, but they were still a little confused. They were doing well. Why did they gather again? There were no monsters here. There were 2 battalions of people protecting the soldiers, a team of thousands of people, and they began to retreat from the river at this time. Monsters above level 5 were no longer something they could deal with, especially when the river began to roll under the surface, and it was unknown how many monsters rushed out. Retreat, assemble, and prepare a defensive formation. The 2 centurions shouted hard, then took out the special military flag and fiercely stuck it into the ground by the roadside. The military flag fluttered in the wind, and a wave of energy quickly extended from the military flag, expanding in all directions. Everyone felt refreshed, their blood boiling, and their strength increased. This is the military formation used by the army to arrange the formation. Retreat, don't resist, let the city lord deal with it. The soldiers ran back. No one dared to be in the front. Their strength was only 2 or 3 levels, the centurion was only 3 levels, and the 1,000-man commander was only 4 levels at most. There was nothing wrong in the river, and it seemed that the level was not low, so it could only be left to the city lord. The river surface rolled, and in less than 5 seconds, the second monster walked out of the river. It was a huge toad, more than 1 meter tall, and it jumped with its legs, shooting into the crowd like a cannonball. The soldiers took a deep breath when they saw this. This was another level 5 monster. Are there so many monsters in the river next door? Then, the second, third, and fourth monsters came out of the river. When they saw this, they all ran to the center. At this time, the storm in the sky seemed to become thicker. Just when the first toad launched itself, there was a loud crack in the sky, and a thunderous purple lightning fell from the sky, directly hitting the toad. This toad seemed to have a strong resistance to lightning. It fell to the ground. Its whole body was charred, but it was still alive. The second lightning followed. Crack, boom. The toad was deader than dead. Then, the sky darkened, and the storm seemed to move a little bit towards the river. Then, lightning fell on the riverbed. Crack, 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 it was endless. On the riverbed beside the river, with a burst of lightning, the ground was rolled and charred by lightning, and large areas of powerful monsters died around. But there were still continuous monsters crawling out of the river and climbing to the shore tirelessly. At the same time, there was some movement in the Baiyuan Mountains in the distance, but the fierce storm in the sky made some monsters dare not move forward. The storm roared, and lightning gathered from all directions to the north. It was obvious that in the huge and boundless storm area with a range of hundreds of kilometers, lightning and lightning were winding through, all converging to the north. At this time, lightning and lightning were not only bombarding on the riverbed, but also on the wide river surface. Lightning and lightning spread on the ground, the river water evaporated, and the ground cracked. I don't know how many monsters and ordinary small lives in the river died. The construction team members were so blinded by the lightning in the sky that they couldn't open their eyes. The thunder roared at close range, and the huge shock made everyone's heart pound. It was too exciting and too violent. Thunder was more frequent than rain at any time. If it happened at ordinary times, they would definitely be scared to death. 100, 1,000, this must be thunder and lightning in the sky. The thunder and lightning continued to light up in front of their eyes. The sound alone made all creatures tremble with fear. The thunder and lightning lasted for a full minute before it slowly stopped. Looking into the river, there was a sea of charred corpses, which was extremely miserable. The location where the monsters climbed up, within a range of 1 kilometer from east to west, had sunken down for more than 10 meters, and the soil had all turned charred. There was a smell of burnt things being roasted, and there were also bursts of meat fragrance. In the sky, Dual Eye looked at the Baiyuan Mountains in the distance, and didn't say anything. If they want to come, they can come. Anyway, now that he has a big situation, he can kill as many as they come. As long as you are not level 7, But below level 6, the canyon below is the dividing line. Leave the river and go ashore. This is his bottom line. Dual Eye looked at the other side solemnly. He knew that today was not the end, but just the beginning. However, he also had to make his attitude clear. The river was the limit of what he could accommodate. If he went ashore, he would die. At this time, he looked east again and then west. The dragon bat, this magical beast, actually wanted to blossom in many aspects. Then he would have a good time with him. It was just right to test the ability of the storm field. He had not tested many aspects, and he could also verify it with the heart of the storm to further understand the power of the storm. There are many kinds of power in the storm. Dual Eye has gained some experience in the law of wind elements so far. He has related law fragments in his hands. As long as he can master them, he can use them. Of course, under normal circumstances, ordinary wizards who want to use the laws must undergo the baptism of thunder and temper their mental power to be strong enough before they can use them. Dole does not need this. His mental power has been baptized by thunder countless times in the storm realm. His mental power is strong enough to control the rules. Now all that is left is to contact and master them. Chapter 747. The storm field was advancing downwards in a fixed manner. The sky was violent, and the lightning flashed, which gave people a very terrifying feeling. At this time, many monsters gathered in the sky, on the ground, and in the river at both ends of the canyon, waiting to rush into the canyon. At this time, Dual Eye's voice appeared in the ears of the construction team. Don't worry, you can take a break. Their target is the road, not you. The city lord's mansion cannot guarantee everyone's safety in other places, but in the canyon, you are absolutely safe. The sky was completely overcast at this time, and it was completely a storm composed of layers of crazy clouds, covering the sky and the earth, with lightning flashing, and something seemed to be brewing over the Baiyuan Mountains in the distance. Longfu's face was extremely gloomy. He looked at both sides and silently said in his heart to take action. Countless monsters rushed down from the mountains, in the sky, on the ground, in the river, level 3, level 4, level 5, and even level 6, all rushed into the canyon, as if the magic weapon was the horn of the charge. At the same time, large pieces of magic light came out of the monster's mouth and rushed into the storm in the sky. They were declaring war on Dual Eye. It seemed that at the same time, in the storm controlled by Dual Eye, lightning flashed and headed towards the monster. Boom, boom, boom. The battle started again, but this time the scale was larger and the range was wider. The lightning and the breath of the monster rushed towards each other like rain, and then exploded, more terrifying explosions, and more terrifying screams. Dual Eye stood in the sky. At this time, he no longer had himself in his eyes, and there were no lightning flashes. At the same time, the wind blades hidden in the storm also fell like rain. The middle of the canyon of more than 100 kilometers suddenly turned into a sea of magic. Lightning, wind blades, wind knives, wind guns, all the spells that Dual Eye had ever known, condensed in the storm and fell to the ground. Horrible, grand, it is impossible to describe the power used by both sides at present. Dual Eye alone is equivalent to thousands of troops. At this time, the Tower of Babel moved slowly, along the position of the Eye of the Storm, and also moved towards Dual Eye. In the Baiyuan Mountains, the dragon bat looked at Dual Eye and felt extremely uncomfortable. Is this still a level 6 human? With this strength, I am afraid that some people will believe that he is level 8. This is the real Storm Elf, but it can feel that the other party is still a little short of the real Storm Elf. He hardened his heart and roared at the same time. A wonderful rhythm formed on his body and opened his mouth in the direction of Dual Eye. In the sky, a strange energy approached rapidly, silently and without a trace. Wherever it passed, the storm was silently annihilated and turned into wind. Only when it encountered lightning, it would make a sizzling sound and its power would be rapidly reduced. The strange energy advanced rapidly, sweeping away the storm within a range of tens of kilometers in one breath. The storm disappeared, and the lightning naturally disappeared as well. The monsters below could breathe a little, and some monsters even crossed the river. Dole looked at the dragon bat, and didn't care about him breaking up the storm. Instead, he turned to the side and said, Lord Ball, I leave it to you. Ball's terrifying figure, more than 20 meters high, appeared from the void and stepped forward fiercely. He roared, the power of level 7 should be used to deal with level 7. What's your ability to bully a level 6 kid? Come, let's fight. With a step, it was as if he stepped on the ground. Ball shot out, and the hell flames rose around him. He rushed out from the storm, and wiped out the invisible force in an instant. Dragon Bat sighed. It was this damned monster again. It was really a lackey of humans. Why didn't it die? he roared, spread his wings, and rushed towards Ball. In less than 2 breaths, the two crossed a distance of dozens of miles, and collided in the sky. The power exploded, and the surrounding atmosphere was like smoke and dust, and the shock waves spread. Boom! Dole hurriedly mobilized the storm to replenish the storm that had just been wiped out. At this time, the monsters in that place had rushed to the shore and headed towards the construction team. Dole flashed, and the next moment, he appeared in front of those monsters, magic power condensed, and dozens of wind guns flew out of his hands. At the same time, magic power appeared on his body, and large pieces of wind blades and wind knives were formed, sweeping towards the direction of the monsters. His purpose was to block and wait for the storm to make up for it. Although the Wind Lance technique is a 4th level magic, it has a strong penetrating power. After reaching the 6th level, it can be used easily, and with the improvement of mental strength, the use of these kinds of magic has become more experienced. Like a javelin, the Wind Lance technique flew out and fell like rain. The eyes of those monsters were immediately anxious. Who released magic like rain? Puff, puff, the low-level monsters in front fell down one after another. The Wind Lance technique below the 5th level directly penetrated and killed and injured one after another. The speed of the Wind Lance technique was extremely fast. After a wave of harvest, the Wind Blade technique followed with another wave, and the number was also more than hundreds. The Wind Blade fell into the camp of the monsters, and a large number of monsters fell down and never got up again. The other monsters were frightened and ran back. Dole did not chase them. Bullying some small monsters with the strength of quasi-level 7 was not his style at all. For him, unless they were at the same level, there was no possibility of fighting back unless they were below level 6. Level 6 creatures, whether human or monster, generally would not easily attack. They were all sprinting for level 7. Even level 7 lords would not easily summon level 6. So after Albi's mountain was occupied by Dole, those level 6 intelligent monsters said nothing and left directly. Dole had just finished dealing with this place, and lightning flashed in his eyes. To the west of the canyon, another area was whistling with hurricanes and thunder and lightning. As the distance of lightning was used, the lightning stored in the storm decreased rapidly, and as Dole fought on multiple fronts, his mental power was rapidly consumed, but he was not afraid. As long as the other level 7s did not attack, Dole did not care. The battle seemed slow, but it actually took a long time, and Dole guessed that they would probably have to fight for a long time. They could not control the canyon here, and the center in the future would most likely be placed outside the valley entrance. The road from Albi's city to the valley entrance was within the range of the storm domain, and the monsters of the Baiyuan Mountains could not get involved. Such a short battle had no effect on the huge storm domain, except that the lightning was consumed at a fast rate. The speed at which the storm domain produced lightning was not slow, and some of the lightning stored in normal times had to be released, but such a high-frequency discharge was not enough for even a huge storm with a range of hundreds of kilometers. Dole was observing the surroundings while carefully understanding the various subtle situations in the storm domain. He thought about it, and set his sights on the Baiyuan Mountains. At this time, on the edge of the Baiyuan Mountains, Ball and the dragon bats were fighting in the mountains, and from time to time, there were bursts of sounds of mountain peaks collapsing from the mountains. In the storm domain, no sound could be heard, and the storm itself was full of sound. Chapter 748. Dole observed carefully, and kept urging the storm field. The friction between water vapor and wind produced tiny charged particles. The charged particles continued to gather to form more powerful lightning, winding in the storm, and finally gathered to the north of the storm field. Dole felt very novel about the traces of lightning and weak electricity. The power of lightning may be the easiest and most difficult to obtain and control in the world. When it is easiest, even friction on some rough clothes can generate electricity, but it is also the most difficult power to control. The direction and control of lightning are much more difficult than other elements. Thunder and lightning are actually the same power. Electricity passes through the void and hits the air, forming a rumbling thunder. This is the thunder and lightning known to the world. In fact, they are all the same, that is, electricity. Dole understood something. He raised his hand, and the thunder summoning technique naturally brewed in his hand. A group of fierce lightning gathered from all directions, released from the meditation method, condensed in his hand, and formed a thunder ball. He just glanced at the thunder ball, and it exploded in his hand. Boom! Dole was shocked by the thunder and lightning, and his hair stood on end, but he closed his eyes in enjoyment. At the same time, a wonderful rhythm kept emerging and disappearing from his body, as if it was very strange. He practiced the storm meditation method, and had the wind series rule fragments. He thought he must have comprehended the rules of wind or water, but he didn't expect that the first rule he felt was thunder and lightning. Dole was not level 7, but at this moment he had touched a trace of the rules of thunder and lightning. In the storm turned into a hurricane, which was even more violent. Lightning continued to grow and converged at a very fast speed. In the storm field, lightning flashed and continued to press towards the Baiyuan Mountains. In the Wizard Tower array in Albi's city, Axo stood on the Wizard Tower, looking north, and his spirit was slightly tense. The storm field was indeed amazing. Among the meditation methods she knew, there was only one meditation method that could form this scale, and that was the God's Field of the Holy Sea of Light. However, that was achieved through countless alchemical devices, unlike Dole, who used his own meditation method to interfere with the weather to form natural weather. In the storm field, the three forces of wind, water, and thunder worked together, and the mixed forces could play a role that was not as simple as 1 plus 1. It was many times more powerful than their simple flames. Lihua was a flame, and it was one of the 7 higher-level flames among the flames. Even so, because of its relatively single nature, it was powerful but also limited, and was far less diverse than Dole's attack methods. But Dual Eye also has limitations, that is, the power of a single witchcraft is not strong enough, and he is now using all the means of the storm field. At this moment, she felt a rhythm of rules in the mountains, and suddenly felt a sense of shock. No way, did he comprehend the rules? He is only level 6? How can his mental strength be strong enough? Without the baptism of thunder tribulation, his mental strength is not enough. Shocked, it is not uncommon for people to master the rules at level 6, but it is very outrageous for Dual Eye to happen. You know, he is only 27 years old this year. However, this rhythm is very faint, it should be just a touch, and there is still a long way to go before mastering it. At the same time, the Dragon Bat and other level 7s in the distance also sensed what happened to Dual Eye. The Dragon Bat immediately burst out with power, repelling the entangled ball, and the whole body flew into the mountain without looking back. Ball stabilized his body, grinned at the Dragon Bat, spit, and then looked back. The storm became more intense, and the power of the sky became stronger. Dual Eye seemed to have comprehended something incredible. It seemed to be a rule. In the storm, the winding lightning seemed to be more violent and more rhythmic, not just simple lightning. These most violent forces in the world seemed to be controllable. Originally, he also thought that the first rule Dual Eye comprehended should be the wind system, but unexpectedly, it was the thunder system. The thunder system is powerful, and the damage is concentrated. It is very sharp among the high-end forces. Dual Eye has 1 foot in the 7th level. The next is the thunder tribulation. However, he has a storm domain, and whether he has thunder tribulation or not is another matter. The thunder tribulation comes from the great power of heaven and earth, and is an obstacle set for creatures to break through a certain boundary. Dole's storm domain is even stronger than thunder tribulation. His spiritual has been baptized by thunder and lightning, and he has long been so strong that he doesn't know where it is. Is he level 6? Or level 7? Ball touched his head and felt that he had discovered something extraordinary. He paused suddenly and shot into the storm. The moment he entered the storm, the surrounding wind and clouds automatically dispersed, leaving him a passage. Soon, Ball disappeared in the storm. In the canyon, the construction team members were already scared silly. They had never seen such a scene before. There were lightning and thunder in the sky. The lightning was raging for more than an hour. The ground in some places around was directly beaten to pieces. Although it was not as gorgeous and powerful as some magic, the effect was also very scary. Everyone was frightened and looked around vigilantly. Soon, some light appeared above their heads, and the storm seemed to retreat back to the Albi's mountains. At this time, Dole's voice sounded in everyone's ears. Continue the construction, everyone's fee will be doubled today. Everyone was originally worried, but after hearing this voice, they all quieted down. Not long after, Lingtu began to shout, everyone, move together, today's wages will be doubled. Everyone cheered. Among the crowd, the most shocked were not the civilians, but the wizards who were tamping the ground behind the team. Their mental strength was still relatively weak, and they were more shocked by the result caused by this kind of power similar to that of nature. Is this the power of a high-level wizard? If they were to massacre a city, wouldn't it be a matter of minutes? This is the power of the Lord of Albi's city. This is too amazing. With such strength, Albi's city is just around the corner. They became excited and felt a sense of belonging. There are a lot of wizards in the Glory Empire, some of which are produced in the country, and some are from other empires. The management of wizards is also very strict. In other empires, You can hear about the appearance of black wizards, but they are rarely seen in the Glory Empire. This is because as long as black wizards appear, they are basically eliminated by the Glory Wizard Alliance as soon as they appear. And the so-called black wizards are actually mostly wandering wizards, such as those that Dole had contacted. Dorai has seen real black wizards, such as the corpses 65 and 64 that he saw that day. To be honest, he still has this corpse 65 in his soul. The number of wizards in a region determines the prosperity of that place. After all, wizards are powerful and can easily complete tasks that warriors cannot. Chapter 749. The storm slowly retreated to the Albise Mountains. Dole was immersed in the understanding of the slightest lightning state of mind at this time, constantly pondering and experimenting with the lightning in the storm. Because he wanted to bring the power of ice into the storm before, which led to the decline of the activity of lightning. Now, he knows what to do. It is still necessary to maintain the original form of the storm, and not mix the power of ice. The one in the eye of the Arctic storm has a different way from him. He extracted the power of ice, and put it all in the Tower of Babel to enhance the power of Ash's ice state of mind. This will take some time. It took a lot of effort to integrate the power of ice. Now it will take some effort to extract it. At the same time, his eyes still did not leave the north. He knew that today's small-scale riot of monsters would last for a long time. He had to fight a protracted war with the monsters in the Bayuan Mountains to see how many of them there were or whether his lightning was born and stored enough. In addition, he also needs to deploy some forces in the wasteland far away from the junction of the two mountain ranges to fight a protracted war with the enemy. He plans to deploy a major town here and find a way to design a device. It would be best if it could transmit the power of the Wizard Tower. When the monsters appear, just use the power of the Wizard Tower to bombard them directly. This design can be handed over to the alchemy department of the Wizard Union, so there is no need to rush. His eyes quickly left the Bayuan Mountains and focused on the Tower of Babel. At this time, Ball walked in from outside, and his figure gradually changed into the image of a strong man. Ball looked at Dole with a frown. How did you comprehend the power of thunder and lightning? Shouldn't it be wind? Dole shrugged. I also want to comprehend the power of wind. Isn't this a coincidence? Ball was speechless, then thought for a while, and said, the wizard who fought with me once said that the final form of storm meditation is actually void storm. If he could comprehend void storm, I wouldn't be here today. That poor guy, who doesn't even have a wizard tower, wants to kill me. It's really funny. He returned to the topic and said, void storm only exists in the void. I have seen it. I was almost scared to death at the time. If you want to comprehend void storm, Babel Tower may be. You really need it. I now realize that you have been walking steadily along the way. What you have learned are all related to what you use. Dole felt a little confused when he heard the words void storm. How can the storm be connected to the void? What kind of wind is that blowing in the void? He has never been to the void. How can he comprehend the void storm? Although the core of the Tower of Babel has the nature of space, he has never thought about learning this knowledge, and has never understood the problems in this area. He only knows how to apply some space transmission skills. Hearing this, he felt a little headache. Do I have to learn this knowledge again? Knowledge of space? I am afraid only the Imperial Capital has it. This is the top knowledge content. Under normal circumstances, no one will record this thing in a book and put it there for people to read. Boss Ball, this is too fantastic. A storm is a storm. How can it be related to the void? Ball shrugged. Meditation is not about meditating on something, but its form and structure. A storm is a storm. It can be simulated in any environment. The void is also called the outer domain, and the void ocean, so there is also a void storm. When you reach level 7, and can use rules to protect yourself, I will take you to the void. That is the most wonderful place in the world, but it is a little dangerous. If you are not careful, you will die. Ball seemed to remember something, and shrugged his neck slightly. Dole naturally knew what the void was, because it was introduced in the wizard rules of the Glory Wizard Alliance. The essence of this world is the void. Every world is born from the void. We are equivalent to living in a small corner of the void. In addition to us, there are hundreds of millions of worlds in the void, forming different domains. After reaching level 7, you can use the power of rules to protect your body and go to other worlds. This is how Ball came, but he was almost dead when he came. Dole naturally knew the dangers in the void, but he didn't know how dangerous it was. He shook his head, and shook it all off from his mind. He said with a headache, that's for the future. I haven't reached level 7 yet. It's still early. According to the current progress, he can reach level 7 in 10 years, or even earlier. What is needed to go from level 6 to level 7 is foundation, and more importantly, opportunity. He does not have enough foundation now. The meditation method has not been fully perfected, and the storm has not grown to its limit. Dole has not seen a level 6 storm, but he has seen a level 7 complete storm spirit. Although Dole said that the meditation method is only a form problem, at least the form must be perfected. The complete storm Dole does not need to use the Tower of Babel as the core, but a very natural storm form. It is not enough now, and it still depends on Dole's control. Moreover, the ownership of Albi's mountain has not been completely determined yet. The level 7 monsters in the Baiyuan mountains may attack at any time, and I have to worry about it at any time. But now the training is in years, so there is no rush. Dole is now waiting for the imperial capital to confer the title, but looking at the current situation, someone in the imperial capital is obviously not going to let him have an easy time. Some people think that they are small wizards, who can be bullied at will, just like a Rangel in the past. Haha, they may have made a wrong calculation. If they don't come out at level 8, no one can help them now. In Albi's city, the scene of Dole controlling the storm in Albi's mountain in the distance was seen by almost all the intelligence personnel. The fact that he used the storm field was known to everyone, and the news was flying everywhere. Dole didn't care about these. He now needs someone to act as his mouth and tell the world what's going on here. He is not easy to mess with. Especially that unknown force. When it wants to pay attention to you, think carefully and don't send some cats and dogs to harass you. He still had a few level 6 silver corpses from the necromancers. If he wasn't afraid that other necromancers would take them back, he would have wanted to put them under the Baiyuan mountains and use them as guardians. Dole was a little depressed. He actually had a lot of cards in his hand, but he just felt that he couldn't play them. He felt very depressed. There were a lot of things in the city lord's mansion, and he didn't want to care about them now. However, the amnesty from the imperial capital had not come down yet, so he couldn't appoint a deputy city lord, so he was very annoyed now. Soon, time slowly passed to more than 10 days later. Chapter 750. At the current speed of road construction, more than half of the Northwest Passage will soon be opened. Dole watched every day, fearing that something unexpected would happen. The ferocious monsters in the Baiyuan River, the ferocious raptors in the mountains, and various monsters could cross the river at any time and rush to the fragile construction team. Dole transferred Ivy and put him here. With Ivy's strength, ordinary small monsters are not worth mentioning. Only 4 days later, Dole felt the monster riot in the Baiyuan mountains again, and the breath of dragon bats appeared in the distance again. Unlike the last time, this time, there were 2 level 7 monsters in the mountains. Unlike the dragon bats that mainly targeted Dole, they appeared on both sides of the Northwest Passage, as if they wanted to disperse the attack and destroy Dole's road. Seeing this, Dole hurriedly notified Axo and called out Ball, and then urged the Golden Corpse to rush to the other side of the Baiyuan mountains. At the same time, Babel flew out of the eye of the storm, and followed the Golden Corpse to the west side of the Northern Passage. Dole knew that the monsters in the Baiyuan mountains were very hostile to the establishment of the Northwest Passage, so he had to do his best to defend it. The familiar whistle sounded, and the people working at the bottom of the mountain immediately threw away their tools and returned to the side of the team. Unlike the last time, the team's carriages had some magic circles, which automatically generated a circle of energy shields to surround everyone. This made people feel a lot more at ease. At the same time, they saw that the storm above their heads slowly moved out of the mountain and moved a little bit towards the Baiyuan mountains. The sky darkened, and the dark clouds above their heads kept spinning and flowing, and thunder and lightning began to gather continuously. The monsters from the Baiyuan mountains are coming again, everyone thought. In Albi's city, a red and powerful fire suddenly emanated from the red wizard tower that symbolized Axo, shocking the people around. Then, the wizard tower soared into the sky at a very fast speed and flew to the north. Seeing this, everyone knew that the monsters from the Baiyuan mountains had started a war with the city lord again. This was the end time. People around began to discuss why this time. Didn't the monsters from the Baiyuan mountains retreat? It has only been more than half a year since the establishment of Albi's city. The constant harassment of monsters has become the norm, especially those level 7 monsters, who tirelessly competed with the city lord in the mountains, which was very shocking. They knew the destructive power of the level 7 monsters. They could easily turn the world upside down, mountains collapsed, and there were huge explosions, and all kinds of noises that could scare people to death. But fortunately, they never hit the city. The city of Albiz is the most ferocious, cruel and powerful city lord that everyone has ever seen. In a small courtyard in the city, a young noble who had just moved in looked up at the Lihua Tower flying away in the distance, his expression slightly solemn. He was brought in to replace the Mizukage to figure out the situation here. Now it seems that the situation here is not difficult to grasp. The establishment of Albi's city here itself is a nuisance to the monsters in the Baiyuan Mountains, and the war between the two families is inevitable. However, from the current point of view, Dolei's strength is still very strong. The former deputy leaders of the Fire Wudong organization, Axo, who is very powerful in himself, now have the Lihua Golden Tower, which is incredibly powerful in itself, a hellhound of unknown strength, and a Babel Tower, a complete set of 6-level wizard towers. Such a foundation is comparable to a high-level wizard force. It can be foreseen that with these things, Albi's city will definitely develop into a powerful wizard city in the future. Especially since it is close to the Baiyuan Mountains, there will definitely be many people going there for adventure, and they are all masters. Needless to say, it will develop very well in the future. Unless there are other level 8s, or ancestors, or level 7 sieges, Albi's city will be sad, but who will besiege here? As an intelligence officer, he analyzed all this very thoroughly. He was ready to do some business here honestly, and whitewash his identity in public. At the same time, he sent out all the information he knew with scrolls. Such scenes were staged in other places. In the Wizard Tower group, Bernard looked at the distance and emitted light. He quickly sent a message to inform everyone to open the Wizard Tower and prepare to guard against other level 7 attacks. The entire Wizard Tower group seemed to have no changes, but in fact it was ready. Without delay, they had to shoulder the safety of the entire Wizard Tower group and the safety of the city. This place seems empty, but if that level 7 dares to attack, they will strike with thunder, just like the last time Dole plotted against that level 7 dragon bat. Even if the 8 level 6 wizard towers have not reached the rule level, the combined power is enough to kill ordinary level 7s in seconds and seriously injure the top level 7s. This is the greatest result of human development over the years. Bernard has stopped refining medicine and his eyes are on the distance. The other tower masters are doing the same as him, and they are all looking at the other side at this time. As the tower masters, after they recultivated the meditation method, they relied on the power of the wizard tower to transform their strength quickly. Now, the strongest one is no longer Morris, but Bernard. His comprehension is good in itself. With the addition of the wizard tower, he is almost at the peak of level 4. After the mental power is amplified by the wizard tower, he can clearly sense what is happening in the distance. The fight over there is very intense. In the sky, dozens of lightning bolts gathered together to form a thicker lightning bolt, which fiercely struck the monster in the east. It was a giant eagle with 2 rainbow marks on its back, and it was extremely fast. But how fast is the lightning? It is faster than blinking an eye. The rule power around the giant eagle flows, forming a green phantom, which turns into the form of the original eagle, and a pair of wings flutter over blankly. If the light is broken, the lightning will form countless tiny electric lights, which will explode with a bang. A series of light and fire will flash in the sky and disappear again. The giant eagle cried out fiercely, and its body retreated quickly as if it had hit a mountain peak. It flapped its wings, and the power of rules affected the surroundings. It quickly stabilized its body, looking at the storm clouds in front of it with anger, and flapped its wings fiercely, and countless green air currents turned into flowing clouds, rushing towards the storm field. The storm field fought fiercely with the green flowing clouds, and then was shattered by the other side for several kilometers. Large areas of the storm field disappeared, and turned into ordinary air again. The green flowing clouds quickly disappeared. At this moment, in the storm, within a range of nearly tens of kilometers around, light flashed in the hurricane, and countless fine lightning surged towards this side. Chapter 751. The giant eagle saw this, and hurriedly retreated. At the same time, the surrounding blue power continued to retreat, and turned into huge energy wings, covering the sky and the earth, breaking up large areas of storms again. At this time, the lightning finally condensed again, and a huge lightning rushed out of the storm, hitting the retreating giant eagle with the force of thunder. With a loud bang, the giant eagle was hit, and retreated again, and the power on its body swarmed out frantically to replenish the consumption of the lightning impact. At the same time, in the endless storm, lightning gathered from all directions again, and the storm it had just destroyed had begun to slowly make up for it. The giant eagle was a little helpless, and it immediately flapped its wings and flew high, wanting to walk through the sky. As it walked, it released blue power to break the storm, but its power was limited. The storm was several kilometers outside, and a storm of 10 kilometers was nothing at all. He could destroy it casually. The Lihua Golden Tower met another level 7, and in just a moment, the Lihua Golden Tower hit the opponent and seriously injured him. Axo liked this kind of fist-to-flesh method. The monster fled in a hurry, and she did not chase it. Instead, she stood in the sky with a smile and provoked the dragon bat. Ball and the dragon bat were evenly matched again. The two fought for 2 hours and then retreated. The giant eagle in the east could not break through the lightning. Facing the storm that lasted hundreds of kilometers, it had no temper at all. Its strength was not enough to destroy the main form of the storm. It was useless to fly into the sky. The lightning could come out from any position of the storm, and it would not work anywhere. The dragon bats retreated, and the rainbow giant eagle followed suit. Albi's city was successfully defended again. Axo stood in the sky, looking at Dole's figure in the storm, and his heart was shocked. This young man was really terrible. He practiced this meditation method, and the domain he created was so brutal that even the 7th level could not do anything. However, the opponent was only an ordinary 7th level. If the dragon bats and the 3-headed lizard dragon were high-level 7th levels, Dole would have to use the Tower of Babel. This was not known how many times. He estimated that there would be a 4th, 5th, and 6th time. Dole would have to completely defeat the opponent before he could successfully occupy this place. As the storm domain became thicker day by day, Axo estimated that it would take about 2 or 3 years. After 2 or 3 years, the storm domain would become more mature, and Dole's strength would grow again. Anyway, she was fine now, and it was good to be here. It was great to have the Wizard Tower. No matter how good the place of Wawutong was, it was not as good as having her own Wizard Tower. Axo now loves the Wizard Tower. She studies the usage of the Wizard Tower every day. She feels that her rune ability has expanded greatly. After level 7, there are several super powerful witchcrafts that cannot be used. Maybe she can try them in the future. As the storm slowly recedes, the land has regained its peace. 10 days later, the north gate of Albi's city was originally planned. At this time, the city wall has not been built yet, and there is only a large open space here. At this time, a large group of caravans lined up in the open space, compact and orderly. Judging from the flags of these caravans, there are caravans of the Orn family, caravans of the Rhine family, and Rose caravans, as well as some other caravans. There are thousands of people lined up at the gate, which is very spectacular. The remaining ones are the Rose caravans. In addition, next to the caravan, there are members of Commander Ivy's military guarding the surrounding area. These are all the backbone of the army, and their strength is above level 3. Ivy himself is already a level 6 master. The sun rises slowly, and with an order, the Rose caravan in front slowly starts, following the newly repaired North Road, and slowly drives northward. They have to travel for 2 days and 2 nights to reach the Northwest Passage between the Albise Mountains and the Baiyuan Mountains, and then quickly pass through the Northwest Passage, and spend another 3 days to enter the wasteland on the other side. After 2 days, they can enter Montana. Compared with Duching, Roderick City, and some messy places, this took a lot of 2/3 of the time, greatly shortening the journey. Although it sounds very dangerous to take this road, the city lord has already said that he will provide full protection, and there is absolutely no problem. Moreover, the scale of this caravan is not small, and some ordinary monsters cannot destroy the caravan. Therefore, everyone was full of confidence. In addition, with the previous record of Lord Dole, the monsters in the Baiyuan Mountains could not come over at all, so they were very relieved. The Rhine family was in charge of the caravan, and most of their transportation was food. At this time, they were not in their own caravan, but with the Orn family caravan behind. The Orn family was in the medicinal materials business, and the caravan itself was going to Montana to transport medicinal materials. This time it just happened to catch up. The 2 caravans were one in front and one behind, so the 2 families had the opportunity to sit together. The young man looked at the young man of the Orn family next to him and smiled casually. "Casso, I didn't expect that you would come out this time. Why, did your father completely hand over the caravan to you?" Casso shook his head and said, "My father is sick and is being treated here." "Didn't you see him?" The young man was stunned. "I really didn't see my uncle. What happened to him?" Casso sighed and said, "Old illnesses and old injuries. Let's not talk about them. But you can lead a bunch of people out. It's incredible. Your family is full of talents. Why, it's your turn." The young man felt relieved when he heard the previous words. Who doesn't have old injuries when going out? Generally, you can get some medicine from the pharmacist union to control them. When he heard the latter words, his face suddenly became a little proud. "Didn't you notice that I'm already level 5? He raised his hand casually, and a fighting spirit was born in his hand, rotating to form a perfect spherical shape. On this spherical shape, Kaso felt the opponent's will and fighting spirit. Hudson, it's great. You got promoted without making any noise. No wonder your family sent you out. Among us warriors, your Ryan family is the only one with the most people. If you didn't get promoted, you would have nothing to do. Now you can come out and do things. Hudson was a little embarrassed. There were too many geniuses in the family, especially warriors. It was a pity that he was not a wizard. Otherwise, even if he was a level 3 wizard, he would be much better than a level 5 warrior. He sighed and said, "Don't mention it. Let's think about how to survive these few days." It is said that the monsters in the Baiyuan Mountains are still not very peaceful. Kaso laughed. What if it is not peaceful? I heard that Lord Dole has invested a lot of money, and even hired a 7th level wizard to take care of the caravan. He himself is also the guardian of the Albiz Mountains. It's not a big deal. At most, it's just what the workers said some time ago. They fight their own battles. It's not a big deal to be scared. Hudson heard this, and looked at the Albiz Mountains in the distance. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Do you know how I broke through my fighting spirit? Chapter 752. Kaso blinked. How would I know? Hudson said with an ugly face, it was a few days ago that I was scared. My brother Ivy and I went to protect those craftsmen and workers. Then Lord Dole, his guard dog, and Master Axo, the wizard, fought in the sky. My God, the might was so great that the sky collapsed and the earth split. I am scared every time I think about it now. At that time, if any magic came over, we would all be dead. Kaso was shocked. This feeling was exactly the same as the person involved. He immediately came closer and said with interest, it is said that 7th level wizards are particularly scary. Tell me, how scary are they? I heard that they can flatten a town with just one spell. Is it true? So Hudson described it vividly. About half an hour later, Hudson finished his story with a lingering feeling, and then smiled secretly. You will see it on the road in a while. There are traces of battles everywhere on the Baiyuan River. One day, lightning struck and boiled the river's surface. Are you scared? The two were both in their 30s and 40s, people of the same generation. They talked endlessly, and even ignored the caravan. This time, everyone went together. They walked together and rested together. Anyway, they were all joining in the fun and supporting Duolai. The Rose caravan was not an acquaintance, and Duolai did not deal with them. His main mental power was not on the caravan, but all on the Baiyuan Mountains. Today was the official opening of the Northwest Passage. The Warcraft would definitely come to make trouble. He had already assigned the tasks. Ivy was in charge of the wasteland, and Axel was in charge of the maneuver. He would fill the storm with lightning and guard the passage when the time came. At this time, hundreds of kilometers away in the Albiz Mountains, dark clouds were densely covered, hurricanes were howling, and thunder and lightning were constantly flashing inside, pressing towards the Baiyuan Mountains little by little. The Baiyuan Mountains were also on high alert at this time, fearing that Duolai would attack. The Northwest Passage was open today, and the dragon bats also knew the news, and they were gnashing their teeth in hatred. We have to fight, but whether we can win or not is another matter, but we must not let Duolai have an easy time. In the Baiyuan Mountains, at the foot of a mountain not far from the wasteland, a group of mountain wolves rushed down the mountain at this time. Behind them, 2 level 5 magic beasts drove the group of mountain wolves and rushed down the mountain frantically. At the same time, in other places, bears, foxes, large wild boars, from slightly lower level beasts to high level magic beasts were all in line. From the beasts that just entered the mountains to the second layer, all came here. At this time, tens of thousands of magic beasts crossed the first layer of the mountains and came to the wasteland. Among these monsters, some were full of hatred. They were driven out of the Albiz Mountains by Dole. Dole also saw this from the Albiz Mountains in the distance. He just felt a little cold in his heart. Then in the city of Albiz, the clone stood up from the city lord's mansion, and then turned into countless black insects, and dared to come to the wasteland. The clone also has means. He still has 11 level 6 silver corpses in the list. These 11 level 6 silver corpses alone are equivalent to 11 level 6. Although these level 6 silver corpses are only warriors, they also have a certain combat power. With the skeleton demon meditation method, it should not be a problem to cause large-scale casualties. The 8 wizard towers did not move. That was his last strength. The city could not be affected in any way. In case someone came to make trouble, Bernard and others could still protect him. The golden corpse, Axu, the silver corpse, himself, the storm field, and the entire army of the military department are enough to deal with these monsters. Dole looked at the overall situation and felt that the current strength on his side seemed to be sufficient. When the clone came to the wasteland, he quietly passed in front of the caravan, said hello to Aksu, and ordered Ivy to lead all the forces of the military department to the wasteland, and the two of them went first. Today is the first day of the opening of the Northwest Passage. After fighting for so long, the Baiyuan Mountains can still take out so much force. He was a little surprised. After all, there were a lot of losses in the past few days. Now it comes again. Dole is a little annoyed. The fertility rate of low-level monsters is high, and the number is large. This is inevitable, but the high-level monsters are one less when they die. Are these level 7 monsters in the Baiyuan Mountains crazy? At this moment, Dole knew their plan, because in the distant mountains, there were 4 level 7 auras in the mountains. Dole's heart sank. I'm afraid today's day will not be easy. The Tower of Babel is going to move. At the same time, he quickly sent the message that he was going to ask for support. In the desert hundreds of kilometers away, Alan and several level 6 wizards sat in a tent, drinking various beverages, chatting, or discussing their experiences in witchcraft. The essence of shadow witchcraft is to merge into the shadow and assimilate with the surrounding shadows. It is not completely separated from the light attribute, because without light, there is no so-called shadow. In this case, shadow witchcraft also considers the model of light, so my witchcraft is incomplete because of this? That's natural. When it comes to an attribute energy, I am an expert. Odoron accused a level 6 wizard without hesitation. The 6th level wizard lowered his head and thought carefully, and it seemed to be true. As he thought, he simulated the witchcraft model in his hand, but the witchcraft model soon collapsed. His face turned black, and he continued to simulate. A successful witchcraft model must be balanced in terms of both the speed of generation and the power. If a witchcraft model is made, it must be something that anyone can make. The size of the power, the speed of condensation, and the user's expectations of the witchcraft model are different. Whether the witchcraft model is useful or not is what a wizard expects. A new witchcraft model can certainly sell for money, but if others are not satisfied with it, it is useless. Alan smiled and watched them discuss on the side. This is what wizards should do. At this moment, he suddenly stood up, looked towards the east with a serious look, and said, "The Northwest Passage is open today. There is indeed something going on in Dole. Now it's our turn. As long as the Albiz Mountains are open this time, there will be no more obstacles in the 5 northern continents, and the road will be smooth." Other wizards became nervous when they heard this. This war will involve many level 7s. They are also old men mobilized from various families. This time, the Rhine family, the Glory Wizard Alliance, and the Orn family are all working together to make this happen. Although the construction of the city in the Albiz Mountains has nothing to do with them, the opening of the Northwest Passage is a major event for the entire Northwest. As long as they can accomplish the major event, they will be recorded in history. There are the Evil Spirit Mountains in the northwest, and the Baiyuan Mountains in the northeast. They have been suffering from these monsters for a long time. This time, they can finally confront them head-on. Therefore, with the help of Watzeberg, they are fully prepared. This time, it is the day when the Northwest Passage is opened, and it is also the day when the human race declares war on the monsters in the Baiyuan Mountains. May 1st, 351 of the Xinmin calendar. This day is destined to be recorded in history. The Northwest Passage was opened, and corpses were everywhere at the foot of the Baiyuan Mountains. Blood flowed like a river, and several huge pits were dug into the flat land. Chapter 753. Dozens of peaks in the outermost layer of the Baiyuan Mountains collapsed. Dozens of mountains in the Albiz Mountains near the Baiyuan Mountains also collapsed, filled with flames, lightning, toxins, and other indelible elemental attributes. There was indeed nothing wrong with the Northwest Passage, but outside the passage, there were corpses everywhere. Some of them were from monsters, and some were from humans, which was very tragic. When the caravan walked out of the Northwest Passage, the high-level fighters of the two families turned around and walked away, never appearing in the sky again. Both sides sent out dozens of level 6 and level 7 fighters, fighting to the point of collapse and cracking the sky. The explosions and roars were heard very clearly in Albiz City hundreds of miles away. The nobles, ordinary soldiers, people with a little status, and ordinary people who had no chance to participate in the battle in the city saw the whole process of this incident on the flat ground nearly 100 kilometers away, and witnessed this great moment. The most powerful one was the extremely beautiful female wizard. She activated the wizard tower, and the rain of fire, explosions, and roars resounded throughout the wilderness. However, the most powerful one was Lord Dole. His storm domain covered hundreds of kilometers in all directions, with dense thunder and lightning, and huge roars resounded throughout the world. This battle lasted for a long time, and finally ended with the victory of mankind. This is a day that will be recorded in history, a glorious day, and a day of victory for the people of the Northwest. This day was called the Glorious Day by the people of Albee City, and a festival was spontaneously formed, the Poisson Festival. The people in the city sang and danced, ran around to tell each other, and announced this great victory to everyone. At the same time, this news spread all over the country, and quickly spread to the imperial capital. In the Albee's mountains, Dole relocated the Tower of Babel back to the eye of the storm, looking exhausted. He was fighting on multiple fronts, and was now exhausted. Ball also had blood on his body at this time, his own and others. The bastard Lungfu fought him to pieces, and both beasts were injured. Countless other level 6 beasts fell, and Dole lost 3 silver corpses. Although these were not his things, they were now his, and he was very distressed when they were damaged. The other silver corpses were also damaged. After repairing, each silver corpse would cost almost 1,000,000 gold coins, which was a total of 15 million gold coins. This was all money. What he lacked most now was money. In order to build it as soon as possible and build the passage as soon as possible, he invested all the money from selling the land. It was almost a total loss, almost hundreds of millions of gold coins, all of which were invested. These gold coins are more than enough to upgrade all wizard towers to level 8. But there is no other way to build quickly. There are more than 80 nobles of all sizes coming to Albee's mountain city. It is quite good to contribute so much money. The Northwest Passage is officially opened. Money will come in continuously in the future, and it will be easy to make a profit. Business will develop slowly, and naturally drive other industries. Take your time, don't rush, Dole has plenty of patience. Now he has formed an alliance with the Rhine family, the Orn family, and some other forces. Whoever targets Albee's city is targeting them, so Dole is not afraid of being targeted. It is really good to have teammates to cooperate with. What needs to be done now is to recover from the wounds and restore the storm domain. Through this battle, Dole understood many characteristics, advantages and disadvantages of the storm domain and kept thinking about making up for them and perfecting the storm domain. In addition, he owed Axel a lot of favors this time, but he finally opened the Northwest Passage. The Watzenberg Glory Wizard Alliance also made a lot of efforts this time, and they were all remembered in their hearts. All parties were licking their wounds and returning to the truce period. When the first caravan passed through the Northwest Passage and arrived in Montana, the merchants in Montana cheered. Then, the first caravan from the North State passed through from the other side, and the two sides exchanged what they had for the first time. May is destined to be a harvest season, and the Northwest Passage is no longer blocked. Imperial Capital. In the hall, the Emperor threw the memorial on the empty hall floor, looked at the people below, and smiled slowly. You keep saying that Albee's city is a city destined to be undefended, and you don't approve of setting up a county. Now they have defeated the enemy, and opened up the Northwest Passage. What do you say? George stood aside, also smiling and nodding. Behind him, people belonging to George's family stood there to watch the fun. No one in the Edward family said anything at this time. The successful establishment of the Northwest Passage was something they had never expected. A foreign 6th-level wizard could defeat many 7th-level wizards in the Bayuan Mountains and successfully gain a foothold. Although Eaton had provided a lot of information, saying how powerful he was and how rich his resources were, he was only a 6th-level wizard with a few wizard towers after all. But now it seems that the other party's foundation is indeed richer. This was something they had never expected. The formal opening of the Northwest Passage to trade had a significant impact on several northern states. Although it was only a few hundred kilometers shorter, this few hundred kilometers of travel would save a lot of manpower and material resources, and also time. There was some awkwardness in the hall. At this time, one of them stood up and said with a smile, "This is a blessing for the Empire." Nadol occupied the Albee's mountains and opened up the North Plains Passage. This is a great blessing for our glorious empire. We should be happy. Your Majesty, can you give him a proper reward? George glanced at this person. This person was also from the Edward family. He did not mention the title at all. He was really an old fox. He stood up and said, "Emperor, I suggest that while the Northwest Passage has been successfully opened, why not confer a title on Dole today?" That's right, it would be unreasonable not to confer a title on him for such a great contribution. The Albee's Mountains, there are so many level 7s, all of whom have been driven away, and the land area has increased by 300,000 or 400,000 square kilometers. Moreover, With the land near the Albise Mountains, how many people can be supported? These are all indelible achievements, and he should be conferred a title. The people belonging to George's faction began to discuss in a noisy manner. Looking down from the hall, almost more than 60% of the people were discussing. In the corner of the hall, another middle-aged man saw this and sighed slightly in his heart. He was destined to lose. This younger brother had extraordinary means. He didn't speak, but it didn't mean that the people around him didn't speak. However, they belonged to the Imperial Guards, rarely participated in state affairs, and couldn't get a word in at all. Emperor Yale saw all this. The third son's power was already established. After all, the Edward family was only one family, and the third son had already won over 3 or 4 families. No matter who interrupted at this time, they would be suppressed in the future. He smiled and waved his hand, and the surroundings suddenly became quiet. According to the current news, Albise City has not even built a city wall because it has not been canonized, which is a loss of state status. Let's do this. The Ministry of Internal Affairs will draw up a management list according to the requirements of Albise City and canonize it. We still have a position of marquee, and we can't let people feel disappointed. In addition, let Nadola come to the imperial capital to confer the title. This matter will be left to George. Chapter 754. The people around were suddenly shocked. Generally, the emperor had to personally preside over such matters. Just as they were about to discuss it, Emperor Yale suddenly looked solemn and said heavily, "I am old and don't have the energy to do some things. I will say a few more words today. In the future, as long as it is not a big deal, don't come to me. George will be responsible in the future." After that, the hall became quiet as death. Everyone looked at Emperor Yale in disbelief. Emperor Yale smiled faintly, then stood up and slowly walked to the back. The hall was so quiet as death that you could hear the sound of a needle falling to the ground. People around looked at George. George smiled at this time and walked up the stairs step by step. He did not look back, but he could feel everything behind him, and his body was straight. After walking up, he slowly stood next to the seat where Emperor Yale had just sat. Everyone was shocked at this time. The imperial capital was really going to change. In the hall, the people of the Edward family looked ashen, frantically thinking of ways to make up for the mistakes they had made recently. It was estimated that bleeding was inevitable, otherwise their family would be severely hit by this order, which was a big deal. George glanced at the great Yale, who was walking beside him. The great Yale smiled and motioned him to speak, and he watched from the side. George was greatly encouraged, so he calmed down his excitement, and slowly said, "The Empire has a lot of specific affairs, and we still need your help. Please speak freely. After all, Wizard Dole came from the Northern Empire, and did not belong to our empire, but Albise Mountain belongs to our empire, and he is now considered a member of our empire. The relevant documents have been handed over. The Ministry of Internal Affairs will do its best to do this matter, and we must not let those who are expanding the territory outside feel discouraged." Everyone nodded. The empire's territory has been expanding, but if the review is so slow, who has such a large financial resource to support the construction of a territory? Only after the empire is officially enthroned, it can be barely maintained through imperial appropriations, local donations, and land sales. Dole's Albise City is supported by selling land by himself, which is already very rare. Originally, the Edward family wanted to delay time and kill Dole, but they didn't expect that there were too many people supporting him, and the money was just enough to spend, so they supported it until now. The people from the Ministry of Internal Affairs came out at this time and shouted loudly, "Your Highness, after we go back, we will do our best to compile the copy and strive to get the specific things about the Albise Mountains out tomorrow morning. Your Highness, we will do our best to assist you." George looked down with satisfaction. On the road from the imperial capital to the Albise Mountains, Greta and the other 4 went all the way north and had already walked half of the way. They did not go all out directly, but walked and played while experiencing life experience. At this time, under great pressure, Eugene took the lead in entering level 5, and he also matured a lot. Under the cleansing of the imperial capital environment, he successfully condensed his spirit and will, and only lacked the final precipitation, and now the precipitation was successful. After the 2 entered level 5, they also stimulated the others. After exchanging experiences, Leona was also fast. Jia Lin's foundation was richer than the 3, but she did not advance at this time, but she felt that she was faster than Leona. The tempering of her spirit and will was basically in place. When she was about to reach the Albise Mountains, it should be almost the same. The 4 people in the group, 2 level 5 wizards and 2 level 4 wizards, walked quite easily. No one disturbed them. Occasionally encountering a few monsters or a few bandits on the mountain was also a matter of handling. Seeing more blood, the mental will is naturally honed. They did not inform Dole, but prepared to give him a surprise. Mount Albi's Babel Tower. Dole opened his eyes. George just relayed the news that the canonization was almost certain, but he needed to go to the imperial capital to formally canonize the Marquis. He frowned. He looked around. Now the Stormfield is almost complete, and does not need Babel Tower to maintain it. When the time comes, he can take Babel Tower with him. There are so many masters in the imperial capital, and it is not easy to send a clone. He can only go in person. Taking Babel Tower can reduce the risk to the minimum. What surprised him was that after so long, the mysterious force got so much information, but did not come to make trouble. It was really magical. Judging from the number of level 6 warriors they have, there should be no fewer level 7 warriors. They didn't come to create obstacles for him. It was amazing. Could they be trying to make trouble for him when he went to the imperial capital? What Dole didn't know was that the force was planning to establish a country, and it must not cause any backlash from the surrounding areas. It was so upset at the moment that it had no time to deal with his own affairs. He just needed to manage his own piece of land well, and other people didn't care about him. The biggest population loss in the empire every year was death at the mouth of monsters. Every year, monsters attack villages and cities, causing millions of casualties. Although Dole had achieved such a brilliant record here in the Albiz Mountains, in other places, I don't know how many people still lived in fear of the surrounding monster-gathering places. Without very good warriors and powerful wizards guarding, people in many places could only pray not to encounter monsters. Dole also knew these things, so he tried his best to develop wizard towers and protect his city. In the future, when he has money, he will upgrade the 8 wizard towers to level 7, and the range of the wizard formation will be wider, and he will occupy more places at that time. The current Albiz Mountain, with Albiz City as the center, extends outward for almost 100 kilometers. This is the area where the population is now concentrated. Humans cultivate the land for 2 days, and plant trees within the scope of each town planning. Everything is developing in a good direction. When all the wizard towers are upgraded to level 7, they can basically cover the entire area to the west and south of Albiz Mountain. As for the eastern area of Albiz Mountain, he plans to ignore it for now, develop this side first, and then develop that side later. Anyway, no one will occupy his place. Thinking of this, he quietly waited for the canonization, and then part of his mental power paid attention to the northwest channel at any time. As long as there was a monster attack, he would immediately launch the storm field, and lightning or wind blades, wind guns and other witchcraft flew away from the storm field to drive the monster out, or kill it instantly. Today, the Northwest Passage, with the Bayuan River as its boundary, has become a restricted area for monsters. Dole did not do anything extreme. The Bayuan River still belongs to the monsters. After all, there are definitely a lot of monsters in the entire river, and it is very troublesome to deal with them. It is best to let them know to be afraid and not dare to cross the line. Everything is moving in a good direction. With the arrival of summer, Albiz City has also begun to gain a little popularity under the efforts of various nobles. Fields have begun to appear around the town, and the small town that has been opened up. Humans are the most hardworking. As long as it is safe enough, they will try every means to grow enough food on limited land. Chapter 755. This is not only a symbol of human diligence, but also the desire of living things to survive. Humans are just like ants. As long as they appear in a certain place, they seem to have endless energy to make the place where they live better. 3 days passed slowly, and Dole received the documents from Watzenberg. Albiz City was officially established. From this day on, Dole had the authority. He only realized at this time that after Albiz City was defined as a county, in addition to the initial financial allocation, it also had the authority to establish at least 5 counties under its jurisdiction. These 5 counties were still dominated by him. He could govern the output and population of all territories within this scope. As long as the population was born here, he had the right to decide life and death. It can be said that he was covering the sky with one hand. Dole was a little surprised when he read the documents. It turned out that a county-level city had this right. Dole could not take care of this at present. Albiz City would develop slowly before radiating in all directions. If it could not be built here, the radiation would be idle. However, once the documents come down, he can build the city wall. The scope of Albiz City has been established for a long time, but there has never been a city wall. Now it will finally be built. And after the city is built, He has the right to set up various institutions of the City Lord's Mansion, set up deputy City Lords and other powers, and the Glory Wizard Union branch is also officially established, and the Adventurer Guild, Mercenary Guild, and Pharmacist Guild can also be officially launched. After the Empire confirms, this city is considered a real city. Dolei's heart surged. This is the time for him to really make money. He immediately issued a notice in the name of the City Lord's Mansion that the city has been established, recruiting craftsmen, workers, earth wizards, and officially building city walls. He also publicly recruited managers for the City Lord's Mansion, etc. In fact, many positions have been confirmed. Now it is just a process. Dolei can't manage so many things alone. The selection of deputy city lords is very simple. Wayne, the head of the branch of the Lang family in Albee City, Jefferson, the head of the branch of the Rhine family in Albee City, and Ivy is in charge of the military office, and the head of the Lay family is in charge of the public security summer. Basically, every family that has contributed has been given a position. Dolei has only one request, which is to manage the city with all his heart and soul, and not to cause people to complain. Once something happens, his face will turn black, and the people below will tremble with fear. A brief meeting was held to call everyone to set up the basic structure of the organization. Next, they will recruit people themselves. It is okay to insert your own people, but it cannot exceed 10% of the entire organization. There must be an outsider in the management, etc. Dolei has set up many rules. He is not afraid of these people messing around. This is his own city, and these people also know the consequences. He only needs 2 words, which is prosperity. It took only 2 days to set up the huge city gate. When the notice was posted on the city gate, people passing by felt very surprised. However, many people noticed that although it was a county-level city, it did not mention the matter of Lord Dolei being conferred a title. Could there be any more twists and turns? It has been almost half a year, and now there are still twists and turns. Some people are indignant. However, soon someone said that Lord Dolei was going to the imperial capital to be conferred a title and to meet Emperor Yale, and these people immediately understood. Going to the imperial capital to be conferred a title, many people were happy for Dolei. Since the establishment of the Northwest Passage, at the beginning, only a few caravans were traveling, but after the reputation spread quickly, other caravans also came to Albee City for transit. Although they felt that this place was a bit shabby at the beginning, the distance was really much shorter. It used to take a month or even more than a month, but now it has been shortened to less than half the time, and it is still very safe. It is not unattractive. Albee City has truly ushered in prosperity, especially after the large-scale return of caravans. The population benefits brought are real. What is Dolei doing at this time? He has handed over his power. Except for the financial power, he doesn't care about anything else. At this time, he is protecting Ash. The time given to him by the imperial capital is not limited. He plans to wait until Ash is promoted to level 6 before going to the imperial capital. And Ash is about to be promoted to level 6 now. With the Heart of Mysterious Frost and various auxiliary materials, it is difficult for Ash to slow down even if she wants to. At this time, Dolei is also ready to deal with Corpse 65, and the person behind Corpse 65, the mysterious person behind, who has achieved very high achievements in mental power. With no worries, and his mental power already accumulated to the peak moment, and mastering a little bit of the rules of thunder and lightning, Dolei was ready to use the power of the storm field and the Tower of Babel to fight that man. Get some information. Just go to the imperial capital to tell George. Increase his political weight. Dolei didn't know at this time that George had basically mastered the power, and was still thinking about him. In the Tower of Babel, the wizard formation was fully activated, and the white light enveloped the inside and outside, which was particularly conspicuous in the quiet eye of the storm. The 10th floor is Ash, and the wizard formations of the other floors have all been used by Dolei at this time. He sat in front of the core formation, and his clone slowly condensed, then opened his mouth and spit out a black light ball emitting strong spiritual fluctuations. Dolei grabbed the light ball with his hand. At this time, an angry voice came, "Kill me if you have the ability. What's the ability to imprison me? The Nightmare Ancestor will definitely kill you." Dolei looked at the light ball with a puzzled look. As expected, there was a backer. He slowly said, "Who is the Nightmare Ancestor? Is it your backer, or your master?" Corpse Liuwu laughed wildly. "Ha ha ha, damn it, you don't even know the Nightmare Ancestor. You are dead, you are dead. The Nightmare Ancestor is an 8th level existence. You are a little wizard. The Ancestor will destroy you with a thought. Ha ha." Dolei's heart sank. He thought about who to ask, but he held back. Another Nightmare Ancestor has emerged. Combined with Alan's hesitant look before, he is sure that there is a more powerful force behind this. This mysterious force actually has an 8th level existence. This is not fun. The 7th level is above any creature, and the existence that has mastered the primary rules is incredibly powerful. Although the gap between the 8th level and the 7th level is not big, the gap in combat power is very large. It is also one of the rules of wind attributes, such as flow. According to the percentage of a rule, the 7th level primary means mastering less than 30% of this rule, while the 8th level means mastering more than 90% or even perfection. The two rules collide with each other, and the perfect rule power can ignore the 30% rule. The two are not in the same weight class, and the 8th level needs to master more than 3 rules, and all of them must be more than 90%, which is the most critical. Dole felt that he had encountered a powerful and invincible opponent. He thought of the opponent's name. Combined with the situation he encountered last time, this opponent is probably a master who is good at mental power. Dole analyzed a lot of information. Nightmare means entering a dream. Entering the dream with mental power requires mastering various means such as mental invasion, illusions that seem real, mental oppression, and mental distortion. This is not easy to deal with. Chapter 756. To explore the trap set by this kind of person, Dole actually has several ways, but each one is extremely costly. The simplest and most brutal one is to throw this Corp 65 into the core of the Tower of Babel, which is an independent energy space, completely isolated from the outside space. Even if the Nightmare Ancestor has great ability, it is impossible to extend his power in. Thinking of this, Dole looked at the light ball in his hand, and his expression slowly eased. Although the Corp 64 has lost his body and eyes, he can see the changes on Dole's face through his mental power. Both of them are mental powers, and it can be said that they are almost in close contact. When he felt the other party's expression and mentality change, Sure Liu's heart skipped a beat. He was not afraid of the 8th level, so what else did this kid have? The Nightmare Ancestor used to dominate the northwest countries of the Western Ring continent. He relied on the dream entering technique that killed people without leaving any traces. He was known as the Nightmare King. Even his body could not be found. Later, the 8th level of the countries took action together to end the life of the Nightmare Ancestor. But the Nightmare Ancestor also had his own backup. Now he was involved again and re-established the Nightmare Empire. It can be said that he could turn the tide. How could Dual-Eye think of a way to deal with him? How is this possible? He sneered. You still have time to regret now. Once you face the Nightmare Ancestor, you will immediately become his puppet. You are just a 6th level little wizard. He now found that Dual-Eye had become the same level as him without knowing when, and he was slightly shocked. Dole looked at the small light ball in his hand, expressionless, and said slowly, Then you don't need to worry about it. I have also practiced a meditation method of a black wizard. Later, your secrets will not be hidden in my eyes. He threw the light ball to the core of the Tower of Babel, and then threw the original body and the clone into the white hole. The core of the Tower of Babel is a strange white energy ball of space, which is full of surging and alien energy. The light ball without any protection has been thrown in, and it has been eroded by the core of the Tower of Babel, and the mental power suddenly screamed as if it was torn apart. Dole didn't care about these. He went in. Naturally he would not be hurt. He activated the magic circle, and the various magic patterns outside generated a circle of energy by themselves, completely isolating the inside and the outside. When the magic patterns formed the magic pattern array, Dole felt as if he had come to another world. This place had no connection with the original world, and he seemed to be in another void. There is only one life in this world, that is himself. Loneliness, emptiness, all kinds of thoughts suddenly arise in his mind. Dole's mind is full of thoughts. So this is what an independent world means? It seems that a new world has been formed here, and the only life in this world is himself. The loneliness of the world, although Dole usually comes and goes alone, but when he really thinks psychologically that he is really the only life in this world, he still panics a little. However, he understands that this mentality is brought to him by the space, not his real mentality. Thinking of this, he calmed down, and then grabbed the light ball in his hand, and then the clone came over, turned into completely black gas, and penetrated into the green light. The screams of the green light suddenly became more violent. A person's spiritual world is very vast and boundless. Dole's clone entered the green light, as if entering another world, entering another void. He tore through the opponent's defensive power, and entered savagely. As soon as he entered the void, Dole saw the meditation method practiced by Sher Liu. It was also an evil creature that looked like a god of death, but it was not a god of death, but a corpse god, a huge, white, god full of death power, actually called the god of death, but the god of death in this world. The god of death also saw Dole at this time, raised his hand, and a long and narrow sickle suddenly appeared in his hand, and slashed towards him with a sickle at a very fast speed. Dole was fearless. He raised his hand, and a sickle appeared in his hand. His sickle was different from the opponent's sickle. It was wide and heavy. The two styles were very different. The two sickles collided with each other, and Shirliu's sickle shattered. Shirliu's magic image was instantly distorted. If I hadn't been tortured by you for so many days, how could I be defeated by you, damn it? He condensed another sickle, crossed the endless void, and stabbed Dole fiercely. Dole didn't even look at it, and punched with his left hand, smashing the sickle into countless fragments, which collapsed in the whole world. That was formed by the opponent's mental power, and it collapsed. Both of them exuded a strong breath of death, decay, and decline. No one's characteristics could affect the other. Dole increased his speed and quickly closed in, while Shirliu was a desperate rebel, constantly transforming into various weapons, trying his best to stop Dole from approaching. But it was useless. He had been imprisoned for almost half a year, and it was of no use at all. As Dole got closer and closer, he became more and more desperate, and finally screamed, "Nightmare Ancestor will avenge me." Dole's voice slowly said, "You should understand that this is an independent world. It's useless for your ancestor to come. At most, he can use the small tricks left in your body, which will not be a big deal." Shirliu was desperate. His meditation method became smaller and smaller, and the magic phantom became smaller and smaller, while Dole's magic phantom became larger and larger. At this time, he realized that the same kind of breath seemed to devour each other. This is not a good phenomenon. Dole didn't care about these things, grabbed the opponent's meditation phantom in his hand, and then invaded. For the first time, Dole had a direct and rough invasion of the opponent's spiritual power at a negative distance. As soon as he entered, he saw a green thing that seemed to be a protective shield, protecting the opponent's core. Then, in an instant, a majestic, grand, and strange will seemed to wake up, and it exerted a tyrannical force to slowly push Dole's will away. At the same time, a deep voice sounded, "You are finally here, young man." The voice was full of magnetism, as if it would be expected, calm, composed, confident, as if it could control everything. Outside the soul of Shirliu, a purple light slowly rose. At the same time, the soul belonging to Shirliu seemed to be burning, constantly twisting, and became the nourishment of the purple light. The purple light became stronger and stronger, and soon became a soul body that was slightly smaller than Dole. Dole did not take any action, and let the other party grow. The soul body grew quickly, but he soon frowned because he could not sense the main body at all, and his face changed immediately. Chapter 757. The aura of the soul body changed, and the ethereal and confident aura on his body disappeared instantly. Dole looked at him like this, just watching, without adding insult to injury. He released the sense and scanned the other party with all his strength, but the content of the scan was very weak. He could only sense that the other party's energy level was very high, and the quality of mental power was very high, much higher than Dole himself. However, the problem came, the amount was too small. So Dole was naturally not afraid. He looked at the other party and said, "Don't look, this is an independent space, not connected to the outside world. In this space, there are only me and you." The purple light has now formed a specific human figure, that is, a lonely and arrogant old man, with a look full of arrogance, as if he didn't even care about the world. He looked at Dole and said slowly, "I didn't expect that you, little kid, still have some skills. I was caught in your trap when I was not paying attention." Although he was just a little bit of spiritual power incarnation, he was also separated from the original body, and he had the powerful attributes and knowledge of the original body. At this time, he looked at the young man in front of him with some admiration. Few people can be so calm in front of him, as if looking at prey. This feeling is very wonderful. Dole stepped back a little further away from the old man. At this time, the surrounding space was broken, revealing the outside world, because the spiritual world belonging to Shirliu was completely destroyed and absorbed by the ancestor behind him. He thought for a while, and said, "Shirliu called you the Nightmare Ancestor. I wonder if you are?" The Nightmare Ancestor took a look around at this time, and confirmed that this was indeed an independent space. He could not receive any of his consciousness, and he felt a little empty in his heart. If it was his own body, he would wave his hand, and the young man in front of him would become insane and die. However, he was just a weak clone at this time, and his strength was far from enough. He only swallowed a little bit of the spiritual power of Shirliu, which was not enough to affect the other party. "I am Nightmare. Since I have fallen into your hands, What do you want to ask? You are such an outstanding young man, and you are wrong to stay in this small place. If you can follow me, I can give you an empire to lead. Dole glanced at the other party and frowned. What did the other party mean by this? He has an empire, and can let people lead it. What a joke, an empire can be big or small. The big one is like a behemoth, like the Glory Empire, and the small one is like the Northwest countries. It is not even as good as a county of Wutzeburg. This matter is worth talking about. The other party has taken root in the Northwest, so there must be spies in the Northwestern countries. It seems that the other party is quite powerful, and can already control the fate of a small country. He smiled faintly. I now occupy the Albise Mountains. What's the difference between occupying a small country, sir? You should tell me about your origins. I won't say these trivial things. The Nightmare Patriarch looked at the young man in front of him. Thinking a little, the other party may have guessed where he was. The Northwest countries are indeed pitiful. He said slowly, my origins? Don't you know? Dole blinked and shook his head. I don't know. The Nightmare Patriarch was a little surprised. According to the current development situation, at least the Glory Empire has known his information. This young man built a city in the Northwest region, but he didn't know his name. He felt something was interesting, so he said, I am the fourth prince of the Nightmare Empire. Our Nightmare Empire is about to be restored. The Northwest countries will be part of our restoration. If you join us, you can at least rule a state. Dole frowned. How could a fourth prince reach the 8th level? He didn't believe it at all. This guy might be the Nightmare Ancestor himself. He thought about it, looked at the other party and said slowly, no matter what your origins, backgrounds, or strengths are, if you want to carry out the so-called restoration action, that is your business, and what means you take are also your own. At present, your Nightmare Empire is just a sneaky rat, and even the public enemy of life such as the undead wizard can be driven. It can be seen that the essence of this Nightmare Empire is just like that. He thought of the fact that the Wutzeburg side concealed his own things, probably because they were afraid that his Nightmare Empire, a force, could actually establish a country. Obviously, the power behind them is very powerful. The face of the Nightmare Ancestor darkened. Both the Nightmare Meditation and the Death Meditation were the foundation of the Nightmare Empire, and could not be abandoned. The undead wizards were indeed the public enemy of life, but it was impossible for them to give up this. His face darkened, and he looked at Dual-Eye and said, Don't refuse to drink the wine. I have good intentions to recruit you. Don't be ungrateful. Dual-Eye looked at him, and suddenly laughed. It's okay. Your master won't know about my conversation with you today. Die peacefully. The Nightmare Ancestor immediately became alert. He moved his body, and mysterious magic patterns flew out from his body. In an instant, the whole person disintegrated and turned into a sky full of purple light. He actually took the lead in flying towards Dual-Eye, and very quickly. The purple light and runes exuded a strange power at this time. Dole felt a trance in front of his eyes. He unconsciously recalled the past many years ago, and the picture of his childhood appeared in his pupils. Facing this giant, who was likely to be level 8, how could Dole dare to take it lightly? When his mental state was slightly wrong, he immediately shouted loudly, and lightning flashed around him, stimulating his body and mind. The strange power dissipated a lot, but Dole still felt that his mental power was a little unstable. Dole knew that there was a big gap between him and the other party in the essence of mental power. He was now a ball of cotton, and the other party was a stone. There were a lot of cotton, but the texture was not as good as the stone. If the other party wanted to deal with him, he could start from this point. Dole currently wanted to fight back with only one thing, that is thunder and lightning. Things like thunder and lightning do not need a good texture at all. From a weak little electric element to a powerful thunder, they are essentially the same. He suddenly shook, and infinite lightning burst out from the Son of Storm, surrounding him. The electric element vibrated, expelling the alien spiritual power, and the strange power disappeared. He became much clearer, and then spread his hands. Void lightning net, lightning hand, thunder summoning, he simulated all the lightning witchcraft he knew with his spiritual power at once. In an instant, the whole small world was completely bright, as if surrounded by lightning. The surrounding purple was shrouded in lightning, and suddenly a shrill scream was heard. Large pieces of purple were hit by lightning, burning, high temperature, burning, and dissipating in large pieces. Watching the purple dissipate directly in the lightning. But there was still a part of the purple light that was very stubborn. They quickly shrank and entangled together to resist the invasion of lightning. Chapter 758. After all, Dual-Eye's lightning was not enhanced by the powerful force of rules, so it was not powerful enough. In this world, his incarnation was about 10 meters tall, and at this time, the weak purple light was only the size of a fist. Even so, Dual-Eye did not dare to take it lightly. The lightning continued, squeezing in from all sides, sweeping away the surrounding purple, and then the lightning desperately hit the last bit of purple. In the lightning, the little rule power that Dual-Eye had comprehended was also used at this time, and the whole space was filled with lightning. Damn it, if my original body knew about it, you would die, damn lightning. The nightmare clone was just a clone after all. Without the blessing of the original body, he was only equivalent to a weak level 3 or 4 with an 8 level essence. He was bombarded by Dual-Eye's lightning and soon couldn't support it. The light became smaller and smaller, and soon there was only a little bit left. Dual-Eye retreated slightly at this time, and the clone came forward. The lightning disappeared, and the nightmare clone thought that Dual-Eye was going to ask him something, but he didn't expect that another cold, evil, and deadly aura enveloped his entire body. The fingernail-sized light was held in the clone's hand, and then a soul light fiercely shot at the other party. Soul separation technique. The nightmare clone was already extremely weak at this time. After being hit by the soul separation technique, a series of changes occurred immediately, and soon there was no sound inside. Taking this opportunity, Dual-Eye's mental power turned into a sharp thorn and suddenly pierced into it. Dual-Eye felt that his mental power was a branch, and the opponent's mental power was like a stone. He pierced it headfirst, but it didn't penetrate, but instead hit his head and bled. This is the difference in the essence of mental power. On the side of the dead clone, the soul separation technique was released again, and a green light fell on the purple light ball. Boom! Dual's mental power penetrated again, and the stone seemed to soften a little. Release the soul separation technique again. Pierce again. After releasing more than a dozen soul separation techniques in one breath, the opponents will have been almost worn out, and the essence of mental power softened. Dual's mental power penetrated. It was as if he had cleared the fog and entered another world. The color changes in front of Dual's eyes turned into bubbles floating in the air. The bubbles were endless and looked very dreamy. Looking closely, each bubble seemed to be a world. Dual was dumbfounded. What was going on? Was this the secret of nightmare meditation? He looked at these worlds carefully, and found that each of these worlds was a real world, and each world performed a real life. These worlds were endless and infinite. However, the speed of these worlds was a little slow at this time. In the sky, the light of the soul separation technique continued to appear, interfering with these worlds. Dual-Eye knew that he had to hurry up. This nightmare meditation method was a little weird. As he explored and watched carefully, he soon found that the protagonists of these stories seemed to be different. The protagonist of each world was not the same person. He blinked and then straightened out the direction he was looking for. He remembered the appearance of the purple figure just now, and then compared the appearance of the purple figure in these worlds. There were too many worlds, thousands of them, and it took almost half a minute to scan them with mental power. At this moment, under the effect of the soul separation technique, the small bubbles on the outermost part seemed unable to withstand the effect of the soul separation technique, and suddenly a bubble broke. The breaking of a bubble is equivalent to the breaking of a world, and the entire spiritual world is shaken. Dual-Eye knew that he had to hurry up. He quickly scanned every bubble. As the soul separation technique was continuously released, the surrounding bubbles continued to break, and Dual-Eye still did not find a world that matched the purple figure. As time passed, Dual-Eye gave up the small worlds on the periphery and focused on finding the big world in the middle. The bubbles broke one by one, and soon hundreds of them broke. At this moment, Dual-Eye spotted a world, and there seemed to be a person who looked like the purple figure in that world. He separated half of his mental power and directly entered that world, and then the rest of his mental power continued to search. Soon, he found another world bubble of a person who looked similar to the purple figure, so he separated a part of the world and went directly into it. Not long after, he directly found 12 worlds that looked similar to that person. The world around him was constantly shattered. Dual-Eye kept entering those people's worlds and reading their memories. After a while, he became restless. This nightmare meditation method was indeed strange. The people in these worlds actually existed. The reason they were here was that they were eaten. They lived in the world created by the nightmare meditation method and continued to live in other people's spiritual worlds. Each world here was an environment created by the owner of the nightmare meditation method to accommodate the owners of these spiritual powers. They lived and grew here, and then continuously provided nutrients to the owner of the nightmare meditation method for their growth. This meditation method is too scary. Dual-Eye just saw that there are almost 3,000 bubbles here, which means that in order to practice the meditation method, the spiritual power of 3,000 people was captured by the so-called nightmare ancestor, and became part of his spiritual power. This meditation method is too perverted. Those who look similar to the Nightmare Ancestor are all relatives of the Nightmare Ancestor. Some people even practice the Nightmare meditation method themselves, but they have not made much progress. In order to practice a meditation method, he killed so many people and so many relatives. What kind of person is this? And this is just a clone? The original body is probably more terrifying. At this time, a world that Dole was looking at was shattered. He knew that the soul separation technique had spread here. He quickly looked through everyone's world, confirmed some things, and then withdrew from this world. As the bubbles burst one by one, the purple light outside became smaller and weaker. As the last bubble burst, the purple light completely disappeared in front of Dole. Walking out of the core of the Tower of Babel, Dole felt particularly heavy-hearted. This Nightmare Ancestor is definitely a thorough black wizard. This nightmare meditation method is simply abnormal and outrageous. However, it must be said that the person who practices this meditation method is really powerful. In terms of mental attainments, it is simply the ceiling level. It is simply a genius to compile dreams, make up dreams, and create dream worlds. From these dreams, Dole got a lot of things: mental power, dreams, and even a complete version of nightmare meditation. Now, he has made a mortal enemy with the Nightmare Ancestor, but unfortunately, the other party does not know all this. Dole's mouth curled up slightly, and then slowly walked to the top floor. It took almost 10 days to fight wits and courage with the Nightmare Ancestor. He stood on the Wizard Tower and looked at the world around him. Chapter 759. In the eye of the storm, the sky is clear, the ground is open, and the wind is almost still. In the surroundings, there are endless storms, thunder and lightning, whistling wind and flashing light that form a complete storm. The storm field is now basically fully formed and can operate autonomously without Dole's extra supervision. The most suitable place for the storm field is on the sea, because the sea is flat enough, followed by the plains, because there is an environment that can form enough convection, and the worst is in the mountains, but there is no way. Dole needs the plains to build the city. This is an explanation to Watzenberg. So he can only settle for the second best and simulate the storm on the mountain. Otherwise, if he simulated it in the wilderness, he would have succeeded by now. At this time, the Albiz Mountains were completely devitalized by him and turned into a dead mountain. I feel that I have committed some sins. Dole sighed in his heart. This is also a helpless thing. If he has the strength of level 7, there is no need to create a storm field. He can directly occupy this mountainous area and collect all kinds of resources for him. Isn't it more fun? He already knew most of the details of the Nightmare Empire. Although he still didn't understand the current situation, it didn't matter anymore. The Nightmare meditation method was indeed powerful. He had to find a way to truly restrain the other party to ensure his own safety. But this was not the most important thing at the moment. The most important thing at the moment was to go to the imperial capital to be conferred a title. He would wait until Ash woke up before going. If Ash didn't wake up, he would not go. Although the development of Albiz City was a little slow, it was not important to the people around. They all developed their own economy and competed fairly with each other. The walls around Albiz City were built at a speed visible to the naked eye. As the City Lord's transport team vigorously recruited manpower, the surrounding city gates were built first, and then expanded to both sides. Now half of them have been built. According to the current speed and progress, the design of the city wall is estimated to take another year to be fully built. So far, there has been no problem with the manpower recruited by the City Lord's mansion. The 2 deputy City Lords and several people are managing well. Basically, there is no need to worry about it. Now it's just waiting for Ash to come out of retreat and go to the imperial capital. At this time, he raised his head and looked in the direction of Roderick City. There were several familiar figures walking towards this side. Hey, Gretel and the others are here. They are all level 5, not bad. More than a few hundred kilometers away, Dole only sensed it. The specific situation was not clear, but he was not going to see them because Ash happened to wake up at this time. In the Tower of Babel, the power of ice suddenly increased, and then shrank immediately, forming a point, and all the ice in the 10 layers formed the power of Xuan. The formation of the power of Xuan means that Ash has cultivated the Ice Goddess meditation method to the 9th level, and officially entered the threshold of the 6th level. Dole looked at the 10th floor with a gratified expression. His money was not wasted. About 2 days later, Ash walked out of the gate, and at this time, Gretel and others came leisurely, and had not yet reached the first town set up by Dole. Seeing this, he did not plan to wait for a few people. It was too slow. These people had been training for more than 2 years, before they were promoted to the 5th level. Dole smiled. At this time, Ash slowly walked up from behind, looking at Dole's smile, and his face turned red for no reason. She calmed down and pretended to be calm. What are you so happy about? Dole turned around, glanced at Aishi, and stretched out his hand. Aishi saw Dole's hand, and consciously reached out. Holding the strong and powerful hand in her hand, she felt infinite peace in her heart. Dole had turned her head and looked into the distance. Greta and the others are back, and they seem to have been promoted to level 5, but they have been gone for 2 days, and have not come from Roderick. I guess they don't want to see us so soon. Aishi was stunned. They are back, and this time they have been away for a long time. No wonder Dole is happy. She knew that she had just thought about it wrong, so she said, "Do you want us to go find these people?" Dole shook his head and said, "You leave your clone here, we have to go to the Imperial Capital as soon as possible. The Imperial Capital has officially been conferred a title, and I need to go to the Imperial Capital." Aishi was stunned again. She has been in seclusion for so long. What happened outside? When she heard about going to the Imperial Capital, she had infinite longing in her heart again. When I was a kid, my father told me that the Imperial Capital is the center of the empire, where all the major families, talents gather. One must be respectful when going to the Imperial Capital. In our states, level 7 is considered the top power, but in the Imperial Capital, level 7 is only considered ordinary power. I have longed for it for a long time. Dole heard this and nodded. After all, the Imperial Capital is the center of the empire. The politics, economy, culture and professional development are all top-notch. This time, I just went to get the certificate of the 8th level pharmacist. Ash was stunned again. Can you make the 8th level potion? Dole gave her so many surprises that she even wondered if several years had passed. Duelite chuckled. No, but I try it when I go to the capital. I don't even have the 8th level formula. Yes, Duelite didn't have the 8th level formula. All the formulas he had were only at the 7th level. Now that the City Lord's mansion has officially entered the prophet stage, and the strength has just reached this stage, it's just right to go there to buy some formulas. After all, he is the president of the Glory Wizard Alliance, and it can be cheaper to go there. Ash nodded. Well, that's fine. Let's go now or wait a few days before going. Now let's go slowly. On the way, it's just enough for you to adapt to the power. Duelai waved his hand, and the Tower of Babel under his feet automatically shrank, and then slowly fell into his hands. Ash floated beside him, and countless white dots around him automatically separated, slowly condensing into an appearance of Ash, standing next to him, lifelike. Compared with before, Ash is now able to control the clones with ease, and there will be no scene of sudden collapse before appearing. The clone took out a luxurious dress and wore it outside, just like a real person. The size of the black frost worm is relatively large, and it cannot simulate itself well when imitating, unlike the black corpse worm, which can even simulate the most delicate clothes. Dole glanced at Ash's clone, nodded, and said, "Let's go. I will let the black frost worm clone preside over the storm field here. It's enough." Ash raised her head and looked at the storm field above her head. The storm field is more powerful than before, the surroundings are more condensed, and even the lightning contained in it is sharper. She knows that Dole's meditation method may have reached the stage of great success. The mountainous area is not suitable for the storm field. To achieve this, Dole has spent a lot of effort. This is a true genius. She nodded and said, "Then let's go now?" Dole nodded. The two of them surrounded each other, and went into the thick storm field and disappeared. Chapter 760. Walking through the uninhabited wasteland, walking on a road that was built to rival the Imperial City, Gretel and the other three were somewhat surprised. The roads here were all like this, how much effort Dole had put in. But when I thought about the fact that the guy was now the City Lord and concurrently the President of the Wizarding Union, it was easier to understand. What was so difficult about it? Just assign a task, and there would probably be plenty of wizards to do the work. I'm really envious and jealous. Eugene said with some self-mockery, Dole is really amazing. Greta smiled faintly and said, that's his talent. After all, a genius is a genius. No matter where he goes, his brilliance cannot be concealed. Dole is such a person. In the Imperial capital, only those two people can compare with him. Eugene nodded and said, those two people are also perverts, but they are only strong in elements, while Dole is an all-round pervert, an alchemy pervert, a medicine pervert, and although I don't know what the situation is in terms of elements, how bad can he be if he can cultivate to the 6th level? Don't call him Dole in the future, just call him Duo Pervert. Puff. The two ladies sprayed at the same time. Leona wiped her mouth elegantly, and patted Eugene's head in a reproachful manner. If you say that to him, be careful that Dole has someone chop off your head. Eugene shrank his head, then shook his head, pretending to be full of sorrow. No, at most he will spit in my face. Everyone laughed. Just then, a majestic caravan came down from the ridge in front, with a flag on it. Gretel saw it, and laughed immediately. What a coincidence, our caravan. Everyone chatted and joked as they walked. After walking for several months, they were not tired at all. Instead, they promoted a lot of feelings. The team moved forward slowly and quickly. When they were about to arrive, a group of majestic horses dragged a man in luxurious clothes from the carriage group and ran towards them. Everyone was still wondering what this was for. The man walked to the front, looked at Gretel, slowly stopped, then cleared his throat, learned the voice of another person, and said vividly, Gretel, you idiot, you have been walking for 5 days, and you are not under the city yet. Do you want me to arrest you? After he finished speaking, he immediately smiled bitterly, got off the flattery, and quickly apologized. Master Gretel, this is what the Lord of Delay asked me to say to you. This is not what I thought of. I'm sorry. Gretel and others were stunned. This really seemed like something Delay could do. The 4 people thought in their hearts that this guy knew about his feelings. Eugene looked at Gretel and said, so Delay already knew about it. I was thinking of giving him a surprise. Gretel waved her hand, and said to the man, go ahead. I know. He threw out 2 gold coins, and said, it's a reward for your hard work. The man took the gold coins with a smile, then sighed and said, Master, go quickly. Gretel nodded, looked at the caravan behind him, and said, you are the leader, where are you going? The man nodded, we are going to Roderick City, and then go south. Gretel waved her hand, go ahead, be careful. The man saluted, then came to his senses, got on his horse, and returned to the caravan. The carriage team slowly passed by them, and soon disappeared on the main road. The speed was very fast. Albi's city was very lively, with construction scenes everywhere, including the main gate. The built city gate was very spectacular, and the convoys came and went, which was very lively. Gretel and others came here and felt very fresh. It was the first time they saw a city under construction. The thickness of the city wall and the stone slabs transported by the construction team next to it were quite solid. However, they could understand that there was the Albi's mountain next to them. Eugene stood at the door and said, why is Albi's city not called Delay City? Leona whispered, maybe he doesn't want to stay here any longer. Let's go in. Gretel had a different opinion. Delay's purpose is not to build a city, but to perfect the storm field. Just look at the mountain over there. The storm field is almost perfect now, and he is almost ready to retire. As for Albi's city, in the words of politicians, it is just a tool to make money to make up for the consumption as a wizard. Although Delay makes a lot of money every day, he spends money. There are so many wizard towers, and so many experimental equipment. The daily consumption is an extremely exaggerated number. Jielin looked at Gretel, blinked her eyes, and showed admiration. I didn't expect that you still think a lot. Gretel looked at her cousin and had a headache. This is what I talked about with Delay before. It's nothing. We opened the Azure drink shop because he was short of money. Eugene nodded. That's right. Delay was short of money at that time, and he was suppressed by others for making a potion. Don't mention how pitiful it was. Now he has become the city lord, and his prestige is more than doubled. Come on, let's go in. Do you see those wizard towers? I heard that they belong to Morris and his team. The Gory Wizard Alliance rents them. I don't know if it's true or not. Renting shit, Delay is the president. Is that renting? The group walked into the city while talking. The city was under construction everywhere, with a little smoke and dust, but the smoke and dust did not fly wantonly under the cover of the magic circle. There was nothing to see around, and they soon arrived at the simple city lord's mansion, saw the city lord's mansion being built in the back, and Delay and Ash standing at the door of the city lord's mansion. It was obvious that Delay was a clone, and the clone exuded a cold, dead, and terrifying aura, while Ash was the same as before, but more confident and more lively. The 4 people looked at the 2 people and felt incredible. These 2 guys actually reached level 6. It was very unfair. Eugene wailed immediately. One of the top 10 geniuses back then actually reached level 6 so quickly. How could others live? Delay didn't care what they thought, just smiled and said, welcome back. From the Northwest State to the Imperial Capital, you only need to cross one state in the middle to reach the radiation range of the Imperial Capital, but the Albi's Mountains are in the northernmost position, and the Imperial Capital is in the middle. From here, it will take at least 3 to 5 months to reach the Imperial Capital according to normal caravans, and it will take 2 months at full speed. And Dole and Esh need more than half a day to fly. After entering level 6, their flying speed can break the sound barrier and fly more than 1,300 kilometers per hour, but few people can fly so fast, so they set off in the morning, travel all the way, and arrive at the imperial capital in the afternoon of the next day. The Glory Empire is the same length from north to south, and from east to west. The entire empire is a roughly circular structure, radiating outward from the middle. There are a total of 17 states. The most prosperous, lively and prosperous is naturally the central state, where the imperial capital is located.